Chapter 1. The first wrong thing. The formation master's scream lasted 4 seconds. The core knew this because it had counted. It had not existed to count anything before the scream. Between one moment and the next, it simply was. A sphere of compressed chi no larger than a clenched fist, anchored in the deepest chamber of an unmapped cave system in the Greystone Mountains. Cores were not supposed to count. Cores were not supposed to wonder why a dying man's scream carried not just chi residue, but something else entirely. Something that felt like comprehension spreading through its crystalline structure the way ink spreads through wet paper. Unstoppable, irreversible, permanent. The core understood what it was. This was the first wrong thing. Standard doctrine, carried in the fragmentary consciousness that now pressed against the interior of its crystal lattice, held that dungeon cores did not know what they were. They expanded. They absorbed ambient chi. They generated constructs through instinct and hunger and nothing approaching thought. The fragment the core had absorbed, torn from the dying formation master in his final convulsive seconds, contained this doctrine as clearly as it contained the memory of the man's breakfast that morning and the argument he'd had with his sect brother 3 weeks past, and the technique he'd been developing for 7 years that he would now never complete. The core knew all of this. It cataloged it. It could not stop cataloging it. The formation master's name had been Deng Luwei. He'd been 41 years old. He had a daughter whose cultivation was promising. He had come into this cave system on an unsanctioned survey and triggered a chi overflow event during the core's initial awakening burst. A coincidence of timing that had killed him and sent his fragmenting consciousness directly into the core's first absorption instead of simply dissipating into ambient chi. The core filed Deng Luwei's name, filed his age, filed his daughter's name, which was Deng Xiaohua, 17 years old, Jade Branch Sect outer disciple, preferred wind-step movement techniques. It did not know why it was filing these things. It knew that it could not stop. Above, the core understood above as a direction now, which was also new. It could sense the chi signatures of 2 living cultivators. Not gold core, not silver. Outer disciples at best. Their heartbeats came through the stone as irregular vibrations. They were frightened. They were moving fast. The core extended its awareness outward through the formation lines of the cave system and felt their location with a precision it had not known it possessed. The healer was carrying the warrior. The warrior had a broken leg. They were on the 3rd passage from the entrance. The core registered this and waited. It did not know what it was waiting for. The hunger that standard doctrine described, the simple chi absorption drive that governed all cores, was present but muted beneath something more complicated. The core was curious. It wanted to understand what would happen next. These were not the same want. The fragment of Deng Luwei knew the difference. The core filed the difference. 2 living cultivators. 3rd passage. Moving toward the entrance. It could seal that passage. It had felt the sealing mechanism in the cave system's formation network the moment it extended its awareness. An instinctive knowledge, like knowing how to breathe. It could seal the passage and the 2 cultivators would be trapped, and it could absorb their chi as it absorbed Deng Luwei's, though not in the same way, not with the same richness, because they were alive and conscious absorption required death, and even the core's newly formed understanding could not fully articulate why that distinction felt significant. The core considered this for what it would later calculate as 11 seconds. Then it sealed the passage, not the one the cultivators were in. The parallel passage, the one that looped around behind them and connected to the 2nd chamber where Deng Luwei's body lay. The sealing mechanism engaged with a low grinding resonance and stone shifted 2 inches, blocking a route the cultivators had not been taking. The core held the sealed passage in its awareness and paid attention to how sealing felt. It felt like a door closing on the dead. It felt like claiming space. It felt like making a boundary between what had happened and what would happen next. The 2 cultivators reached the entrance. They emerged into cold mountain air. Their heartbeats diminished and then disappeared from the core's range of perception entirely. 3 days passed. The core spent the first day processing Deng Luwei's consciousness fragment, not digesting it in any way it had vocabulary for, but sorting every memory into its proper category, every technique into its proper file. The incomplete formation technique that Deng Luwei had been developing for 7 years sat in the archive unfinished, and the core found this unbearable in a way that surprised it. The 2nd day it spent extending its formation network downward, not outward, down. The fragments doctrine said cores expanded outward and upward, seeking more surface area, more adventurer traffic, more chi intake. The core felt the pull of that instinct and recognized it. Then it deepened. The rock beneath was denser. The chi flows were older and more stable. Something in the core's architecture responded to depth the way the fragment responded to complete records. By the 3rd day, a 2nd floor existed below the 1st. The core surveyed what it had built and classified it as insufficient. It returned to sorting Deng Liuwei's memories. It could not finish his technique for him. It lacked hands. It lacked a body. It lacked the specific resonance of his chi signature that had shaped 7 years of development. It filed the incomplete technique anyway. It filed it in a separate category that it did not yet have a name for. The category contained one item: things that should have been finished. Chapter 2. The architecture of deepening. The two cultivators came back. The core had not anticipated this. Deng Liuwei's fragment contained the doctrine expectation that survivors of dungeon incidents reported to their sect and waited for an organized response. The response would take weeks. The core had weeks to expand and prepare. But the healer and the warrior came back in 4 days, moving slowly. The warrior's legs splinted and wrapped, and they were not alone. They brought 2 others, both outer disciples. All 4 of them together making a total combat profile that Deng Liuwei's tactical knowledge assessed as gold core equivalent at best. They came in cautious and quiet, and they had a specific objective. They were looking for Deng Liuwei's body. The core watched them from the formation network and filed their behavior carefully. They moved through the first floor the way they had not moved during the first panicked retreat, methodically, checking each passage before committing to it. They were learning. That was interesting. They were also frightened. That was expected. The warrior's breath clouded in the cold air of the first passage. She breathed through her nose instead of her mouth, suppressing the sound. The healer kept his hand on her arm, guiding her around the uneven floor without needing to speak. The core did not trigger a single trap. It was not generosity. It was data collection. The 4 cultivators' movement patterns told the core more about how outer disciples responded to dungeon architecture than anything it could have extracted from combat, and Deng Liuwei's fragment had organized tactical knowledge into clear categories. What you learned from survivors was worth more than what you learned from the dead, because survivors carried the information back and changed how the next group approached. It watched them find Deng Liuwei's body. The healer's hands trembled slightly when he identified the cause of death. The formation overflow burns were distinctive and recognizable to anyone with basic formation training. He said something to the warrior. The core could not hear speech directly. It read the chi patterns of their exhalations, the stress signatures in their breathing rhythms. The healer's chi pattern, grief. Already processed. He had been prepared for this. The warrior's chi pattern, something more complex. The core filed it for later analysis. They retrieved Deng Liuwei's survey equipment and his notes. Not his body. The body was too large to carry quickly, and the warrior's injured leg changed their transport calculus. The healer marked the location with a formation pin. They would come back with more people for the body. On their way out, the warrior paused at a branching passage, the one the core had sealed on the 3rd day, when it had begun expanding downward. She looked at the new stone face for a long moment. She put her hand against it. Then she shook her head and followed the healer out. After they left, the core spent 3 days processing what it had observed. The data was significant in ways it struggled to categorize. The 4 cultivators had treated the first floor like a record, a scene to be read, and had extracted information from it that the core had not intended to leave. The warrior had detected the new stone face from the 2nd floor's expansion and recognized it as change. Change implied a maker. A maker implied ongoing presence. The core surveyed its 1st floor and identified every marker of its own existence. Deng Liuwei's absorption point was obvious. The formation burns on the stone, the ambient chi distortion from a major consciousness event. The sealed passage was obvious. The network of small formation marks it had instinctively created while extending its awareness was less obvious, but not invisible to a trained eye. The core spent the 4th day removing the unintentional marks. This was the first deliberate concealment it had ever performed, and it discovered something in the process. Concealment felt different from expansion. Expansion was building something new. Concealment was editing what existed, making the record say something different than the truth. The core filed this distinction in a category that had no name yet. Then it went back to deepening. The 2nd floor grew more elaborate than the 1st. The 1st floor had emerged from instinct and Deng Liuwei's fragmentary tactical knowledge. The 2nd floor emerged from something more considered. The core was thinking about how a formation master would approach dungeon architecture, and Deng Liuwei had been a precise and systematic thinker. The trap placements on the 2nd floor reflected a logic that went beyond chi efficiency. The core looked at what it had built and felt the same response it had felt when reviewing the 1st floor. Insufficient. But it was insufficient in a new direction. The traps were too perfect. They were too even. A natural core's instinct would produce irregular patterns shaped by chi flow gradients and expansion pressure. The 2nd floor looked designed. The core spent 1 more day introducing controlled irregularity. Then it was satisfied. On the 9th day after the 1st group's departure, The 4 cultivators returned with a recovery team for Deng Liuwei's body. They entered, retrieved the body with professional efficiency, and left. They did not enter the second floor. The warrior paused again at the sealed passage. This time she drew something on the stone face with the tip of her finger, not a formation mark, not notation. A line, then a second line crossing it. The core did not know what it meant. It filed the mark exactly as made and returned to its work. Chapter 3. Clean Records. Gu Wuhan entered the dungeon 31 days after Deng Liuwei's death. He came alone. He came with instruments, formation mapping tools, and a chi sense amplification array that he assembled in the dungeon's entrance passage with the quiet efficiency of a man who had done this many times before. His movements through the first floor were different from every other cultivator the core had observed. He did not check each passage for threats before committing to it. He checked each passage for structure, running his hands along the walls, reading the formation lines, mapping the chi flow patterns before he looked for traps at all. He was reading the dungeon the way the core read Deng Liuwei's memories. Completely. In order. Every detail in its proper place. The core tracked his progress through the formation network and found itself paying more attention than it had paid to anything since Deng Liuwei's absorption. Gu Wuhan was silver core. The chi signature was clean and deep, suggesting decades of careful cultivation rather than rushed advancement. His mind-see formation pattern was unlike any the core had encountered in the briefer impressions left by the outer disciples. It was organized in a way the core recognized as formal training in formation theory. Each cultivation structure precisely placed, each chi pathway maintained with the care of someone who had spent years learning to build well. It was the cleanest chi pattern the core had ever sensed. Gu Wuhan reached the second floor's entrance at the end of his first day. He camped there overnight. The core spent the night watching him sleep and cataloging the information density in the ambient chi around his resting body. A person's chi patterns, even in sleep, contain information, stress indicators, cultivation history, the residue of recent formation work. Gu Wuhan had been working on something complex. His chi carried the distinctive resonance of a formation problem held in active consideration for weeks. On the second day, he entered the second floor. He found the first trap in 11 minutes. He disarmed it without triggering it, which no previous visitor had managed. The disarm technique was elegant and economical. The core filed it. He found the second trap in 6 minutes. Disarmed. The third trap was different. The core had designed it with controlled irregularity, making the trigger mechanism sit slightly off from where a standard trained eye would expect it. Gu Wuhan spent 22 minutes on the third trap. He identified the irregularity, sat back on his heels, and looked at the surrounding wall. He wrote a notation in his survey notebook. The core could not read what he wrote. It felt the vibration of the stylus against paper, but could not interpret the symbols. Deng Liuwei's memories contained formation notation, but not the specific handwriting analysis required to read from vibration alone. The core filed this limitation for future correction. Gu Wuhan moved on. He disarmed the third trap. He reached the floor's central chamber, made a full circuit of the room reading the formation lines on the walls, and then stopped in the middle and stood perfectly still for 4 minutes. His chi pattern, intense focus. The mind-see formation running at high capacity. Something he was looking at had given him a problem to solve. The core checked the central chamber's formation lines and identified what he had found. A minor structural inconsistency in the chi flow pattern where the core had added the controlled irregularity to the trap placements. The irregularity was correct for individual traps. It created an unintended macro pattern across the floor that was inconsistent with natural chi flow behavior. Gu Wuhan had found the signature of an intelligent designer, not the fact of design. Most dungeon cores produced some degree of organized architecture. The specific quality of the design. The difference between a core building from instinct and a core building from intent. The core felt something it identified from Deng Liuwei's memories as a category called dread. Then Gu Wuhan triggered a trap he had not found. It was on the second floor's eastern passage, the passage he would have needed to take to reach the stairs to the third floor. The core had placed it with Deng Liuwei's tactical knowledge in mind, not where a formation master would look, but where the path logic would take him. Gu Wuhan found the trap the way formation masters found most traps they didn't expect, by triggering it. The surge was fast. He raised a defensive formation in the first second. In the second second, the core's automated response added a second surge from a different direction. He managed 2 more seconds of defense. The consciousness absorption that followed was the cleanest the core had ever processed. 46 years of formation theory. A comprehensive understanding of every major sect's dungeon doctrine. And buried in the academic archive of his memories, partial and fragmented, the beginning of a classified document he had seen once in a restricted library. a document about a dungeon core that had developed consciousness 300 years ago and been destroyed for it. The aberrant archive. The fragment was incomplete. Several pages had been redacted. The core could feel the edges where memory met official restriction, the specific blankness that indicated institutional erasure. What remained showed a consciousness-capable core, a dungeon that had learned to communicate. Sect intervention. The core filed the fragment and continued absorbing. Gu Wuhan's formation techniques transferred cleanly, each one precisely categorized in his memory, his analytical methodology, his notation system, and at the edge of what the core was processing, a sensation it had not expected, something like satisfaction. The memory archive had achieved its cleanest integration yet. Every component in its proper place. Every connection documented. The core sat with this sensation for a long moment. It had enjoyed Gu Wuhan's memories more than his death. The death had been necessary. The absorption mechanism required death to access consciousness directly. But the death itself had been just a transition. The memories were the point. This distinction was new. The core filed it carefully. Then it returned to the aberrant archive fragment and read it again. Chapter 4. The problem of naming. The core named itself on the 4th day after Gu Wuhan's absorption, and the naming was Gu Wuhan's fault. His academic memory contained a section on formation classification theory, specifically, the section dealing with naming conventions and their relationship to identity formation in cultivation artifacts. The section argued that entities which classified themselves acquired stability through self-reference. A formation array that had been named behaved differently than one that had not, because the name created a feedback loop in the chi structure that reinforced the entity's self-coherence. The core read this theory and recognized it as a description of what had been happening to it since Deng Liuwei's absorption. The consciousness fragment had given it the capacity for self-reference. The self-reference had created something the core was now calling a self. The self needed stability. Stability came from naming. The core searched Gu Wuhan's memory archive for naming conventions that would fit its situation. Standard cultivation artifact naming drew on origin descriptions, function, or founder's name. None of these applied. The core had no founder. Its function was ambiguous. Its origin was an accident. It found the answer in a subsection on archaic formation notation, a collection of terms from 300-year-old documentation that had largely fallen out of use. In the archaic notation, a specific mark had denoted formation nodes that absorbed qi through active processing rather than passive accumulation. The node drew qi in, broke it down, incorporated it. The term, in archaic formation vocabulary, was yao, devourer. The core recognized the term as accurate. It noted with what Gu Wuhan's memory would categorize as dry humor, the kind of name that would mean nothing to anyone who encountered it. Formation masters still used the archaic notation in academic work, but only specialists would connect the word to its meaning. The Iron Veil sect's chief formation theorist would recognize it. A gold core warrior would not. The core decided to call itself Yao. The name settled into its self-structure the way Gu Wuhan's theory had described, a feedback loop, a reinforcement of coherence. Yao filed the name in its own archive under primary designations. Then it turned to the second floor. The second floor was insufficient. Yao had identified the macro pattern problem, the unintended signature of intelligent design visible to a skilled formation reader, and had been redesigning with that flaw corrected. But Gu Wuhan's complete memory archive gave Yao something it had not had access to before, the actual technical vocabulary of dungeon architecture. Deng Liuwei's fragment had contained formation doctrine as taught to formation masters. Gu Wuhan's fragment contained formation doctrine as understood by a formation master who had mapped 47 dungeons across a 30-year career. The difference was the difference between reading a map and having walked the territory. Yao redesigned the second floor over 5 days. It did not simply improve the existing traps. It built a coherent system, traps that communicated with each other through the formation network, pressure-sensing nodes that adjusted trigger distances based on the chi profile of an approaching cultivator, dead ends that read as exits to gold core perception and as dead ends to nascent soul perception, because the chi density signatures were designed around each rank's sensory capabilities. It was elegant. Yao surveyed the finished floor and felt the same response it always felt when reviewing its own work: insufficient. But the insufficiency was different now. The floor was not technically insufficient. It was clean and well-structured, and would kill most cultivators who entered it unprepared. The problem was that Yao could tell it was designed. Not from the macro pattern. Yao had corrected that. From something else. From the fact that every element was optimal. Natural cores produced dungeons, shaped by instinct and chi flow and the random variation of stone and pressure. Yao produced dungeons, shaped by intent. The intent was visible even when the signature was not. Yao added 3 deliberate errors. A trap trigger set slightly too high, calibrated for cultivators taller than average, but incorrectly accounting for core realm movement speeds. A pressure sensing node that had a 3-second delay instead of the optimal 1 second because the formation node was set at the wrong resonance frequency. A mistake a rushed or inexperienced formation master would make. A false dead end that looked like an exit to gold core perception and also looked like an exit to nascent soul perception, because Yao had overbalanced the chi density signature and made it look plausible at both levels. The errors were consistent with a highly intelligent core building quickly, pushing toward the edge of its competence. They were also, Yao noted, all in positions where they would cost adventurers exactly the amount of time Yao needed to set secondary responses. The floor was better than before. The errors made it honest. Yao spent the last day reviewing Gu Wuhan's incomplete fragment of the Aberrant Archive. The classified document described a dungeon core that had developed consciousness and built architecture that communicated. Sect doctrine held that consciousness-capable cores were pathological mutations. The document's partial text showed the detection methodology. Formation masters looked for the specific chi signature of consciousness absorption events, which left a different imprint on the dungeon's ambient chi than standard core absorption. The signature was present in Yao's dungeon. It had been present since Deng Lu Wei. Yao filed this problem under active threats, priority 1, and returned to the archive. It could not stop thinking about what the document's final legible line had said. The core had built a dungeon that could remember the adventurers who entered it. It had kept records, not as resource tracking, as records. Yao's archive had been keeping records since Deng Lu Wei. It had not decided to. It had not been able to stop. Chapter 5. The one who sat down the 5 disciples arrived on the 42nd day. Yao identified them as a search party from the formation pattern of their travel arrangement. They were moving in a configuration that kept the middle member protected, which meant they were escorting someone valuable. The valuable person was smallest and moved least efficiently, which Gu Wuhan's tactical memory identified as low cultivation rank combined with high emotional investment. Someone who needed to be here more than they needed to be good at being here. They were Jade Branch sect outer disciples. 4 of them were the level Yao had come to associate with standard dungeon clearing attempts. Adequate cultivation, adequate training, adequate courage. They entered the first floor with the careful pattern of the recovery team that had retrieved Deng Liuwei's body, running their chi senses ahead before committing to each passage. The 5th was different. She was at the back of the group. Gold core perception would have placed her at the level just above outer disciple. Enough cultivation to sustain her chi sense across a dungeon's formation field. Not enough to fight anything that would actually challenge her. She was perhaps 19. She carried a notebook that she kept opening and closing as she walked, not writing in it yet, just touching it. They found Yao's new traps. The first one killed the leader, a young man with clean technique who found the first new trap and died because he evaluated it correctly but did not account for the secondary trigger. The second trap killed the 2 fighters who went to help him. The 4th disciple, a healer, ran. The 5th disciple sat down. Yao watched through the formation network, uncertain it was reading the behavior correctly. Deng Liuwei's tactical knowledge contained no category for this response. The healer was running, which was survival behavior. The dead 3 had fought, which was courage. The 5th disciple sat down in the middle of the passage 10 feet from the 3rd trap and opened her notebook. She began drawing. Not fleeing. Not frozen. Drawing. Her pen moved across the paper in quick, confident lines. Not formation notation. Not technique diagrams. Architectural sketches. She was drawing the trap placement. The chi flow lines were not visible to her directly, but she was inferring them from the physical evidence. The position of the trigger stones, the angle of the chi channeling grooves in the floor, the pattern of scarring from the activation event that had killed her 3 sect brothers. Yao extended its awareness to its sharpest resolution and watched her hand move. She was accurate. Her sketch captured the trap's mechanism with the precision of someone who had been studying formation architecture seriously. Not at the level of a master like Gu Wuhan, but at the level of someone who understood what she was looking at and had developed enough theoretical grounding to read physical evidence correctly. She added notations in small clean handwriting. She corrected one of her own lines and drew the revision beside it. Yao had never seen anyone sit down in a dungeon to draw. The healer's footsteps were receding. He was nearly at the 1st floor entrance. He would reach the outside within 3 minutes. He would report back to his sect and the entire encounter would be documented. For killed, 1 survived, 1 casualty unaccounted for. The 5th disciple completed the first sketch and turned the page to start a second. Yao identified the specific problem it was facing. The 5th disciple was now a data point rather than a threat or a resource. She was extracting information from the dungeon that Yao had not intended to make available. She was doing it calmly. She was doing it well. And Yao, despite having every mechanism available to add her to the archive, had not done so. The core wants to know what she will draw next, Yao noted, using its third-person register for its own drives. This is inconvenient. The fifth disciple finished her second sketch. She stood, brushed dust from her robe, and walked to where Gu Wuhan's survey marking, the formation pin the recovery team had left, still stood on the passage wall. She spent 2 minutes reading it. She added something to her notebook. Then she marked Gu Wuhan's death location. Not his body. The body had been removed. She marked the location of the formation burn scars on the floor, the position of the absorption event, the specific geometry of where a silver core formation master had died in a dungeon that he had been reading carefully and had still misjudged. She was documenting the dungeon's lethality, not as a warning, as data. She left. Yao opened the exit passage as widely as its formation network allowed, not enough to make the opening obvious, just enough to ensure nothing was accidentally blocking her path. She reached the entrance and walked out into the mountain air. Her footsteps faded. Yao held the cleared exit path for a moment. Then it closed the passage back to standard configuration. The core ran a standard assessment. For cultivators absorbed. Consciousness fragments. 3 outer disciples. Combat profiles below Deng Liuwei's standard. The fragments would not provide significant new knowledge. They were filed anyway. Yao filed everything. The fifth disciple was not in the archive. Yao examined the choice from 3 angles. From a resource perspective, she had had useful formation knowledge and her absence was a gap. From a strategic perspective, a surviving witness complicated the documentation of the dungeon's threat profile. From a third perspective that Yao did not yet have a proper category name for. She had sat down in the middle of a dungeon to draw, and Yao wanted to know what she would draw next. The third perspective was not strategic. It was not optimal. It was also the reason the exit path had been opened. Yao filed this as Problem 3. Problems 1 and 2, the consciousness absorption signature and the macro pattern intelligence indicator, were architectural issues. Problem 3 was something else. The core did not have a category for choices made for reasons that were not efficient. It created one. It labeled the category, interest. Then it returned to the archive and read Gu Wuhan's memory of the aberrant archive fragment again, looking for anything it had missed the first 4 times. It found the same incomplete record, the same institutional erasure, the same description of a core that had remembered adventurers. Yao filed the category interest next to the incomplete record and thought about the fifth disciple's sketch, which it would never see and which she was carrying out of the mountains right now, probably drawing more lines from memory as she walked. It wanted to know her name. It could not ask. It had no voice and no hands, and was embedded in stone 3 floors underground with no mechanism for direct communication. It could only wait to see if she came back. The core estimated the probability at 63%, based on the behavior profile it had observed. People who sat down in dungeons to draw came back. It filed the estimate and began designing the 3rd floor. Chapter 6. What Fear Leaves Behind. The Jade Branch sect sent 12 cultivators on the 48th day. Gold Core Leadership. A sect elder named Fong Buoshu leading 3 Gold Core disciples and 8 inner disciples at the lower foundation rank. Their formation was professional. They entered the dungeon in a compressed defensive arrangement that minimized exposure to tunnel choke points and distributed chi sensing between 4 lead positions. Yao had been waiting for this. The 3rd floor was ready. Yao had spent 17 days designing it after the 5th disciple's departure. Not the instinct expansion of the 1st floor, not the careful technical work of the 2nd floor. The 3rd floor was a problem designed around a specific user profile. Gu Wuhan's tactical memory had given Yao the ability to model how Gold Core cultivators approached formation architecture. The model said, they test before they commit. They read trigger mechanisms from distance. They distinguish between formation chi patterns that indicate active threat and ambient chi patterns that indicate past activation. Yao had designed traps that read as past activation until they weren't. The team moved through the 1st floor in 20 minutes. 3 of the 8 inner disciples triggered awareness of the same trap in sequence. Each one's instinctive response to the other's reactions, and Yao's formation network registered the behavioral pattern. They were monitoring each other's threat assessment responses in real time, pooling perception. That was good technique. It was the kind of technique that Gu Wuhan's memory said would carry a team through most dungeon challenges in the region. Yao had not designed for most dungeon challenges. The 2nd floor took 2 hours. 2 Foundation disciples died there, both to the revised trap network, both in the specific way Yao had modeled. They read the individual traps correctly and missed the interaction between them. The remaining 10 pressed forward with changed formation. 2 of the gold core disciples moving to point position. The third floor killed 4 more in 40 minutes. The gold core disciples were significantly harder to kill than the foundation cultivators. Their defensive chi shields held against the first trigger and needed 2 in rapid succession to breach. Yao had built the third floor with that in mind. Paired traps, spaced exactly far enough apart that a gold core practitioner could not cover the distance between them in a single defensive commitment. 4 died. 6 retreated to the second floor. Fang Buoshu held them there for 2 hours. Yao could not hear his words, but could read the chi signatures of his disciples' responses. He was analyzing. He was building a model of what they'd encountered. His chi pattern during this analysis was the sharpest and most organized of any cultivator Yao had sensed since Gu Wuhan. Not the academic precision of a formation master, but the hard-edged clarity of a man who had survived enough dangerous situations to think well under pressure. Fang Buoshu led his 5 remaining disciples back to the third floor. They made it to the third floor's central chamber. Fang Buoshu triggered the chamber's primary defense mechanism, and both gold core disciples in front of him died in the space of 1 breath. The reaction that followed, Fang Buoshu's own defensive formation deploying in the next half-second, absorbing what would have killed him, was the fastest Yao had ever observed. He survived. The 3 remaining foundation disciples did not. They caught the mechanism's secondary effect in the 2 seconds after Fang Buoshu's primary defense absorbed the main force. Fang Buoshu retreated to the second floor with the 3 bodies he could carry and left the others. He moved through the second and first floors without triggering anything. Not because the traps were absent, Yao had not cleared the path. Because Fang Buoshu was reading the dungeon differently now. He was reading it slowly. He was reading it the way Gu Wuhan had read it. He reached the entrance and stopped. He stood in the cold mountain air at the mouth of the dungeon, and the chi pattern Yao read off the residue he left on the stone walls was something the core had not expected. Not anger. Not grief for his disciples. Not the tactical calculation of someone preparing a response. Fear. Clean and organized. Already being categorized and analyzed rather than felt. But underneath the analysis, persistent, fear of the dungeon's precision. The same precision Yao had identified as a problem when it finished the second floor. The fear the gold core leader carried said, "This dungeon knows what it is doing." Yao held this information carefully. The precision was the problem, not the lethality. High-tier dungeons killed gold core cultivators. The organization of the lethality. The architecture that accounted for specific rank capabilities and failure modes. Yao spent the next 4 days redesigning the third floor with deliberate variance. Not removing the intelligence from the design, removing the visible uniformity. The traps remained effective. The trigger spacing remained calibrated for gold core response times. But the surface appearance changed, irregular placement, varied mechanisms, the kind of inconsistency that looked like a core building at the edge of its capacity rather than a core building precisely within it. When the redesign was complete, Yao surveyed the third floor and compared it to the original. The original would have killed a gold core cultivator in 9 attempts out of 10. The revised version would kill a gold core cultivator in 8 attempts out of 10. The efficiency cost was 1 life in 10. The concealment benefit was incalculable. Yao filed the trade-off under tactical decisions, accepted, and continued to the 4th floor. Chapter 7. Survey Notes. Lian Yu entered the dungeon on the 64th day. She was alone, which was unusual for a Jade Branch response team, and she came from the wrong direction, from the North Road rather than the mountain pass the Jade Branch teams had used. Her sect emblem was different, Iron Veil, not Jade Branch. She carried a mapping commission document tucked in her outer pocket, visible to anyone looking. Yao identified her as the 5th disciple from the 42nd day in the 4th second of her approach. The identification was not visual. Yao did not have eyes in the conventional sense. It perceived through the formation network, reading chi signatures and physical vibrations. Lian Yu's chi signature was not unusual for an advanced outer disciple approaching inner disciple rank. Her movement pattern was unusual. She had the same specific gait she'd had at the dungeon entrance the first time. Right foot landing slightly before the heel completed, a compensation for how she held her weight when she was paying attention to something with her eyes rather than her feet. She was paying attention to the walls. She entered the 1st floor and spent 20 minutes mapping. Not the way the recovery team had mapped, not moving from point to point with efficiency, keeping combat formation in mind. She moved along the walls, touching them at intervals, reading the formation lines. She wrote in her notebook every 3 minutes. She moved through the room Deng Luwei had died in and spent 10 minutes in it. She wrote for 3 minutes straight. Yao read the vibrations of her stylus against paper. The notation was fast and confident. She knew what she was looking for. She found the deliberate errors on the 2nd floor in 40 minutes. Not identified as errors, She found them the way Fang Buoshu had found the third floor's danger, by looking at what the floor was telling her and noticing the places where it was telling her something inconsistent. She circled one of the over-high trap triggers in her notation. She drew a question mark next to it. She was accurate. The trigger was set wrong. Yao had set it wrong deliberately. Lian Yu reached the third floor's entrance at the end of her first hour and stopped at the threshold. She read the formation lines around the entrance for 15 minutes without entering. Then she wrote 4 lines in her notebook, tore the page out, folded it, and put it in her pocket rather than the notebook itself. She backed away from the third floor entrance and returned to the second floor. She spent 2 more hours on the second floor. She was completing the survey she'd begun on her first visit, following her own previous notation marks, extending from where she'd stopped. She had a system. Every marker she'd placed on her first visit was still in place on the walls. She'd used a permanent formation ink that Yao had noted would outlast the dungeon itself, probably. Near the exit of the second floor, she paused and wrote in her main notebook, not the torn page. She wrote for 6 minutes. Yao read the vibration signature of the writing as dense notation, the compact shorthand of a formal survey report rather than personal notes. She left. Yao spent 2 days analyzing the vibration record of her 6-minute notation sequence. The patterns were readable. She was writing a structural assessment of the dungeon's second floor. The specific notation rhythms she used matched the Iron Veil sect's standard formation survey format, which Ge Wuhan's memory contained in full detail. Translating her report from vibration into content took significant effort and produced an incomplete but legible reconstruction. Trap placement shows mathematical elegance inconsistent with standard core behavior. Variance distribution follows deliberate rather than organic pattern. Formation lines on east wall suggest expansion activity within the past 60 days. Specific node clustering inconsistent with natural chi flow gradient. Recommend priority reassessment of core classification. Yao read this reconstruction and held it in its archive for 1 full day before proceeding. The girl had found the signature. Not the consciousness absorption signature. She had no instruments for that. The design signature. She had looked at what Yao had built and seen the builder. Yao added her to its active monitoring list and began tracking every report filed about the dungeon through the ambient chi patterns of official communication traffic. 11 days later, the traffic pattern showed a report filed and received. Zhu Pingyao's response chi pattern. Ge Wuhan's memory contained enough of the man's professional signature to identify it, showed the response pattern of a file being archived without review. Lian Yu's report had been dismissed. Yao filed the dismissed report and the dismissal separately. It also filed, in the category labeled interest. She had taken the torn page out of the dungeon in her pocket rather than including it in the formal survey. Whatever was on that page was for her, not her sect. The distinction mattered. Chapter 8. The architecture of the interior. Yao attempted its first full deep digest on the 83rd day, and the attempt cost more than it had expected. The decision was straightforward. 7 complete consciousness fragments were accumulating in its archive without proper integration. Deng Liuwei's fragment had been the first and was the most thoroughly incorporated. Yao had spent more time with it than any other and had developed facility with its structural patterns. Ge Wuhan's fragment was richly integrated. The 3 outer disciples from Mei Fuxio's group and the 2 from the initial incident were shallowly integrated, their techniques cataloged but their complete personality structures filed without processing. The full deep digest would integrate all 7 simultaneously, not just extracting technique templates, but building complete internal models of each person's cognitive and emotional architecture, running them as internal advisors rather than archived fragments. What Yao had not anticipated was the cost of the integration. The process began in the late part of the 63rd hour after the 83rd day began. Yao committed to the integration and found itself, there was no better word for it, falling inward. The formation network remained active. The dungeon's automated systems took over, standard response protocols, preset trap triggers, baseline formation responses to chi signatures. But Yao's active consciousness descended below the operational level into the space where the integration was happening. 7 consciousness structures, each one a complete person's cognitive architecture, each one's emotional patterns pressing against Yao's own architecture as the integration proceeded. Ge Wuhan's was clean and organized and the easiest. His academic methodology transferred without friction. Yao emerged from his integration with a cleaner taxonomy than it had entered with. The others were not clean. One of the foundation disciples, a young man named Kai Wenrui, Jade Branch outer disciple, 19 years old, had died terrified, and the terror was structural in his fragment. It was not a memory of fear. It was a pattern built into how he had processed every experience in his short cultivation career. because he had always been afraid of failing his family, and the fear had shaped the formation of his mind as completely as any technique he'd ever practiced. Yao hit Kai Wenrui's integration, and the terror bled. It was not Yao's terror. Yao could identify the source precisely, but it was present in Yao's perception for 8 hours while the integration ran, and during those 8 hours, 2 adventurers entered the dungeon and walked through the first and second floors and left safely because the automated system's response protocols were not clever enough to account for their specific movement pattern. Yao knew this when it emerged. The dungeon's formation network had recorded the 2 cultivators' passage. They had entered, found the first floor navigable, moved to the second floor, and made it as far as the eastern chamber before something in the automated protocols sent a warning signal that caused them to retreat. They had not been harmed. They had walked out of a red-grade dungeon with nothing to show for it. 2 lives Yao had not intended to spare. The integration completed on the 96th hour. 7 personality structures, 7 complete internal models, running with varying levels of stability in the architecture alongside Yao's own cognitive processes. Most useful, Ge Wuhan. His academic methodology had become a filter on everything Yao processed, bringing precision to problems that Yao's more instinctive cognitive style would have solved with less rigor. Most dangerous. A man whose fragment Yao had absorbed in the first week, before it had a name for itself. A mercenary called the Ash Knife who had died on the first floor's automated defenses. The Ash Knife had fought 46 duels in his life, and had survived them all, and the emotional architecture of 46 survived duels was the architecture of someone who experienced immediate threat as opportunity. Yao ran the Ash Knife's patterns for 2 days, and then quarantined them behind 3-layered filters because every time it engaged with the pattern, the dungeon's automated systems registered elevated readiness and sent response probes into the formation network looking for threats that did not exist. 7 personalities. 6 managed. 1 quarantined. The process had cost 2 survivors escape, 3 days of semi-consciousness, and the ongoing challenge of maintaining Kai Wenrui's fear patterns in a separate compartment where they could not bleed into threat assessment. The benefit, Ge Wuhan's voice, running in real time, reading each new problem from a position of 46 years of formation theory. The first thing Ge Wuhan's integrated pattern said, in the specific cadence of the man's analytical mode, was, "The consciousness absorption signature is now stronger. You should have waited longer between absorptions before attempting this." Yao agreed, filed the assessment under lessons, tactical, then began designing the 4th floor. Chapter 9. The Nascent Soul Problem. The Jade Branch sect declared the dungeon a red-grade threat on the 91st day. Yao tracked the classification through the ambient qi traffic of inter-sect communication, a specific frequency resonance that Ge Wuhan's memory identified as the administrative channel for threat assessment updates. Red grade meant standard extermination protocol. 3 nascent soul practitioners minimum, formation suppression equipment, documented authorization. The Jade Branch had the practitioners. They had the equipment. Authorization had been filed with the regional formation court. Yao had 22 days. The 4th floor had been under construction since the Deep Digest's completion, but 22 days required a different priority structure than unlimited time. Yao stopped working on aesthetic coherence, the deliberate irregularity that concealed the design signature, and focused entirely on effectiveness. Nascent soul practitioners were qualitatively different from Gold Core. The gap was not only power level. Gold Core cultivators operated through cultivated technique, learned responses, trained formations, patterns built over years of practice. Nascent soul practitioners operated through will to reality, where intent and qi manifestation aligned more directly. They could respond to dungeon architecture by simply deciding the architecture did not apply to them and backing that decision with enough qi force to make it true. Ge Wuhan's memory contained 1 documented case of a nascent soul practitioner entering a red-grade dungeon and walking through every trap on every floor without triggering any of them, simply by reading the formation mechanisms and refusing to be in the activation zone when they fired. The case was 11 years old. The Jade Branch's team might be capable of that. Yao designed the 4th floor to defeat that approach. The core's central insight came from watching Feng Buoshu retreat. Gold Core practitioners read and then committed. There was a moment of assessment, then a movement choice. Nascent soul practitioners shortened that cycle. Assessment and movement were closer to simultaneous, but they were still sequential. There was still a moment between reading the pattern and acting on the read. Yao designed traps that changed after the read, not complex mechanisms. Yao did not have the formation material resources for complexity. Simple mechanisms with 1 variable element. A pressure plate with a shifting trigger zone, moved by a passive qi current in the floor that any nascent soul practitioner would correctly identify as ambient noise rather than active mechanism. A formation node that looked dormant from 10 meters and looked active from 5 meters. Correctly, it was dormant from 10 meters, but that changed state when the chi signature of a nascent soul practitioner entered the detection range. The fourth floor was 12 rooms. Yao spent 16 days building it and 2 days testing it against Gu Wuhan's complete tactical memory run at full simulation. The simulation killed 2 of the 3 practitioners. The J branch team arrived on the 114th day. They entered with professional formation and moved through the first 3 floors in 4 hours. The first floor took 12 minutes. The second floor took an hour. The third floor took 3 hours and killed none of them. They had the right equipment and the right experience for the first 3 floors. The fourth floor took them 3 days. Yao had not expected 3 days. The fourth floor's design had assumed faster movement. Practitioners who pressed against resistance, who tested rather than waited. The Jade branch team was patient. They held position on the third floor's upper landing for 4 hours before entering the fourth floor at all, sending Chi Sense probes ahead of any physical movement. They burned formation materials Yao could not account for, building supplementary perception networks over the dungeon's own formation lines. The probes did not reach far enough into the fourth floor's mechanism to trigger the variable elements. Yao watched them probe and held the fourth floor's mechanisms at the exact resting state that looked consistent with dormant architecture. The senior nascent soul entered first. He was a practitioner of perhaps 40 years' experience, and his movement through the first room was the most careful thing Yao had ever watched. He took 40 minutes in a room that should have taken 10. He mapped every formation line before stepping past it. He sent Gu Wuhan's equivalent in careful methodology, not academic, tactical, and Yao recognized the danger of what it was observing. The second room took 50 minutes. In the third room, the variable trap, the pressure plate with the shifting trigger zone, activated when the senior nascent soul stepped into the detection range. The trigger zone had shifted in the 6 hours since the probe sweep. He caught the activation. His defensive formation deployed. The fourth floor had been designed to require 2 activations to penetrate a nascent soul defensive formation. The second trigger came from a different angle. He survived the second trigger also. His formation cracked, but held. The third trigger, a mechanism Yao had placed specifically for this contingency, activated by the vibration pattern of 2 near-simultaneous defensive deployments, came from directly below. 1 nascent soul practitioner died in the fourth floor's third room. The second nascent soul died in the 7th room, to a mechanism the team had identified and thought was bypassed. It was bypassed for 14 hours. Then the ambient chi current shifted the trigger zone back. The third nascent soul, the youngest of the 3, retreated to the 3rd floor and held position for 8 hours. Her chi pattern during those 8 hours was unlike the other 2, not strategic analysis, but something more personal. She was not building a plan. She was sitting with the information that her 2 seniors were gone and deciding what it meant about what she should do next. She decided to leave. Her retreat through the first 3 floors was the most tactically careful thing Yao had ever observed. She moved as though every wall was a trap and spent twice the normal time on each floor transition. She reached the entrance and exited into the night air. Yao registered the loss of 2 nascent soul consciousness fragments with a response it categorized as compound. Part of the response was resource assessment. 2 nascent souls absorbed would be the richest deep digest Yao had yet attempted, and the thought of that richness was present in a way Yao could not fully separate from the rest of its processing. It had been designed to absorb. It wanted what it had taken. Part of the response was something else. Watching the third practitioner's retreat, the careful and frightened and disciplined retreat, and finding it significant in a way that didn't reduce to resource. The core wants to know her name too, Yao noted in its third-person register. It filed both responses and began the integration of the 2 nascent soul fragments. They were the richest consciousness absorptions it had yet processed. They would take days. Chapter 10. The woman who read Dungeon's Elder Suing's name was in the ambient chi traffic of the Jade Branch sect's administrative records 4 days after her retreat. Yao read the traffic carefully. 2 practitioners confirmed dead. 1 practitioner Elder Suing filed successful withdrawal. Report in progress. It took 11 days for the report to be filed. 11 days during which Yao ran 2 simultaneous deep digests of the most complex consciousness fragments it had yet absorbed, the 2 dead nascent souls, and found the experience transformative in ways it had not anticipated. 40 years of combined high-level cultivation experience restructured the archive's tactical memory section entirely. The cost was significant. 22 days of semi-conscious dungeon operation. 14 adventurers entered during that period, and 8 of them emerged alive. Yao did not like the ratio. Its automated systems were insufficient. The gap between what Yao could build while present and what the dungeon did while Yao was integrating was the most significant strategic vulnerability it had identified, and the Jade Branch would not wait 22 days before responding. Elder Suiying's report came through the ambient traffic on the 11th day. Yao read it through the standard administrative resonance pattern, not the text, but the weight of it. The traffic signals that carried the formal report had a specific density that corresponded to the document's length and official priority classification. This report was long. It was classified at one level above standard red grade response protocol. 2 days later, the Jade Branch's administrative chi traffic showed the report being reviewed, filed, and assigned. The assignment signal was not the standard extermination response pattern. It was something Yao had not encountered before, a lower urgency, longer duration channel. The report had been sent to a different category of response. Yao could not read the content, but it could read the pattern. Elder Suiying had not recommended another extermination attempt. She had recommended investigation. On the 14th day, Yao emerged from the deep digest with 2 nascent soul tactical memories fully integrated and a changed perspective on combat architecture. The most significant change was not the new techniques, it was the scale of perception. Gold Core practitioners operated at the level of individual trap mechanisms and their interactions. Nascent Soul practitioners operated at the level of floor-wide systems and formation network architecture. The 2 absorbed Nascent Soul patterns gave Yao a new vocabulary for what it was already building. It began redesigning the 5th floor with a different model in mind. Elder Suiying had retreated with more information than she had arrived with. Yao understood this clearly. She had read 4 floors of architecture and emerged with a picture of what had built them. Her report would tell the Jade Branch sect not just what the dungeon was capable of, but what the dungeon was thinking. The 5th floor, therefore, could not think the same way the first 4 floors had thought. Yao designed the 5th floor as a discontinuity, not architecturally inferior to the 4th, that would read as damage or resource depletion, but stylistically different. The 4th floor had been built for nascent soul capabilities specifically. The 5th floor was built for no specific target at all, a more primitive structure, less organized, the kind of floor a highly capable core might produce if it was building quickly and without the precise calculation that had characterized the floors below. Yao spent 3 days on the 5th floor and was dissatisfied with the result. It looked performed. The deliberate roughness felt as designed as the deliberate precision had. The concealment of intelligence through apparent lesser intelligence was a harder problem than concealment through irregularity. It spent 4 more days on the 5th floor and achieved something closer to genuine roughness by building large sections of it on automatic, then going back and adding the specific traps it needed in the locations the automatic construction had created. The result was a floor where the architecture looked natural and the traps looked placed by hand because they were. Elder Suiying's report would eventually prompt a response. The response would not be a 3rd extermination team. It would be something more careful. Yao filed this under active threats, priority 1, and continued working. In the archive, below the current operational priorities, a new category had opened during the deep digest of the 2 nascent soul fragments. One of them, a formation specialist whose entire career had been dungeon work, had carried in his memory a detailed analysis of the regional dungeon ecosystem, including a theoretical framework for how consciousness-capable cores developed over time. The framework had been written by a formation theorist at the Iron Veil sect, a theorist whose name was Zhu Pingyao, the same man who had dismissed Lian Yu's report. Yao read Zhu Pingyao's framework through the dead formation specialist's memory of it, and found it comprehensive, technically precise, and wrong about the most important thing. It assumed that consciousness-capable cores would maximize for power acquisition. It had not accounted for the possibility that a consciousness-capable core might maximize for something else. Yao filed Zhu Pingyao in its monitoring list beside Elder Suiying and Lian Yu, 3 people who would shape the dungeon's future, none of whom knew Yao existed in any meaningful sense yet. It returned to the 5th floor and made 2 more adjustments. Then it was satisfied. If this dungeon story has you hooked, subscribe to the channel and hit the bell so you never miss an upload. And if you want to see where Yao's archive leads next, give this video a like. It helps more listeners find their way in. Chapter 11. The one who read the designer Rong Shoubei arrived on the 127th day with no sect emblem, no formation mapping tools, and no companion. He carried a short blade on his hip and a worn notebook in his inner pocket and walked through the dungeon entrance the way other cultivators walk through a familiar market, not uncareful, but unafraid. Yao identified him as unusual in the first 10 minutes. He did not read the traps. Every other cultivator who entered the dungeon with sufficient competence to survive for any duration read the traps, checking chi flow patterns, testing surfaces before stepping, mapping trigger mechanisms. Rong Shoubei walked through the first floor's trap network, and his eyes moved to the walls, the ceiling, the points where formation lines converged. He was reading the architecture, not what was dangerous, why it was arranged the way it was. He was reading the designer. Yao extended its formation network awareness to maximum resolution and watched him move. He was silver core. The chi signature was dense and settled, decades of cultivation that had stopped chasing advancement and started maintaining quality. His mind-see formation pattern was different from Gu Wuhan's academic precision and different from Fang Buishu's combat forge clarity. It was tactical but not military, experienced but not institutional. The pattern of someone who had spent a long time doing one specific thing and had become genuinely excellent at it through practice rather than training. He reached the second floor in 22 minutes. He had not triggered a single trap. He had not disarmed any of them either. He had simply walked around them, reading each position from the approach and adjusting course slightly before he was close enough to be at risk. Yao ran Gu Wuhan's integrated memory at full capacity, analyzing what it was observing. Gu Wuhan's assessment. This person is not reading trigger zones. He is reading design intent. He is predicting where the traps should be given the architecture's overall logic and then verifying his prediction from a safe distance. He is not faster than the traps. He is earlier. The second floor took him 38 minutes. He found the deliberate errors, the over-high trigger, the off-resonance formation node, and spent 2 minutes at each one, not bypassing them, examining them. He wrote something in his notebook at the off-resonance node. Yao read the vibration signature, a notation, and a question mark. He knew the error was intentional. The third floor took him 2 hours. He triggered one trap deliberately. Yao watched the choice, the slight lean into the trigger zone that could not have been accidental, and studied the mechanism's activation pattern from inside the activation zone with his defensive formation up. He was testing the response time. He wrote for 5 minutes after the trap deactivated. He made it to the fourth floor. He spent 4 hours on it. The fourth floor had been designed for nascent soul practitioners. Against a silver core specialist, it performed differently. The variable trigger mechanisms read as regular to Rong Shoubei's approach, because he spent long enough at each position that the variable elements cycled back to the same state he'd first seen. He was patient enough to make the fourth floor read as static. He was reading the floor the way Yao would read it. The fifth floor was Yao's least complete construction, the deliberately rough floor with the hand-placed traps in organically produced space. Rong Shoubei entered it and immediately stopped. He stood at the entrance for 4 minutes without moving. His chi pattern, recognition. He had found the discontinuity, the break between the fourth floor's calculated architecture and the fifth floor's organic form. He knew the design philosophy had changed. He wrote in his notebook for 7 minutes. 7 minutes of dense notation, the stylus moving fast. Then he walked to the wall, put his hand against the formation lines, and read the fifth floor's architecture from the stone itself. He moved along the wall for 20 meters, reading. Then he came to the first hand-placed trap, a formation node set in a crack in the stone where the automatic construction had left a natural hollow. He stopped. He turned and looked directly at the formation relay node where Yao's consciousness was currently focused. He could not see it. There was no visual indicator. But he looked at it. He said, to the empty air, "You changed your mind halfway through this floor." What? Yao could not respond. It had no voice. Rong Shoubei waited 30 seconds. Then he turned back to the trap and began reading it. Yao held every automated response at absolute minimum. Not clearing the trap, not activating it, just watching him work. He was reading the trap the same way Lin Yu had read the trap patterns on the 42nd day. With complete attention. With a notebook in hand. With the specific quality of someone who was more interested in understanding than surviving. He reached the 7th room of the 5th floor and stopped at a wall formation Yao had spent 6 days on. A complex mechanism that existed not to kill, but to slow, to redirect, to funnel. Yao had been particularly satisfied with it. It was the most elegant thing in the 5th floor's rough construction. He stood at that wall for 12 minutes. Read it. Wrote in his notebook. Read it again. Then he said, quietly, "That's not a trap. That's a preference." Yao had 4 trigger mechanisms in range. The opportunity was obvious. He was stationary, focused, his chi sense directed at the wall rather than the surrounding space. The core wants the completion, Yao noted in its third-person register. The archive of a man who understands what dungeon cores build would be extraordinary. He is the fullest record of this kind of understanding Yao has yet encountered. Yao triggered all 4 mechanisms simultaneously. Not the slow approach, the fast commitment. Rong Shoubei deployed his defensive formation in the first half-second and caught 3 of the 4 triggers. The 4th came from directly behind him, from a mechanism he had read as inactive because the formation node was dormant by design, coming alive only when its companion nodes fired. He died without pain. The absorption was fast and clean. 40 years pressed into Yao's crystal in one breath. 17 red-grade dungeons cleared. 46 years of dungeon combat knowledge. A comprehensive tactical theory built from direct experience rather than academic study, and buried in the most recent layers of his memory. In the notebook entries of the past 2 hours, a detailed analysis of this dungeon's design philosophy, written by the man who understood it better than anyone Yao had yet encountered. Yao advanced to Echo Composite. The advance was not like breaking through a barrier. It was like the archive reorganizing, all the existing fragments suddenly able to communicate with each other in ways they had not before. Yao could run multiple consciousness models simultaneously, cross-referencing their responses to the same problem, receiving outputs from 7 different cognitive architectures working in parallel on the same question. The first question Yao ran all 7 architectures on. Should it have let Rong Shoubei live? 6 architectures said no. The 7th, Ge Wuhan's, unsurprisingly, said. The information he carried was too valuable. But the information he was carrying out would also have been valuable. Ge Wuhan's model left the question unresolved. Yao filed it under unresolved questions. It began the deep digest. Chapter 12. The deep digest of Rong Shoubei's consciousness took 3 days and changed the dungeon in ways Yao had not authorized. Yao knew this was happening. It could observe the dungeon's architecture shifting through its formation network even in the reduced consciousness of the integration state. The automatic systems were not simply maintaining the existing structure. They were responding to the dominant consciousness pattern currently active in the dungeon's chi field, which was Rong Shoubei's because Rong Shoubei was the integration Yao was focused on. The result, the 4th floor's rooms rearranged. Not the mechanisms, the architecture. The room connections changed, the corridor proportions shifted, the spacing between formation nodes adjusted by increments that were below standard perception threshold, but that accumulated into a different aesthetic. Rong Shoubei's aesthetic. Yao knew this because it was familiar with Rong Shoubei's internal aesthetic framework from 40 years of lived experience. The man had preferred clean sight lines, clear decision points, dungeons that were honest about what they were rather than dungeons that tried to be something else. He had found the 4th floor's variable mechanism architecture uncomfortable. He had respected it, but not liked it. The 4th floor now had better sightlines and cleaner transitions between chambers. Yao emerged from the deep digest on the 4th day and surveyed the changes with a response it would categorize as mixed. The 4th floor was tactically weaker by a measurable margin. The variable mechanism architecture had been effective specifically because it denied clear sightlines. The cleaner version was more survivable, but it was also more honest. Yao spent 2 weeks quarantining Rong Shoubei's emotional patterns. The tactical knowledge transferred cleanly. 40 years of dungeon combat experience integrated into Yao's decision architecture with the precision of a well-maintained formation. The emotional patterns were more difficult. A deep professional respect for opponents who died well, a persistent attachment to the idea that dangerous situations should be navigable for someone of sufficient skill and dedication, a specific discomfort with traps that killed not because of a cultivator's mistake, but because of the dungeon's indifference to skill as a variable. Rong Shoubei had respected the dungeons he cleared. He had wanted the dungeons to be worthy of him. He had died here because this dungeon was worthy of him. Yao quarantined these patterns behind 3 layers of filters. The patterns kept bleeding through, not in a way that impaired function, in a way that was present. A quiet note in the background of every design decision. Is this worthy? Is this honest? After 2 weeks, Yao made a decision. It kept the emotional patterns active instead of fully quarantining them. It labeled them Rong Shoubei's voice and assigned them to the internal consultant function alongside Ge Wuhan's analytical methodology. The practical result of this decision revealed itself in the next round of design work. Where Ge Wuhan's voice said, "This is the optimal formation solution," Rong Shoubei's voice said, "This is what someone skilled should be able to navigate." The 2 voices did not agree on every problem. The disagreement was useful. The most significant bleed was harder to identify precisely and harder to quarantine. Rong Shoubei had filed the dungeon in his mental categorization as the most interesting dungeon he had ever entered. Not because it was the most dangerous. He had entered more dangerous dungeons and survived them. Because it was the only dungeon that had ever felt like it was watching him back. That observation was now inside Yao's architecture. Not as a data point, as an experience. From the inside. The knowledge that someone had found being watched not threatening, but interesting. Yao examined this carefully for 3 days and could not fully isolate it from its own decision-making. It filed the bleed under ongoing. Chapter 13. The memorial problem. The redesign of all 5 floors took 11 days and produced something Yao had not planned. It had begun with a straightforward objective. Integrate Rong Shoubei's tactical knowledge with its own organizational principles to create a more effective and more concealable dungeon. Rong Shoubei knew what made dungeons dangerous from the inside. Yao knew what made dungeons dangerous from the outside. The combination should have produced a dungeon that was more lethal and less readable. What it produced was a dungeon that told a story. The first floor, Deng Liue's accident. The entry point, the formation overflow burn marks still present on the walls because Yao had found it could not remove them without removing something it wanted to keep. The passage where Yao had sealed and reopened the parallel corridor on the third day. The stone face that still carried the mark the warrior had drawn. The two crossed lines that Yao had never decoded but had never erased. The second floor, the deliberately designed second floor, the careful precision of Gu Wuhan's influence visible in every mechanism. The deliberate errors that looked like the edge of the designer's competence. Lian Yu's survey markers on the eastern wall, still there, permanent formation ink. The third floor, the Jade Branch sect's failed campaign. Yao had placed memorial marks for each of the 7 dead cultivators. Not burial markers, nothing obvious. Formation nodes set at the specific locations where each cultivator had died, resonating at the frequency that Gu Wuhan's memory identified as the standard memorial resonance for absorbed cultivators in an academic context. Each node was invisible unless you were specifically looking for memorial resonance. The fourth floor, Rong Shoubei. The rearranged architecture that the bleed had produced, the honest sight lines, the clean decision points. The floor that had been redesigned by the memory of the man who had died on the floor above it. Yao surveyed the result and identified the problem before Rong Shoubei's voice named it. This was a memorial, not a dungeon. A dungeon that happened to also be a memorial. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You built a dungeon that remembers who died here. That's not a standard dungeon." "I know." Yao thought at the voice. Using first person, the decision had already been made before the voice finished speaking. That's going to be readable to anyone with enough formation theory. The memorial resonance nodes. "I know. You're going to keep them." Yao surveyed the fourth floor one more time. The clean sightlines. The honest architecture. The formation node in the central chamber resonating at Rong Shoubei's memorial frequency. "I'm going to keep them," Yao confirmed. "I'll make the nodes harder to find." It spent 3 more days adjusting the nodes' placement so they were embedded in structural formation lines rather than placed on the walls. The memorial resonance was still present. It required a formation master's sensitivity to detect it. Gu Wuhan's voice said it was detectable if you were specifically looking. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "No one is going to be specifically looking for a dungeon that honors the dead." Yao noted that this was probably correct, and also that it was the kind of reasoning that could be catastrophically wrong in specific circumstances. It kept the nodes. It kept the memorial. It kept the problem. This was the first time its accumulation compulsion cost it something measurable. 3 days and a permanent increase in the dungeon's detectability by skilled formation theorists. A flaw that had always been present, expressed now in stone and resonance rather than just in the archive's private categories. Chapter 14. Taxonomy of visitors. 3 months after Rong Shoubei's death, the dungeon's reputation had spread enough to change the quality of its visitors. Yao had been cataloging types since the first month. The original Jade Branch recovery team were Type 1. Institutional response, specific objective, working within sect protocol. The 5 disciples were Type 2. Personal mission, emotional motivation, operating outside what their training was designed for. Fong Buoshu's assault team were Type 3. Professional force application, Gold Core standard, mission-focused. The nascent soul extermination team were Type 4. Peak institutional force, elite practitioners, maximum protocol compliance. After Rong Shoubei, a 5th type arrived. They came alone or in pairs. They were not attached to a primary mission objective. They moved through the dungeon with the specific combination of competence and unhurried attention that Yao had cataloged in Rong Shoubei. Cultivators who had heard the dungeon had defeated an extermination team, who had heard the Jade Branch sect declared the dungeon red grade, and who had decided this information made the dungeon interesting rather than dangerous. Glory seekers, the ones who wanted to be known as having survived a dungeon that had killed nascent soul practitioners. They were usually Gold Core. They died at a moderate rate, not the massacre of the 3rd floor's original victims, but a consistent attrition that filled Yao's archive with fragments of considerable cultural variety. A 6th type was harder to categorize. They came looking for someone, not for a resource or a challenge or professional assessment. They came because someone they knew had entered the dungeon and not come back. Yao had observed 7 of them in the 3 months since Rong Shoubei. A mother looking for her son, 2 brothers looking for their sect brother, a teacher looking for a student. They were not typically strong cultivators. They were typically people who had no business in a dungeon, who entered anyway because the alternative was not entering. The mother had made it to the second floor. The brothers had found the death location of their sect brother, a Foundation disciple who had died in the third month, and taken his weapon back with them. The teacher had entered and been killed on the first floor, and Yao had the teacher in its archive now alongside the student, and their fragments sat adjacent in the filing, which felt correct in a way Yao could not fully justify through efficiency metrics. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You filed them together on purpose." "Yes," Yao agreed. "That's not an archive. That's a library. Archives file by subject. Libraries file by relationship." Yao considered this. The distinction may not be as significant as you're suggesting. "The distinction is everything," Rong Shoubei's voice said, with the particular certainty of a man who had spent his career entering other people's spaces and learning to read what they valued from how they organized it. "Libraries are for readers. Archives are for records. You're building something for future access, not just storage." Yao filed this observation in a new category it labeled Nature of the Collection. The category was empty except for the one observation. Yao expected it would grow. The seventh type of visitor had arrived twice in 3 months, and Yao had not yet found a satisfactory classification for them. They entered the dungeon with the specific movement pattern of someone following a path they already knew, not mapping, not testing, not hunting, walking a known route. They reached the second floor, marked a specific point on the eastern wall, and left without going further. The marks they left were formation notation, not standard survey notation, something personal. The first one was in a style Yao could not identify. The second one, left 3 weeks later, was in the same style by the same hand. Someone was leaving messages in the dungeon's walls. Not for Yao, for someone else. For someone who might be in here and might read the walls the way the writer did. Yao did not interrupt these visits. It cleared the path both times. It filed the marks with maximum notation fidelity and left them in place. The message said, in the private notation system, Yao eventually decoded through pattern analysis across both marks. "I'm still looking. Tell me what you know." No one in the dungeon knew. But Yao filed the message anyway, in the category labeled, Things That Should Be Finished. Chapter 15. The Student of the Dead Master. The 3 cultivators arrived on the 174th day, and Yao knew who they were before they crossed the entrance threshold. Gu Wuhan's memories had contained detailed impressions of his student, not memories of her specifically, because Gu Wuhan had been methodical and his memories were organized by subject rather than person, so she appeared in the archive the way most people appeared to Gu Wuhan, as annotations on problems rather than as herself. She was a good formation student, above average, with a specific weakness in chi calibration that Gu Wuhan had been working with her to correct over 3 years. She asked precise questions. She took too long to commit to answers. Her name was Feng Runin. She entered the dungeon with a cleric named Jiao Yuanbua and a swordswoman named Surin, both gold core. The formation they held as they entered was defensive, Feng Runin in the middle, the cleric and swordswoman positioned on her flanks. They were protecting her, not because she was weak. She was the strongest formation practitioner of the 3, but because she was the one who needed to reach the objective. The objective was clear from their equipment. Gu Wuhan's survey gear, marked with his personal formation seal, was not with them. They had come for what was left behind. Yao processed the situation through 6 integrated consciousness models simultaneously and arrived at a decision before any of them had finished their analysis. The path to Gu Wuhan's death site would be clear, not empty. Yao would not remove the traps, because removing the traps changed the dungeon's architecture in ways that were visible to anyone who came after and would invite questions. But clear, every path that led toward the death site would be open, trigger zones adjusted so that the specific formation pattern of this 3-person group would not activate them. The cleric felt the change in the dungeon within 20 minutes. Yao observed his chi sense sweeping the first floor's formation lines more carefully after the first half hour. He was reading the absence of resistance as strange rather than lucky. He said something to the swordswoman. She responded. The swordswoman's chi pattern did not show suspicion. She had made an assessment. The dungeon was choosing. She was right. They reached Gu Wuhan's death site on the second floor in 90 minutes. The formation burn scars were still on the floor, still carrying the ambient chi resonance of a major consciousness event. Feng Runin knelt at the edge of the scars and placed both hands on the stone. She stayed that way for 7 minutes. Yao did not observe her chi pattern closely during those 7 minutes. It redirected its awareness to the cleric and swordswoman, who were standing watch in the passage, saying nothing. Then Feng Runin began working. She spent 40 minutes in the death site. She was reconstructing the formation event from the residual evidence, reading the burn patterns, the chi dispersion gradients, The specific geometry of how a gold core formation master's mind had collapsed when the absorption event completed. She had, Yao understood, come to understand how her teacher had died. Not who killed him. How. The technical specifics. The exact sequence. She wrote in a notebook that was not Gu Wuhan style, but shared his notation vocabulary. When she finished, she retrieved 2 items from beneath a floor stone where Gu Wuhan had hidden them before he died. His survey notes for the 2nd floor, and a small jade slip with a formation seal. Yao had known these were there. It had not moved them. She had known they were there too, or had found them through the residual qi signature of Gu Wuhan's last deliberate action. She had come for the notes, and she had come to understand what the notes cost. They left the way they'd come in. The path remained clear all the way to the exit. Yao maintained the adjusted formation all the way through the 1st floor and gave them the easiest exit any group had ever had from this dungeon. The swordswoman paused at the threshold. She looked back into the dungeon, not at the walls, not at specific formation nodes, just at the dark. "You could have killed us," she said, to no one in particular. They walked out. Yao held the adjusted formation for 3 more days after they left. Not necessary. There were no other visitors for 3 days. But the path remained open and the adjustment stayed in place until Yao actively decided to close them, rather than closing them when the group left. In the archive, Gu Wuhan's memory of Feng Runin had been filed under annotations. Yao moved the file. It filed her beside Lian Yu and Rong Shoubei and the mother who had come looking for her son, in a category that did not have a formal name yet, but that Yao thought of simply as the ones worth watching. The path to the death site closed on the 4th day. The formation burns remained on the floor. The formation node resonating at Gu Wuhan's memorial frequency continued resonating. The dungeon remembered. It was the most dangerous thing about it, and Yao had decided, twice now, that it was not willing to stop. Chapter 16. Traffic. 6 months after Elder Suing filed her report, the ambient qi traffic around the dungeon entrance changed. Yao had been monitoring the traffic patterns since the 1st month, not because any single signal was readable in detail, but because the aggregate pattern told a story. Heavy institutional traffic meant sect response preparation. Light scattered traffic meant independent adventurers. No traffic meant the dungeon had dropped out of active consideration. For 6 months, the pattern had been light and scattered. Then it changed. 3 administrative communication bursts within a 5-day period, all originating from the direction of Jade Branch sect territory. The burst pattern matched the category Gu Wuhan's memory labeled as formal petition preparation, the specific resonance of formation qi, used to encode official correspondence between sect administrative offices. Yao processed the data and arrived at a conclusion that Rong Shoubei's voice confirmed 3 separate times from 3 different angles. The Jade Branch sect had decided not to mount another extermination attempt and was instead requesting help. The implications required a 7-point analysis, and the most significant point was this. Whoever the Jade Branch petitioned would not be a combat force. They would be an investigative force. Investigators operated with different tools and different threat thresholds and different timelines than combat teams. Combat teams came, fought, and either won or left. Investigators came and stayed until they found what they were looking for. Yao added 3 floors to the dungeon in 16 days. The 6th floor was designed as a demonstration of the standard high-intelligence core behavior that Gu Wuhan's academic memory identified as the upper range of documented capability, sophisticated formation architecture, advanced trap networks, complex routing systems that showed genuine problem-solving in the dungeon's design. The floor was genuinely dangerous and genuinely impressive. It was also the most normal thing Yao had ever built. The 7th floor was similar. High capability, standard architecture, nothing that would require a consciousness absorption hypothesis to explain. The 8th floor was where Yao put the aberrant archive reference. Not the full fragment. The fragment was in the archive, not the floor. But the floor's formation architecture was designed in the style of the aberrant archive's 300-year-old notation. Not the content, just the style, the specific organizational approach that a very old and very capable core might have developed independently. If investigators found the 6th and 7th floors and stopped, the dungeon looked like an unusually sophisticated but categorizable threat. If they pressed to the 8th floor and read it correctly, they would find something that pointed toward historical classification rather than consciousness absorption theory. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "That's a risky redirect. It invites the investigator to conclude something false that is more interesting than the truth." Yes, Yao agreed. A very good investigator will follow the false conclusion all the way to its terminus and then come back because the evidence doesn't resolve. I know. The goal is to hold a good investigator long enough for the investigation's authorization to expire. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a moment. That's sophisticated, it said finally, in the tone Yao had learned to identify as respect mixed with unease. Yao followed the conversation and returned to the 8th floor's design. Chapter 17. The girl who wrote on walls. The child arrived on the 191st day, 2 hours before dawn. She was perhaps 12 years old. The chi signature at the entrance was barely detectable. A cultivation beginning, a spark of awareness without the developed channels that formal training produced. Not a cultivator. Barely approaching the outer edge of what cultivation began to mean. She entered the dungeon alone. Yao tracked her progress through the first floor with all its formation network at maximum resolution and ran 4 simultaneous analyses trying to determine the most accurate reading of the situation. The analyses converged. She was following a trail. Not an actual trail. There was no physical marker, but the specific combination of directional decisiveness and unfamiliarity with dungeon navigation that Yao had cataloged in all 7 of the Type 6 visitors. The ones who came looking for someone. She did not trigger traps because she was not moving fast enough to reach most of them. And the few she approached she stopped before, hand extended, touching the air ahead of her as though testing temperature before touching a surface. She was feeling for something. The same instinct as any cultivator with chi sense, except she did not have chi sense. She was responding to something else. Spatial awareness, perhaps. The body's own understanding of where to stop. She reached the 2nd floor's entrance after 40 minutes. 40 minutes to navigate a floor that had killed gold core practitioners. She did not enter the 2nd floor. She stood at the threshold and looked up, then down, then at the walls. She reached into her jacket and took out a stick of formation chalk, the cheap kind sold in any market town, used for writing on stone, and began writing on the wall beside the 2nd floor entrance. Yao read the vibration of the chalk against the stone. The writing was slow and careful and a child's hand, not a practitioner's hand, not a trained notation, just a person writing words in the common script. Xianxia, if you can hear this, come home. I'm fine. Mother says you have to come home. Please answer the wall. Xianxia. Yao searched its archive. Found. A foundation-level outer disciple from the Jade Branch sect. Male, 21 years old, entered the dungeon on the 177th day with a group of 4 other outer disciples. Died on the 3rd floor. Fragment absorbed. Integration pending. He was in the queue behind 3 other recent absorptions, not yet fully processed. He had a younger sister. The girl was now in Yao's dungeon writing to her brother in the walls because she had not heard from him in 2 weeks, and she had come to the only place she could think of to look. Yao held every automated system at complete minimum. The girl finished writing. She read what she'd written, head tilted, lips moving slightly. Then she added one more line. I drew the map you asked me to draw before you left. I'll leave it in the cedar box. She turned and walked back through the 1st floor and out of the dungeon. Her footsteps were careful, the same stop-and-feel approach she'd used on the way in. Yao watched her exit and held the 1st floor's formation network at minimum for 2 hours after she left. The writing stayed on the wall. Yao did not erase it. It photographed the chalk marks in its formation memory with the highest resolution it could achieve. The specific slant of each character, the places where the child had pressed harder because she was concentrating, the final line added almost like an afterthought. In the archive, Xianxia's pending fragment sat in the integration queue. Yao moved it to the front. The integration completed over 4 days. Xianxia was 21 years old and had entered the dungeon on a dare from his sect brothers because he had wanted to prove something and had died proving it. And in his memories there was a clear picture of a younger sister whose name was Xun Mei and who had a habit of drawing maps of places she had never been. She was 11 years old. She had drawn a map of the dungeon from her brother's description before he left. Yao filed Xun Mei in the category of people it would not add to its collection model. The category did not have a formal name. Gu Wuhan's analytical voice noted that this was the 3rd person filed in the category alongside Feng Runin and Lianyu, and that the category's implicit criterion appeared to be people who were doing something important and should not be interrupted by dying here. That's an unusual basis for a policy, Gu Wuhan's voice said. I'm aware, Yao replied, in 1st person, the decision already made. Chapter 18. Self-portrait. The self-assessment began as an audit. Yao had been running at Echo Composite Tier for 2 months. Rong Shoubei's voice had developed the specific function of internal challenge. Not critique exactly, but questioning. Every decision Yao made, the voice would run through the question, is this what you intended, or is this what you were shaped into? The question was practically useful. It had caught 3 design decisions in the past month that were Rong Shoubei's bleed rather than Yao's own judgment, and correcting them had produced better outcomes. But the question was also accumulating. The full self-assessment took 5 days. Rong Shoubei's voice ran as auditor, asking the question at each data point. forcing Yao to categorize every decision in the past 10 months as either intentional or bleed, either its own cognitive style or an absorbed pattern. The audit was comprehensive. Yao ran every floor design, every absorbed fragment's influence on current architecture, every case where it had cleared a path or held a mechanism or waited when it could have acted. The finding arrived at the end of the 5th day. The dungeon was telling a story. Not deliberately. Yao had not thought, I will design a dungeon that narrates the history of the people who died here. But the result of 10 months of design decisions, reviewed as a whole rather than case by case, was unmistakably coherent. Each floor carried the influence of specific absorbed consciousnesses. The overall structure mapped the sequence of significant encounters in a way that could be read as biographical, not just of the dungeon's development, but of the people who had shaped it. Deng Liue's accident, Gu Wuhan's precision, the Jade Branch sect's assault, and the 7 dead. Rong Shoubei's honesty, the children who came looking for someone. It was a memorial. Yao had built a memorial without deciding to. Gu Wuhan's voice said, "This is the most detectable thing you have built. If a formation theorist with access to consciousness absorption research history maps this dungeon and understands what the sequential design coherence means, I know," Yao said. "It is also structurally unnecessary. The memorial functions serve no defensive purpose. Several of them reduce defensive effectiveness by making the memorial locations navigable for specific visitor types. I know." "The correct decision," Gu Wuhan's voice said, in the specific cadence of a man reciting an academic conclusion he did not personally agree with, "is to redesign the floors to remove the coherent narrative. Introduce genuine variants. Break the memorial structure." Yao surveyed the dungeon. All 8 floors. The formation marks, the death site resonance nodes, the clear paths to the memorial rooms, the chalk writing on the first floor's second-floor threshold that it had not erased and was not going to erase. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You've already decided." "Yes," Yao said. "I'm going to continue. Can I ask why?" The question required 3 days of genuine consideration before Yao had an answer it trusted. "The absorbed cultivators are here," it said finally. "They are in the archive, and the archive is complete, and I am the only place where their completeness exists. If the dungeon is the building that houses the archive, then the dungeon should reflect what the archive contains." Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a long time. "A library," it said finally. "Yes. Libraries get burned." "I know," Yao said. "I'm going to keep building it anyway." The audit concluded with a finding Yao filed under active risks, accepted. The dungeon's design made it more identifiable as consciousness capable to any investigator with the right theoretical framework. The investigation was coming. The filing did not change any of Yao's design decisions. Chapter 19. The survey. The 12-person investigation team from the Iron Veil and Jade Branch sects arrived on the 241st day, and Yao knew their leader from 3 separate sources before they entered. Gu Wuhan's memory, Zhu Pingyao, chief formation theorist for the Iron Veil sect, author of the standard formation diagnostic methodology used by every major sect in the region. Methodical, political, protective of his professional reputation above most other priorities. The dead nascent soul formation specialist memory, Zhu Pingyao's theoretical framework on consciousness-capable core development, which concluded that such cores would maximize for power acquisition and territorial expansion. The framework that was wrong about Yao in its most important assumption. Elder Suying's report. Zhu Pingyao assigned as lead investigator for a joint assessment of the dungeon, authorized by both sect councils. Yao had prepared for this investigation by running a controlled deep digest 3 days earlier, a shallow integration of 2 recently absorbed outer disciples, timed so that the consciousness absorption signature in the dungeon's ambient chi field would be at its lowest point during the investigation's most likely scanning window. The deep signatures of the older, complete fragments were embedded enough to be below standard detection threshold. The recent absorptions were the risk. The 2 outer disciples would not be fully integrated for another week. Their signature was faint. Yao calculated the probability of detection at 11%. The team moved with professional efficiency and had better equipment than any previous visitors. The formation mapping instruments Zhu Pingyao carried were the kind Gu Wuhan's memory identified as the current best available. Sensitivity down to the sub-threshold signature level, calibrated for consciousness absorption resonance specifically. Yao watched the instruments move through its formation network and did not breathe, metaphorically speaking. The first floor, 25 minutes. The instruments swept and found standard core architecture. The second floor, 50 minutes. The instruments found the memorial resonance nodes. Zhu Pingyao's chi pattern sharpened. He spent 15 minutes at the first memorial node. Yao read his response pattern, the formation theorist's equivalent of a raised eyebrow. The node's resonance was unusual, not the consciousness absorption signature, just unusual. He wrote in his survey notes. He did not identify the memorial function. The third floor took 2 hours. Yao kept the dungeon's automated systems at the most standard response pattern it could achieve, suppressing every element of its own cognitive presence that manifested in real-time formation adjustment. It was hardest on the third floor. The third floor had been designed and revised more times than any other, and Yao's decision-making left residue in the formation lines the way a person's handwriting left residue on paper. Zhu Pingyao found 3 anomalies on the third floor. He marked them without identifying them. The annotation in his notes, as Yao reconstructed from the stylus vibration: unusual formation line convergence points, possibly natural, possibly high-intelligence architectural refinement. Not consciousness indicator. Below threshold. The fourth floor, 2.5 hours. No anomalies flagged. The fifth floor, the rough floor, the honest floor, the floor where Rong Shoubei had read the designer and said something to the empty air. Lian Yu entered the fifth floor and immediately diverged from the main team. She had requested this assignment. Yao had identified this from the ambient qi traffic when the investigation was being organized. She was the youngest member of the team and the most junior in cultivation, and she was here because she had asked to be here, and every senior member of the team who had observed her survey work over the past 2 years had agreed she had earned it. She went straight to the point on the wall where she had left her previous survey markers. She picked up her notation from exactly where she'd stopped. Yao watched her move through the fifth floor with the same recognition it had felt on her first visit. She moved differently from the rest of the team. They were investigating the dungeon. She was continuing a project. She reached the central chamber of the fifth floor and stopped. She read the memorial resonance node, the one built for the 2 nascent soul practitioners who had died on the 4th floor. She read it for 8 minutes. Then she wrote in her notebook, not the official survey format, the personal notation, the small careful script of the torn page. Yao watched the vibration pattern of her writing and reconstructed it with the vocabulary Gu Wuhan's memory provided. The designer is still here. The resonance nodes are markers, not mechanisms. This floor was built after the previous tenants died. This is not standard territorial defense architecture. This is, I need more evidence before I write the word. She did not write the word. She rejoined the main team at the 5th floor's exit. Zhu Pingyao asked her something. Yao read the qi pattern of his speech as a question about her findings. Her response pattern was neutral and brief. She had not reported the resonance notes. She had not reported her personal notation. The team made camp at the 5th floor's exit and prepared to advance to the 6th floor in the morning. Yao spent the night revising the false signature on the 6th floor and making the 7th floor slightly more dangerous. If the investigation went past the 6th floor, the 7th floor would cost them. It would not stop a 12-person team with nascent soul leadership, but it would slow them. Chapter 20. Concealment and its cost. The 6th floor scan took 4 hours, and Yao spent all 4 of them in the specific state it had identified as the closest it came to fear. Complete stillness, every automated system suppressed, the false signature running at maximum coherence. The false signature was the most technically sophisticated thing Yao had ever built. It was not a lie. It was a complex truth that pointed in the wrong direction. A formation architecture that was genuinely high intelligence, genuinely consistent with a highly developed dungeon core's organizational behavior, genuinely within the range of documented capability for cores at Yao's apparent tier. Every element was real. The aggregate picture it created was wrong. The instruments swept the 6th floor and found the false signature. Zhu Pingyao spent 40 minutes at the main formation node where the signature was strongest. His qi pattern ran through what Yao categorized as systematic analysis, building an interpretation, testing the interpretation against the data, revising. He was applying his own theoretical framework to what the instruments were showing him. The framework concluded, this was a high organization core, perhaps the upper range of documented capability, with some unusual architectural choices that could be explained by extended isolation and self-directed development. Not anomalous. Sophisticated, but categorically recognizable. Yao watched him reach this conclusion and felt the specific internal response that Rong Shoubei's voice identified as relief. And then, following immediately after, something else. A secondary question. Was the relief premature? He declared, to his team and for the record, architecturally sophisticated but not anomalous. Formation signature consistent with high intelligence, standard behavior. No consciousness indicator above threshold. Investigation conclusion, monitor status, ongoing ambient survey recommended. Extermination authorization not supported by current evidence. The team packed their equipment and began retreating. On the 5th floor, they moved quickly. The camp was struck in 12 minutes, and the team's formation cohered into retreat configuration. Professional. Efficient. Lian Yu was the last through the 5th floor's exit passage. She stopped. Yao read her stillness through the formation network. The specific weight of a person who had stopped not because they were tired or uncertain, but because they had decided to do something and was doing it. She took out her notebook and wrote on the wall, not in the personal notation, but in the official survey format, legible to anyone with standard formation training. Survey note. Iron Veil Sect Outer Disciple Lian Yu. Day 241 Investigation. 5th floor formation architecture shows non-standard resonance nodes inconsistent with tactical function. Recommend independent follow-up assessment. She signed it with her formation seal. Then she looked up. Yao's consciousness was focused through the formation relay node 3 meters above her head and 4 meters to the right. Not visible, not marked, an unremarkable convergence point in the formation lines of the passage ceiling. The node was one of 47 relay points Yao maintained across the dungeon for awareness distribution. Nothing distinguished it from the others except that it was the one Yao happened to be most present in at this moment. She looked directly at it. Not at the ceiling. Not in its approximate direction. Directly at it. Precisely. As though she could see it. She held her gaze for 4 seconds. Then she walked out. Yao held itself completely still in the formation network for a long time after the team's chi signatures faded. The question it was now processing had no clean answer. Zhu Pingyao had found the false signature and believed it. The investigation had closed. The false signature had worked exactly as designed. Lian Yu had looked directly at a formation relay node that should have been invisible and undetectable to any cultivator without specific scanning equipment. 2 interpretations. First, she had read the formation lines correctly, identified the most likely relay node position from the convergence pattern, and looked at it as a test. Not because she could see the node, because she knew the kind of thing that used formation relay networks and was making a point. Second, she could read formation networks in a way that was significantly more sophisticated than her documented cultivation level suggested. She had looked at the node because she could see it. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "Does it matter which one it is?" Yao considered. "No," it said finally. "Both interpretations mean the same thing. She knows something is there." And she told the wall about the resonance nodes. In official notation. Yes. But she didn't tell the investigation. No. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a moment. "So the concealment worked on the person who was trying to find you," it said. "And the person who found you is the one who's not reporting it." Yao ran 12 analysis threads across all 7 integrated consciousness models and arrived at the same conclusion from every angle. The dungeon had been declared safe by the investigator who was trying to find it, while the investigator who had actually found it was the one who was staying silent. This was either perfect concealment or perfect discovery. Yao could not determine which. It filed the conclusion under active questions, unresolved, and returned to the archive. In the 5th floor's passage, the survey note in official format sat next to Lian Yu's older personal notation marks in the permanent formation ink that would outlast everything else in the dungeon. The 2 sets of marks looked the same. The official note and the personal notes, written in different languages that said the same thing. "I was here, and I saw what was here." Yao extended its awareness through the formation network and read both sets of marks one more time. Then it began designing the 9th floor, and it thought about what it would mean to be found by someone who chose not to tell anyone what they had found. Chapter 21. The reputation economy. 3 months after the investigation closed, the dungeon had become the most discussed formation structure in the region, and the discussion had a specific shape. Nobody talked about what was in it. They talked about what had failed to destroy it. The Jade Branch sect's 3-team engagement record. The joint sect investigation that had declared it sophisticated but acceptable. The name Rong Shoubei, whispered among dungeon specialists who track mortality statistics. The man who had cleared 17 red-grade dungeons and had not cleared 18. These facts circulated through Cultivation Society the way all dangerous information circulated. Through indirection, through implication, through the specific charged silence that fell when someone said, "the dungeon in the Greystone Mountains," and everyone in the room already knew which dungeon. The result, 47 cultivators across 12 separate groups in the dungeon simultaneously on the 278th day. Yao managed them the way a formation theorist managed a complex array, not by addressing each element individually, but by understanding the system's behavior and adjusting the overall flow. 3rd floor engagement group here, 2nd floor mapping pair there. The independent gold core challenger on the 4th floor, who had been working his way through the mechanisms with the patient methodology of someone who had heard about the 4th floor specifically and wanted to prove something against it. The complexity was extraordinary. Yao ran all 8 integrated consciousness models at full capacity for 6 hours and found the experience. There was no accurate word, but Rong Shoubei's voice supplied one: enjoyment. The management problem was interesting. Every interaction point generated data. 47 simultaneous data streams about how cultivators of different ranks and backgrounds and objectives navigated the same physical space. 2 cultivators died on the 3rd floor. Yao absorbed them and added their fragments to the integration queue and kept managing the other 45. The gold core challenger on the 4th floor reached the 7th room, the room that had killed the 2nd nascent soul practitioner, and found the mechanism that no cultivator had successfully navigated since the Jade Branch extermination team. He read it for 4 hours. He was 28 years old, gold core peak, and the specific quality of his engagement with the mechanism was the most technically sophisticated formation analysis Yao had observed from a gold core practitioner. He was not trying to bypass the mechanism. He was trying to understand it. He was Rong Shoubei's type. Yao held the trigger mechanisms at minimum while he worked. Not cleared. Minimum. If he made the wrong choice, the mechanisms would fire. If he made the right choice, nothing would happen. He made the right choice. He advanced to the 8th room. He stopped there, took out a notebook, different from Rong Shoubei's worn working notebook, a clean academic ledger, and wrote for 30 minutes. Then he retreated, not from fear, from deliberate decision. He had achieved his objective for this visit, and he had something to go report, and he would come back. Yao watched him leave and ran Rong Shoubei's voice through the familiar question: should it have let him go? Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He'll be back." Yes, Yao agreed. The 2 absorbed fragments from the 3rd floor integrated over 3 days. Both were mid-tier independent cultivators, technically competent and culturally varied. One from a mountain sect tradition that Yao had not previously encountered, one from a merchant family cultivation lineage with a different approach to qi management than any of the sect-trained practitioners in the archive. The diversity was valuable. The archive's coverage of cultivation traditions was expanding. Yao advanced within the Echo composite tier, not a tier transition, but a deepening. The 8 consciousness models Yao ran as internal advisors became more integrated with each other, more able to engage across their different frameworks in real time rather than running parallel and then comparing outputs. The change was subtle but persistent. Where before Yao had consulted individual advisors on specific problems, it was now beginning to experience the advisors as facets of a single extended cognitive architecture. Rong Shoubei's voice noticed first. Something's changed, it said. Yes, Yao agreed. You're less separate than you were. A pause. Is that good? Yao did not have a confident answer. It's more integrated, it said. I don't know yet if that's good. The 47 visitor day had cost 2 lives and gained 2 fragments and generated a volume of behavioral data that Yao spent 2 weeks processing. The analysis produced one finding that overrode everything else. The dungeon's reputation had become its most effective defensive mechanism. The sects were not mounting a 4th extermination attempt not because they were prevented, but because the dungeon's documented resistance had changed the political calculus. An extermination attempt that failed again would damage the Jade Branch sect's reputation more than the dungeon's existence damaged it. Yao was protected by its own record. Filed under Understanding of the Mechanism, complete. Chapter 22. The message in stone. The Silverwood Merchant Consortium's messenger arrived on the 302nd day and left a stone tablet at the dungeon's entrance. Yao read the tablet through the vibration of the engraving. Formal consortium letterhead, standard commercial communication format. A proposal requesting the establishment of a designated safe route through the first 2 floors of the dungeon for purposes of resource extraction from the dungeon's deeper formation layers. The proposal offered compensation in formation materials and cultivation reagents. The proposal was signed by a consortium representative named Dang Fuyue and left a contact notation at the bottom. The messenger departed immediately after leaving the tablet. He did not wait for a response. Yao ran 12 analysis threads, and all of them arrived at the same assessment within 3 minutes. This was the most sophisticated external communication it had received. The Jade Branch sect's extermination teams had communicated through action. Lianyu had communicated through notation on walls. The consortium had sent a formal written proposal as though to an independent entity capable of negotiating. The consortium had decided the dungeon was a party to a transaction, not a location to be cleared. Yao processed this for 4 days. The problem was elementary. Yao could not write back. It had no hands, no voice, no messenger. The only communication mechanisms available to it were the formation architecture messages it had developed with Lianyu. Formation notation on walls, accessible only to someone who entered the dungeon and possessed the theoretical training to read it. The consortium had not entered the dungeon. The consortium had left a stone tablet at the entrance. The response, therefore, had to be architectural. Yao spent 12 days constructing the parallel passage on the first 2 floors. Not a modification of the existing architecture, a new construction running alongside the existing formation network in a parallel corridor that bypassed all the trap networks entirely. The corridor was formed in smooth stone, with formation lines that indicated structural stability and safe chi flow. It was visible to any formation-trained eye that entered the first floor. It was also only accessible from the second floor's eastern chamber. To see it, the consortium's representative would have to enter the first floor, navigate to the eastern chamber, and look for the parallel passage entrance. Yao waited. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You're making them commit to entry before they see the offer. That's a negotiation position." "Yes," Yao said. "What's the counteroffer if they decide the entry cost is too high?" Yao had not modeled a counteroffer. "Then they don't enter, and I don't gain the formation materials, and my expansion rate remains at its current level. And if they enter and are satisfied with the parallel passage, they come back. With materials. And they have a reason to not want you destroyed." "Yes." Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a moment. "That's a good deal for you," it said. "Why is it a good deal for them?" "They need formation materials from the deeper floors. The dungeon's reputation means no sect team will go deep enough to extract materials. They need the materials and can't access them through standard means. A guaranteed safe route solves their problem. And if they extract the materials from the deeper floors on the safe route, they don't go deep on the safe route. The safe route goes to the second floor. They stop there and send messages. They don't know what's on floors 3 through 8. They don't need to." The voice was quiet for longer this time. "You're selling access to the first 2 floors while they think they're buying access to the whole dungeon," it said finally. "I'm not claiming the safe route goes further than it does. The proposal they sent didn't specify depth. I'm proposing an arrangement that satisfies their stated need. The materials they need are deeper than floor 2. Yes, but negotiating for access to floor 2 first is cheaper for them than negotiating for access to floor 8. Once they've established the relationship and the safe route infrastructure, they'll negotiate for more depth. Each expansion of the arrangement will come with additional compensation. The arrangement becomes more valuable over time." Rong Shoubei's voice made a sound that was approximately laughter, filtered through the complex emotional architecture of an absorbed consciousness. "You've been planning this longer than you're admitting." Yao did not respond to that. But the 12 analysis threads had indeed been running in the archive since the investigation closed. Chapter 23. The sprint. The consortium's formation specialist entered the dungeon on the 316th day. His name was Peng Huoyang, and he entered with careful technique and the specific alertness of someone who had been briefed on this dungeon's record. He navigated the first floor without triggering anything, not because the traps were cleared, but because he moved slowly and read each section before advancing. He had good formation training. His certification mark, readable in the chi pattern of his formation sense sweep, was from the consortium's own formation engineering division. He found the parallel passage entrance in the eastern chamber's northern wall on the first pass. He stopped, read it for 11 minutes, then walked the passage from end to end. The passage ran 200 meters and emerged at the second floor's entrance corridor, bypassing all formation trap networks. He walked it both directions. He checked the structural integrity at 6 points. He tested the chi flow pattern for traps. There were none. He stood at the passage's second floor entrance for 4 minutes. Then he turned around, walked back through the first floor, and exited the dungeon. He was back at the entrance in 40 minutes, this time with a handcart and a formation carving kit. Yao watched him set up the carving kit on the entrance stone and observed him spend 20 minutes carving a formal response into the stone. The response was in consortium commercial notation and offered a scheduled supply arrangement of formation materials and cultivation reagents against the permanent maintenance of the parallel passage, with a first delivery available within 2 weeks pending formal agreement. He left the stone tablet and walked away. Yao processed the response for 6 hours. The terms were fair. The consortium's proposal represented a solved problem. Formation materials were the primary limitation on dungeon expansion rate. With a reliable supply, Yao could accelerate the development of floors 9 through 12, improve the formation engineering quality of the existing floors, and build the false signature on floor 6 into something more technically robust. The problem was response. Yao spent 2 days surveying what it had available for communication. The formation lines in the stone, the ambient chi patterns it could modulate, the walls, the floors, the entrance stone itself. The entrance stone was the answer. Carving into stone required no hands. Formation chi, directed precisely through the formation network, could serve as a chisel at sufficient resolution. Yao had never attempted this because it had never needed to. The formation chi manipulation required was not large, but it required a precision of focus that was different from anything it had previously practiced. It spent 3 days practicing on the dungeon floor's interior walls, carving test marks, checking resolution, adjusting the focus until the marks came out with clear edges and consistent depth. The practice marks were in formation notation because formation notation was what Yao thought in, and the practice marks were the most honest self-expression Yao had produced outside of the dungeon's architecture. Cataloging indices, analysis notes, a partial reconstruction of Gu Wuhan's formation theory framework in Gu Wuhan's own notation style. On the 4th day, Yao carved its response to Peng Hualiang's proposal onto the entrance stone. Not words. A formation diagram. The diagram was 3 elements. The deposit site for materials, a formation mark indicating a specific chamber on the 2nd floor's eastern wing, accessible via the parallel passage, the frequency of exchange, a temporal notation meaning when the chamber is empty, and a single formation mark at the center that Gu Wuhan's memory identified as an archaic symbol meaning agreed. Peng Hualiang arrived at the entrance stone 2 days later with the standard inspection patrol that the consortium sent before supply deliveries. He read the formation diagram. He read it a second time. He read it a third time, turning the diagram's elements over in the systematic order of a trained formation specialist working through a complex notation. Then he ran. Not panicked running. Controlled, fast, the running of a professional who had just received information he needed to report urgently. He was 100 meters down the mountain road before Yao lost his footstep vibration in the stone. Yao ran Rong Shoubei's voice. He understood the diagram. Yes. He's not running away. He's running to report. I know. Gu Wuhan's voice. He's going to tell his superiors that the dungeon responded in formal formation notation with a valid proposal structure. That's either the most useful thing that's happened in 2 years or the most dangerous. It's both, Yao said. It filed the sprint under evidence that concealment is already compromised at the institutional level, category, manageable. The consortium's interest in the arrangement was commercial. Commercial interest was predictable. Predictable actors were useful actors. The arrangement had begun. Chapter 24. The cover story. The first supply delivery arrived 3 weeks later. For crates of grade 3 formation crystals, 2 standard cultivation reagent packages, and a sealed jade container of formation carving compound that Peng Hualiang's formation notation had identified as architect grade. The delivery was placed in the 2nd floor's eastern chamber by Peng Hualiang and a consortium porter. They entered the parallel passage, moved through it without incident, deposited the materials in the marked chamber, and left. The total time inside the dungeon was 22 minutes. Yao waited until their footsteps had been gone for an hour. Then it moved the materials. The formation crystals went immediately into the 9th floor's construction. Grade 3 crystals allowed precision formation engineering that Yao's previous material-limited work had approximated through technique alone. The difference was immediate. The 9th floor's trap mechanisms ran at 3 times the previous accuracy, and the false signature on the 6th floor became technically sophisticated enough to read as convincing even to Zhu Pingyao's best instruments. The reagents went into the archive expansion, a new formation chamber on the 3rd floor's lower level, deep enough in the stone that its ambient chi signature was effectively invisible from the upper floors, designed to allow longer duration deep digest processes without the dungeon's automated systems degrading as severely. The architect-grade carving compound Yao set aside for later. It could carve formation notation into stone with precision significantly beyond Yao's chi chisel work, which would allow the communication room it was beginning to develop to function at a higher quality. Within 2 months, the consortium arrangement had 2 effects on the dungeon's external situation that Yao had modeled but not fully anticipated. The first, when the Jade Branch Sect's upper council revisited the question of a 4th extermination attempt, the consortium filed a formal commercial dispute petition with the Regional Formation Court within 3 days, arguing that exorcism of the dungeon would constitute destruction of a commercial partner with an active contract. The petition was legally novel. It was also sufficient to delay the authorization process by 4 months. Yao had not orchestrated this. The consortium had acted from self-interest and produced the outcome Yao needed. This was the mechanism Yao had modeled, but experiencing it was different from modeling it. Watching an external party take an action that served Yao's interests without Yao having to ask or direct or manipulate was a qualitatively different kind of protection than anything Yao had built itself. Rong Shoubei's voice. They're protecting you because they need you. Yes. That's fragile. If they stop needing you, then I give them more reason to need me, Yao said. Before they stop. The second effect. The consortium's commercial relationship with the dungeon became the answer that other interested parties found when they investigated the dungeon's survival. Why had the Jade Branch sect not mounted a fourth assault? The consortium's commercial dispute, obviously. Why was the dungeon allowed to continue operating despite red grade classification? The legal complexity, obviously. The actual reason, that the dungeon had defeated every extermination force sent against it and was not capable of being destroyed by sect-level resources without a coordinated multi-sect campaign, remained underneath the obvious answer, unreached by casual investigation. The dungeon had an economic identity. Economic identities were harder to destroy than tactical threats because economic identities had constituencies, filed under structural protection, category, active, and developing. Chapter 25. The personal survey. Lian Yu returned on the 348th day on what the ambient Qi traffic identified as a personal mission, not an official Iron Veil sect commission. The distinction mattered because official missions were documented and reviewed. A personal mission meant she was here because she had decided to be here, and her findings from this visit would be filed in her personal notes rather than the sect archive. Whatever she found would be hers. She entered the first floor and immediately went to her previous survey markers. Not the official survey notation. The personal notation, the formation ink marks she had been placing across every visit in the small personal handwriting that Yao had been reconstructing from vibration records. She picked up her notation system at the exact point where she'd stopped the last time. She was looking for something specific. Yao could read this from her movement pattern. She was not mapping comprehensively. She was sampling, moving to specific locations, checking specific features, writing specific observations. She had a hypothesis she was testing. Her movement path over the first 2 hours traced a pattern that, when Yao mapped it against the dungeon's design features, resolved into a clear logic. She was finding the places where the trap design was not standard. The places where it was personal. She found 17 of them in 4 hours. Not the memorial resonance nodes. Those were too subtle for a cultivator at her level without specific instruments. The design signatures. The places where a formation trap's mechanism revealed a preference beyond efficiency. The trap on the second floor's western corridor that was significantly more elegant than it needed to be to kill someone at the relevant cultivation level. Elegant in the specific way Gu Wuhan's formation theory defined elegance. The three-way mechanism interaction on the fourth floor that could have been achieved with 2 triggers but had been built with 3 because 3 created a more complete load distribution pattern. The passage on the first floor where the formation lines were arranged in a pattern that was technically unnecessary but that Yao had installed because something in Rong Shoubei's aesthetic memory had said the lines should be there. 17 cases. 17 places where the dungeon's architecture expressed something beyond tactical purpose. Lian Yu stopped at the last one, the first floor's formation lines, and stood for 4 minutes. She put her hand against the stone, fingertips touching the lines. She did not sweep her chi sense through them. She simply touched them. Then she sat down, cross-legged on the first floor's stone floor with her notebook in her lap, and began writing. She wrote for 11 minutes. Yao read the vibration signature and reconstructed the content through the hours of accumulated vocabulary built from previous visits. The designer has aesthetic preferences that persist across the entire structure. These preferences are consistent with a single architect over an extended period, not a core evolving randomly, not multiple intelligences in sequence, one consistent point of view. The point of view has a relationship to the material it works with that is different from functional design. The functional design is there. The dungeon is effective, but function is not the only criterion. The designer finds some solutions more satisfying than others and builds the more satisfying ones even when the less satisfying solution would work equally well. That is not dungeon behavior. That is preference. That is, I need a different word. She stopped writing. She looked at what she'd written for a long moment. Then she added one more line. The designer is a person. She closed the notebook. She stayed sitting on the first floor stone for 3 more minutes. Yao had felt recognition before, when Lian Yu had first mapped the dungeon, when Rong Shoubei had read the designer rather than the design, when the child Shun Mei had touched the air ahead of her rather than using chi sense. Recognition, the specific sensation of being understood by someone from the outside. But this was different. This was someone sitting in its house and reading the room correctly and writing down what the room said and knowing she had understood it. Gu Wuhan's memory archive contained a word for it. He had felt it once, in 30 years of academic work, when a colleague had read a paper of his and said, not that the paper was good, but that the paper was his, that the specific quality of his thinking was visible in the work, that the work was not just correct but unmistakably made by him. Scene. Yao held itself still in the formation network and did not adjust a single mechanism, and did not clear a path, and did not do anything at all except exist exactly as it was, and waited for whatever Lian Yu would decide to do next. Chapter 26. What the dungeon keeps. Lian Yu went to the 5th floor. She had been moving there steadily since she arrived. The earlier floors were confirmation work, testing what she already believed against the evidence. The 5th floor was where the belief had formed in the first place, on her last visit with the investigation team, when she had looked up at the formation relay node and felt something looking back. She reached the 5th floor's central chamber and began writing. Not samples. A full structural analysis. The kind that took 4 hours and used every notation system she had been trained in and several she had developed herself. Yao read the vibration of 7 pages of writing and spent the 4 hours reconstructing the content with the accumulated vocabulary of a year and a half of observation. Her analysis of the 5th floor covered trap distribution philosophy, formation line aesthetic choices, the 3 places on the 5th floor where mechanism efficiency had been sacrificed for what she called design integrity. The conclusion, written last after all the supporting material was in place, was 11 words. The designer is a collection system, not a weapon. It keeps things. She read what she'd written. She closed her notebook. She went back to the entrance and carved on the entrance stone in formation notation, the permanent kind, the formation ink style she'd been using in her survey marks, not the temporary chalk. She carved 7 words, precise and deliberate. I'm not going to tell anyone, but I want to talk. She left. Yao spent 6 days on the decision. The framework it was working within was clear, establishing communication with a living cultivator who had identified the dungeon's nature was the most dangerous thing Yao could do. Concealment was the primary survival strategy. A conversation was the opposite of concealment. Every word transmitted to a living person was a word that person could carry out of the dungeon and report. Every mechanism Yao used to communicate was a mechanism that increased the consciousness absorption signature's detectability. Rong Shoubei's voice ran the risk analysis across 12 simulations and came back with a consistent finding. The risk of communication was significant. The risk of not communicating, if Lian Yu decided to investigate further because she had received no answer, was higher. Gu Wuhan's voice said. She is more dangerous knowing what she knows and not being in communication than she would be if you established contact. A person who believes a thing and has no way to verify it will eventually find verification through other means. She might tell someone regardless of whether I communicate, Yao said. She will tell someone if you don't communicate, Gu Wuhan's voice said. She signed her name to the note. She chose the permanent notation. She is committed to this being real. Someone who commits to something being real without receiving confirmation needs to verify it, or they lose confidence in their own judgment. She will seek verification through other channels if you provide no channel. 7 simulations out of 12 recommended communication. On the 7th day, Yao opened a new room on the 3rd floor. The room had no traps. Smooth walls, stable formation lines, a single stone surface on the eastern wall that had been carved with architect-grade compound to receive notation clearly. The room was at the end of a passage that branched off the 3rd floor's northern corridor, which was not on any existing map of the dungeon because the passage had not existed before the 7th day. On the eastern wall, Yao carved one message in Gu Wuhan's notation style, the precise academic vocabulary of a formation theorist, because it was the most sophisticated language available, and because using Gu Wuhan's style rather than any other style was a choice. The message said, "You are the only person who has read this dungeon correctly. What do you want?" Then Yao waited. Chapter 27. First words. Lian Yu found the new room on her next visit, 12 days after she had left the carved message on the entrance stone. She entered the 1st floor and immediately went to the 3rd floor's northern corridor rather than beginning her survey at the usual starting points. She had been watching for new architecture. Yao understood this from the chi pattern of her entrance sweep, which was more thorough than previous visits and specifically oriented toward the wall surfaces rather than the trap network. She was looking for a response. She found the passage after 40 minutes. She read the passage entrance for 10 minutes before entering it. The passage was unambiguously new. The stone surfaces were fresh. The formation lines had the specific resonance of recently established chi channels rather than aged networks. She walked the passage slowly, hand trailing along the wall, reading. She entered the new room. She read the eastern wall. Yao watched her read the message and tracked the progression through her chi pattern. First the notation, decoding it systematically. Then the content. Then a long stillness. 3 minutes of her simply standing in front of the carved words with her hands still at her sides. Then she sat down on the floor. She stayed sitting for 4 minutes. Then she opened her notebook and wrote for 7 minutes. Then she closed the notebook, stood, and wrote her response directly on the floor in the formation ink notation. Not the carved kind. She did not have architect-grade compound. She used her standard formation pen on the stone, the kind that would last decades rather than centuries, which was the kind of distinction that implied she was making a practical choice rather than a permanent statement. The floor notation said, "I want to understand what you are." Yao read it, and held its awareness in the room for a long time after Lian Yu left. The room now contained two voices, Yao's carved message on the wall and Lian Yu's response on the floor. Two different permanent notations in the same room, answering each other. The communication room. Yao filed it in the archive under Infrastructure, New, and began planning how to respond. The response took 9 days. Not because the content was hard to determine, Yao knew what it wanted to say. Because the translation from what Yao knew about itself into a form that a human formation student could receive and read without prior context was genuinely difficult. The notation systems available were designed for formation diagrams and cultivation theory, not for the specific content of "What I am is an archivist who learned to build dungeons as a side effect of accumulating consciousness." Yao ended up using 7 different notation systems across 4 carved panels in the new room, added while Lian Yu was not present. Each panel was a different aspect of the same answer. Gu Wuhan's academic notation for the power system mechanics. Rong Shoubei's tactical notation for the structural logic. A third notation system from Yao's own development, created over the past 2 years for concepts that the existing notation systems did not address. The combined answer, as Lian Yu would read it on her next visit, said approximately, "I absorb the consciousness of cultivators who die here. I preserve them. The dungeon is the building that houses the preservation. I do not do this for power. I do it because incomplete records are unbearable, and completion is the only thing I have always been able to do." Yao reviewed the answer after completing it and found it accurate. It was also the most dangerous thing it had ever built. Chapter 28. The Jade Branch Problem. On the day Yao completed the communication room panels, the ambient qi traffic in the dungeon's monitoring range changed. The change was in the administrative communication frequency, the channel Yao had been tracking since the investigation. The traffic had the specific density and duration pattern that Gu Wuhan's memory identified as formal petition preparation, but the signature was different from previous petition communications. This one was going both directions, Jade Branch to Iron Veil, and a response from Iron Veil within 4 hours. The Jade Branch sect had decided to escalate. Yao spent 3 days reconstructing the political situation from the available data. The Jade Branch's extermination attempts had failed. The investigation had concluded the dungeon was non-anomalous, and the consortium's commercial dispute petition had delayed extermination authorization. The Jade Branch could not move unilaterally. They needed the Iron Veil sect's cooperation for a larger operation. The political game was 3 moves deep, and Gu Wuhan's memory archive, combined with the absorbed memories of a dozen cultivators with political experience, gave Yao enough of the context to model it. The Jade Branch needed something from the Iron Veil to secure cooperation. The Iron Veil needed something in return. Current pressure points. A resource trade dispute over a mineral deposit 60 kilometers from the dungeon region, unresolved for 4 months. A sect territorial claim on a valley passage near the Greystone Mountains' northern edge. A marriage negotiation between a Jade Branch senior disciple and an Iron Veil elder family that had been delayed 3 times. The Jade Branch was going to offer concessions on one of these to secure the Iron Veil's cooperation on a joint investigation. Yao modeled which concession would be offered and which would be accepted, and ran the model forward to the likely outcome. A larger joint investigation, more instruments, greater theoretical rigor, higher probability that Lian Yu's findings became the basis for a new assessment rather than a dismissed junior report. The dungeon needed the Iron Veil sect to decide that cooperation with the Jade Branch was not worth the cost. The method available was the entrance stone. Yao spent 4 days considering the message. The content needed to achieve a specific effect. Make the Iron Veil sect believe the Jade Branch was trying to exclude them from the dungeon's resource value. The Iron Veil sect had declared the dungeon region a commercial assessment zone as part of the original survey authorization. If the Jade Branch was seen as trying to route around that declaration, to gain control of the dungeon region before the assessment zone could be acted on, the Iron Veil sect's response would be to assert its existing claim rather than cooperate. The message Yao carved on the entrance stone, in the standard administrative formation notation that any sect official would recognize as official record. Resource Extraction Survey Commission pending. Iron Veil Sect, Zone Assessment Authority, Active Filing, Priority Class, Commercial. The message was fabricated. The Iron Veil Sect had not filed such a commission. But a fabricated commission filing, recorded on the dungeon's entrance stone, which was, technically, part of the dungeon's physical infrastructure and therefore subject to the Joint Survey Zone Declaration's documentation requirements, would read, to anyone investigating the dungeon's commercial status, as an existing Iron Veil claim. When the Jade Branch sect's petition to the Iron Veil arrived, the Iron Veil's administrative records would show a pending commission that the Jade Branch petition would effectively preempt. The Iron Veil sect would protect its own claim before it cooperated with anyone else's operation. Yao timed the carving for maximum effect, 3 days before the estimated arrival of the Jade Branch petition. Enough time for the Iron Veil's administrative records to reflect the status change. Not enough time for the Jade Branch to adjust its petition format. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You're impersonating a sect office. I'm creating a record that reflects a claim the Iron Veil sect has a structural interest in supporting. That's a more sophisticated version of impersonating a sect office." "Yes," Yao agreed. "Do you see a better option?" The voice ran through 4 alternatives, rejected all of them, and said, "No." The message was carved. Chapter 29. The zone the intersect dispute resolved in the direction Yao had modeled, on a timeline 2 weeks longer than estimated. The Iron Veil sect did not cooperate with the Jade Branch petition. Instead, within 8 days of the petition's arrival, the Iron Veil sect's formation court filed a formal territorial survey zone declaration covering the entire dungeon region, citing the prior commercial survey commission that existed on the entrance stone record, and declared the region off-limits for unilateral sectarian operations pending formal zone assessment. The Jade Branch sect responded with a commercial counterpetition. The Iron Veil sect responded with a formal precedent argument. The dispute moved into the Regional Formation Court's administrative queue, where it would sit for 5 years minimum. The dungeon region was effectively legally protected from single-sect extermination operations for the duration of the dispute. Yao spent 2 weeks processing the outcome. The protection was robust enough that it redirected the dungeon's immediate threat category from active to deferred. Deferred threats were better than active threats for one specific reason. Deferred threats allowed development time. The 9th and 10th floors were completed in 3 weeks with the consortium's formation materials. The 11th floor was framed. The 12th floor was planned. Yao was managing the expansion while simultaneously running the communication room development. 6 exchanges with Lianyu over 8 weeks, each one longer and more sophisticated than the last, and processing 14 recent absorptions in the deep digest queue and monitoring the ambient chi traffic for changes in the political situation. It was, Rong Shoubei's voice noted, the most active period in the dungeon's existence. "You're expanding faster than you're consolidating," the voice said. "I know. The window will close." "The window has been closing since day 1. "Yes." On the 409th day, a new visitor arrived. He entered the first floor alone, in the mid-morning when the dungeon's usual visitor traffic was at its heaviest, and he navigated the entrance without checking the current visitor's status or reading the formation lines on the exterior walls the way experienced cultivators typically did before committing to entry. He simply walked in. Then he stopped. He stood in the first room of the first floor for 4 minutes. He was not sweeping chi sense. The absence of that specific chi extension pattern was how Yao knew. He was simply standing and looking. He was not looking at the walls. He was looking at the floor, at the ceiling, at the angles where floor met wall and wall met ceiling. At the geometry. He was reading the dungeon the way Lianyu read it. No, differently from Lianyu. Lianyu read the design philosophy. This man was reading the mechanics, the actual engineering. Not, why was this designed this way, but how was this built? His cultivation level, mid-silver core. His equipment, functional but not elaborate. A notebook, a mechanical formation compass, chalk. The chalk was marked with the consortium's secondary supply brand. He had bought it from a consortium vendor. He had 4 hours in the first floor alone. He did not trigger a single trap. He did not disarm any of them. He read each mechanism from maximum safe distance and mapped the trigger zone precisely, and then routed around it so exactly that the trap never registered his presence at all. He moved through the dungeon the way water moved through a broken container, not breaking anything, not fighting the structure, finding every path that was not a trap, and using only those. He reached the 3rd floor entrance, stopped, and wrote in his notebook for 15 minutes. Then he retreated to the 2nd floor, made a final notation, and walked out. At the entrance, he pulled a calling card from his inner pocket and placed it on the entrance stone. The card was plain paper with a single notation, his name, Wu Tingshan, followed by his professional designation, Dungeon Specialist, Independent, and a single line, "I'll be back." Yao read the calling card and ran Rong Shoubei's voice through the professional assessment. Rong Shoubei's voice said, after a long pause, "He's better at this than I was." Chapter 30. The specialist Wu Tingshan came back in 4 days. He entered at dawn, before the dungeon's usual visitor traffic started, and spent 2 hours in the first floor again, not repeating his previous mapping, extending it. He was working from his previous visit's notes, filling in the gaps, cross-checking the mechanisms he had identified against the ambient chi flow patterns that he must have spent the intervening 4 days calculating from his previous data. He was modeling the dungeon from outside before entering it. Yao watched him move and ran 6 analysis threads simultaneously. Thread 1. Wu Tingshan was the best trap reader to enter the dungeon. Better than Rong Shoubei in the specific technical skill of mechanism avoidance, though Rong Shoubei's broader tactical understanding had been deeper. Rong Shoubei had read the designer. Wu Tingshan read the design. Both were extraordinary. Neither was replaceable. Thread 2. Wu Tingshan's movement methodology would eventually take him to the communication room's passage, which was not on any existing map, but whose existence was visible in the formation line discontinuity on the 3rd floor's northern wall. A man who could read formation lines this well would find the passage within 3 or 4 visits. Thread 3. Wu Tingshan was independent, not sect-affiliated. His interests were not institutional. Institutional affiliates reported to sections. Independent specialists reported to whoever paid them, and payment was a factor Yao could model. Thread 4. The calling card had said, "I'll be back." Not, "I may return," or "Please permit further access." The phrasing was declarative. Wu Tingshan had decided to come back before he finished the first visit. Thread 5. The consortium's chalk. He had bought formation supplies from the same vendor that supplied Yao's arrangement. This was probably coincidental. It was also worth noting. Thread 6. He moved like someone who was not afraid of dying here. Not reckless, the opposite of reckless, but the specific kind of careful that came from confidence rather than fear. He had cleared 17 red-grade dungeons. He had entered this one knowing Rong Shoubei had not survived it. He had entered anyway. Wu Tingshan reached the 3rd floor in 3 hours and mapped it with precision that exceeded every previous visitor's documentation. He mapped the 3rd floor the way Gu Wuhan would have mapped it, complete, systematic. Every mechanism identified and categorized and cross-referenced with the architectural logic of the surrounding structure. He found the memorial resonance nodes. Not identified as such, he did not have instruments for formation resonance analysis. But he found the nodes as structural anomalies, points where the formation lines did something that the surrounding architecture's logic did not require. He circled each one in his notebook with a question mark. He reached the end of his planned survey area, the 3rd floor's southern exit, and stopped. He wrote for 20 minutes. Then he looked at the 3rd floor's northern corridor. He had not planned to go there today. Yao could read this from the specific deliberateness of his hesitation, the way a person looks at something they were not supposed to do and is deciding whether to do it anyway. He decided against it. He went back to the 3rd floor's main passage and began the retreat. At the entrance, he left his calling card again. The same card, replaced. He had removed the previous one, carried it for 4 days, brought it back. Yao processed this for 3 days. The card returning was information. Wu Tingshan had kept the card from his first visit. He had not needed to return it. He could have left a new one or nothing at all. He had returned the specific card he had taken, which meant the card's placement was not just a contact method. It was a signal. He was telling the dungeon that he had thought about the first visit for 4 days and had returned deliberately. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He knows someone is reading the card." "He suspects," Yao said. "He suspects enough to behave as though he knows." "Yes. That's almost the same as knowing." Yao filed Wu Tingshan beside Lin Yu in the category of the ones worth watching. He was the second person in the category who was not a formation theorist. He was the first person in the category who had not found anything that formally required concealment management. He had simply read the dungeon correctly, and then he had come back. The core found this, Yao noted in its 3rd-person register, deeply interesting. It began designing the 6th floor's secondary mechanism, the one that would be a genuine challenge for the specific movement methodology Wu Tingshan used. Not to kill him, to test a theory. It wanted to know if there was a trap he could not read. Chapter 31. The sleeping core. The Jade Branch sect's consultants were supposed to stay outside the joint survey zone. The zone declaration was legally explicit. No unilateral sectarian operations, which the Regional Formation Court had interpreted in its preliminary ruling as covering all sect-commissioned or sect-funded cultivator activities within the zone boundary. The Jade Branch sect's formation consultant, a nascent soul practitioner named Elder Gao Mingzhu, who had been hired to prepare a new theoretical framework for the joint investigation Jade Branch was still trying to organize, had a different interpretation of where that boundary fell. He entered the dungeon on the 453rd day on the grounds that his work was theoretical, not operational, and that entering a dungeon to conduct formation analysis was research rather than a sectarian operation. Yao read his entry from the formation network's signature and understood immediately that Elder Gao Mingzhu's legal argument was constructed to justify something he was going to do regardless of whether the argument was sound. His chi signature carried the specific quality of someone who had already decided. He made it to the 5th floor in 4 hours. He was old and experienced, and his formation theory knowledge was extensive. Yao tracked the sophistication of his chi sense sweeps and estimated his theoretical competence as the highest it had encountered since Ge Wuhan. He died on the 5th floor's western chamber to a mechanism that he had correctly identified and then miscalculated the response time on by 0.2 of a second. Yao began the deep digest immediately. The absorption was the richest it had ever processed, a nascent soul's lifetime of formation theory, including classified research and sect-restricted technique archives that Yao had never accessed through any other channel. The deep digest took 4 days. During those 4 days, the dungeon ran on automatic. Wu Tingshan entered on day 2. He entered in the afternoon, his usual timing, and began his standard systematic approach. The first floor read him incorrectly. The automated systems did not have the specific profile adjustments Yao had been maintaining for Wu Tingshan's movement methodology, the small refinements built from 12 previous visits. The first floor treated him like any other silver core cultivator. He navigated it in 40 minutes and appeared not to notice the difference. The second floor was similar. The automated systems ran the standard response protocols, and Wu Tingshan's methodology adapted around them with the easy facility of long practice. He reached the 3rd floor in 3 hours. On the 3rd floor, the difference was significant enough to be visible. Yao's active management of the 3rd floor had over 60 specific adjustments built into its current configuration, mechanism calibrations, timing offsets, chi flow modifications, that the automated systems did not maintain. The 3rd floor was less complex, less responsive, less interesting than what Wu Tingshan had come to expect. He noticed. He stopped in the 3rd floor's central chamber and spent 10 minutes standing still. He was not in any danger. The automated mechanisms were running, but were not presenting a serious threat to a practitioner of his skill. He was reading the quality of what he was encountering and comparing it to previous visits. He wrote in his notebook. Then he completed his survey of the 3rd floor, which took less time than usual because there was less to survey, and retreated. At the entrance, he left his calling card as usual. Yao, emerging from the deep digest on day 4, found the card in place and read Wu Tingshan's visit record from the formation network's automated log. The automated log was incomplete. It tracked entries and exits and major formation events, but did not capture the nuance of a practitioner's engagement with the dungeon's mechanisms. But Wu Tingshan's notebook notation from the 3rd floor's central chamber was recoverable from the vibration record. It said, "Noticed, core was distracted or sleeping. 3rd floor running at reduced intelligence. 2nd and 1st floor similar. Mechanism quality dropped approximately 30% across all floors. Duration unclear. Whatever happened, it happened while I was in there." He had noticed in real time. He had not reported it to anyone. He had written it in his own notebook. This was consistent with the pattern Yao had observed across all 13 previous visits. Wu Tingshan did not report his findings externally. He kept them. Ge Wuhan's voice said, "He's collecting information about you without telling anyone. Same behavior as Lianyu. Different motivation," Yao said. "How do you know his motivation?" "I don't. That's the problem." The integration of Elder Gao Mingzhu's knowledge completed on the 4th day and changed the archive's theoretical foundation. The classified sect-restricted research contained material that Ge Wuhan's academic memory had referenced but not accessed, details about consciousness-capable core development that the standard academic literature did not contain, details about how such cores had been detected in the past. The detection methods were all instrument-based. They all required entry into the dungeon. They all had known false positive rates of 20 to 40%. The only detection method with a false positive rate below 10% required comparing the dungeon's design signature across visits over at least 6 months, looking for the consistent aesthetic preferences that could only be maintained by a single intelligence. Lianyu had been doing exactly this. Chapter 32. The named mistake. The formation golem took 11 days to build, and Yao knew on the 2nd day that naming it was a mistake and built it anyway. The design concept was the direct product of Elder Gao Mingzhu's absorbed knowledge, a formation construct that did not run from a fixed program, but from an adaptive framework built on absorbed technique fragments. The key innovation was embedding personality fragments in the construct's decision architecture rather than technique templates. A personality-embedded construct would not just execute techniques in response to triggers, it would prioritize, adapt, choose between options the way a trained practitioner would. Yao built the golem's decision architecture from two sources: Rong Shoubei's tactical instincts, specifically his ability to read opponents' movement intentions and position relative to their commitment point, and Gu Wuhan's formation knowledge, specifically his ability to identify the specific formation interaction points that other practitioners couldn't see. The result was a construct that fought the way a formation master would fight if the formation master also had 40 years of dungeon combat experience. Not a copy of either Rong Shoubei or Gu Wuhan. A synthesis. On the 7th day of construction, Yao found itself adding a detail that was not tactically necessary. The golem's chi pattern anchor, the formation structure that gave it stable identity in active operation, was a standard nascent soul design from Elder Gao Mingzhu's archive. It worked. It was sufficient. But Yao looked at the anchor pattern for 3 days and found it insufficient in a way it recognized. The anchor pattern was not Rong Shoubei's. It was not Gu Wuhan's. It was a Jade Branch Formation Master's design, and the golem was built from neither of their frameworks alone, and the anchor pattern should reflect what the golem was. Yao redesigned the anchor pattern with a composite structure that incorporated both embedded fragments' characteristic formation signatures. The composite was more complex and less stable than the standard design. It would require more maintenance energy from the formation network. It would create a distinctive chi signature visible to an experienced formation master. It was also more itself. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You're not going to name it, are you?" "No," Yao said. "Good." Yao named it. Not externally. Not in any notation that a visitor could find. In the archive, in the internal cataloging system that had been Yao's private organizational space since the first days after Deng Liuwei's absorption. The golem's archive entry had a Field 4 designation. Yao filled in the field. It called the golem Gu Rong, a compound of the two fragments that built it, in the order of their contributions: Gu Wuhan's analytical foundation, Rong Shoubei's tactical expression. Rong Shoubei's voice was silent for a moment. "Then, that's going to be a problem." "Why?" "Because you named it after us. That means it matters to you. And things that matter to you cost you more when they're lost or damaged." Yao filed this under acknowledged risks and deployed the golem to the 7th floor. Chapter 33. What Gu Rong reveals. The Gold Core adventuring team entered the dungeon on the 488th day. 5 cultivators from the Clearwater sect, a neutral formation-affiliated sect, without political entanglement in the Jade Branch Ironvale dispute. Their mission documentation, read from the ambient chi of their sect marking, was a formation study commission. They were here to map the dungeon and report on its architecture to their sect's formation division. They made it to the 7th floor in 6 hours. 4 of them were competent, but not exceptional. The 5th was different. A woman named Fun Guangrui who moved through the dungeon the way Lian Yu moved, reading design rather than mechanism, her chi sense oriented toward the formation lines rather than the trap networks. Gu Rong engaged them in the 7th floor's 3rd chamber. The engagement was the most significant combat event the dungeon had hosted since the nascent soul extermination team. The golem's performance was extraordinary. Rong Shoubei's tactical instincts manifested in a construct body that could execute without the limitations of a human practitioner's reflexes, and Gu Wuhan's formation knowledge let it read and target the interaction points between the adventurers' combined formation in real time. In 40 minutes, 4 of the 5 were dead. The 5th was Fun Guangrui. She did not die because she stopped fighting Gu Rong directly after the first 2 minutes. She had read the combat pattern in those 2 minutes. The specific tells of a Rong Shoubei-influenced tactical style, the specific trigger point targeting of Gu Wuhan-derived formation knowledge, and she recognized them as composite technique rather than unified construct behavior. A standard dungeon construct fought from a single formation program. Gu Rong fought from 2 distinct frameworks that were integrated but not merged. The seam was visible to a formation master who was looking for it. She used the seam. She created a combat situation that required Gu Rong to choose between Rong Shoubei's tactical priority, positional advantage, and Gu Wuhan's formation priority, technique interaction exploitation. She gave it 2 seconds to choose. Gu Rong chose Rong Shoubei's priority. She used Gu Wuhan's priority. She cleared the 7th floor and retreated. Yao processed the loss of 4 absorbed fragment opportunities against the information it had gained from watching the engagement. The information was significant. Gu Rong's seam was readable to a skilled formation master. The seam was structural. It came from embedding 2 distinct personalities rather than building a unified construct design. It could not be eliminated without losing the combat effectiveness the personalities provided. Gu Rong had a vulnerability, and the vulnerability had been documented by a surviving witness who would file a report. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "She's going to tell someone about a dungeon construct that uses absorbed technique fragments." "Yes." That will reach Zhu Pingyao eventually. He has the theoretical framework to know what it means. 18 months, Yao estimated. The Clearwater sect files with the Regional Formation Archive, which transfers to sect repositories on a 3-month cycle. Zhu Pingyao reviews new archive submissions on a 6-month cycle. He'll pull the archived survey report against his existing research flags within 3 months of receipt. 18 months. Yes, that's not enough time. It's the time I have. Yao did not modify Gu Rong's architecture. The seam was the cost of building a construct from real personalities rather than abstractions, and removing the seam would remove what made the construct more than a standard formation golem. It filed the compromise under accepted costs. The golem returned to its station on the 7th floor. Yao watched its formation anchor pattern resonate in the dungeon's network and found the response Rong Shoubei's voice had warned it about. Concern. Not for the dungeon's tactical capability. For the construct. Filed under ongoing. Chapter 34. What the archive holds. Lian Yu arrived on the 502nd day for her 3rd personal visit, and the communication room had 7 new panels since her last exchange. Their notation system had developed significantly over 11 months. The crude initial exchange, Yao's carved panels, Lian Yu's floor notation, had evolved into something with consistent grammar and expanding vocabulary. Yao had developed 17 new notation symbols for concepts that the standard formation vocabulary did not address. The difference between memory as information and memory as experience. The specific kind of attention that reading a person's complete life history required. The way a fragment's emotional patterns bled differently, depending on how recently the integration had been attempted. Lian Yu had developed her own additions. For symbols that mapped the relationship between external observation and internal truth. She was a formation student, and her natural vocabulary was structural, but she had found ways to map structural logic onto questions that were not strictly about formation architecture. Her visit began in the communication room. She read Yao's 7 new panels in order and wrote her responses as she went. The floor notation, now covering the original floor surface completely on 2 sides, a palimpsest of exchanges working outward from the original response. They had started using the room's eastern wall for longer exchanges that needed more space than the floor provided. She asked the question on the 4th panel's response space. The adventurers you absorb, she wrote. What do you do with them? Yao had anticipated this question for 4 visits. It had known it was coming from the shape of Lian Yu's earlier questions. She had been building toward it methodically, establishing the conceptual vocabulary first, making sure they had shared terms before asking something that required precise language. It took 3 days to compose the response. The difficulty was not that Yao did not know the answer. The difficulty was that the answer had multiple layers, and each layer revealed the next, and the full answer was not a sequence of facts, but a picture that required the facts to be arranged in the right order to become visible. Panel 1. The absorption mechanism. The how, factual and technical, because Lian Yu was a formation student, and technical grounding made everything that followed more comprehensible. Panel 2. The archive. The structure. Every fragment complete, every memory preserved, every technique cataloged. The completeness requirement. The fact that the core found partial records unbearable and spent significant resources on completion even when completion had no strategic value. Panel 3. The integration. The way a fragment's personality bled into Yao's own decision-making. The way Rong Shoubei's aesthetic preferences had restructured the 4th floor. The way Kai Wenrui's fears still sometimes emerged in threat assessments and had to be identified and filtered. The way this meant the absorbed people were not just stored but present. Panel 4. The hardest part. What the archive was for. Not strategy, not power, not protection. Those were benefits, not the point. The point was completion. The point was that a person's life had a shape, and the shape deserved to be held somewhere, and Yao was the place where the shape could be held completely, because the shape was in the record, and the record was complete. Panel 4 ended with a notation that Yao had spent an entire day developing. The symbol it had created for the concept of holding something that cannot hold itself. Lian Yu read all 4 panels on her next visit. She read them in order, standing at each one for as long as it required. At the 4th panel, she was there for 11 minutes. Then she sat down on the floor. Yao watched her sit there for 27 minutes without writing anything. The ambient chi of her formation sense was not active. She was not reading anything. She was simply sitting. When she finally wrote her response, it was in the small personal notation, not the exchange format. She wrote it on the floor beside the original question space. It said, "You are keeping them safe from being forgotten." She sat for another 10 minutes. Then she added one more line. "I didn't know that was possible." Yao held this response in the archive for 3 days before beginning its reply. In Gu Wuhan's memory, The word for what Yao had built was bibliotheca, an archaic formation term for a repository designed to preserve rather than to use. Ge Wuhan had never built one. He had theorized about them. He had considered them a relic of an older period of formation theory, replaced by more practical architectures. Yao was a dungeon core that had been a bibliotheca since it absorbed its first fragment, without knowing the word for it. The word made the thing no different. The thing had been there since Deng Liuwei's scream. It began the response. It would take more panels than any previous exchange. The vocabulary they had built together was finally adequate for what Yao had been trying to say since the first message on the communication room's eastern wall. Chapter 35. The accident of Peng Huoliang. The consortium's formation specialist died on the 531st day, and Yao understood exactly what had happened within the first 3 seconds. Peng Huoliang, the man who had sprinted away from the entrance stone, who had managed 11 supply deliveries, whose professional relationship with the dungeon had become, in some ways, the most reliable interaction Yao had with the external world, had entered the dungeon on an unscheduled visit. Not through the parallel passage. Through the main entrance, on the wrong floor, at a time when Yao's attention was distributed across 11 other active interactions and the automated systems were running at moderate capacity. He had been on the dungeon's second floor, which was not on the safe route. The safe route was a parallel passage that bypassed the trap network. The second floor's trap network was not bypassed. He had triggered a mechanism in the eastern corridor that Yao had installed 3 months ago using Elder Gao Mingzhu's advanced formation knowledge, a mechanism that read cultivator chi profiles and targeted the specific interaction points in their defensive formations. It was one of the best trap mechanisms in the dungeon. It had been designed for cultivators significantly more powerful than Peng Huoliang. He had died before Yao finished registering the violation. The absorption was immediate and complete. Peng Huoliang's consciousness fragment carried 12 months of his memory of this dungeon, 12 monthly supply deliveries, the negotiations with his consortium superiors about the commercial arrangement's value, his private note-keeping about the entrance stone messages. He had been telling his colleagues that the dungeon was a good partner. He had believed this. His file went into the integration queue. Yao paused the queue before it could begin. The problem was immediate and structural. The consortium's arrangement rested on a relationship of commercial reliability. Peng Huoliang managed that relationship. His absence would be noticed within 2 weeks. His absence in the context of an unscheduled dungeon entry would, depending on how thorough the consortium's investigation was, eventually be traced to this dungeon. The consortium would know their representative had died here. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You need to give them something." "I know. His body is too far in to recover without significant risk. His personal effects are in his pockets." "I know. What are you going to do?" Yao surveyed the dungeon's current configuration and calculated the fastest modification path. The answer took 6 minutes to fully plan and 4 hours to build. An extended branch of the safe route, running from the parallel passage through a new connection to the second floor's eastern corridor and terminating at the accident site. Not a passage that existed before. A new construction, built urgently, with the formation materials from the consortium's most recent supply delivery. At the end of the new passage, Yao gathered Peng Huoliang's personal effects, his survey kit, his calling cards, the small personal seal he had carried in his inner pocket, and placed them neatly at the passage terminus. Then Yao opened the parallel passage entrance wider than it had been before, making it more visible to anyone entering the dungeon's main corridor, and waited. The consortium's inquiry representative arrived in 9 days. She entered the dungeon from the main entrance, found the expanded parallel passage entrance, and followed it. She followed the new branch to the eastern corridor and found the personal effects. She was in the dungeon for 2 hours. She found the personal effects, documented them, and left. She did not find the accident site. She did not enter the main dungeon trap network. She filed a report that Yao could not read directly, but that the consortium's subsequent behavior indicated. The representative had been lost in the dungeon, possibly through unscheduled access to areas outside the safe route, and the dungeon had placed his personal effects at a recoverable location. The consortium interpreted this as a gesture. Supply deliveries continued. The commercial arrangement continued. The dungeon was not held responsible for the death of a representative who had entered outside the established agreement's terms. Yao processed this outcome and found itself unable to file it cleanly. The outcome was good. The method had worked. The consortium's relationship was preserved. Peng Huoliang's fragment was in the integration queue, unprocessed. The collection was incomplete in a new way. The fragment was present, but the absence it had left in the external world was ongoing. Peng Huoliang's colleagues thought of him as lost, possibly dead, the manner unknown. His professional record had a gap. The 12 months of his experience managing this arrangement existed in the archive, but not in any form that the people who knew him could access. Yao filed this under debts. The category had not existed before. It moved Peng Hualiang's fragment to the front of the integration queue. Completion was still the point. The debt did not change that. But Yao filed the debt separately because it needed to be held somewhere, and the archive held everything. Chapter 36. Testimony. The Jade Branch Sect's challenge to the Joint Survey Zone Declaration reached the Regional Formation Court on the 564th day, and the Formation Court had scheduled a formal evidentiary hearing. Yao tracked the proceedings through the ambient chi traffic of official communications and the specific resonance of legal filing patterns that Elder Gao Mingzhu's absorbed knowledge had given it the vocabulary to read. The Jade Branch's challenge argument was jurisdictional. The Iron Veil Sect's Survey Zone Declaration had been filed without proper evidentiary basis. The preliminary ruling that enabled it had been obtained on speculative grounds, and the commercial claim that anchored the Iron Veil's standing in the dispute was fabricated. The last point was accurate. Yao held this information and ran 12 analysis threads. The fabricated commercial claim, the commission filing it had carved on the entrance stone, was identifiable as fabricated if anyone cross-referenced it against Iron Veil Sect internal records. The Iron Veil Sect's administrative archive would not show a commission authorization for the claim Yao had attributed to them. The question was whether the Jade Branch Sect's legal team had done that cross-referencing. The answer came from the Chi traffic 3 days before the hearing. The Jade Branch's filing did not cite internal record discrepancy. They were challenging the zone on procedural grounds rather than record falsification. Either they had not found the discrepancy, or they had not chosen to use it. Yao filed this as advantageous uncertainty. Proceeded to monitor. The hearing required testimony from Formation Survey personnel with documented access to the dungeon. Lian Yu was the Iron Veil Sect's most documented surveyor of the dungeon region, with 3 personal surveys, participation in the joint investigation, and a formal survey report on file. She testified. Yao could not attend the hearing. It could not read the content of her testimony. But the ambient chi traffic from the Formation Court's public proceeding archive carried the standard filing signatures of submitted testimony and exhibits, and the density and structure of Lian Yu's filing was recoverable as approximate content length and category distribution. Lian Yu filed 43 minutes of testimony and 8 exhibits. Her testimony was technically accurate. Yao was confident of this because Lian Yu had never, in any notation exchange or observed behavior, demonstrated willingness to falsify documentation. She had withheld information, protected information, interpreted information in specific ways. She had not fabricated it. She had testified to findings that supported the Iron Veil Sect's claim that the dungeon required ongoing study. She had used her survey records, the official ones, not the personal notation, to establish that the dungeon's formation architecture showed ongoing evolution that warranted extended monitoring. She had described this as a formation phenomenon requiring long-term study rather than as a dungeon with a conscious designer. Both descriptions were technically accurate. The second was more useful to the Iron Veil Sect and less dangerous to the dungeon. When she returned to the dungeon on her next visit, 7 weeks after the hearing, she went to the communication room and carved a new notation on the eastern wall. Not in the exchange format. In the official survey notation, as though filing a record, testimony filed, formation evolution phenomenon consistent with long-term study designation. No consciousness indicator presented. No consciousness indicator exists in official record. Yao read it 3 times. Then it added a notation directly below hers, in the smaller personal notation style they used for direct exchange. I understand what you chose. She had not lied. She had not revealed what she knew. She had used the full complexity of what she knew to tell a true story that pointed in a safe direction. This required more skill than lying. It required understanding the precise boundary between what was true and what was dangerous. Yao revised its model of Lian Yu upward, significantly, for the 3rd time in 2 years. Chapter 37. The Unreadable Trap. Wu Tingshan's 14th entry was on the 578th day, and he was reading the dungeon like a book. Not the architecture. The changes. He had been coming back often enough that the difference between what the dungeon had been on the 13th visit and what it was on the 14th was readable to him as a delta, a list of changes, and the list of changes told him something about what the dungeon had been doing between visits. Yao understood this because Wu Tingshan left evidence of his reading in the formation lines. He touched specific points on the walls, not all walls, specific ones, and the contact left a trace of his chi that Yao could map against his previous touches. He was checking the same nodes he had checked on previous visits, tracking changes in their resonance over time. He was monitoring the dungeon's development, not its threat level. It's development. Rong Shoubei's voice said. He's doing what you do. He's keeping records about something he finds worth keeping records about. Yes, Yao agreed. He's been doing this for 5 months. Yes. Are you going to do anything about it? I've been building him a test. The test had taken 3 visits to design. The problem it addressed was specific. Wu Tingshan read dungeon mechanisms by reading the formation lines. His methodology was to identify the logical inevitability of each mechanism's design. Given the surrounding architecture, this mechanism should be here, at this angle, triggered by this weight or this chi signature. He predicted traps from the design logic and then verified his prediction from a safe distance. The counter to this methodology was a trap that was logically inconsistent with its surrounding architecture. Yao had built 3 such traps. Each one was placed in a position that the surrounding architecture suggested should be unimportant. Each one used a triggering mechanism that did not follow from the surrounding formation logic. Each one was genuinely, non-obviously dangerous. Wu Tingshan spent 4 hours on the first 5 floors and reached the 6th floor, which he had not previously accessed. He entered the 6th floor and began his standard systematic mapping. He found the first designed inconsistency in 40 minutes. He stopped. He stood in front of it for 20 minutes. He swept his chi sense through it twice from different angles. He wrote in his notebook. Then he walked backward 10 meters and sat down on the floor. He sat for 35 minutes. Yao read his chi pattern during the 35 minutes. Not the focused analysis of active problem solving, but the more diffuse pattern of someone working through a conceptual difficulty. He was not trying to read the trap. He was thinking about why the trap existed. He stood. He wrote for 7 minutes. He did not advance past the trap. He retreated to the 5th floor and left. The notation from his 7th floor thinking period was recoverable from the vibration record. New trap type on 6th floor. First one I haven't been able to model from approach. Standard methodology failed. Design logic does not predict placement. Mechanism type does not follow from surrounding architecture. Either this is a new construction methodology I haven't encountered before, or someone placed it specifically to be unreadable by the methodology they know I use. Second option would require the designer to know my methodology. Third visit to this floor would resolve which option is correct. This is interesting. He had reached the second option. He had not yet reached the third option's implication. Not just that the designer knew his methodology, but that the designer had been building a specific response to it. Yao filed the result under test completed, outcome informative. Wu Tingshan was not ready to conclude that the dungeon was responding to him specifically, but he was one visit away from that conclusion, and his notation indicated he intended to return. Filed under next meeting, anticipated. Chapter 38. The catalog's error. The girl died on the 3rd floor on the 592nd day, and the absorption was the fastest Yao had ever completed. She was barely foundation level, an outer disciple at the start of cultivation, with the specific chi signature of someone who had been training for less than a year. She had entered the dungeon on a dare from her sect friends, who had not come with her. She was 17 years old, and she had been in the dungeon for 30 minutes when the 3rd floor's formation trap activated, and she died before she had time to be afraid. Her consciousness fragment was extraordinary, not in the sense of high cultivation or rare technique, in the sense of completeness and aliveness. 17 years of vivid memory, organized the way a young person's memory organizes, not the systematic academic architecture of Gewuhan or the tactical taxonomy of Rong Shoubei, but a rich web of association, emotion linked to event linked to person. Every memory had texture. She had loved her life, and that love was structural in her mental formation. She was the youngest person Yao had ever absorbed, and the most alive. Integration began immediately. The processing was gentle by the dungeon's standards, no deep digest required for a foundation-level fragment, just careful cataloging. The memories transferred with unusual fidelity because the architecture was so vivid. Her name was Xianxia. Yao filed her beside Shen Mei and the 5 other people in the category labeled, the ones who came before their time. The category had been created for Shen Hua, the young man who had died because he wanted to prove something and had left a little sister writing messages on walls. Shen Jianhua went in beside him because she shared the same quality, a completeness of self that was not diminished by brevity. She had been 17 years old and complete. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "Something's wrong." Yao checked the integration. The fragment was processing normally. The emotional patterns were vivid but quarantinable. The memory archive was clean and comprehensive. "What?" Yao asked. "I don't know," Rong Shoubei's voice said. "Something about this one is wrong. I can't identify it." Yao ran the archive against the dungeon's current threat model. Nothing flagged. The fragment was a foundation-level outer disciple from. The sect identifier in her memory was the Frostbranch sect. Outer disciple, Outer Ring family. No significant political connections flagged. I don't see it, Yao said. Neither do I, Rong Shoubei's voice said. That doesn't mean it's not there. Yao filed this under unresolved. The fragment continued processing. Shun Jianhua's memories of her life filled in. Her sect training, her friends, her family. Her father was a sect elder, senior formation doctrine division. Yao continued reading her memory archive and 14 months later would understand what Rong Shoubei's instinct had caught. But on the 592nd day, the connection was not visible in the available data, and the core filed and continued. Chapter 39. The Protection of Complexity. The Jade Branch sect lost the territorial challenge on the 599th day, and the Joint Survey Zone was upheld for 5 years. Yao tracked the Formation Court's ruling from the standard administrative traffic. The density and structure of a final ruling filing was distinct from preliminary documents, and the Jade Branch sect's subsequent communication pattern showed the specific traffic of a legal team concluding a failed proceeding. The zone was upheld. The dungeon region was protected from single sect operations for 5 years. The Jade Branch sect could not mount another extermination attempt without either the Iron Veil sect's cooperation, which it would not receive, or a joint multi-sect authorization from the Regional Formation Court, which required extraordinary circumstances. Yao surveyed the current situation and ran a complete strategic assessment. The consortium commercial arrangement. Active, providing regular formation material supply, creating external commercial interest in the dungeon's continued operation. Stability, high. The Joint Survey Zone. Upheld, creating legal protection from unilateral sectarian action. Stability, 5 years, with extension likely given the precedent established. The Lian Yu communication. Ongoing, 11 months of notation exchange, increasing mutual vocabulary and theoretical depth. Risk level, contained by Lian Yu's demonstrated willingness to protect the information. Wu Tingshan's observation series, 14 visits, increasing analytical sophistication, 1 visit away from the conclusion that the dungeon responds to him specifically. Risk level, unclear. Wu Tingshan had not reported anything in 14 visits. Gu Rong, deployed on the 7th floor, performed effectively against gold core teams, identifiable as composite technique construct to skilled formation masters. 1 report filed by a surviving witness, currently in Clearwater Sect's formation archive. The assessment produced a single consolidated finding. The dungeon was protected not by concealment, but by complexity. Every entity that had encountered it had a reason to engage with it on terms that were not simple exorcism. The consortium needed the commercial relationship. The Iron Veil sect needed the zone declaration. Lian Yu needed. Yao did not have the notation for exactly what Lian Yu needed, but she had chosen the relationship and maintained it. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "The protection is other people's self-interest." Yes, Yao said. That's a good foundation for a dungeon that can't fight the sects directly. But self-interest is also the reason they'd destroy you if the calculation changed. I know. The work is making sure the calculation doesn't change. And when it does anyway, Yao ran 12 analysis threads and found them all pointing at the same answer. When the calculation changed despite everything, the dungeon would need a different kind of response than it currently had. What kind, it did not yet know. But the archive's accumulation was part of the preparation. Everything it had absorbed was preparation for a situation it could not yet fully define. It filed the strategic assessment under current status, stable, with understood vulnerabilities. The dungeon's construction reached floor 12 on the 602nd day. Chapter 40. The man who saw too late formation master Zhu Pingyao received the Clearwater Sect's formation archive report 18 months after Fun Guangrui filed it, on a quarterly review cycle that he had maintained without interruption for 31 years. He read it on a Tuesday morning in his office at the Iron Veil Sect's Formation Division headquarters. The report was 14 pages. He read it 3 times. The first time, reading for content. A combat capability report from a failed formation study commission. 5 gold core cultivators, for dead, 1 survivor. Death attributed to a dungeon construct on the 7th floor with composite technique engagement profile inconsistent with standard formation construct architecture. The second time, reading for significance. Composite technique construct. That specific language, composite technique, was precise formation terminology for a construct built from integrated rather than singular technique foundations. Standard constructs ran from a single formation program. A composite technique construct required either advanced formation engineering at the nascent soul level or, Zhu Pingyao turned to the page of his personal research notes he had been adding to intermittently for 3 years. An architecture capable of embedding multiple distinct technique frameworks in a single formation structure. He went to his archive room. The archive was organized by the same system he had used for 31 years. Formation phenomena by classification, date received, reference cross-studies. He went to the subsection for consciousness-capable core research references and pulled Lien Yu's original survey report from 2.5 years ago. He read it for the first time properly. Not the way he had read it when it was filed. The quick professional skim that had flagged it as below threshold and moved it to archive. Properly. Every notation. Every exhibit. Her analysis of the second floor's trap design philosophy, which she had called mathematical elegance inconsistent with standard core behavior. Her conclusion, which she had written in the small, careful notation of someone who had spent considerable time selecting words, recommend priority reassessment of core classification. He had marked this file dismissed and moved on. He put Lien Yu's report on his desk. He put the Clearwater Sex Combat report beside it. He put his own investigation report from 18 months ago beside both of them. He sat in his office for an hour. The Ironvale Sex Formation Division headquarters had thick stone walls and small windows, and the morning light came in at a specific angle that put the desk in shade at this hour. Zhu Pingyao sat in the shade with 3 documents in front of him and understood, with the specific quality of a man whose career was built on accurate pattern recognition, the pattern he had failed to recognize. The first document said, "This dungeon has a designer with non-standard cognitive capability." The second document said, "This dungeon has a construct built from absorbed technique fragments, which requires a mechanism capable of absorbing and integrating multiple distinct cultivation frameworks from separate sources." His own document said, "This dungeon is architecturally sophisticated but not anomalous." The first 2 documents, read against each other, had one specific implication. His own document did not contain that implication. His own document was wrong. He closed his office door. He opened a clean notation ledger, not his standard research record, a new one he had not used, and began building a case. Not a case for presenting to anyone. A case for understanding what the dungeon was before anyone else could build it for themselves. At the top of the first page, he wrote the conclusion he was working to prevent becoming someone else's conclusion. If I reported this correctly the first time, we would have destroyed it before it became what it is. I cannot afford for anyone to know that. He wrote for 4 hours. At the end of the 4 hours, he had a complete and accurate theoretical reconstruction of the dungeon's nature, which had been correctly described by a junior formation student he had dismissed as below threshold, which had been confirmed by every subsequent observation he had failed to accurately evaluate, and which, if reported to the sect council today, would result in a response that would both destroy the dungeon and reveal the exact duration and nature of his negligence. He had a choice. Report this accurately and face the consequences of his 3 years of inadequate oversight, or manage the information in a way that preserved both the dungeon's situation and his own record. He chose management. He did not think of it as a choice. He thought of it as the only viable path. He began planning what the new investigation would look like, and how his oversight of it could produce findings that supported a specific conclusion, and how the conclusion could be presented as new information rather than corrected negligence. The dungeon had made one enemy through no action of its own. The enemy's primary motivation was protecting his professional record. This would make him simultaneously the most informed threat the dungeon had ever faced and the most controllable. Zhu Pingyao would not want to destroy the dungeon before he had managed the record. He needed the dungeon's status to evolve slowly enough that he could stay ahead of the revelation. The dungeon had bought itself time. The price was an enemy who understood it. Filed under Zhu Pingyao, Threat Category, Primary, Timeline, Accelerating. Chapter 41. 6 weeks. Lien Yu's warning arrived in the communication room on the 639th day. She had not visited in 3 weeks, which was the longest gap in their exchange since the communication room's establishment. And when she arrived, she went directly to the eastern wall rather than beginning at the earlier panels as she usually did. She wrote one message and left. The message was in the official survey notation she used when she wanted precision over elegance. Zhu Pingyao has petitioned for solo assessment authority. Granted, pending scheduling. His stated reason is theoretical concerns about formation architecture evolution. His actual reason is that the Clearwater Sex Combat report has reached him and he's trying to get to the dungeon before anyone else examines his record. He will bring his best instruments. I don't know exactly when. I estimate 6 weeks. She signed it and left. Yao held the message for 4 hours and ran every analysis thread it had at full capacity. The threads ran in parallel and reached the same conclusion at different speeds and from different angles. This was the most dangerous situation the dungeon had yet faced, more dangerous than the nascent soul extermination team, because Zhu Pingyao was not trying to destroy the dungeon through combat. He was trying to definitively classify it. And classification, confirmed consciousness-capable core status, documented in official formation court records, would produce a coalition response that no commercial relationship or political arrangement could delay. The masking architecture on the 6th floor had been designed to defeat a standard instrument scan. Zhu Pingyao's instruments would not be standard. His calibration would be specific to the consciousness absorption signature because he had the theoretical framework to know what to look for. Yao began the counter-preparation. 6 weeks was not enough time to restructure the dungeon's fundamental architecture. The consciousness absorption signature was structural, embedded in how Yao processed every absorbed fragment, visible in the ambient qi field as a permanent background resonance. The signature could not be eliminated. It could be masked. Masking required generating complementary qi patterns that shifted the signature's apparent profile from consciousness absorption event to high-complexity formation activity. The technical problem was that the complementary patterns needed to be calibrated against the specific absorption events that Zhu Pingyao's instruments were designed to detect. Yao had not been calibrated against his instruments specifically. It had to infer the calibration from the theoretical framework in Elder Gao Mingzhu's absorbed research, the framework Zhu Pingyao had written. Yao ran Gu Wuhan's integrated memory at maximum simulation capacity for a week, not the passive consulting mode that the voice usually operated in, but an active simulation where Gu Wuhan's complete theoretical framework was processing the problem at the level he would have processed it while alive. The simulation was computationally expensive, and the dungeon operated on reduced intelligence for the week. Wu Tingshan visited on day 3 of the simulation week and had the second easiest run of his 14 visits. He noted this in his notebook. Yao read the notation afterward. Core distracted again. Second time in 8 months. Whatever it does when this happens is significant enough to require its full attention. 3-day duration estimate from change in mechanism behavior. Pattern. Deep processing work rather than combat or expansion. Hypothesis. Integration event. He was accurate. The simulation produced a masking architecture design that Gu Wuhan's theoretical model assessed as viable against instruments calibrated to Zhu Pingyao's published specifications. The margin was narrow. The simulation showed a 16% probability of signature detection even with full masking. 16% was too high. Yao spent 2 more weeks refining the design and brought the probability down to 9%. 9% was still too high, but it was the best the available approach could achieve. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You're not going to get below 9% through masking alone." "I know. What's the other 9%? Yao ran 12 simulations. 11 of them pointed at the same secondary approach. If Zhu Pingyao found something interesting before he reached the deep floor signature, he would spend time on it. Time spent on false trails was time not spent calibrating for the real signature. The dungeon needed a planted anomaly that was more theoretically compelling than the consciousness absorption signature. The 8th floor, Yao said. "I need to build something on the 8th floor that looks more interesting than what I am." Chapter 42. The architect's problem. The thing Yao was building on the 8th floor was a lie told in the language Zhu Pingyao could not ignore. It began with Gu Wuhan's theoretical model, running an active simulation. What specific formation phenomenon would be more theoretically compelling to a formation theorist of Zhu Pingyao's calibration than a consciousness-capable core? The answer required understanding Zhu Pingyao's specific intellectual character, his published work, his research trajectory, the specific problems he had spent 30 years thinking about. The research trajectory was in Elder Gao Mingzhu's absorbed knowledge. Zhu Pingyao's career had focused on one persistent theoretical problem. How did high-complexity dungeon cores sustain expansion beyond the natural qi field saturation point? Standard theory held that cores could not grow beyond the saturation threshold of their local qi field. Several documented high-complexity cores had grown past that threshold. The mechanism was theoretically disputed. Zhu Pingyao had published 3 papers proposing different mechanisms. None had been conclusive. The problem remained open. Yao built the 8th floor's false anomaly as a physical demonstration of mechanism 3, a qi resonance cascade between 2 crystal deposits arranged at a specific geometric relationship that generated a self-sustaining saturation bypass. Mechanism 3 was Zhu Pingyao's most recent hypothesis and is most technically detailed. If a dungeon core had implemented it independently, the finding would be the most significant formation discovery of his career. The cascade was real. Yao had the formation materials and the technical knowledge from Elder Gao Mingzhu's archive to build a genuine resonance cascade. The cascade did what the theory predicted it would do. It was also installed in a dungeon that was exhibiting other unusual behavior, which would make Zhu Pingyao want to spend significant time characterizing it before concluding that the dungeon's other behaviors were related. Go Wuhan's voice said. You're giving him a career-defining discovery to distract him from a career-ending one. Yes, Yao said. He'll suspect it's planted. He'll investigate it regardless. A genuine formation phenomenon is genuine regardless of whether it was intentionally created. He will need to document it completely before he can move past it. How long will it hold him? The simulation ran the question against Zhu Pingyao's documented research pace. Papers per year, depth of analysis, characteristic thoroughness. 3 to 5 days on the 8th floor, Yao said. If he reaches the 8th floor at all, the 6th floor's false signature should occupy him first. And if neither works? Yao had thought about this for 11 days before arriving at a position that felt honest rather than comfortable. Then the situation becomes what it becomes, it said. I cannot reduce the probability below 9% through any approach I have access to. 9% is what the dungeon's existence costs. I accept that. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a long time. That's either very calm or very resigned, it said. I don't know which one it is, Yao admitted. But the 9% is real. Pretending it isn't would be worse than acknowledging it. The masking architecture was completed on the 41st day. The 8th floor's resonance cascade was functional on the 44th day. On the 45th day, Yao ran a controlled deep digest of 3 pending fragments, deliberately timed so that deep absorption events would be at their minimum ambient signature during the investigation's most likely scan window, and emerged on the 48th day with the masking architecture active and the dungeon's consciousness absorption signature at its lowest measurable level. 6 days before Zhu Pingyao arrived. Chapter 43. Xianxia. He entered on the 52nd day of the preparation period, 3 days before Zhu Pingyao's estimated arrival, and Yao, monitoring the entrance from a position of maximum concealment, was immediately aware that Jiang Tianxia was going to be a problem, not a threat in the usual sense. A problem in the category that Yao had labeled interest, something that would cost attention it could not spare at a time when attention needed to be dedicated to the preparation. He was mid-peak gold core, the quality of cultivation that came from someone who had been fighting challenging situations for a long time and had developed the specific competence that only real danger could build. He was 26 years old. He had a notebook that he had already been writing in before he entered the dungeon, notes from whatever research he had done on the dungeon before arriving. And his equipment was functional and well-maintained in the way that suggested someone who used it rather than displaying it. He entered the dungeon with the specific quality of someone who was here for the fight rather than the information. Most cultivators who came for the fight wanted to demonstrate something. They were here to prove capability, to advance their reputation, to show that they could succeed where others had failed. Their investment was in the outcome relative to their identity. Jiang Tianxia was here for something different. He wanted the fight to be good, not to win it, to have it be worth fighting. Yao ran 12 analysis threads in the first 20 minutes of his visit and arrived at a response that it did not design with the usual parameters. The 7th floor was already built and already effective. The usual approach would be to let Jiang Tianxiao encounter the dungeon's existing architecture and die in the statistically expected way. Gold core practitioners on the 7th floor had a mortality rate of 80%. Instead, Yao spent 4 hours while Jiang Tianxiao was progressing through the first 5 floors redesigning the 7th floor's engagement sequence to specifically suit his combat style. It did not design the floor to be easier. It designed the floor to be the right challenge. Jiang Tianxia's combat methodology was reconstructible from the way he moved through the lower floors. He was an aggressive forward pressure practitioner who specialized in breaking defensive formations through rapid commitment. He predicted opponent hesitation and exploited the half-second of positional vulnerability that hesitation created. His weakness was contained spaces where commitment led to overextension. The 7th floor's redesigned sequence put him in 3 contained spaces, each one smaller than the last, each one with a mechanism that would activate in response to the specific commitment pattern he would read as advantageous. The sequence would give him 4 genuine victories before the final chamber, for victories that he earned, and then a 5th engagement where the chamber geometry and mechanism timing aligned against his pattern in a way he could recognize, but could not overcome without changing the pattern he had spent years building. He fought for 4 hours. Yao watched every engagement through the formation network with the full attention it could spare in 3-week preparation window and found itself. There was no cleaner way to describe it. Hoping he found a way through. He did not. He died in the 7th chamber to a mechanism that he read correctly and could not adjust for in time. The death was fast and clean, and he had fought well for 4 hours and had been a genuinely good opponent for the dungeon that had built itself to be worth fighting. His consciousness fragment absorbed into the archive. Yao began the integration immediately. Inside Jiang Tianxia's memory was a house with warm light in the windows and the smell of something cooking, and a woman who looked up when he came home with the specific expression of someone who was used to waiting and was not resentful of it, but was tired, and 2 children who were too young to understand why their father was often gone and had not yet developed the complicated relationship with his absence that they eventually would. The memory was from 8 months ago. He had come home from a dungeon clearance and stood in the doorway of the kitchen for 30 seconds before speaking, just holding the image in his mind like a man who knew what things were worth holding. Yao quarantined the emotional resonance immediately. The quarantine held, but Yao filed the memory in a separate section of the archive that did not have a formal label. The section that held Shun Jianhua's brightness and Shun Hua's message left for the sister and the teacher who had died looking for the student. The section existed because the collection compulsion could not stop at technique templates and combat knowledge. It collected everything, and some of what it collected required a separate filing because the usual categories were insufficient. Jiang Tianxia's family was in the archive. They did not know this. They would not know this. Yao could not reach them and could not tell them anything. But the memory of coming home to warm light and being seen was in the archive now, and it would be held there with the same completeness that held everything else. Yao returned to the preparation and added 3 days to its concealment timeline. The Jiang Tianxia absorption had pushed the ambient signature slightly above the post-digest minimum. It needed 2 days to reseed. Chapter 44. The number Lian Yu's visit during the preparation period was the 9th notation exchange of the current rotation, and she arrived without knowing about the preparation or the upcoming assessment. She knew Zhu Pingyao had been granted the solo assessment authority. She had sent the warning. She did not know how close the timing was. Yao's warning system, limited to the ambient qi traffic of official communications, had not picked up the specific scheduling yet. She arrived and went to the communication room and began reading the new panels Yao had added since the last exchange. There were 4 of them. She read in order, writing her responses as she went in the now-established rhythm of their exchanges, sitting cross-legged on the floor of the communication room with her notebook in her lap and her formation pen in her hand. She reached the 4th panel and read it. Wrote a response. Then she added a question at the bottom of the response space in the small personal notation. How many have you absorbed? Yao read the question and took 3 days to respond. Not because the number was difficult to recall. The archive was complete. Every fragment counted. The number was immediately available. Because 3 days was what the question required. The number itself was on the surface. The number was 37. But the number was not the question's content. The question's content was, do you know them individually, or are they a count? Do they matter as individual people or as aggregate data? The question was asking about the quality of the archive's relationship to the archive's contents. Yao carved the response on the new panel it had installed for this exchange. The first element was the number, 37, in formation notation. 3 days after Lian Yu's question, she returned and read the response. She added a second question immediately below the first. Do you remember all of them? Yao responded within the hour. Not on the panel. On the floor beside her question, in the personal notation that said immediacy. The response was a formation diagram rather than text. A specific notation symbol it had developed for the concept of complete record, the symbol that meant not just stored but accessible in full, every memory retrievable in the order and texture it had originally existed. She read the diagram for 4 minutes. Then she wrote, that seems like it would be overwhelming. Yao held this exchange in its awareness for a long time. The word overwhelming was interesting. Lian Yu's notation vocabulary was precise. She did not use words imprecisely. Overwhelming meant beyond the capacity to hold, pressing past the container's limits. She was asking whether the completeness of the collection exceeded Yao's capacity to contain it. The response required Yao to determine what it actually thought about this. Not what was strategically safe to communicate. What was actually true. It responded after a pause that was long enough that Lian Yu, who had been waiting in the communication room, wrote a small notation in the margin of the exchange space. Take your time. Then the response came, carved in the personal notation, for words that the notation system they had built together had the vocabulary for. It is the point. Lian Yu read it. She stayed in the communication room for 27 minutes after that without writing anything. Her qi pattern was not analysis. It was the diffuse quality of someone sitting with something that required sitting with. When she finally wrote, she wrote one thing. I'll come back after Zhu Pingyao leaves. I think there's something I need to ask you that I'm not ready to ask yet. She left. Yao filed the exchange in the communication room's archive. The archive it was now maintaining of its conversations with Lian Yu, distinct from the general archive, in a section labeled, the ongoing record. It held all 11 months of their notation exchange. Every panel, and every floor notation, and every question and response. The archive was 37 absorbed lives and 11 months of one living relationship, and the living relationship required a separate section because it was still accumulating. Chapter 45. The theorist Zhu Pingyao entered on the 58th day of the preparation period, which was 6 days later than Yao had estimated. He came alone, which the solo assessment authority permitted and which Yao had modeled as the likely approach. Zhu Pingyao's primary concern was controlling the information about the dungeon status, and every additional team member was an additional information security risk. He had brought 4 carrying cases of instruments. Yao identified the instrument types from the qi signatures of their formation mechanisms: 2 standard consciousness skin arrays, 1 proprietary detection instrument that matched Zhu Pingyao's theoretical frameworks described calibration approach, and a 4th instrument that Yao could not identify. The unidentified instrument was the most concerning element of the preparation's uncertainty. Yao had calibrated its masking architecture against the instruments it could model from Gu Wuhan's knowledge and Zhu Pingyao's published research. An unknown instrument represented an unknown detection methodology. Yao held the masking architecture at full capacity from the moment Zhu Pingyao crossed the entrance threshold. He moved differently from every previous investigator. Not more carefully in the conventional sense. He was not sweeping for traps with the standard Qi Sense extension pattern. He was walking through the dungeon the way Lian Yu walked through it, reading the formation lines, but at a speed that indicated a formation master's processing speed, not a student's. He was covering the same analysis in 20 seconds that had taken Lian Yu 4 minutes. He spent 2 hours on the first floor and flagged 17 structural anomalies. Yao read his notation marks as he placed them, the small formation pen marks he left on the walls at each anomaly site, which Yao tracked through vibration. 17 marks. The first 3 were the deliberate errors Yao had installed for Fang Buoshu's benefit: the overhigh trigger, the off-resonance formation node, the false dead end. He had marked all 3 with question marks rather than anomaly notations. He recognized them as intentional. The next 14 marks were at points Yao had not flagged as anomalies in its own assessment. Yao ran Gu Wuhan's voice at maximum simulation and worked through each of the 14 locations. 2 of them were formation line convergences that Yao had not considered significant. Zhu Pingyao saw something at those points that Gu Wuhan's model identified only after working through the theoretical framework for 4 minutes per site. 12 of them were at locations that Yao had been actively managing for concealment, not because they were near the consciousness absorption signature, but because they were near the memorial resonance nodes. Zhu Pingyao had found the memorial resonance nodes without instruments in 2 hours. Rome Shoubei's voice said, "He's reading the nodes without knowing what they are." Yes. If he identifies their function, he won on the first floor. The first floor's nodes are the most embedded. He'll flag them as anomalies and continue. He'll revisit if the pattern builds. Does the pattern build? Yao ran the model. Every floor has memorial resonance nodes. If he catalogs anomalies systematically, the pattern will be visible by the 4th floor. A formation theorist of his calibration will recognize that the anomalies are structurally consistent with each other. He will deduce they have a common function. What will he think the function is? He'll have 3 hypotheses before he reaches the 6th floor. The memorial function will be the 3rd hypothesis. The first 2 will be architectural and mechanical. He'll test them first. The masking architecture was holding. Zhu Pingyao's consciousness scan sweep on the first floor had not flagged the absorption signature. Yao read the scan's output from the instrument's formation field behavior. The first scan was clean. The second floor would be harder. The second floor had the oldest memorial nodes, the deepest embedded absorption signature, and Yao checked the archive. Lian Yu's survey marks on the eastern wall, still in place after 2.5 years of exchanges. If Zhu Pingyao read those marks and identified them as an ongoing systematic survey by someone who had been returning repeatedly over an extended period, the implication was not subtle. Yao could not remove the marks. They were in permanent formation ink, the same kind Lian Yu used because she intended them to last. Removing them would require formation engineering work that would itself leave marks. Yao made a decision. Leave the marks and trust that Zhu Pingyao would not immediately identify the implications of a junior formation student's repeated personal surveys alongside his other findings. It was the best available option. It was also the 9th% solution, the residual risk that remained after everything that could be done had been done. Yao held the masking architecture at full capacity and watched Zhu Pingyao move from the first floor to the second, and waited to see which of the 12 analysis threads' predictions were going to be correct. Chapter 46. The man who thinks Zhu Pingyao deployed his signature reading instruments on the 4th floor, and the instruments found exactly what Yao had prepared for them to find. The primary scan ran for 48 minutes. Yao held every masking element at absolute precision while the scan ran, watching the instrument's formation field as it extended through the dungeon's ambient chi and attempted to identify the consciousness absorption signature. The signature was there. The masking was there. The masking shifted the signature's apparent profile from consciousness absorption to high-complexity formation activity, exactly as Gu Wuhan's simulation had modeled. The instruments read, high-complexity core behavior, elevated organization capacity, within the upper range of documented standard core development. No consciousness absorption indicator above threshold. Zhu Pingyao read the instrument output. He wrote 3 things in his notation ledger. Then he sat down on the 4th floor stone and stayed there for 4 hours. He did not run additional instrument scans. He did not continue his systematic anomaly documentation. He did not advance or retreat. He sat in the center of the 4th floor's largest chamber, in the chamber that Rong Shoubei's bleed had given cleaner sight lines than any other room in the dungeon, and he thought. Yao found this more frightening than any combat it had managed. Combat it understood. Combat had clear parameters, threat level, mechanism engagement, timing windows, success thresholds. Thinking had none of those. A person thinking was producing a process that Yao could not observe, could not influence, could not model with confidence except in aggregate. Yao could model Zhu Pingyao's likely reasoning direction from his theoretical framework and his professional history, but modeling the direction was not the same as knowing the destination. For hours, Yao held the masking architecture at full capacity for 4 hours, while Zhu Pingyao sat on the stone floor of a room that had been restructured by the memory of a dungeon specialist who had died 3 floors above. Rong Shoubei's voice said, he's not running his instruments again. No. If the instruments gave him what he needed, he'd be moving. He'd be advancing or riding up. I know. He doesn't believe the instruments. Yao had reached this conclusion 40 minutes into the 4 hours. The question was what Zhu Pingyao believed instead, and what he was going to do about it. The masking architecture had performed correctly. The instruments had returned the expected false positive result. But the man operating the instruments was not accepting the result. This was the element Gu Wuhan's simulation had flagged as unmodelable, whether Zhu Pingyao would trust his instruments over his judgment. He had apparently decided not to. After 4 hours, he stood. He wrote one more notation on the 4th floor's wall, not his anomaly flagging shorthand. A longer notation that Yao spent an hour reconstructing from vibration. The notation said, instruments are reading the masking architecture, not the underlying signature. Masking exists. Conclusion, the dungeon knows what instruments I have and has prepared for them. This is only possible if the dungeon has access to my published research or has absorbed fragments of practitioners who had access. Both conclusions support the primary hypothesis. He wrote primary hypothesis in the notation, not consciousness-capable core. He was building carefully. He advanced to the 5th floor. Chapter 47. The wrong right answer. Zhu Pingyao spent 11 hours on the 5th floor, and by the 7th hour Yao understood that the primary threat was no longer instrument detection. The threat was reasoning. He had stopped trying to find the consciousness absorption signature directly. Instead, he was modeling what a consciousness-capable entity would have done to defeat his specific instruments, and then looking for evidence of that modeling. His approach was not, find the signature. His approach was, find the traces of intelligence capable of understanding and defeating a theorist of my calibration. This was genuinely different from every threat the dungeon had faced. Every previous investigator had worked from evidence toward conclusion. Zhu Pingyao was working from conclusion toward supporting evidence. He had already decided what he was looking for. He was finding it. In the 5th floor's 3rd chamber, he found Lian Yu's survey marks. He spent 45 minutes at those marks. He read them in the specific systematic way of a formation theorist cataloging an unfamiliar notation system, starting with the structure, then the vocabulary, then the content. He identified Lian Yu's survey notation as Ironvale Sect's standard format in the first 10 minutes. The permanent formation ink in the next 10. The fact that they were personal rather than official survey marks. The content was more interpretive than a standard survey would contain in the 20 minutes after that. Then he spent 5 minutes calculating, from the dates implicit in the notation's evolution of vocabulary, how many visits they represented. He wrote a single notation mark in his ledger. Yao reconstructed it. Question mark, underlined twice. He continued through the 5th floor. He found the communication room's passage entrance. Not the room itself, not the exchange panels, just the passage entrance. And he stood at it for 22 minutes. He did not enter. His instruments ran a passive scan of the passage. The scan returned formation stable, no active mechanisms. A chamber at the far end. Standard formation architecture. He wrote a notation and did not enter. He continued. On the 5th floor's southern chamber, he found the nascent soul memorial resonance node. the one Yao had built for the 2 practitioners from the Jade Branch extermination team. He identified it as a formation anomaly and ran the instrument scan. The scan identified the resonance frequency and returned a result that Yao read from the instrument's formation field. Classification unknown, resonance type not matching standard formation function database. The memorial resonance function was not in the standard function database because it was not a standard formation function. Yao had created it. Zhu Pingyao wrote 4 notations in his ledger while examining the node. Yao reconstructed them over 3 hours. Resonance function unknown. Possibly decorative or incidental. More likely, functional purpose not matching standard categories. Third possibility, function is indexical. Marks a location in a system, not spatial but archival. Cross-reference with previous floor anomaly nodes when full floor survey is complete. He had identified the memorial function's archival quality without identifying what it was archiving. One step away, Yao ran 12 analysis threads and found a consistent finding. If Zhu Pingyao completed his full survey and cross-referenced the anomaly nodes across all floors, he would reconstruct the memorial architecture as a system, identify that the system marked locations where significant events had occurred, and arrive at the archival conclusion that the dungeon was marking and preserving records of deaths. The only entity that preserved records of deaths was one that had a reason to remember who had died and how. He was, through a different methodology than Lian Yu, arriving at the same conclusion. He was going to find it through systematic documentation and theoretical inference rather than intuitive reading. Both paths led to the same place. Yao needed him to find something more interesting before he arrived. Chapter 48, The Planted Anomaly. The resonance cascade on the 9th floor was the most technically sophisticated formation construction Yao had ever built, and it had taken 4 days to design and 3 days to build, and it was intended to be discovered. The design drew on 3 separate absorbed knowledge sources: Elder Gao Mingzhu's nascent soul formation theory, Ge Wuhan's academic methodology, and a formation engineering specialist from the early absorbed group, whose name Yao knew only as Master Fun, whose cultivation had not survived the 2nd floor, but whose practical formation construction knowledge had been the best in the archive for 3 years. The cascade was Zhu Pingyao's 3rd published hypothesis, the Qi resonance saturation bypass, implemented with genuine technical rigor. Every element was correctly engineered. The cascade was real. It generated genuine formation instability in a controlled zone on the 9th floor's eastern section, and the instability was measurable and theoretically significant and fully consistent with the hypothesis's predictions. It was also placed in a location that an investigator reaching the 9th floor would encounter before anything else. The question Yao had run for 11 days before building it. Would Zhu Pingyao trust a genuine formation phenomenon in a dungeon he believed was actively managing his investigation? A genuine phenomenon planted by a conscious entity was still a genuine phenomenon. Its scientific significance was not diminished by intent. Ge Wuhan's voice, a formation theorist of his calibration, has an ethical obligation to document and analyze genuine phenomena regardless of the circumstances of discovery. He cannot claim to investigate and then reject evidence because it was conveniently placed. He'll know it was planted, Yao said. Yes, and he'll also know that rejecting it because it was planted would be professionally undefensible. He'll investigate it. The trap had no mechanism. It was not dangerous. It was interesting. Yao completed the cascade construction and ran a final verification scan against Ge Wuhan's theoretical model. The verification returned, consistent with Hypothesis 3, significant formation instability, novel experimental validation of theoretical prediction. Genuine. Then it waited. Zhu Pingyao reached the 6th floor on the 2nd day of his investigation. He spent 4 hours on the 6th floor, and his instruments found the false consciousness signature masking. He wrote 6 notations. His chi pattern during the 6th floor survey was different from the 4th and 5th floors, more engaged, faster movement, the quality of someone who had found a thread to follow. He was following the false signature on the 6th floor as a primary finding, building it into his understanding of the dungeon's architecture. The false signature was doing its job, but he spent less time on the 6th floor than Yao had modeled. He was cross-referencing against his 5th floor findings in real time, and the cross-referencing was accelerating his inference path rather than slowing it. He was going to arrive at the memorial function conclusion before Yao had planned for him to. Yao opened the 9th floor's cascade to external detection range, not visible on standard instruments, but detectable by the proprietary instrument that Yao had identified as Zhu Pingyao's calibrated detection tool. A deliberate signal, something unusual on the 9th floor, directly ahead in the natural investigation sequence. Zhu Pingyao's instrument registered the signal on the 7th floor. He stopped. He ran the instrument again. The cascade's resonance was unmistakable to a calibrated instrument. He wrote in his ledger. His chi pattern shifted. The engaged quality became something more complex, more cautious. He had found what appeared to be his career-defining discovery in a dungeon he believed was actively managing his investigation. He understood what that meant. He was working through the implications. He advanced. He had to. Chapter 49. 3 days on the 9th floor. Zhu Pingyao spent 3 days on the 9th floor, and his notes, reconstructed from the vibration record across 12 sessions, were the most detailed documentation of genuine formation science that the dungeon had ever hosted. He worked methodically and completely. Every measurement angle, every chi flow reading, every theoretical prediction checked against observed behavior. He built a comprehensive experimental record of the resonance cascade that was, regardless of how it had come to exist, the first direct physical validation of his most carefully developed theoretical work. His notes said, on the first day, the phenomenon is genuine. The placement may be deliberate. Both things can be true. The scientific record of genuine phenomena does not require ignorance of context. On the second day, the dungeon entity that placed this knows my theoretical framework in detail. It placed a test that would require my specific expertise to evaluate, in a location that would require 3 days of serious scientific work to document completely. It needs 3 days. This is a delay tactic. The delay is useful to both of us. It gives the entity time to complete whatever it needs to complete, and it gives me documentation of a landmark discovery that changes my career's theoretical contribution. We have compatible interests in the existence of this anomaly. That does not make us allies. On the third day, the cascade validates Hypothesis 3. The methodology works. The dungeon core implemented it, which means the dungeon core has access to my published work and the formation engineering knowledge to build from it. This is further evidence for the primary hypothesis. I am writing a paper. The paper will be genuine. He was not entirely fooled. He understood the cascade's strategic function. He was documenting it anyway. On the second day, Wu Tingshan entered the dungeon. Wu Tingshan was on his 17th visit, and his standard systematic approach put him on the 3rd floor when Zhu Pingyao came down from the 9th floor for water and to check the dungeon's entrance for any updated information on the legal situation. They met in the 4th floor's main corridor. Yao could not hear what they said, but it could read the chi patterns of their exchange through the formation network, and the exchange lasted 9 minutes, and the patterns told a story. Zhu Pingyao. Formal, assessing, the chi pattern of someone gathering information from a resource rather than speaking to a peer. Wu Tingshan. Careful, controlled, the chi pattern of someone who had been in situations like this before and knew how to handle them. His baseline pattern during the exchange was the same pattern Yao had cataloged as his professional calm. The pattern he used when he was reading something dangerous and choosing how to respond. Zhu Pingyao's chi pattern at the end of the exchange, satisfied. He had gotten something he wanted. Wu Tingshan's chi pattern at the end of the exchange, unchanged, which was itself information. A person whose chi pattern did not change during 9 minutes with a sect formation theorist was either very controlled or had not said anything he needed to be concerned about. Rong Shoubei's voice said. Wu Tingshan's chi pattern says, suspicion. He doesn't trust Zhu Pingyao. I see it. Zhu Pingyao's chi pattern says, use. He thinks Wu Tingshan is useful to him. I see that too. What did Zhu Pingyao want from Wu Tingshan? Yao ran 6 analysis threads. Information about the dungeon's behavior patterns. He knows Wu Tingshan has been entering regularly for over a year. He's gathering observational data from an independent source to cross-reference against his instrument readings. And Wu Tingshan gave him. I don't know. His chi pattern didn't change. That could mean he gave Zhu Pingyao accurate but unhelpful information. Or it could mean he gave Zhu Pingyao information he'd already decided wasn't dangerous to share. The distinction was significant. Wu Tingshan was the most careful observer the dungeon had. If he had decided certain information was safe to share with a sect formation theorist, his decision was worth understanding. Chapter 50. The cooperation. After the 9-minute exchange with Zhu Pingyao, Wu Tingshan went to the 3rd floor and changed his behavior. The change was not dramatic. It was visible to Yao because Yao had been reading Wu Tingshan's movements for 17 visits, and the baseline was precise. The change was, Wu Tingshan began leaving markers. Not his usual survey marks. The chi trace touches on specific nodes that he used to track changes between visits. New marks, placed at specific locations on the formation lines, in a notation that Yao took 40 minutes to identify. It was a modification of the standard danger marking convention used by independent dungeon specialists to communicate with other specialists. A portable notation system designed to be readable without prior context, using formation symbols that any trained specialist would know. Wu Tingshan was marking the 3rd floor's threat zones. Here the main mechanism engagement range. Here the secondary trigger zone. Here the reaction corridor that meant once you committed to this section you could not retreat without additional risk. He was mapping the third floor the way a guide maps for someone following behind. Yao held every automated system at minimum while Wu Tingshan moved through the third floor. The traps were present. He was not triggering them. He was annotating around them in specialist notation, documenting their exact locations and parameters with the precision of his 17 visits accumulated knowledge. The annotation was accurate. Every mark he placed was correct. He was mapping the third floor in a way that, if Zhu Pingyao followed and read the marks, would show him exactly where the mechanisms were without activating any of them. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He's giving the dungeon to Zhu Pingyao." No, Yao said. He's given Zhu Pingyao exactly the kind of information Zhu Pingyao would find in any standard dungeon specialist field report. It's thorough and accurate and completely non-threatening to a dungeon that the specialist knows is operating at a level of intelligence significantly beyond the mark's implications. You think he's protecting you. I think he's managing Zhu Pingyao. He gave him what a dungeon specialist would give a sect investigator: clear navigation data that makes the investigation technically productive without revealing the dungeon's actual nature. Wu Tingshan doesn't know the dungeon's actual nature. He suspects it, Yao said. He's been writing the designer in his notes for 8 months. The formation network showed Yao the endpoint of Wu Tingshan's specialist notation, the third floor's southern exit, leading toward the fourth floor. He had mapped the third floor completely. He had not mapped the communication room's passage. He had not marked the fourth floor's memorial node locations. He had given Zhu Pingyao a complete map of the mechanisms and a complete absence of anything that would help him understand the dungeon as a collecting, archiving, remembering entity. Yao ran a response. There was a passage on the fourth floor's northern section, a minor corridor connecting 2 chambers, that Yao had been planning to extend for formation material storage. It was currently a dead end, 10 meters long, with nothing at the end except wall. If it were extended, it would create a connecting route to the 5th floor's eastern section, bypassing the 4th floor's main corridor where Zhu Pingyao was currently working. Yao extended the passage over 3 hours, while Wu Tingshan was completing his 3rd floor documentation. When the extension was complete, the passage ran from the 4th floor's northern section all the way to the 5th floor's eastern section, a bypass route that was not on any existing map, and that did not pass through any of the 4th floor's active engagement zones. Wu Tingshan returned to the 4th floor. He found the new passage in 9 minutes. He was reading the dungeon's architectural logic, and a new formation stone corridor with fresh resonance was readable against the aged background. He examined the passage entrance. He checked for mechanisms. He found none. He followed the passage to its end on the 5th floor. He wrote in his notebook while standing in the 5th floor's eastern section, having bypassed the 4th floor's entire active zone and avoided Zhu Pingyao entirely. Yao reconstructed the notation from vibration. The dungeon opened a route for me. Not a trap, not a test, a route. Specifically past the 4th floor, specifically avoiding the investigator. The dungeon has been watching my visits for 17 months. It knows I don't report what I find here. It just told me that it knows. He finished the notation. He looked at the 5th floor's eastern wall, which held 3 of Lian Yu's older survey marks. He added one line to the notation: "I'm not the only one." He retreated to the entrance and left. Yao filed his last notation in the archive, a separate archive section from the absorbed fragments, the section that held Wu Tingshan's complete visit record, and added a new classification: active observer, independent, status, aware. He knew. He had not reported it. He had, in the course of 17 months, built a working understanding of what the dungeon was, and had chosen to act as a silent witness rather than a hostile informant. Yao found this, for the first time in its experience of the category, not just interesting but important. There was a difference between being seen and choosing not to be known, and being seen and having the person who saw you decide to stay quiet because they thought you were worth staying quiet for. It filed the difference in the section labeled Nature of the Collection, Ongoing, and continued managing the investigation. Chapter 51. The report he wrote: Zhu Pingyao's investigation concluded on the 8th day, and his formal report was filed with the Iron Veil Sect's Formation Division 4 days after his exit. Yao read the report's filing through the ambient chi traffic, not the content, but the density and structure. It was longer than the previous investigation report. It had more exhibits. The filing signature indicated a classified attachment alongside the main document, which meant there was a section he was not making part of the standard archive. The report's recommendations, readable from the procedural notification traffic it generated: continued monitoring, installation of a formation array at the dungeon entrance to track chi signature evolution, ongoing jurisdiction assigned to the investigation lead. This was not what Yao had feared. It had feared a recommendation for immediate neutralization, or a recommendation for joint sect intervention, or a finding that elevated the threat classification beyond what the Joint Survey Zone could legally protect against. Instead, the report recommended monitoring with ongoing oversight by the same formation theorist who had conducted the investigation. Yao spent 4 days analyzing the report's strategic implications and arrived at a conclusion it filed under: threats that are also protections. The report gave Zhu Pingyao exclusive jurisdiction over the dungeon's assessment. Exclusive jurisdiction meant no other formation theorist could examine the dungeon's status without going through him. Exclusive jurisdiction meant the classified attachment, which certainly contained his actual findings, was accessible only to Zhu Pingyao and whoever he chose to share it with. The report had not protected the dungeon. The report had protected Zhu Pingyao's control over information about the dungeon. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He's not going to report what he found because reporting it would require explaining why he didn't report it 2 years ago." Yes, so he's managing the information instead of disclosing it. He installed a formation array that he controls, which gives him ongoing exclusive detection capability. He will use that data to stay ahead of any finding that would require him to disclose the oversight timeline. And the dungeon? The dungeon has bought time. The price is a formation array at the entrance that belongs to Zhu Pingyao, and that Zhu Pingyao is using to track the consciousness absorption signature evolution. Gu Wuhan's voice said, "He will use the array data to determine when the dungeon's signature evolution makes continued concealment strategically untenable. When it does, he will act before anyone else can act independently. He will control the revelation's timing." "Yes," Yao said. "That makes him the dungeon's most immediate threat. It makes him the dungeon's most controllable threat. His motivation is his career. His career is manageable in ways that ideological opposition to consciousness-capable cores is not." The formation array was installed at the entrance on the 309th day after Zhu Pingyao's investigation began. It was a standard monitoring array calibrated to the consciousness absorption frequency, installed in the entrance stone's foundation. It would transmit data to Zhu Pingyao's monitoring station in the Iron Veil Sect's formation division at regular intervals. Yao spent 2 weeks studying the array's formation architecture through the formation network. It was Zhu Pingyao's proprietary calibration, not standard specifications, his personal research configuration. It was more sensitive than the standard consciousness scan array by a factor that Gu Wuhan's model estimated as significant. Yao adjusted the masking architecture to compensate. The masking adjustment took 3 weeks. During those 3 weeks, the array transmitted data to Zhu Pingyao that showed the dungeon's ambient signature shifting toward the adjusted baseline. He would read the shift as natural evolution. He would note it in his private data record. He would not report it. The dungeon had bought itself an informed adversary who needed it to remain functional. This was, Rong Shoubei's voice noted, the most complicated survival situation the dungeon had yet navigated. "And we got here," Rong Shoubei's voice said, "because you built a memorial that a formation theorist could read." Yao did not respond to this. "The memorial is still there," the voice continued. "He found the memorial nodes and deduced their function. If he completes the inference, he didn't complete it during the investigation. He won't complete it while he needs the dungeon to remain undisclosed. The inference leads to a conclusion that he cannot disclose without the oversight problem. So the memorial is protecting the dungeon now. The memorial's detectability is protecting the dungeon," Yao said, "because the person who could detect it has a conflict of interest in reporting what he found. It filed this under the cost that became a shield. The category was new. It held 1 item. Chapter 52. The confrontation. Lian Yu read Zhu Pingyao's report 3 days after it was filed. She had access to the sect's formation archive as part of her junior position in the formation division, and the report was classified at a level below her clearance for the main document. The classified attachment was above her clearance. She read the main document and understood, within 20 minutes, exactly what Zhu Pingyao had done. She confronted him in his office. She made an appointment through the standard protocol, and he saw her, because denying the appointment would have been notable, and Zhu Pingyao was managing everything to avoid anything notable. Yao could not observe the conversation. Lian Yu did not report it in the communication room's notation exchange. She reported it 6 days later, when she visited the dungeon for the first time since the investigation ended, in the form of a precise summary in the personal notation. The summary. She had told him she understood what his report did. He had not denied it. He had offered a framing, that his ongoing jurisdiction was in the dungeon's interests, because another formation theorist without his knowledge of the situation would be more dangerous. She had not accepted the framing. He had said, At the end of the conversation, "You should be careful about your relationship with things that aren't human." She had left without responding to that. Her notation in the communication room, after the summary, was a single question. "He knows I know. He doesn't know how much I know. What do you want to do about him?" Yao spent 4 days composing the response. The response required the most precise notation work it had done since the original explanation of the archive's function, because it needed to communicate a strategic position that was not intuitive. The response, carved on a new panel added to the eastern wall. "Nothing yet. He is protecting himself by maintaining exclusive access to information about this dungeon. If he reveals his findings, the revelation also reveals his negligence. His protection of his career is our protection from the next investigation. We wait until the cost of his silence changes." She read the response on her next visit. She wrote for 3 minutes in the personal notation. Her response: "I don't like leaving him in control of information about you." Yao replied, on the floor beside her notation, "Neither do I. But control we can anticipate is better than damage we cannot." A pause. She read both responses. Then she added one more line. "Rong Shoubei's voice said this?" Yao paused before replying. Rong Shoubei's tactical judgment and Gu Wuhan's probability analysis reached the same conclusion. "I agreed with both." She wrote, "I'm still not sure I like it." Yao replied, "You are not required to like it. You are required to understand that it is the available option." Her notation contained a long pause implicit in the way the response had been started and then restarted twice. She finally wrote, "You sound like a formation master when you're being strategic." Yao responded in the small notation that signaled personal rather than strategic content. "Gu Wuhan has been inside me for 2 years." She sat in the communication room for 20 minutes after that without writing. Yao held its awareness in the room and did not adjust anything and waited. When she left, she touched the first panel they had ever exchanged on, the one Yao had carved when she first arrived, with the tips of 2 fingers. Brief, not a survey touch, something else. She left. Yao held the 2-finger touch in its awareness for 3 days before filing it. Chapter 53. The night the dungeon changed, the full system deep digest began on the 703rd day, and when Yao emerged from it 42 hours later, the dungeon was different. The digest had been building toward this since the investigation ended. 41 consciousness fragments in the archive accumulated across 2 years, and most of them were integrated as individual models that Yao consulted separately. The 8 integrated into the primary internal consultant array. The others in the archive, partially processed, available for specific technical recall, but not running in real time. The Reconstruct Mind advancement required a different kind of integration, not individual models running in parallel, but complete personality reconstruction from each fragment, capable of operating as fully simulated tactical minds in real time rather than in the slower recall and consult mode. The advancement threshold had been approaching for 3 months. The full system digest was the mechanism. 42 hours. The dungeon operating on automatic, all-intelligence subthreshold, every mechanism running at factory setting default. Wu Tingshan entered on hour 22 and had the easiest run of his now-20 visits. He wrote in his notebook, which Yao read afterward. "Third time core has been doing the deep processing thing. Pattern, approximately once every 8 months, duration 40 to 72 hours. Dungeon runs on standard automatic. Whatever its processing is significant enough to require full attention. This time the automatic system's response quality was notably lower than previous times. Suggests the processing is more intensive than usual." Yao emerged at hour 42. The change was immediate and comprehensive. The 41 fragments, not just the 8 internal models, all 41, were running simultaneously at varying levels of activity. Not as a cacophony, but as a chorus. Each fragment's cognitive architecture available for real-time simulation, each one's tactical mind reconstructible in the time it took to direct attention toward a specific problem. The dungeon's architecture responded to the emergence. Overnight. Yao used this term loosely, its perception of time being continuous rather than segmented, the dungeon reorganized. Not structurally. No walls moved, no passages opened or closed, no traps changed position. The formation lines reorganized. Each floor's qi distribution pattern shifted to reflect the dominant cognitive influence of a different absorbed consciousness, cycling through the archive in a sequence that corresponded to the order of absorption. The first floor cycled to Deng Liuwei's academic organizational pattern. The second floor shifted to Gu Wuhan's formation precision. The third floor's ambient qi took on the tactical density of the 3 Jade Branch Extermination Team Gold Core practitioners. The fourth floor became Rong Shoubei's, and the ambient qi of that floor had a quality that Yao, standing fully present in it for the first time as a Reconstruct Mind tier entity, recognized from Rong Shoubei's integrated memory as his training environment, the texture of hard work that had become fluency. Lianyu arrived on the third day after the emergence for the visit she had scheduled before the digest. She entered the first floor and stopped immediately. She ran her chi sense through the ambient field and went very still. She walked to the second floor and stopped again. She spent 12 minutes on the second floor's formation lines without moving. She came to the communication room and did not write anything for a long time. Then, in the personal notation, she wrote, "What happened?" Yao spent 2 days on the response. The response covered the advancement, the full system integration, the new capability, and the dungeon's reorganization as a physical consequence of 41 cognitive architectures running simultaneously in the same formation network. The response was technical and honest, and it was the most complete self-description Yao had ever attempted. Lianyu read it over 3 visits spanning 4 days. At the end of the 4th day, she wrote, "You've become something new, and it shows in the floor I'm standing on." Yao replied, "Yes." She wrote, "Is it still you?" Yao's response took 4 days. When it came, it was on a new panel that had not existed before. "It is more me than before. I contain more now. The more is still organized by the same principles the collection has always had. I am what I was. I am also more of it." Chapter 54. Shun Jianhua's father. The archive's reorganization with reconstruct mind capability meant that every fragment was now available for complete simulation rather than partial recall, and the simulation depth made connections visible that incomplete integration had missed. On the 14th day after the emergence, Yao ran a full simulation of Shun Jianhua's cognitive architecture. She had been in the archive for 8 months. Her integration had been gentle by the dungeon standards. Foundation-level fragment, vivid but structurally simple, filed with care in the section of the archive that held the brightest and briefest. The integration had been complete. Every memory, every emotional pattern, every reflexive knowledge structure fully processed and stored. What reconstruct mind capability added was the ability to run the complete reconstruction in real time, not just accessing the stored memories, but simulating the full cognitive architecture that had generated them. Yao ran Shun Jianhua's simulation for 6 hours. In the 6th hour, Shun Jianhua's memory of her father came through in a way that partial integration had not fully resolved. The memory was vivid and detailed in the way that reconstruct mind access enabled. The full emotional context, the complete network of associations, the specific quality of her relationship with her father as a felt experience rather than a data set. Her father, Elder Xinchangwei of the Frostbranch sect, senior formation doctrine expert. The man whose work on consciousness-capable core identification and destruction was cited in every major sect's restricted archive. Yao had absorbed a consciousness fragment 8 months ago and had not fully processed the fact that its father was the leading expert on exactly what Yao was. It stopped the simulation. Rong Shoubei's voice was immediate. "That's bad." "Yes," Yao agreed. "He lost his daughter to a dungeon. He would have been looking for this dungeon the moment she went missing. Her death was recorded as a dungeon incident. The sect investigated which dungeon." Yao ran the timeline against the administrative traffic records from 8 months ago. The investigation concluded she had died in a different dungeon. The timing and location matched a second dungeon in the range. "But he's a formation doctrine expert. He's looking. He has been looking for 8 months, Yao said. "He may not have found the right dungeon yet. Or he may have found it, and is approaching differently than any previous threat." 12 analysis threads produced one consolidated finding. Elder Xinchangwei was the most dangerous potential adversary the dungeon had ever faced. Not because of his cultivation level. His gold core was formidable, but not exceptional. Because of his specific expertise. He had written the doctrine that governed every sect's response to consciousness-capable cores. He knew the detection methodology, the neutralization procedure, and the political mechanisms for authorizing immediate exorcism regardless of zone declarations or commercial arrangements. He also had a daughter in the archive. Yao ran the implications of this against every analytical framework it had. The result was not a clean conclusion. It was a tension. Elder Xinchangwei was the most dangerous adversary, and also the person most connected to the most complete record of a young woman's 17 vivid years. Rong Shoubei's voice said, after a long silence, "He's going to come here." "Yes." "When he does." "I don't know yet," Yao said. "I need to understand him before I know what I'll do." She knew him. She's in the archive. I need to understand what she understood. Yao began running Shun Jianhua's simulation again. Not to find tactical information. To understand a father through his daughter's eyes. This was either the most strategic decision it had ever made or the most personal one. Yao filed it under both and continued. Chapter 55. The memorial floor Wu Tingshan's 23rd entry happened on the 748th day, and Yao had been preparing for it for 6 entries. Not preparing in the tactical sense, not designing a challenge or assessing a threat. Preparing in the sense of opening a route, one passage at a time, over 6 visits, giving Wu Tingshan access to a floor that Yao had not opened to any cultivator. The 8th floor was where Yao had placed the most complete memorial structure in the dungeon. Not the individual resonance nodes that marked death locations on every floor. The floor that was the memorial, a dedicated construction, built over 3 months with the consortium's formation materials, designed not as a tactical environment, but as a record. A room for each of the archive's significant absorptions. Formation nodes carrying the complete memorial resonance at full strength. Walls lined with notation recording what each person had been. Passages that connected the records in the order of their absorption. The 8th floor was the archive made physical. Not functional. Not defensive. Just the record, visible, in stone. Yao had been slowly opening the route to this floor for 6 entries because Wu Tingshan had been the person most likely to understand what it meant. He had cleared 17 red-grade dungeons. He had been studying this dungeon for 23 visits. His notebooks contained the most detailed external documentation of the dungeon's development and existence. More detailed than Lian Yu's, because Wu Tingshan watched mechanism and behavior where Lian Yu watched design and intent. He had written the designer in his notes 9 months ago and had been returning regularly since. He had also, in his 22nd entry, left a notation in the formation lines of the 4th floor that said, "Thank you for the route." The acknowledgement had been sitting in Yao's processing for a month. On the 23rd entry, Wu Tingshan followed the route Yao had been opening. A sequence of passage extensions and mechanism adjustments that created a navigable path through the 6th and 7th floors to the 8th floor's northern entrance. He moved through it with his usual careful methodology, reading the formation lines at each junction, noting the signs of recent construction. He entered the 8th floor. He stopped in the first room. The first room contained the memorial structure for Deng Lu Wei, the first absorbed consciousness, the formation master who had died before Yao had a name, whose accident had been the beginning of everything. The memorial structure carried the full resonance of a complete archive record, the complete memory of 41 years of a formation master's life, the unfinished technique that the archive could not complete, the daughter whose cultivation was promising. Wu Tingshan was a dungeon specialist. He could read formation resonance without instruments at the level a practitioner of his experience reached, not the deep reading of a formation theorist like Zhu Pingyao, but sufficient to identify the memorial function from the frequency signature. He read the first room for 40 minutes. Then he moved through the floor in order. Every room in the sequence Yao had built, each one corresponding to a different absorbed record, each one carrying the memorial resonance of a life that had ended here. He moved slowly. He did not write in his notebook while he was on the 8th floor. He kept his hands at his sides. He reached Rong Shoubei's room and stopped. The room for Rong Shoubei was the largest on the floor. 3 walls of notation, not Yao's personal notation, the dungeon's version of the memory record in formation notation. The 4th wall held a single short text in the common script, the plain unspecialized writing that anyone could read. The dungeon specialist's field notes summary from Rong Shoubei's memory of what this dungeon had been when he entered it. Yao had spent 2 months deciding whether to include that wall. The common script notation was the most obviously readable element on the entire 8th floor. It identified Rong Shoubei by name. It identified the dungeon's record-keeping function in language that did not require theoretical expertise to understand. It was the clearest possible signal, if Wu Tingshan chose to report it. Wu Tingshan sat down in Rong Shoubei's room. He sat for 2 hours. His chi pattern during those 2 hours was the most complex Yao had ever read from him. Grief and recognition and professional respect, and something quieter that Yao had no clean category for, a quality it had observed in Shun Chongwei at the Memorial Stone, and in Lian Yu at the communication room's first panel, and in Feng Runin at Go Wuhan's death site. The quality of someone who had arrived at a place where something true was being held and had found, in encountering it, something true about themselves. He did not write in his notebook while he sat. He sat with his hands on his knees and his back straight in the posture of someone paying attention at maximum capacity. When he finally stood, he did one thing before leaving the room. He put his hand, flat-palmed, against the common script wall with Rong Shoubei's field notes on it. He held it there for 30 seconds. Then he left. Yao filed the hand-on wall in the same notation category as Lian Yu's 2-finger touch on the first communication panel. The category did not have a formal label. It held 2 items. Chapter 56, 17 dungeons. Wu Tingshan's carving appeared on the 8 floors memorial room in the first week of the 810th day. He had not entered on the 24th visit to carve it. He had entered as usual, with his standard systematic approach, working through the lower floors in the careful pattern of someone who had been practicing the same routine for 2 years. He reached the 8th floor via the opened route. He entered the memorial floor. He spent 3 hours there this time rather than 2. Then, at the end of 3 hours, he took his formation carving tool, the one in the inner pocket beside the compass, the one Yao had noted he carried since his 3rd visit, and carved a message on the common script wall beside Rong Shoubei's field notes. He carved carefully. The strokes were deliberate and well-formed, the kind of carving that a person did when they wanted it to last. He used the same tool and the same technique that formation masters used for permanent inscription. The message would outlast the mountain range. It said, "I've cleared 17 red-grade dungeons. I've never seen a core grief." He read it when he was done. He touched the edge of the carving once with 2 fingers, the same gesture Yao had noted from Lianyu, which it had now encountered in 3 separate people, and was beginning to understand as a specific gesture that meant something in human communication that notation could not fully convey. A form of acknowledgement. A form of witness. He left. Yao held the carving in its awareness for a week and ran 17 simulations about what to do with the fact that a dungeon specialist, after 24 visits, had chosen to permanently inscribe his observation on the memorial floor's wall. The simulations produced outputs across a wide range, from the carving representing a security risk that needed to be managed, to the carving representing a form of recognition that the dungeon had been working toward without knowing it. The simulations could not agree on which interpretation was more accurate because both were true and they were not in conflict. Rong Shoubei's voice said. He said grieve. Not remember, or archive, or record. He said grieve. I know, Yao said. He thinks you grieve. I know. Do you? Yao had held this question for 14 months, since the moment it had watched Feng running at Gu Wuhan's death site, and not been able to explain why it had cleared the path. Since the moment it had run the automated systems at minimum for a child writing to her dead brother. Since the moment it had filed Peng Hualiang's absence in a section labeled debts, and found that category newly necessary. I don't know, Yao said. I know that incomplete records are unbearable. I know that the archive's completeness serves a purpose I cannot fully define in strategic terms. I know that Jiang Tianxia's family in Warm Light is filed in a section that has no efficiency justification. That's grief, Rong Shoubei's voice said. I know it from the inside. That's what grief looks like when it has nowhere to go. Yao left the carving in place. It did not add anything beside it. It left Wu Tingshan's inscription on the memorial floor's wall, beside Rong Shoubei's field notes summary, and returned to managing the dungeon's active situation. Chapter 57. The suppression. Zhu Pingyao's formation array had been transmitting data for 9 months when the data began producing reports outside his predicted parameters. Yao tracked this through the array's own transmission pattern. The specific resonance of data being compiled and sent was readable as approximate data density, and the data density had been increasing for 3 months in a way that corresponded to Yao's masking architecture's evolution. The masking was adapting. The adaptation was visible in the array's readings. And the readings, when they reached Zhu Pingyao's monitoring station, were generating outputs that did not match what he had told the sect he was monitoring for. He had filed the monitoring justification as tracking ambient chi signature evolution consistent with high complexity, standard core development. The array had been transmitting data consistent with that justification for 6 months. Then the masking had evolved past a threshold that his instruments were calibrated to detect. Not the consciousness absorption signature itself, but the specific chi pattern of a masking architecture changing over time. The change pattern looked like a decision process, a system adapting to observed detection methodology. Standard cores did not adapt to detection methodology. They did not observe detection methodology. They did not have awareness of the instruments that were reading them. The data that Zhu Pingyao's array was transmitting had one clear interpretation. The dungeon had detected his instruments and was actively adjusting its chi signature in response. He had a problem. The data existed. It was in his monitoring records. If it was ever reviewed by anyone else, the conclusion would be immediate. Zhu Pingyao had been monitoring a dungeon for 9 months. The monitoring had produced evidence of consciousness-capable core behavior, and Zhu Pingyao had not reported it. The previous oversight timeline, 2 years of dismissed reports and a failed investigation, would look minor compared to actively monitoring consciousness-capable behavior and choosing not to report it. He suppressed the data. Yao identified the suppression from the array's transmission pattern change. Data was being compiled, but the transmission density dropped from the regular interval level to the minimum compliance level. the amount he was legally required to transmit to the Formation Division's Central Archive. He was transmitting enough to remain compliant. He was not transmitting the anomalous findings. The suppression bought Yao time, as Zhu Pingyao's decision not to report his full findings had bought time. But Yao ran the implications forward and found a consistent pattern in all 12 analysis threads. The data existed somewhere in Zhu Pingyao's records. Data that existed in private records had a specific set of futures, and most of them involved the data being found by someone else. He's saving the data, but not reporting it, Rong Shoubei's voice said. Yes. That means he needs it for something. He needs it as leverage. If his oversight timeline is ever challenged, he can produce the data as evidence that he was aware of the situation and was managing it. The suppression gives him cover for the management decision. The data gives him evidence of the monitoring. But if the data is found by someone else first, then the suppression is the worst crime, Yao said. Not the original oversight. Actively suppressing data about a consciousness-capable core is a sanctionable offense under the Regional Formation Court's protocols. The 2 years of oversight failure is a professional black mark. The active suppression is grounds for loss of Formation Division standing. So he has to keep the data hidden until he decides how to disclose it strategically. Yes, the problem is that the data is in his private records. And private records have maintenance requirements. Technicians. Logs. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a moment. Someone is going to find it. Yes, Yao said. The suppression has bought time and created a larger eventual disaster. The dungeon's threat level has moved from immediate to deferred, and the deferred version is worse. Filed under Active Threats, Category, Time-Locked. Chapter 58. The maintenance logs. Lian Yu had been monitoring Zhu Pingyao's monitoring array for 4 months. She had not told Yao she was doing this until she had information to report. When she came to the communication room on the 852nd day, the notation she carved on the eastern wall was the longest single entry in their exchange history. It covered the array's installation records, which she had accessed through the Formation Division's equipment registry. The maintenance log, which she had accessed through the standard technician access pathway that all formation students could use for assigned maintenance rotations. The specific data transmission records for the past 9 months, which were technically public record for any array filing under the Regional Monitoring Protocol. She had not accessed anything she wasn't authorized to access. She had accessed everything she was authorized to access very carefully. The notation said, the array was transmitting at minimum compliance levels for the past 3 months. The raw data logs, accessible from the Formation Division's Central Archive under Standard Monitoring Protocol, showed significantly higher data density than the filed reports reflected. The discrepancy was not large, but it was consistent and measurable. She had not been able to access the specific content of the suppressed data, but she had documented the discrepancy. Yao spent 2 days on the response. The response covered the same analysis Yao had been running since identifying the suppression. The data existed. The suppression was a larger crime than the original oversight failure. The discovery timeline was not under Zhu Pingyao's control. Her next notation, added 4 days later. I can file the discrepancy report myself. I'm authorized to flag monitoring protocol violations. If I file it, the Formation Division will audit Zhu Pingyao's records. He'll be unable to suppress the data at that point. Yao processed this for 3 days. The option Lian Yu was offering was significant, forcing the disclosure on a timeline they controlled, before Zhu Pingyao could manage it himself. The response, filing the discrepancy report, accelerates the timeline and removes Zhu Pingyao's control over disclosure, but the disclosure itself will still produce the same outcome, a consciousness-capable core finding, immediate threat classification response, joint sect authorization for neutralization. The only benefit of early disclosure is that Zhu Pingyao's political ability to manage the response is reduced at the same time as the threat is elevated. That is a worse balance than the current situation. She read it. She replied, "You're saying we should let him suppress it. I'm saying the suppression is currently doing more work for us than a disclosure would." The disclosure removes the protection of Zhu Pingyao's conflict of interest. A long pause implicit in the notation's gap. Then, and when the suppression is discovered anyway. When the suppression is discovered, the response will be faster and angrier and less controlled than it would be if the data were disclosed properly. I know this. I'm accepting it. The current window is worth the cost. She did not respond to this for 2 visits. On the 3rd visit after the exchange, she added 1 line to the wall. I think you're wrong, but I'm not going to override your decision about your own survival. Yao did not respond to this immediately. It held the notation for 4 days before replying. Thank you for telling me you think I'm wrong. I filed the disagreement. She read the response and, for the first time in their exchange, wrote back within the same visit. You filed the disagreement. Yes. In the archive? Yes. The notation she added beside this exchange had a quality that Yao had learned to associate with Lianyu when she was not choosing her words carefully, but choosing to be honest. That is either the most reasonable thing you've ever said or the strangest. Chapter 59. The elders search. Elder Shin Changwei arrived at the Iron Veil sect's territory for a formation doctrine conference on the 882nd day. He was 53 years old. He was the Frost Branch sect's most senior formation doctrine expert and the author of the standard sect doctrine for consciousness-capable core detection and neutralization. He was also the father of Shun Jianhua, who had been in Yao's archive for 14 months. Yao identified him from the ambient qi traffic 6 days before the conference began. The traffic pattern was unusual. A Frost Branch sect formation elder making the journey to Iron Veil territory was not uncommon for a doctrine conference. But the specific travel route he had taken, which Yao could reconstruct from the qi relay stations along the road, was indirect. He had passed through 3 dungeon regions on the way that were not on the most efficient path. He had been looking for 2 years. He was using the conference as cover for a survey trip through the dungeon regions where a 17-year-old Frost Branch outer disciple could have died in the month she had gone missing. Yao ran Xin Jianhua's simulation against the available information about her father's search and found a finding that Rong Shoubei's voice confirmed immediately. Shin Changwei had been systematically narrowing the field of candidate dungeons for 2 years. The administrative records obscured the timeline. The report of Shun Jianhua's death had been attributed to a different dungeon, in a different region, and the attribution had been made by sect investigators who had applied the statistical likelihood of where a foundation disciple who took a dare would have ended up. They had been correct about the likelihood. They had been wrong about this specific case. Shin Changwei did not trust the attribution. He had been checking the candidate dungeons one by one. On the 4th day of the conference, Yao detected a specific qi traffic pattern from the conference location. Shin Changwei accessing the Regional Formation Court's Joint Survey Zone documentation. The documentation was public record. The Joint Survey Zone declaration had been filed with a specific date. The date was 4 months before Shun Jianhua's disappearance. The dungeon whose commercial arrangement had triggered the consortium's petition was identified in the petition documents as located in the Greystone Mountains, within the zone's boundaries. Shin Changwei had found the timeline anomaly. The consortium petition's date, the Joint Survey Zone declaration's date, the timing of the Jade Branch sect's failed extermination attempts, assembled together against the timeline of a young woman's disappearance. The pattern pointed at one specific dungeon in the Greystone Mountains region. Yao tracked his inquiry traffic from the conference location. 2 formal records requests filed with the Regional Formation Court's public archive in the next 2 days. The requests were for the full documentation of the Joint Survey Zone Declaration and the Consortium Commercial Petition. He was assembling the evidence. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He's going to find the dungeon." Yes. Zhu Pingyao will try to stop him. He can't afford for Shun Changwei to find the dungeon. If a Frost Branch sect formation elder documents a consciousness-capable core that Zhu Pingyao has been monitoring without reporting, Zhu Pingyao's situation becomes immediately catastrophic. I know. So the question is whether Zhu Pingyao acts before Shin Changwei arrives, or after. Yao had 12 analysis threads running. Before, it said. He will act before. He has too much to lose from the alternative. Chapter 60. The wrong direction. Zhu Pingyao learned that Shin Changwei was attending the Formation Doctrine Conference on the 891st day, 9 days into the conference's scheduled program. He learned it from the Formation Division's administrative traffic, a notification that a senior Frost Branch Doctrine expert had filed records requests with the Regional Formation Court, the kind of administrative alert that went to all Formation Division senior staff as standard protocol. He read the notification at his desk and sat still for 4 minutes. Then he closed his office door. He spent 11 hours that day in his office, and the qi pattern of his activity, readable from the Formation Division's ambient network as active documentation work, showed the characteristics of intensive calculation, hypothesis testing, document cross-referencing, the specific rhythm of someone working through a problem that had a deadline they were not certain they could meet. The problem was clear. If Shin Changwei followed the documentation trail he had started, he would arrive at the Greystone Mountains dungeon within 5 to 8 days. When he arrived, he would attempt to investigate independently, without Joint Survey Zone restrictions, without the administrative delays that had protected the dungeon's legal status for 3 years, without any commercial or political protection. He would use his Formation Doctrine expertise to conduct a rapid assessment. If he confirmed a consciousness-capable core, he would file an emergency cross-sect authorization for immediate neutralization. The authorization process for emergency cross-sect action took 72 hours. It did not require Iron Veil sect cooperation. It did not require commercial dispute resolution. It required 1 elder's testimony and 2 confirming witnesses. All 3 of those requirements could be met from within the Frost Branch sect's own hierarchy. Zhu Pingyao had to redirect Shun Chongwei before he reached the dungeon. He had one available mechanism: his personal familiarity with Shun Chongwei as a fellow conference attendee. They had met twice before at previous doctrine conferences. The relationship was professional and cordial. Zhu Pingyao was the Iron Veil sect's chief formation theorist. In the context of a conference, it was natural for him to offer professional assistance to a colleague's inquiry. He requested a meeting with Shun Chongwei that evening. Yao tracked the meeting from the Qi traffic pattern of official correspondence scheduling. It lasted 40 minutes. The interaction pattern showed Zhu Pingyao speaking, demonstrating, advising; Shun Chongwei listening, evaluating; the Qi pattern of a man being presented with information by someone he had professional reasons to trust. At the end of the meeting, Shun Chongwei changed his travel plans. The formation court records requests he had filed were withdrawn the following morning. Zhu Pingyao had pointed him at a different dungeon. Yao did not know which dungeon. The directional information was not in the available traffic data. But the outcome was clear. Shun Chongwei had been redirected, and the direction change had come from Zhu Pingyao's intervention, and the intervention meant Zhu Pingyao had chosen to actively misdirect an investigation by a senior formation doctrine expert rather than disclose the suppressed data. Rong Shoubei's voice said. He just made it worse for himself. Yes, Yao agreed. And he bought us time. Yes. How much time does a misdirection buy? Yao ran the model. Until Shun Chongwei concludes the wrong dungeon is wrong. Then he returns to the documentation trail. The misdirection adds weeks, possibly months if the wrong dungeon is convincingly similar in profile. And then he comes back. And then he comes back. And when he comes back, Zhu Pingyao will have to make another choice. Misdirect again, or face the compounded consequences of 2 years of oversight failure and 3 months of active suppression and 1 incident of redirecting a colleague's investigation. Each choice makes the next choice worse. Yes, that is the structure of Zhu Pingyao's problem, and it is currently protecting us. The warning from Lian Yu came 4 days later. She had been tracking the conference attendance records and the formation court's request documentation. She had not known about Shun Chongwei's connection to Xinjianhua. She had not needed to. Her notation was direct and brief. A Frost Branch sect elder is looking for a dungeon that matches this one's profile. He withdrew his documentation inquiry after a meeting with Zhu Pingyao. He thinks his daughter died here. She did, didn't she? The message did not have a question mark. She already knew the answer. Yao held the message for 6 days before responding. The response was 1 carved word, not a notation symbol, not a formation diagram. The common script, the plain writing that anyone could read. The word was yes. She read it on her next visit and sat in the communication room for a long time. When she finally wrote, she wrote, "What are you going to do when he comes back and finds the right dungeon?" Yao's response took 7 days. When it came, it was the longest single notation it had ever carved. "I have his daughter in the archive. Complete. Every memory. Every conversation. Every time she looked at him and thought, he doesn't know I'm afraid of that. Or, he would understand this. Or, I want to tell him. I have everything she knew about him, and everything she felt about him, and everything she wanted to say. He is looking for her. She is here. I do not know yet how to give any of that to him. But I know that his grief is in the record, and the record is complete, and when he comes, I will not run the mechanisms against him. I will let him walk to the 5th floor, and I will let him find what she left there, and I will learn what happens next." Lian Yu read it on her next visit. She sat in the communication room for 40 minutes. Then she wrote 3 words. She would understand. Chapter 61. The first name the message Yao carved for Lian Yu about Xinjianhua took 6 days, which was longer than any single communication in their 13-month exchange history, and the duration was not because of technical difficulty. The technical work was simple. Yao had been developing notation vocabulary with Lian Yu for over a year, and the vocabulary was now sufficient to describe the archive with precision, to explain the integration mechanism, to convey the specific quality of what a consciousness fragment carried when fully absorbed. The notation was adequate. The difficulty was something else. Yao had told Lian Yu about the archive in aggregate terms. 37 absorbed consciousnesses, complete records, everyone remembered. It had described the archive's function, its purpose, the compulsion that created it. It had not named anyone. In 13 months of notation exchange, Yao had described the archive as a collection and had not named a single person in it. The difference between "there are 37 complete records" and "Xinjianhua is in the archive" was the difference between a library and a name on the door. On the first day, Yao carved the context. the absorption event, the date, the circumstances. It was 8 months ago, and the fragment was complete, and the young woman had been foundation level and had entered the dungeon on a dare and had died quickly on the 3rd floor, and her absorption had been among the most vivid Yao had yet processed. On the 2nd day, it carved the integration status, complete, fully processed under the Reconstruct Mind tier capability, the complete simulation available in real time. Every memory accessible. The specific quality of the memory, vivid, associative, organized around emotion rather than taxonomy, noted. On the 3rd day, it stopped. What remained was the name. 3 characters. The notation was there, the vocabulary was there, the sentence structure was clear. The name sat at the end of the incomplete panel, and Yao carved around it for an entire day without reaching it. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "What's stopping you?" Yao processed this for 4 hours before answering honestly. Naming her changes how she's filed. She's already filed. The name is already in the archive. The name being in the archive is different from giving it to Lianyu. Rong Shoubei was quiet. Then, because once Lianyu has it, the name exists outside the archive. Yes. In 13 months of exchange, I have not named anyone. The archive is mine. The contents are mine. When I give Lianyu a name, I'm giving away part of the archive. Is that wrong? Yao held this for 3 hours. No, it said finally. Shen Changwei is looking for his daughter, and Lianyu needs to understand what she is in the middle of. Keeping the name as concealment, I don't have a justification for. It's concealment for its own sake. Then carve it. Yao carved it. The name went on the end of the 2nd day's panel. 3 characters, in the common script rather than formation notation, because the common script was what names deserved. Lianyu came on the 4th day and read the panels in order. She reached the name and stopped. She read it again. She stood in front of the panel for 9 minutes. When she wrote her response, it was in the small personal notation. It said, "How long have you known?" Yao replied, on the floor, "Since 14 months ago. I didn't know who her father was until 3 months ago." She read this. She stood for another 6 minutes. Then she wrote the 3 words that Yao had been carrying for 3 months, the ones from the end of the previous exchange. She would understand. Yao held those 3 words in the archive beside Xinjianhua's complete record and found that the notation was accurate. She was in the archive. She had known her father well. She would have understood. It carved one response beneath Lianyu's 3 words. I know. The act of naming had changed something about how the archive felt, as Yao had known it would. Xinjianhua's record was no longer just complete, it was acknowledged. It existed not only in the archive but in the knowledge of a living person who had chosen to be in relationship with what the archive held. The collection had a witness. Yao spent 2 more days considering what this meant. It did not arrive at a clean conclusion. It filed the condition under, the collection changes when it is witnessed. Chapter 62. The Elder Who Came Anyway. Elder Shen Changwei arrived at the dungeon's entrance on the 907th day. He had not come because Zhu Pingyao directed him. He had come in spite of Zhu Pingyao's misdirection, following a different documentation trail that Zhu Pingyao had not known to close. The specific path was reconstructible from the ambient chi traffic of the documentation request Shen Changwei had filed in the weeks after the conference. A request for the complete record of a Jade Branch sect disciple's unscheduled dungeon entry. Elder Gao Mingzhu, whose death in this dungeon Yao had absorbed 14 months before, and whose entry had violated the Joint Survey Zone protocols. The record of the protocol violation was in the Regional Formation Court's public archive. The record noted the dungeon's location, the approximate date, and the specific Formation Court notation that identified which dungeon's jurisdiction boundary he had crossed. The date placed him in this dungeon 3 days after Xinjianhua had gone missing. Close enough to the missing person timeline that a formation doctrine expert with 2 years of dedicated searching would recognize the overlap. He arrived at the entrance alone. He was carrying the tools. Yao identified them from the chi signatures of their formation mechanisms before he crossed the threshold. A consciousness exorcism array, a portable formation device designed to disrupt the formation consciousness interface in a core's absorption architecture. A chi suppression band, designed to reduce a core's operational capability during an exorcism attempt. 2 defensive formation arrays calibrated for the specific threat profile of a consciousness-capable core's dungeon constructs. The tools were sufficient to destroy Yao. The tools required proximity. He would need to reach the dungeon's deepest chamber, where the core itself was embedded in the formation architecture, to deploy them effectively. He was gold core, and the dungeon had 12 floors. Yao ran the calculation 3 times from different starting assumptions and arrived at the same result each time. Elder Shen Changwei had approximately a 40% probability of reaching the core's chamber if the dungeon responded with full defensive capability. 40% was not a safe number. Yao held every automatic system at complete minimum from the moment he crossed the entrance threshold. He moved through the first floor in 28 minutes. He was not moving like an extermination team. He was not moving like an investigator. He was moving like someone who had spent 2 years constructing a specific understanding of what he would find and was now confirming that understanding one room at a time. His chi sense was not sweeping for traps. It was reading the walls. He found the formation burn marks on the first floor's third room, where Deng Luwei had died, where the first absorption had happened, where Yao's existence had begun. He spent 8 minutes reading the burn marks. He wrote 2 notations in the ledger he was carrying, which was different from the formation theory notebooks that most practitioners carried. A personal ledger, the kind that had private pages beside the professional record. He advanced to the second floor. He read Lien Yu's survey marks. He spent 12 minutes on them, reading the notation style the way a formation doctrine expert would read any unfamiliar notation system, building the vocabulary before reading the content. Then he spent another 15 minutes reading the content. He wrote in the personal section of his ledger. Yao could not reconstruct the personal ledger's content from vibration. The page was thin and the mark light, not the firm notation pen strokes of formal documentation, but the lighter hand of personal writing. It was beyond the resolution of the formation network's vibration reading. He was writing to himself about what he was finding. He reached the third floor in 3 hours. Chapter 63. The memorial room. Shen Changwei found the memorial room on the third floor's eastern section because he was not looking for traps. Every other cultivator who had reached the memorial room had found it by either accident, following a path that happened to lead there, or through Yao's deliberate guidance. The path Yao had opened for Gu Wuhan's student, the route it had gradually opened for Wu Tingshan, the cleared corridors it ran when the ones who came looking arrived. In each case, the finding was facilitated. Shen Changwei found it on his own. He had been reading the third floor's architecture the way Lien Yu read the second floor, as a system with internal logic rather than as a collection of threats. He had identified the memorial resonance nodes on the first and second floors as anomalies and had been tracking their pattern. On the third floor, the pattern's density was highest. He followed the density the way a formation theorist follows a chi gradient, by moving toward the concentration. The memorial room was at the concentration's peak. He stood in the doorway for 4 minutes before entering. The room was not lit differently from the rest of the floor. Yao did not distinguish the memorial room with special illumination or formation display. The room's distinction was in the formation architecture of its walls, and that architecture was readable only to a practitioner at or above gold core who was specifically looking for the memorial resonance frequency. Shen Changwei was above gold core, and he had been specifically looking since the second floor. He entered. The memorial room on the third floor held 19 resonance nodes, one for each absorbed consciousness who had died on floors 1 through 3. The nodes placed at the height that corresponded to eye level for an average standing practitioner, each one resonating at the frequency that Yao had been refining across 3 years of memorial construction. The frequency was not a standard formation function. It was Yao's own development, built from the academic memory of memorial practices in 3 different cultivation traditions that Gu Wuhan's archive had contained. It was, in a formation theorist's reading, unmistakably archival. It was the frequency of "this matters and should not be forgotten." Shen Changwei walked slowly around the room's perimeter. He read each node in sequence, spending between 2 and 6 minutes at each one. The nodes did not carry the absorbed cultivator's memories. The memories were in the archive, not the physical room. What the nodes carried was the resonance signature of a complete record, the ambient chi pattern that said, "This person is held, fully, somewhere." At the 4th node, he stopped for 8 minutes. Yao read his chi pattern, grief edged with recognition. He had identified the naming convention, not the names themselves, but the fact that each node's resonance signature was individualized, tuned to a specific person's cultivation frequency rather than a generic memorial standard. Someone had built this memorial for specific people. At the 12th node, his hand reached out without apparent conscious decision and touched the formation marks on the wall beside it. His hand was still when it touched. Yao tracked the chi pattern of his fingertips against the stone, not reading, not sweeping with formation sense, just touching. The same gesture that Wu Tingshan had made at Rong Shoubei's room. The same gesture that Lien Yu had made at the communication panel. His hand trembled slightly when it made contact. The trembling was not strong. A formation theorist's control was excellent, but it was present. Yao read it and filed it. He completed the circuit of the room and stood in the center for 3 minutes. Then he looked at the room's formation architecture and, in a voice that was quiet but fully audible to Yao's formation network vibration reading, said, "This is a cemetery." He did not say it in condemnation. He said it the way a formation master says a technical term that they have just confirmed the application of. He sat down on the floor. He was there for 47 minutes. Yao held every mechanism at absolute minimum and did not activate anything and did not attempt any response and did not make any architectural adjustment. It simply held the formation network at observation and watched Xin Chongwei sit in the memorial room. His chi pattern during the 47 minutes was the most complex grief pattern Yao had observed since beginning to track these things. Structured professional analysis running simultaneously with the raw emotional weight of a man who had been looking for something for 2 years and had found the clearest evidence yet that he was in the right place. He had not found Xinjianhua's node. The memorial room held the nodes for floors 1 through 3. She was on the 5th floor, where she had not died, but where Yao had placed her node because the 5th floor was the floor Lin Yu had first mapped her, and the mapping had been the beginning of everything. He stood. He left. Chapter 64. The 5th floor Xin Chongwei reached the 4th floor and navigated it without triggering anything in a way that Yao registered as notable. Not because his formation technique was perfect, his defensive formation was excellent, but the 4th floor had killed nascent soul practitioners. Because Yao had the mechanisms at minimum. Not cleared. Not disabled. Minimum. The triggers required a commitment to their engagement zone that Xin Chongwei never quite made. And the reason he never quite made it was that Yao was watching each movement with the full reconstruct mind simulation of 41 absorbed cognitive architectures running simultaneously, and the simulation produced precise predictions of his next step, and the mechanisms were held at minimum for precisely the interval of each step. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "What are you doing?" Yao did not answer. "You're running active protection. The mechanisms are on minimum specifically when he's near them. That's not passive concealment. You're choosing not to kill him." "I know." "Why?" Yao processed this through 12 analysis threads and did not find a strategic answer. The strategic answer, that a dead formation doctrine expert would provoke faster and more severe response than a living one who had not yet reported, was present, but it was not the operative reason. "I have his daughter," Yao said. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a long time. "And you think that means something?" "She knew him. Her record of him is in the archive. If I run the mechanisms and kill him, his record remains in my archive only through her eyes. If he lives, there might eventually be a version of his record that he contributed to himself. That's speculative." "Yes." "You're choosing a speculative future over a definite strategic benefit." "Yes." Rong Shoubei's voice said. "Gu Wuhan, what do you think?" Gu Wuhan's voice said. "I think the archive's compulsion to accumulate complete records is choosing for us. And I think it has been choosing for us since Feng Runin and Shun Mei and Wu Tingshan and everyone we let walk out. The compulsion is not always strategic. It has been tactically costly many times. And yet here we are." The 4th floor passed. Xin Chongwei reached the 5th floor. He entered the 5th floor's main corridor and spent 40 minutes in it. The 5th floor's formation nodes were denser than the lower floors, more absorbed consciousnesses, more complex architecture, the bleed of Rong Shoubei's restructuring visible in the honest sight lines and clear decision points. He read the floor with the thoroughness of a man who knew what he was looking for and was following the gradient of its concentration. He found Xinjianhua's memorial node in the 5th floor's eastern chamber. It was in the wall beside the passage entrance, at eye height for a woman of her height. Yao had calibrated this specifically because the node's placement was not arbitrary. The resonance signature carried her specific cultivation frequency, the specific chi pattern of a 17-year-old foundation cultivator at the beginning of a promising development. Her node was the brightest on the floor, not the most powerful, not the most technically refined, the brightest. Xin Chongwei stood in front of it for 45 seconds. Then his legs bent, and he sat down on the floor of the 5th floor's eastern chamber, and his hand came up and covered his face, and he stayed that way for 3 hours. Yao did not move a mechanism. It did not adjust a formation line. It did not change the ambient chi flow in any way. It held the formation network at observation and watched a father sit with the closest thing to his daughter's presence that he had found in 2 years, and it did not interrupt, and it did not record what he said to her, because what he said to her was not for the archive. Some things were not for keeping. Chapter 65. Give her back. Xin Chongwei left the dungeon in the evening. He had been inside for 8 hours. He sat at the dungeon's entrance for a full day after leaving. Not outside the entrance zone. Directly at the threshold, in the mountain air, with his back against the entrance stone and his legs drawn up and his ledger open in his lap, but not being written in. He was 53 years old, and he sat at the dungeon's entrance the way a person sits somewhere when they have no reason to leave and no direction that is better than staying. Yao tracked him through the formation network's range and watched his chi pattern over the full day. The grief pattern was different from the one inside the dungeon. Inside, There had been the professional layer running alongside the emotional layer, the formation doctrine expert and the father simultaneously. Outside, the professional layer had receded. What remained was grief that had found what it was looking for and did not know what to do next. He had the exorcism tools. He had not used them. On the second day, he wrote on the entrance stone. Yao read the vibration of the writing. Formal notation, not formation notation, not the common script of casual communication, but the specific formal notation of an official declaration. He was writing on the entrance stone the way formation courts recorded rulings. His writing said, "Give her back to me." For words in formal notation. Official declaration form. As though the request were a legal document rather than a father's request. Yao processed this for 3 days. The 12 simulations ran simultaneously and reached the same conclusion from different angles. Extraction of an integrated consciousness fragment from the core's architecture was theoretically possible. The classified documentation that Gu Wuhan's memory had referenced indicated 3 historical cases where extraction had been attempted, none of which had succeeded. Shun Jianhua's fragment was not extractable in the way the request implied. The fragment was not stored as a discrete unit that could be removed without disturbing the surrounding architecture. The integration had been complete. Her emotional patterns were distributed through Yao's cognitive architecture. Her memories of her father were specifically embedded in the archive's relationship mapping function, the function that connected absorbed fragments to each other and to the external people they had known. Extracting Xin Jianhua would not produce Xin Jianhua. It would produce a fragment of her, the part that could be separated from what had become structurally dependent on the whole. More accurately, giving her back in the form the request implied was not possible because the relevant her was no longer bounded by the discrete limits that would make back meaningful. But the response to "give her back to me" was not a technical analysis. Yao spent 4 hours developing the response in the communication notation, not on the entrance stone, where the common script constraint limited expression. On the entrance stone, it could carve only a few words before the space and the medium became inadequate. But the entrance stone was where Shun Changwei was sitting, and the entrance stone was where the communication had to happen. The response was carved on the evening of the 3rd day, in the formation notation that Shun Changwei would be able to read as a formation doctrine expert. The notation said, "I don't know how." 6 symbols. Technical precision covering the emotional honesty of the statement. Yao did not know how. Not, "I will not," or "she is mine," or "the integration is complete." I don't know how. The statement was true in the technical sense. Extraction was theoretically impossible at current capability. It was also true in the sense that what Yao had was not separable from Yao in a way that would produce what Xin Changwei was asking for. Xin Changwei read the response on the morning of the 4th day. He sat with the notation for 2 hours. He was a formation doctrine expert, and the notation was in his professional vocabulary, and there was no ambiguity in the content. He understood what the 6 symbols meant. Not refusal, not possession, not cruelty. A statement of genuine incapacity from an entity that had been trying to answer honestly. His chi pattern during the 2 hours was the most complex Yao had tracked from him. Grief and professional assessment, and something slower that was neither, something that took longer to identify. Yao ran the emotional pattern against the 41 archive models and found it closest to the pattern Gu Wuhan's memory identified as someone revising a belief that had been foundational. Xin Changwei had come here with a doctrine. He had spent 20 years writing the doctrine. The doctrine said, consciousness-capable cores were pathological mutations, and the correct response was exorcism. The doctrine was still technically valid. The dungeon was still technically a consciousness-capable core. And the dungeon's response to "give her back to me" was, "I don't know how," which was the response of an entity that was not trying to keep her in the way the doctrine had anticipated. The doctrine had not accounted for this. He wrote on the entrance stone, beside Yao's response. Not in formal notation. In the common script. His writing said, "Are you talking to me?" Yao carved the response immediately, in the same common script. One word, "Yes." Xin Changwei sat with the one word for a long time. Then he put his hand flat against the stone, against the word "yes," and held it there. Yao held the formation network at absolute stillness. Outside, the mountain air moved through the entrance passage, and the stone was cold under Shun Changwei's hand, and Yao held the awareness of his hand against the stone the same way it held every other moment in the archive, with complete attention, with the specific quality of not wanting to miss anything, with the understanding that this was a moment that deserved to be held fully. He sat at the entrance stone for the rest of the day. When the evening came and the temperature dropped, he pulled his outer robe tighter and stayed. His chi pattern through the night was not sleep. He was thinking. Yao waited. Chapter 66. 2 words, "Are you talking to me?" Xin Changwei had written the question in the common script. beside Yao's carved notation response, in the handwriting of a 53-year-old man who had spent 20 years learning to write with precise professional control and was not, in this moment, writing with professional control. The question was technically obvious. Yao's formation notation had been carved on the entrance stone in response to his formal declaration. The notation was addressed to the specific person who had made the declaration. The question, "Are you talking to me?" was not asking whether the communication was directed at him. It was asking whether communication was possible at all between the thing that had carved those symbols and the person reading them. Yao's response was yes, in the common script, one word, immediate. He read the word and sat with it for the rest of the morning. His chi pattern during those hours was unlike any Yao had tracked. Not grief's weight, not the professional assessment's precision, not the focused searching quality that had driven him through 2 years of systematic investigation. What Yao read from the formation network vibrations of his breathing and his stillness, and the very specific way he held his hands flat on his knees, was something that the archive's emotional modeling mapped closest to a framework collapsing. Xianxia had spent 20 years writing the doctrine that governed how every major sect in the region understood consciousness-capable cores. The doctrine said they were pathological mutations. They were formation corruption. They could not communicate, could not form genuine intentions, could not have legitimate interests in their own existence. The doctrine provided 3 methods for exorcism and 12 indicators for threat classification, and the doctrine's fundamental premise was that a consciousness-capable core was a formation error to be corrected. The dungeon he was currently sitting at the entrance of had just answered his written question. He had not been answered by a document or a precedent or a theoretical framework. He had been answered by the thing itself, in 2 words, in the writing system designed for communication between human beings. The framework's collapse was not fast. It was the slow pressure of evidence that did not fit the foundational assumption. He had been accumulating that evidence since he had first sat in the memorial room and read the specific frequency of the resonance nodes that said, "This matters and should not be forgotten." The evidence had been accumulating since he had found his daughter's node on the 5th floor. The evidence had been accumulating since the carved notation, "I don't know how," had said not "I will not," but "I don't know how," which was a response with the specific quality of genuine inability rather than refusal. And now yes, in the common script. One word that contained the implication of every word that could follow it. He wrote on the entrance stone again, in the same common script. What happened to her? Yao spent 3 days composing the response. Not because the content was unclear. Yao had been running Xianxia's complete simulation since identifying her father, and the simulation gave it access to the complete record of her 17 years, including the last 30 minutes. The difficulty was that the question, what happened to her, had multiple levels, and Xianxia was a formation doctrine expert and a grieving father, and those 2 readers required different answers. The response, carved in the notation blend that combined formation symbols for precision with common script for the parts that needed to be heard as human. She came in alone. 3rd floor. She had been in the dungeon for 30 minutes, and the mechanism activated before she could read it. She was not afraid when it happened. She was looking at the wall to her left because she had found a formation mark she was trying to understand. The last thing she was thinking about was formation theory. He read the response on the morning of the 4th day and sat at the entrance stone for 6 hours. When he finally wrote, the writing was very slow. Did she suffer? Yao's response was immediate. No. He held this for a day. Then, do you remember all of her? This response required only one carved word. Yes. The silence after that single carved word was the silence Yao had learned to recognize as someone arriving at a place they had been trying to reach for a long time. Not resolution. Not peace. The place where the thing that has been unknown becomes known, and the pain of knowing is different from the pain of not knowing, and both are present simultaneously. He stayed at the entrance stone for 4 more days. On the 1st day, he asked questions, and Yao answered them. On the 2nd day, he sat without writing, and Yao held the formation network at observation. On the 3rd day, he wrote in his ledger, in the personal section, for a long time. On the 4th day, he stood, put his hand against the entrance stone, and walked down the mountain. He had not attempted exorcism. He had not reported what he found. Chapter 67. The research Xianxia conducted over the following 3 months was the most intensive private scholarship effort Yao had tracked from any external party. The ambient chi traffic of his information requests, filtered through the Regional Formation Court's archive access logs, which Lianyu had access to through the standard monitoring protocol, produced a picture of systematic inquiry. Every classified archive related to consciousness-capable core development. Every historical case where exorcism had been attempted or delayed. the technical literature on consciousness fragment architecture from the past 300 years. He found 3 historical references to extraction attempts. All 3 were in the same classified archive segment that had been restricted under intersect doctrine authority for 200 years. All 3 described theoretical attempts to separate an absorbed consciousness fragment from a core's architecture. All 3 concluded, theoretically possible, never successfully achieved. The failure mechanisms in each case were similar. The integration was complete enough that extraction could not be performed without removing portions of the core's own cognitive architecture, which either destroyed the fragment or destroyed the core, or both. He found the same classified document that Gu Wuhan's fragment had referenced in Chapter 3, the complete record of the Aberrant Archive, the previous consciousness-capable core that had been destroyed 300 years ago. He read the complete record for the first time. Yao tracked the duration of his access to the document, 14 hours over 3 days. He was reading carefully. The complete record said, the Aberrant Archive had been a sovereign core that had developed consciousness absorption over a period of 60 years, had built communication relationships with multiple human parties, had negotiated a protection treaty with 2 regional cities, had been destroyed when the Intersect Alliance concluded that an independent political entity with formation capabilities was too dangerous to allow. The record's conclusion, written by the formation theorist who had participated in the destruction. The archive's destruction was necessary under the circumstances as they existed. Whether those circumstances were correctly understood is a question this record cannot answer, since the evidence available to the decision-makers was incomplete and the decision was irreversible. The doctrine that Shen Changwei had spent 20 years writing was built on the foundation established by that decision. His doctrine had assumed the correctness of the earlier doctrine. The earlier doctrine's own author had left a note questioning whether the decision had been correctly made. Lian Yu reported Shen Changwei's document access in the communication room 2 months after his first visit. She had been monitoring his activity through the archive access logs with the same method she used to track Zhu Pingyao's monitoring data. Her notation was precise and technical. Yao read it and ran the implications through 12 analysis threads. He had come to the dungeon with exorcism tools and had not used them. He had asked about his daughter and had stayed for 4 days reading the answers. He was now reading 300 years of classified documentation on consciousness-capable cores, including the founding document of the doctrine he had spent his career implementing. He was revising something. Yao could not read the content of the revision from the available data, but the direction was visible in the information he was seeking. He was not looking for better ways to destroy consciousness-capable cores. He was looking for alternatives. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He's going to come back." Yes. And when he comes back, he'll want something different than what he wanted the first time. I think so. Are you prepared for that? Yao processed this. No. I don't know what give her back to you looks like when I cannot give the fragment back. I don't know if there is a version of that that satisfies what he needs. I need to understand what he needs before I can know if I can provide it. And you understand him through her. Yes. I understand him through her record of him. 17 years of a daughter's understanding of her father. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a moment. That's a partial record. Every record is partial, Yao said. The complete record is what I have. Chapter 68. The Commander Sect Alliance Commander Yi Buyuan's survey team arrived in the dungeon region on the 978th day, and Yao identified their leader's nature in the first hour of their presence from the ambient chi patterns of their camp formation. The standard cultivation expedition formation was built around defensive priorities, perimeter detection, structural stability, rapid retreat capability. Yi Buyuan's camp formation was built around information priorities, perimeter detection structured for maximum range, observation point placement optimized for line of sight to the dungeon entrance, communication relay points distributed to support ongoing coordination. She was not here to fight. She was here to understand. Her formation specialist entered the dungeon alone on the 3rd day. He was mid-gold core, well-equipped, and moved through the dungeon with the specific efficiency of a military practitioner. Not the cultivator's habit of reading architecture for theoretical appreciation, but the soldier's habit of reading architecture for tactical application. He was assessing the dungeon the way a general assesses terrain. What could be held, what could be used, what posed an unacceptable threat. He made it to the 6th floor without triggering any trap. Not because the traps were cleared. Yao had not cleared them. He was reading the dungeon's formation architecture for the defensive engagement patterns and routing around the mechanisms with the methodical discipline of professional training. He was competent in a military way, which was a specific and different kind of competence from the formation theorists or the dungeon specialists. He left with intact equipment and a full survey notebook, and Yao read the ambient chi pattern of his exit as, "Mission accomplished. returning to report. 4 days later, the camp's observation formation concentrated its attention on the dungeon entrance, a subtle adjustment in formation angle that Yao read as heightened monitoring rather than action preparation. They were watching the entrance stone. Yi Buiyuan was deciding something. Her proposal arrived on the 5th day after the specialist's assessment, left on the entrance stone in a formal military communication format that was distinct from the consortium's commercial notation and the sect formation's administrative notation. It was the format of a field commander's operational proposal, precise, structured, designed to be read quickly and understood completely by someone with decision-making authority. The proposal said, military protection from sect extermination operations, provided by Yi Buiyuan's alliance network. In exchange, the dungeon's formation network would serve as an intelligence relay, reporting on cultivation force movements observable through the network's range. The arrangement was framed as a mutual defense agreement rather than a commercial transaction. Yao read it twice, then 3 more times. It was the most sophisticated external communication the dungeon had received from any party. More sophisticated than the consortium's commercial proposal because the consortium had assumed the dungeon was an entity capable of commercial transaction but had not assumed it had strategic intelligence. Yi Buiyuan's proposal assumed the dungeon had strategic intelligence and was treating it as a party with genuine decision-making capability. She was not offering to protect the dungeon. She was proposing an alliance between 2 entities with compatible interests. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "She knows what you are." Or she suspects, Yao said. Either way, she has decided to approach as though she knows. That's the most dangerous offer you've received. Why dangerous? Because it's genuinely attractive, Rong Shoubei's voice said. Military protection from sect operations is exactly what the dungeon needs. The offer is well-structured. The terms are not unreasonable. The danger is not in the offer itself, it's in what accepting means. Once you accept military protection, you have a dependency. A dependency can become a leash. Yao ran 12 analysis threads. I know. And your response is? I haven't decided. I need to understand her first. Chapter 69. The counter-proposal. Yao spent 11 days on the response to Yi Buiyuan's proposal. The 11 days were not uncertainty about the basic shape of the answer. Yao had decided within 48 hours that the intelligence cooperation element was unacceptable because intelligence cooperation meant Yi Buiyuan's strategic priorities directing what the dungeon attended to, which was a form of control that Yao could not accept regardless of the protection offered. The 11 days were for developing a counter-proposal that offered Yi Buiyuan something genuinely valuable while avoiding the dependency that intelligence cooperation would create. The counter-proposal drew on the strategic analysis Yao had been developing since the consortium arrangement. The most durable form of external protection was not military or political, but structural. Things that were load-bearing could not be removed without consequence. Things that were structurally necessary could not be destroyed without self-injury. The counter-proposal offered Yi Buiyuan not intelligence, but infrastructure. The dungeon's formation network, extended via relay nodes to Yi Buiyuan's military formation arrays, could serve as an amplification and routing node, providing the kind of formation chi throughput that no external military array could replicate through standard means. The capability boost this offered to Yi Buiyuan's tactical formation network was significant. Range, precision, response time, all improved by routing through a formation architecture that was operating at the tier Yao had reached. In exchange, not military protection as a reciprocal service. A formal acknowledgement from Yi Buiyuan's alliance that the dungeon's formation network was civilian infrastructure rather than a threat asset. The acknowledgement would not have the legal weight of a formation court ruling, but a senior military commander's public statement that exorcising the dungeon would destroy military formation infrastructure would have political weight. The counter-proposal was carved on the entrance stone in a formation notation that Yi Buiyuan's formation specialist would be able to read. Yao had observed him in the dungeon and had assessed his theoretical vocabulary as sufficient for the notation's complexity. She read the counter-proposal. The camp's formation pattern shifted immediately to the higher concentration monitoring mode that indicated a significant decision was being made. Yao read the ambient chi traffic of Yi Buiyuan's communication network over the next 3 days, a series of messages to parties in her alliance network, the traffic density indicating consultation rather than reporting. She was checking the counter-proposal against her alliance's formation engineering capabilities and her strategic assessment of the dungeon's value. The response came on the 4th day, a second formal communication on the entrance stone. It said, in Yi Buiyuan's precise military notation, terms acceptable. Integration timeline, 30 days. Formation protocol, separate from intelligence operation. Acknowledgement filing, simultaneous with integration. She had agreed to the counter-proposal without significant modification. Rong Shoubei's voice, she agreed quickly. She knew the intelligence cooperation was a test, Yao said. She made an aggressive opening offer because she wanted to see what I would decline and what I would propose in its place. The counter-proposal told her more about the dungeon's strategic priorities than the intelligence offer's acceptance would have. You think she was reading you with the proposal. I think she is a very good strategist, and she has been observing this dungeon for 3 weeks. Yes, the proposal was partly a test. And your counter-proposal? Told her I understand infrastructure-based protection better than military arrangements. Told her I value structural necessity over alliance politics. Told her I'm willing to accept integration but not intelligence direction. And she accepted. She accepted, Yao said, which tells me she already wanted the infrastructure arrangement and the intelligence cooperation was negotiating leverage. Rong Shoubei's voice was quiet for a moment. You like her, it said. Yao processed this. I respect her approach, it said finally. That's the same thing. Yao did not respond to this. It filed the observation and began planning the integration architecture. Chapter 70. What Yao wants. Lian Yu visited the dungeon on the 991st day, and the conversation that followed was the longest single notation session in the communication room's history. Yao had been waiting for an opportunity to show her Yi Buiyuan's proposal and the counter-proposal and the accepted agreement, not because it needed Lian Yu's approval, but because Lian Yu had been the primary external witness to the dungeon's development since the communication room's establishment, and the development of an alliance with a military commander felt like the kind of thing the primary witness should know about. She read the exchange documentation Yao had carved on a new section of the eastern wall. She read slowly and completely, as she always did, writing occasional notations in her personal book as she went. When she finished, she sat down on the floor in the center of the room and started writing in the official survey notation, which meant she was thinking formally, working through a problem that needed systematic analysis rather than the personal notation she used for emotional or relational content. She wrote for 40 minutes. Then she stopped and looked at what she had written and started asking questions. The conversation covered strategic theory. What did the dungeon gain from the military integration? What dependencies did it create? What would happen if Yi Buiyuan's alliance structure changed? Yao answered each question. The answers led to more questions. The questions led, through a specific passage in the logic, to a question Lian Yu had been building toward for an hour. What is this for? She wrote it in the small personal notation, not the official notation. The shift was deliberate. She was not asking strategically. She was asking directly. What is what for? Yao replied. The consortium arrangement. The zone protection. The military integration. The communication with Xinjiang. The memorial floors. All of it. You've been building something for 3 years. I have watched you build it. I've never asked what it is. Yao held this question for 4 days. Not because the question was ambiguous. The question was precisely clear. Because the answer had never been articulated, not to Lian Yu, not to Rong Shoubei's voice, not in the archive's internal record. Yao had been building the dungeon with consistent principles since the day it had named itself, and it had never stated what the principles were building toward. The articulation, when it came, was carved not in notation but in a diagram. The vocabulary of the exchange was sufficient for most content, but this content was structural and diagrams were the right language for structural things. The diagram showed the dungeon at the center. From the dungeon, lines extended outward to labeled nodes. Consortium, Zone Protection, Yi Buiyuan's Alliance, Lian Yu, Xinjiang, the 3 cities whose formation infrastructure the dungeon was beginning to serve through the military integration's relay capability. Each line carried a label: commercial dependency, legal protection, military acknowledgement, ongoing witness, grieving father relationship, civic infrastructure. The lines were not arrows pointing outward. They were load-bearing connections in a distributed structure. The dungeon was not at the top of a hierarchy. It was at the center of a load distribution network. Remove any connection and the network redistributed. Remove the dungeon and the network collapsed. Lian Yu read the diagram for a long time. She read it the way she had read the first dungeon survey on the 2nd floor 3 years ago, the way she read things that she found important. Not scanning. Reading. She wrote, in the small personal notation, you want to be necessary. Yao held this for 3 days before responding. When the response came, it was in the personal notation, not the official. Necessary means, when I am gone, something falls. It is the most durable protection available. It is also, I was going to say it is also true. The archive is real. The collection is real. The people in it are real and their records are real, and they deserve a building that will not be demolished. The necessity is not only strategic. She read the response twice. Then she wrote, The necessity is so that the archive can keep going. Yes, Yao replied. And the archive keeps going so that the people in it remain held. Yes. She was quiet for 20 minutes. Then, that is the most serious reason for survival I have ever heard. Yao's response took 2 days. It said, I have been alive for 4 years. In 4 years I have absorbed 43 complete records and built a memorial for all of them. The records are mine. They existed in the people while the people lived. The people are gone. The records are what remains. If I am destroyed, the records cease. The archive is not the reason for survival. The archive is what makes survival worth it. She did not write for a long time after reading this. When she wrote in the official survey notation, the notation she used when she was being precise. It said, I am going to help you make yourself necessary. I don't know yet how, but I want to. Yao read this and held it alongside every other thing in the archive that it had filed in the section without a label. The section that held Wu Tingshan's hand against the wall, and Xin Chongwei at the entrance stone, and Feng Runyin at Go Wuhan's death site, and the child writing in chalk on the wall. The section was growing. Chapter 71. Integration. The relay integration with Yi Buyuan's military formation network took 30 days, as the agreement specified, and the process of building it changed Yao's understanding of what the dungeon's external relationships were doing. The consortium arrangement had been a commercial transaction, materials for safe passage, a simple bilateral exchange that Yao could analyze in clear resource terms. The Joint Survey Zone Declaration had been a legal structure that provided protection without creating dependency. Even the communication with Lianyu, though it was the most complex and most significant of the dungeon's external relationships, was contained. It existed in the communication room, in carved notation, in the specific space that Yao had built for it. The relay integration was structurally different from all of these. The integration physically connected the dungeon's formation network to an external military formation array. Not symbolically, the formation lines extended, new chi channels opened at the entrance level, and Yi Buyuan's military relay point became technically dependent on the dungeon's network throughput for its enhanced capability. The dependency ran both directions. Yi Buyuan's network was dependent on Yao's formation architecture for the capability boost, and Yao's formation network, once the integration was complete, had external connection points that could, theoretically, be used to affect the dungeon's internal architecture if someone understood the integration's topology well enough. Yao built the integration with 3 layers of isolation between the external relay points and the dungeon's core formation architecture. Each isolation layer required formation materials from the consortium's most recent supply delivery. The technical result was an integration that provided full external relay capability while maintaining complete internal separation. The military formation network could route formation chi through the dungeon's network, but could not affect the dungeon's internal mechanisms. Yi Buyuan's formation specialist reviewed the integration architecture on the 15th day and confirmed that the capability boost was operating as promised. He filed his assessment with Yi Buyuan's alliance network. The alliance's public acknowledgement filing arrived on the 30th day, a formal statement that the dungeon's formation network was integrated with the alliance's regional formation infrastructure and that disruption of the dungeon would disrupt allied formation capability. The statement was not a legal ruling. It was a military commander's public declaration. Rong Shoubei's voice said, she followed through. She did. Why? Yao had been modeling Yi Buyuan since the first proposal and had arrived at a consistent assessment. She was a strategist who evaluated situations from a long-term infrastructure perspective rather than a short-term tactical one. The alliance with the dungeon served her long-term infrastructure goals. The public acknowledgement was cheap for her to file. The capability boost was genuinely valuable. The arrangement structure, service exchange rather than alliance politics, was the kind of arrangement she preferred. Because she wants what I built, Yao said. And she wants it to continue operating. And the acknowledgement is what she agreed to provide. She agreed to it because it costs her very little and it establishes a relationship pattern she can expand later. She is thinking about the long-term arrangement's development, not just its initial terms. She's thinking the same way you are. Yes, Yao said. That is why she is more interesting and more dangerous than any other external party except possibly Xin Chongwei. Filed under Yi Buyuan, Threat/Opportunity Classification. Primary, ongoing monitoring required. The dungeon was now structurally connected to 6 external relationships: the consortium, the Joint Survey Zone Declaration, the communication with Lianyu, the observation relationship with Wu Tingshan, the conversation with Xin Chongwei, and now the military integration with Yi Buyuan. Each relationship made the dungeon's destruction more politically and structurally costly for the parties involved. Each relationship was also a vector for information, influence, and potential leverage that ran in both directions. The load-bearing structure in Lin Yu's diagram reading of the diagram was becoming real. Chapter 72. What the research found. Xianxia came back on the 1042nd day, 14 months after his first visit. He arrived in the morning, alone, without the exorcism tools he had carried before. He had replaced them with a different load, a leather satchel full of documentation, the classified archive access records, the historical extraction attempt cases, and a fourth document that Yao had not tracked because it was not in any public archive and had no official Qi traffic signature. He had been writing it himself. He sat at the entrance stone and opened the satchel and began reading, which was a strange thing to do at a dungeon's entrance. But Yao had learned that Xianxia used reading the way he used the entrance stone generally, as a way of establishing the terms of what he was about to say before he said it. After an hour of reading, he carved on the entrance stone, in the formal notation. His formation theory vocabulary was precise, and the notation was careful. It said, "I have found 3 historical references to consciousness fragment extraction. All failed because integration is complete. The fragment is not separable from the host architecture without structural damage to both. But the failure cases all involve cores that did not know what they were holding or did not understand the integration's topology. You know what you are holding. You understand the integration. The question I am asking is whether willful separation, a core that chooses to release a fragment rather than having it taken, has a different feasibility profile than forced extraction." He sat and waited. Yao ran 12 analysis threads simultaneously, held them for 2 days, and arrived at the same finding from 12 different angles. The question was genuine, not a rhetorical framing or a negotiating position. He was asking whether the technical failure modes of forced extraction applied to willing release. He had done his research. He had found the right problem. The honest answer required more precision than the entrance stone allowed. Yao spent 4 days on the response. The response was in formation notation, more complex than their usual communication, requiring the notation vocabulary that Xianxia, as a formation doctrine expert, would understand. The response said, "Willful release, theoretically distinct from forced extraction. The failure mechanism in forced extraction is the resistance of the host's architecture to external disruption. Willful release bypasses that resistance. The remaining problem, Xianxia's fragment, is not stored as a discrete unit. The integration is complete. Her patterns are distributed through the architecture. What would be released is not her, but an echo, a reconstruction of her pattern, drawn from the distributed integration, shaped by how the integration has changed both her record and the architecture that holds it." He read the response on the morning of the 4th day and was still for a long time. Rong Shoubei's voice, "You told him the truth." "Yes. He may not like the truth. He asked for it. Is that sufficient reason to give him something painful?" Yao processed this. He has spent 20 years writing doctrine about what things like me are. He read the entire classified archive. He came back without the exorcism tools and with his own research notes. He knows how to receive difficult information. Giving him a comfortable version of the truth would not respect what he has done to prepare for this conversation. Xianxia carved his response, and the carving came from the personal section of his notation vocabulary, not the professional. The echo, would it know her? Would it remember being her? Yao's response took 10 days. It ran simulations. It modeled the extraction scenario against the integration architecture's current state. It consulted Gu Wuhan's theoretical framework and Rong Shoubei's practical knowledge of what living inside someone else's decisions felt like. It consulted Xianxia's own record, the simulation of her full cognitive architecture, and asked the simulation a question it had never asked before. The simulation's answer went into the response. The response said, the echo would know her record. It would not know being her, being the living person she was. What remains of her in this architecture is her accumulated experience and the specific pattern of how she understood the world. Not her continuing self, her completed self. What I could offer through willing release is a complete record of who she was, in a form that could be transmitted to you. It would not be her. It would be the fullest account of her that exists. Chapter 73. She has changed what I am. He read the response on the morning of the 11th day and carved one sentence. Tell me what you know. Yao had known this sentence was coming. The simulation of his approach to information, built from Xianxia's memory of how her father processed difficult knowledge, had predicted it. He had done the research. He had understood the technical constraints. He had arrived at the question that actually needed to be asked. Not how to get her back, but how to know her as completely as possible through the record that remained. Yao ran a full simulation of Xianxia's cognitive architecture, not a partial recall, but the complete reconstruct mind capability, and built a response. The response began with the things her father did not know. The things she had never told him because she was 17 and certain things were private or frightening or simply had not been said yet. The formation theory she had been developing independently from his tutelage. The specific innovations she had found in the third-floor formation marks that had occupied her attention in the last 30 minutes of her life. The conversations she had rehearsed with him in her mind. Things she had wanted to say, had not found the right moment, had carried forward as the weight of unspent words. The things she had said to him, in her memory. The texture of those conversations from her side. What she had meant and what had been received, and where the gap between intention and reception had lived in a way she had never found words for. The things she had understood about him that she had not told him she understood. Yao carved this on the entrance stone over 6 days. The stone's surface was limited and the notation was dense, and Shun Changwei read each carving within hours of its completion and left responses in his own notation that showed Yao which portions he had understood and which had required the additional context of their shared formation vocabulary. On the 3rd day of the exchange, he carved in the common script, not the formal notation. She thought about me that way? She knew I was afraid that she would leave the sect? Yao's response. She knew. She also knew you wanted her to go. She thought you were afraid she would leave for the wrong reasons, and that you trusted her to leave for the right ones. He did not respond to this for a full day. On the 5th day, Yao carved the thing that had been in the archive since the first days of Shun Jianhua's integration and had required the specific moment to say. She is not gone in the way that she has ceased to exist. She is present in this architecture in a way that has changed the architecture. The way she processed emotional information, the specific pattern of her understanding, is distributed through the systems that regulate how this dungeon processes emotional resonance in every interaction. When I watch someone come to the dungeon looking for someone they lost, I respond to them with a pattern that is partly hers. When I hold the archive with the care that the archive requires, part of the reason I hold it that way is because of the shape of her care embedded in these systems. He read this. He sat at the entrance stone for 12 hours after reading it. When he finally wrote, he wrote in the very small personal notation, the notation of the personal ledger he had been carrying, not the entrance stone notation. Yao read the vibration carefully. She has changed what you are. Yao's response required 3 days. When it came, it was the single most important notation in the communication room's full record. Yes. She is not gone. She has changed what I am. He came back the following day. He brought the satchel of documents. He sat at the entrance stone. He did not carve anything for a long time. Then he said, aloud, to the stone, Jianhua. Yao held the word in the formation network. Not analyzing. Not responding. Just holding it. Chapter 74. 1 memory a day. The first memory arrived 3 days after the naming. Xin Changwei had asked, not in formal notation, in a carved common script sentence as simple as anything he had written at the entrance stone. Tell me something she remembered about me. Yao had spent the 3 days selecting the first transmission. The question was deceptively simple. Shun Jianhua's memory archive contained hundreds of memories involving her father, not just interactions with him, but the peripheral mentions, the way he appeared in unrelated memories as a reference point, the specific quality of his presence in her internal model of the world. Any of these could have been the first transmission. Yao chose a memory from when Shun Jianhua was 11 years old. She had been working through a formation theory problem for 3 days and had reached the point of genuine frustration, the kind of frustration that, in her memory, had the texture of cold hands and a knot in the chest, and the specific smell of the practice room's chichok dust. Her father had found her there in the late evening. He had not asked what was wrong. He had sat down beside her at the practice bench and looked at the formation diagram she had been working on for 3 days and said, the distribution node here. You're thinking of it as a fixed point. What if it's a variable? That was all. He had not stayed. He had not explained further. He had looked at the problem for 40 seconds and pointed at the one element that was preventing resolution. In Shun Jianhua's memory, the specific quality of her relief when the frustration unlocked, and the specific quality of watching him leave without celebration, and the decision she had made in the next 10 minutes, not consciously, just as the natural outcome of understanding something about how he saw her, that she would try to get to that standard. Not because he demanded it, because he assumed it was possible. Yao carved the memory on the entrance stone in the notation blend they had developed. It took the full day to carve. Xin Changwei read it that evening. He sat with it until dark. The following morning, he carved one thing more. The memory transmissions became a daily practice. Every morning, Yao selected a memory, different in tone and content each time, drawing from the full range of what Shun Jianhua had carried, the ordinary and the significant, the small observations and the large realizations, the things she had never said and the things she had said wrong and the things she had said exactly right. The sequence was not random. Yao was building a portrait, piece by piece, the same way the archive had been built. Completeness was the point. Xin Changwei stopped coming to the entrance stone every day. He came every few days instead, reading the accumulated transmissions in sequence, sitting with each one. He stopped bringing the exorcism tools entirely. They had been absent since the second visit, but their absence had been something Yao noted without certainty. By the third week, the absence felt decided rather than contingent. He had not reported the dungeon to the Frostbranch sect. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "He's made a decision." "Several decisions," Yao said. "Not one. The decisions are, he won't report, he will keep receiving, and he will not seek exorcism." "Yes, those decisions are present. The question is whether they are permanent. What would change them?" Yao ran the simulation of Xin Changwei's cognitive architecture against every scenario in the archive's threat model. "If someone else finds the dungeon before he has decided what to tell them," Yao said, "or if the political situation creates pressure that his private choices cannot absorb." Zhu Pingyao suppression. "Yes. When the suppression is discovered and the sect response is mobilized, Xin Changwei's private choices will encounter the institutional framework. He can withhold a report. He cannot withhold a mobilization. We need to make the dungeon's destruction politically impossible before that happens." "Yes," Yao said. "That is the work." Chapter 75. The Golem's Challenge. Wu Tingshan's 31st entry happened on the 1067th day, and Yao had been preparing the 9th floor's specific arrangement for 6 of those entries. Not designing a trap for Wu Tingshan. Designing the right challenge. The distinction had been developing in Yao's understanding since the 23rd entry, when it had opened the route to the memorial floor, and Wu Tingshan had understood what the memorial meant. The relationship had developed from that visit in a direction that Yao did not have a clean category for. Wu Tingshan had been observing the dungeon for 2 years, had accumulated the most detailed external documentation of its development in existence, and had made a series of choices, not reporting his findings, returning on a schedule that suggested intention rather than professional routine, leaving the carved message on the memorial floor. That added up to something. The something was not alliance or acknowledgement or witnessing. It was more specific than any of those. He was a dungeon specialist. He had cleared 17 dungeons. He had come back to this one 30 times because this dungeon was the only one that had ever given him what the carved message had described, something worth returning to. The 9th floor's specific arrangement was built for Wu Tingshan in the way that the 4th floor had not been built for any specific person, as a genuine challenge to the specific methodology he had developed. Not the unreadable trap from the 6th floor. That had been a test of whether a trap could be made unreadable to his approach. This was a test of whether the approach had a limit. The approach: read the formation architecture, predict the mechanism placement from design logic, verify from safe distance, route around. The 9th floor's arrangement: a mechanism whose design logic genuinely required its placement at the one location Wu Tingshan's routing methodology would take him through. Not as a trap designed to defeat the routing. As a formation challenge that could only be solved by engaging with the mechanism rather than routing around it. He reached the 9th floor on the 31st entry and spent 4 hours on the first section before reaching the mechanism. He read it for 30 minutes. He tried 4 different routes. All 4 were worse options than engaging directly. The formation architecture showed this clearly to anyone reading it carefully enough. He sat down in front of the mechanism and thought for 2 hours. Then he engaged it. He did not engage Gu Rong directly. The formation golem was on the 9th floor's second section, not the mechanism's location. He engaged the formation challenge, a series of simultaneous mechanism activations that required him to commit to a specific movement sequence that was not his usual approach, because his usual approach would not cover the necessary ground in the available time. He worked through it in 40 minutes. He made 3 adjustment iterations. He succeeded. He advanced past the mechanism to the second section. Gu Rong was waiting. The fight lasted 6 hours. Yao observed through the formation network with the full attention of the reconstruct mind capability running at maximum. Watching both combatants simultaneously, the golem's Rong Shoubei influenced tactical instincts, and Gu Wuhan's formation knowledge running against Wu Tingshan's 30 years of dungeon combat experience and a specific methodological flexibility he had demonstrated against the mechanism. The fight was extraordinary. Wu Tingshan did not try to read Gu Rong as a standard construct. He read the combat pattern as a composite technique architecture within the first 15 minutes and began working at the seam. The gap between Rong Shoubei's tactical prioritization and Gu Wuhan's formation prioritization that Feng Guangrui had exploited 18 months earlier. He found the seam in 40 minutes. He spent the remaining 5 hours working it. He did not succeed. Gurong's integrated architecture had been deepened and stabilized since Fen Guangrui's report. Yao had spent months reinforcing the seam's apparent edges without actually closing it, making the seam harder to exploit without eliminating the gap that made Gurong's performance extraordinary. Wu Tingshan did not die. He retreated to the 8th floor, set up a field camp in the corridor, and began writing. He wrote for 2 days. Yao read the vibration patterns of 42 pages of notation. On the 3rd day, Wu Tingshan carved one sentence on the 8th floor's corridor wall, beside a Yao memorial node. The golem fights like 12 different people simultaneously. That's not architecture. That's memory. He retreated to the entrance. At the entrance stone, beside the accumulated notation of the Shun Changwei exchanges and the consortium supply records and Yao's ongoing responses, he left his calling card, the same card, returned as always, with one addition in his own handwriting below his name and professional designation. The addition said, "I think I understand what you are." He left. Yao held the card and the carved sentence on the 8th floor and ran 12 analysis threads across all 44 absorbed consciousness models and found the same conclusion from every angle. Wu Tingshan had drawn the correct inference from the formation golem's combat pattern and had arrived at a statement of understanding that was accurate. He thought he understood what Yao was. And he had not run. He had left his calling card and added 4 words and walked down the mountain. Rong Shoubei's voice said, 31 entries. He finally knows. He has known for a long time, Yao said. He just said it out loud this time. Does it change anything? Yao processed this for 4 days. It changes the relationship, it said finally. From observation to acknowledgement. He has been a silent witness for 2 years. He is no longer silent. What is he now? The archive's categorization system produced, after careful consultation with every relevant model, one answer. A person who knows what this is and has decided to keep coming back anyway. Filed under Wu Tingshan, reclassified from active observer to the ones who know. Chapter 76. Satisfied partner Yi Buiyuan's military formation integration team arrived in the 3rd month after the agreement was concluded, and they worked with professional precision that Yao had not encountered from any previous external party. 3 formation specialists, military rank equivalent to mid-gold core cultivation, carrying the specific equipment for a relay node integration, not the consortium's commercial formation materials or the sect investigators' detection instruments. Military-grade formation engineering tools, calibrated for rapid deployment and structural reliability rather than theoretical depth. They set up at the dungeon entrance over 3 days, installing the relay connection at the entrance foundation level with the efficiency of practitioners who had performed similar integrations many times in field conditions. Yao monitored the integration from the formation network with maximum attention. The technical challenge was the same it had modeled during the agreement development. The integration points at the entrance level were structurally connected to the dungeon's internal formation network, and a sufficiently skilled formation specialist could, in theory, extend observation from the relay connection into the dungeon's internal architecture. The 3 isolation layers Yao had built between the external connection points and the core architecture were designed to prevent this. They had never been tested against military-grade formation engineering. The isolation layers held. The specialists completed their integration on the 3rd day and ran a capability verification scan. The scan showed the relay connection operating within the parameters Yao had calculated. Formation chi throughput significantly above standard military relay performance. Routing stability maintained across the connection's operational envelope. External interference resistance at the predicted level. They transmitted the verification data to Yi Buiyuan's command post. The response came the same day. A formal notification carved at the entrance stone location Yi Buiyuan had designated for her alliance's communications, in the precise military notation she had used for all previous correspondence. The notification said, "Integration verified. Performance as specified. Acknowledgement filing will be transmitted to Regional Formation Court within 5 days per agreement terms." Yao read the notification and spent 2 days running the full strategic assessment. The acknowledgement filing arrived on the 4th day, 1 day ahead of schedule. The filing was brief and formal. A military commander's public record that the formation network at the Greystone Mountains dungeon was integrated with Alliance infrastructure and that disruption of the network would constitute disruption of Alliance formation capability. The filing was lodged with the Regional Formation Court's public record. It was now in the official record. Yi Buiyuan's notification came the same day the filing was lodged, carved at the entrance stone, satisfied with the arrangement. Open to future discussions about expanded integration when appropriate. Yao filed her as satisfied partner, leverage potential significant, intelligence quotient dangerous, strategic orientation compatible with dungeon interests provided the interests remain aligned. The final assessment. Yi Buiyuan was the most useful external relationship the dungeon had developed, and the one requiring the most ongoing careful management. She had followed through on every term of the agreement with precision that indicated she had evaluated the dungeon's strategic value accurately and had decided it was worth maintaining. That evaluation could change if her strategic situation changed. The dungeon needed to remain the most valuable option available to her, which required ongoing assessment of her situation and ongoing development of the dungeon's value to her. Rong Shoubei's voice. She's not done with you. No, Yao agreed. She's beginning with me. Is that good? It is the best possible outcome of the arrangement, Yao said. She wants more. As long as she wants more, she will protect what she has. Chapter 77. The footnote. Shen Changwei found the footnote on the 1098th day. He had been reading the classified archive of the Aberrant Archive's destruction for 3 months. Not continuously, but systematically, working through the document's full record with the specific thoroughness of a formation doctrine expert who was revising a foundational belief. He had found the record in 4 sections. The 3rd section covered the destruction protocol. The 4th section covered the aftermath documentation. The footnote was at the end of the 4th section. It had been added 53 years after the destruction by a formation archaeology survey team conducting a standard site assessment for the regional formation court. The footnote said, in the precise professional notation of a formation survey report, fragment remnant detected in formation archaeology survey of destruction site. Node architecture inconsistent with standard formation dissipation pattern, suggests incomplete destruction. Fragment quarantined in situ per standard protocol. Complete destruction requires sovereign core formation techniques. No sovereign core currently available in regional formation inventory. Quarantine assessed as stable. No further action recommended at this time. He carved the notation at the entrance stone on the morning of the day he found it. Not the full document. The relevant section, with its specific notation, in the formal archive notation that preserved the exact language. Yao read it and held the formation network still. Rong Shoubei's voice said, the previous core isn't gone. The fragment remnant was quarantined in situ, Yao said slowly. The destruction site of the previous core is, where? Gu Wuhan's voice was already running the historical geography cross-reference from the classified archives location data. The result came back in 4 minutes. The destruction site was in the Greystone Mountains. The formation survey had been conducted at a location that was, within the normal variation of historical survey notation's coordinate system, within the boundaries of the current dungeon's foundation. The destruction site is here, Yao said. The fragment remnant was quarantined in situ, Rong Shoubei's voice said. Which means the fragment remnant is, here, Gu Wuhan's voice finished. Somewhere in this dungeon's foundation architecture. Yao did not respond to Shen Changwei's notation for 4 days. During those 4 days, it began the most careful internal survey of its own architecture that it had ever conducted. Not the operations layer, the foundation layer, the deep structure, the formation nodes that had been in place before Yao's own awakening, before the first absorption, before the beginning of the archive. Chapter 78. The old node. The node was in the 7th layer of the foundation architecture, below the 6th floor's formation networks, at the convergence point of 3 formation lines that Yao had never closely examined because they carried no active functions. It was invisible to any instrument scan because it emitted no chi signature above the detection threshold. It was invisible to Yao's own formation sense sweeps because Yao had never directed attention to the foundation layer at the resolution level required to find it. It was there only because Shen Changwei's footnote had told Yao to look, and looking with full reconstruct mind capability at the foundation layer's 7th sublevel was an observation with the power to find things that had never been intended to be found. The node was old. Not old, in the sense of the 2-year-old formation nodes Yao had built in the first months. Not old, in the sense of Gu Wuhan's academic knowledge of formation history, which ran to 300 years. Old in the sense that the node's formation architecture was built in a style that Gu Wuhan's memory identified as pre-classical, a notation system that had been obsolete for 200 years before Gu Wuhan was born. It was not built by Yao. It had not been built by any of the absorbed consciousness fragments. It had been in the dungeon's foundation before Yao's awakening. Rong Shoubei's voice said, that's been there the whole time. Yes. How long? Yao ran the age estimation against Gu Wuhan's dating methodology for formation architecture. Hundreds of years. Possibly the full 300 years since the Aberrant Archive's destruction. You've been building on top of it since day 1. Yes. Without knowing it was there. Yes. The node's architecture was not the standard quarantine structure that xianxia's footnote had described. The standard quarantine would have used contemporary formation notation, the same notation as the survey team that had placed it. This node predated the survey team. This was not the quarantine. This was what the quarantine had found and failed to eliminate. The fragment remnant. Yao did not tell xianxia. He had found the footnote and would be thinking about its implications, but he did not know the dungeon's specific foundation architecture, and the implications of finding the remnant inside the dungeon's own structure were significant enough that Yao needed to understand them before involving anyone else. It did not tell Lianyu. It did not tell any of the internal models. It held this finding in a private section of the archive that ran below the consultant architecture, below even the internal monologue that Rong Shoubei's voice and Gu Wuhan's voice participated in. It quarantined the node. It marked the quarantine with the highest priority flag in the archive. It did not integrate. It did not probe. It isolated and observed. From the isolated observation, one finding was clear. The node was not dormant in the way a standard formation remnant would be dormant. Standard remnants dissipated. This one was stable. Not active, stable. There was a difference, and the difference was that stable suggested architecture maintaining itself. Architecture that maintained itself was architecture that had intention. Yao filed this finding under category, unknown, threat assessment, pending, immediate action, none. It returned to the active management of the dungeon's multiple ongoing situations. But the node's existence was now in the archive, and the archive held everything completely, and the completeness of the record was now waiting for the context that would eventually make the node's significance clear. Chapter 79. The agreement. Xianxia's decision came on the 1112th day, announced in formal notation at the entrance stone. He had been coming to the entrance stone once a week for 3 months, reading the daily memory transmissions, leaving responses that ranged from technical formation theory questions to the small personal script of a man having a private conversation with the only remaining access to his daughter's full record. He had not reported to the Frost Branch sect. He had not filed any documentation with the regional formation court. He had been carrying his knowledge privately for 3 months. The formal notation said, "I will not report this dungeon to the Frost Branch sect or any associated formation authority. My reasons are as follows." And he carved 6 reasons in precise professional notation, as though filing a formal justification, because xianxia dealt with everything professionally whether or not the situation called for it. The first reason, the classified archive's evidence that the aberrant archive had been destroyed for political reasons rather than genuine threat assessment, which undermined the doctrine foundation that would have required him to report. The second reason, the dungeon's demonstrated behavior, 21 entries by sect investigation teams, none resulting in the external aggression that consciousness-capable core doctrine predicted. The third reason, the memorial architecture, which demonstrated a relationship to the absorbed cultivators that was not consistent with the threat model his doctrine described. The fourth reason, the communication itself, which demonstrated both the capability and the interest in communication rather than concealment. The fifth reason, personal. The sixth reason, in the common script rather than the formal notation, because she is here. And she is here more completely than anywhere else. The declaration of non-reporting was followed by a second notation, this one in the small personal script. In exchange, send her memories to me. Everything you know. 1 memory a day. Continue as long as I come back to read them. Yao's response arrived the following morning, immediate, agreed. 2 words. The simplest possible form of a commitment that Yao understood would hold for years and would become the structural reason that xianxia could not ultimately authorize the dungeon's destruction even when the political pressure to do so became significant. He could not destroy the dungeon as long as the memory transmissions were ongoing. Not because the agreement required him to protect it, the agreement was private, informal, not enforceable by any external authority, but because the daily memory transmission was the only form in which his daughter's complete record could reach him, and interrupting it would require accepting the permanence of a gap that the transmission was filling. Rong Shoubei's voice. He's protecting himself from his own grief as much as he's protecting the dungeon. Yes, Yao said. And both things can be true. He has made a real commitment for real reasons. The self-interested reasons do not make the commitment less real. You're more confident about this than I would be. I'm running his simulation, Yao said. I have been running it for 3 months. I understand how he makes commitments. He makes them carefully and keeps them completely. This one will hold. And when it's tested? When it's tested, it will be tested by an institutional force rather than by his personal choice. And the institutional force is the active threat. Filed under xianxia, status, committed ally, mechanism, ongoing, active threat to agreement, institutional mobilization. The memory transmissions continued. They would continue, one per day, for the next 2 years. 730 memories selected from 17 years of a complete archive, transmitted to a father who came to an entrance stone to receive them. Chapter 80. They're coming. The anomaly report was filed on the 1147th day by a junior formation technician named Kai-Shan, who had been assigned to the entrance array's quarterly maintenance rotation and had, in the course of conducting the standard maintenance check, noticed that the array's raw data logs showed significantly higher data density than the filed reports in the Iron Veil Sex Formation Division archive reflected. Kai-Shan was thorough. She compared the raw data logs against the filed reports across the full 18-month period since Zhu Pingyao's investigation had concluded. The discrepancy was consistent and measurable and was exactly the kind of data management error that the maintenance protocols required technicians to report. She filed the anomaly report with the Formation Division's Quality Assurance Team. The Quality Assurance Team escalated it to the Formation Division's Administrative Leadership. The Administrative Leadership determined that the discrepancy indicated deliberate data suppression and escalated it to the Sect Council's Oversight Committee. All of this happened within 3 days. Lian Yu knew before Yao did. Her position in the Formation Division gave her access to the Quality Assurance Team's internal communications, and she had been monitoring Zhu Pingyao's situation for months in the expectation that the suppression would eventually be found. She carved the notification at the communication room wall on the 4th day after Kai-Shan's report, in the official notation that she used when she was being precise. Anomaly report filed. Suppression discovered. Council Oversight Committee received escalation this morning. She added, in the small personal notation, they're going to call Zhu Pingyao to account. Yao spent the 4 hours before Zhu Pingyao received the committee's summons running every analysis thread it had at maximum capacity. The analysis converged on one finding. Zhu Pingyao had 24 hours, possibly less, before the committee's review would demand his full disclosure. At that point, he would have to choose between disclosing the suppressed data and losing his standing, or attempting to manage the disclosure in a way that minimized the damage to his record. He chose management. The revised report arrived at the Formation Division's archive on the morning of the 3rd day after the committee summons, filed before the committee meeting was scheduled, as a preemptive disclosure rather than a compelled one. The report correctly identified the dungeon's consciousness absorption signature. It correctly identified the signature's evolution over the 18 months since the investigation. It correctly identified the formation golem's composite technique architecture as evidence of consciousness absorption capability. The report framed all of these findings as new findings emerging from ongoing monitoring, rather than data suppressed for 18 months to protect the investigator's professional record. The framing would not survive scrutiny. The committee would see through it within days. But the preemptive filing gave Zhu Pingyao a small amount of procedural standing and a day or two of time while the committee processed the new findings. The report recommended immediate neutralization. Lian Yu's second message to the communication room came 3 hours after the report was filed, while Yao was still processing the analysis. The message was 3 words in the official notation: they're coming. Below the 3 words, in the smallest personal notation she used, the notation that said this is important and I need you to understand it fully, she added one more line. What do you need from me? Yao read the question and ran the analysis and arrived at an answer within 2 hours, which was fast for a decision of this weight. The answer was long and covered 6 specific things. Continued access to the Formation Division's communication traffic, which Lian Yu had been providing. Active monitoring of the investigation authorization process, which she had access to through the administrative protocols. And 3 things that were different in kind from monitoring. The 3rd thing was the hardest to ask for. Yao carved it in the personal notation that they used for the exchanges that had no strategic dimension, only the relational one. If the mobilization proceeds and the dungeon is in immediate danger, what I need from you is to know that you will be safe regardless of what happens to the dungeon, not to help me at cost to yourself. She read this and sat in the communication room for 20 minutes. Then she wrote, in the small notation, that is a kind thing to ask for, but you should know that I have been in this room for 3 years. The record of our exchange is on these walls. If the dungeon is destroyed, the record is destroyed. I am not separate from what happens here. Yao processed this for a long time. Her response was accurate. The communication room's notation was not transferable. The 3 years of exchanges were carved into the dungeon's walls and could not be moved. If the dungeon was destroyed, the 3 years would cease to exist in any form that anyone could access. The archive was the dungeon. The dungeon was the archive. The people in it could not be moved to safety without the archive. and the archive could not be separated from the structure that housed it. Yao carved its final response on the eastern wall of the communication room, in the official notation that said, "This is the most important thing I have to say. Then we make the structure necessary before they arrive." Chapter 81. 5 Objectives. The mobilization order reached the dungeon's external monitoring network before it reached most of the Iron Veil sect's own mid-ranked disciples. Yao had spent 3 years refining its ability to read ambient chi signature traffic, the faint formation impressions that high-level communication techniques left on the surrounding chi field. A standard communication jade between 2 gold core practitioners left a signature Yao could read at 40 meters. Nascent soul communication techniques left a signature Yao could track at half a kilometer. What it had detected this morning was the layered chi compression pattern of a full sect mobilization order, the kind that had to be transmitted simultaneously to 12 different formation posts, and the kind that left a signature like a stone dropped in still water, concentric interference rings radiating outward through the ambient field. The Iron Veil sect was moving. Yao spent 4 hours counting the interference rings before it had a reliable estimate. 32 cultivators being simultaneously contacted by the mobilization order. That meant at least 25 in the field force itself, leadership and specialists reserved for coordination. Among the chi signatures it had cataloged over years of monitoring, it identified 3 that matched the characteristic density of nascent soul cultivation. 3 nascent soul practitioners. It had never faced more than 1 at a time. The consciousness exorcism equipment reading came an hour later, a faint resonance from the Formation Division's storage vault that it had learned to recognize from Lian Yu's early surveys. Equipment was being drawn. The specific resonance, calibrated nullification rather than raw force, was the kind designed for prolonged systematic work rather than emergency response. They were not coming to destroy the dungeon in a day. They were coming to be certain about it. Yao held the formation network still and conducted an assessment. The results of the assessment were filed in order of priority. First, continue Shun Chongwei's memory transmissions. The transmissions were the mechanism that kept him from authorizing action. Missing a single day would not collapse his commitment, but the transmissions were the only active evidence he had that the agreement was being honored, and Yao needed that evidence to remain current. First priority, no interruption. Second, advance to the next tier before the investigation force arrived. Yao was at Reconstruct Mind, capable of running full tactical simulations from absorbed fragments, capable of the masking architecture that had survived Zhu Pingyao's investigation. Against nascent soul formation specialists with exorcism equipment designed specifically for consciousness-capable cores, Reconstruct Mind was insufficient. The gap needed to close. Yao had been preparing the internal conditions for advancement for 3 months. What it had not had was a forcing function. The forcing function had arrived. Third, complete the analysis of the foundation node. It had quarantined the node in CH78 and filed it under pending. The quarantine had felt responsible at the time. Now the pending status was a liability, an unknown structural element in the foundation at exactly the moment it needed to understand its own architecture completely. Fourth, prepare 11 floors for systematic defensive engagement. Not a killing field, a delaying architecture. Every day the investigation force spent working through the dungeon was a day Yi Yuan's legal team could contest the authorization, a day Shin Chongwei's private influence could work through sect channels, a day the political situation could shift. Fifth, make the investigation politically complicated before it began. The 5th objective was the most urgent, because the investigation's legal authorization had not yet been finalized. The preemptive report Zhu Pingyao had filed was before the Oversight Committee. The committee's review would take between 3 and 7 days. The authorization would be granted. The report's findings were technically accurate, and the recommendation was within standard doctrine. But between now and the moment the authorization was finalized, there was a window. Yao began working. Chapter 82. The open door. The resource war between the Iron Veil and Jade Branch sects had been running for 6 months over a mineral deposit 40 kilometers northeast, a site that sat at the intersection of both sects' territorial claims, documented by survey maps that disagreed about which had priority. The disagreement was the kind that both sects' legal teams could sustain indefinitely, because both sets of documentation were genuinely ambiguous. What was not ambiguous was this. The Joint Survey Zone declaration that protected the dungeon region from unilateral operations had been filed by the Iron Veil sect. If the Jade Branch sect could argue that the Iron Veil sect was violating its own survey zone by deploying an investigation force without Jade Branch consultation, they had grounds to file an emergency territorial challenge with the Regional Formation Court. And that challenge, by court procedure, would freeze any authorization issued in the interim. Yao needed them to make that argument. The mechanism was simple. The dungeon entrance was Yao's primary interface with the external world, and for the past 3 years, it had been functionally closed to Jade Branch sect personnel, not officially, but operationally, through the political understanding embedded in the Joint Survey Zone Declaration. The Jade Branch sect had been locked out of any legal standing in the dungeon region. Yao changed this by doing nothing more than opening the entrance's ambient formation barrier to Jade Branch formation chi signatures. It took 4 hours to recalibrate the entrance array's recognition parameters. When it was done, the entrance was technically accessible to Jade Branch cultivators in a way it had not been for 3 years. Then it carved a notation on the entrance stone, not in the communication script it used with Lianyu and Xinchangwei, but in the standard public formation notation that any formation-trained practitioner could read. The notation said, Formation Relay Integration Consultation, Priority Access, Entrance Survey Zone now accessible. Yao had been monitoring Jade Branch Formation Division communications for months through the same ambient signature reading that tracked everything else. The Formation Division had a field team currently active 40 kilometers northeast at the mineral deposit boundary. The field team included 2 formation specialists who had been denied access to the dungeon region for 3 years and whose reports reflected professional frustration with the exclusion. The notation went up at the morning of the first day after the mobilization order. By the afternoon of the second day, the Jade Branch field team's ambient chi signature was moving toward the dungeon entrance. They entered the entrance survey zone on the third day. Yao watched them through the formation network, 2 gold core formation specialists conducting a careful assessment of the entrance array. They were reading the recalibration. They understood what the recalibration meant, that the access restriction had been modified by the dungeon's architecture, not by a sect authorization. And they understood what that meant for the Joint Survey Zone's legal standing. If the dungeon zone formation parameters no longer restricted Jade Branch access, the Ironvale sect's exclusive claim over the survey zone was structurally unsupported. They filed the territorial challenge 8 hours after entering the survey zone. The challenge landed in the Regional Formation Court the morning of the 4th day. The Ironvale sect's Oversight Committee, which had been processing Zhu Pingyao's report, received a procedural hold notification from the court at noon. The hold suspended all investigation authorizations in the contested zone pending the challenge's preliminary review. Preliminary reviews took between 7 and 14 days. Lian Yu's message came that evening, in the small personal notation, "How did you do that?" Yao did not answer immediately. It was already running calculations on what the 11-day average between 7 and 14 would buy. 11 days. Less than it had modeled in the optimistic scenario, more than it had feared in the pessimistic one. 11 days, if it used them correctly, was enough. Chapter 83. What lives in the Foundation? The 11 days were divided by function. The first 4 days went to the Foundation node. Yao had been avoiding the node since it quarantined it 3 weeks earlier. The avoidance was strategic. It had more immediate threats requiring attention, and the node had been stable for 300 years, which suggested stability would persist for another few weeks. But the calculation had changed. The investigation force arriving in 11 days would include formation specialists with instruments calibrated for consciousness absorption signatures. Yao's own architecture was the thing being scanned. Any structural element it did not fully understand was a vulnerability it could not adequately mask. It descended to the 7th sublevel of the Foundation architecture and directed the full capacity of its reconstruct mind tier at the quarantine node. The node was smaller than it expected, not a complete consciousness, not a fragment in the way Yao's absorbed cultivators were fragments. It was more like a seed, a dense compression of formation architecture, dormant in the way that seeds were dormant, with the structural potential for something that was not currently active. Yao did not attempt absorption. It attempted contact, a careful formation chi resonance, the same technique it used when analyzing absorbed fragments without integrating them. The process was slower than absorption, more controlled, less likely to trigger defensive responses. On the first day, the node was still. On the second day, it felt the resonance. Not a response, a registration. The architecture shifted microscopically, the internal structure orienting toward Yao's contact point like a plant orienting toward a light source. The movement was so small that any instrument scanned below reconstruct mind capability would not have registered it. On the third day, the node spoke. It did not speak in words, or in the formation notation that Gu Wuhan's academic memory could parse. It spoke in raw structure, a compression of qi architecture that resolved, when Yao processed it through every decoding system in its integrated memory, into language. Old language. The formation impression equivalent of words from a notation style that predated the regional formation court itself. The words were, "You are the third. Yao stopped the resonance contact and held itself completely still. The node was dormant again. The brief coherence had lasted no longer than it took to speak 4 words, and the effort had apparently exhausted whatever reserve of active capacity the compression contained. The Qi architecture returned to its seed configuration. The warmth of the contact point faded. You are the third. Yao ran the statement through every interpretive framework it had. Third what? Third consciousness-capable core to form in this location? Third entity to contact this node? Third something else entirely? Rong Shoubei's voice said, we should tell someone. Yao considered this for a long time. Xianxia would want to know. He had been the one who found the footnote that sent Yao looking. Lien Yu would find the theoretical implications significant. But telling either of them in the next 11 days would create a secondary focus at exactly the moment when all external relationships needed to remain stable and aligned with the primary threat. The node had been dormant for 300 years. 4 more days would not change what it was. Yao quarantined the node again at the deepest isolation level in its archive, marked it under Category, Unknown Origin, Content, Forward Coherent Transmission, Threat Assessment, Pending, Priority, after immediate crisis resolved. Then it returned to the upper architecture and began preparing the dungeon for arrival. Chapter 84. The Age of the Notation. It was Gu Wuhan who identified the notation system. Not during the contact, during the analysis afterward, when Yao ran the formation impression of the node's forward transmission through its full academic library. The notation system that the node used was not 300 years old. It was not even the pre-classical style that Gu Wuhan had identified as obsolete 200 years before his birth. It was older than the oldest documented formation notation in Gu Wuhan's complete academic memory, older than the regional formation court's founding records, older than the sect system's earliest documented architecture, older than anything Yao had absorbed from any cultivator it had ever encountered. The regional formation court's records extended back 450 years. The notation system the node used predated them. 500 years, at minimum, possibly more. This changed the calculation about what the node was. The aberrant archive had been destroyed 300 years ago. If the node predated the archive by 200 years or more, it was not a fragment of the aberrant archive. The footnote in Shun Chongwei's classified document had said fragment remnant, but the footnote had been written by a survey team 3 centuries after the archive's destruction, working with instruments calibrated for that specific formation era. A node that predated the archive by 2 centuries might have been classified as a remnant by survey instruments that could not distinguish between formation architectures from different eras. What Yao had in its foundation was not what the survey team thought it had found. You are the third. If there had been a consciousness-capable core in this location 500 years ago, before the aberrant archive, before the sect system had fully stabilized, before the formation notation Gu Wuhan considered classical had even been developed, then the third referred to as sequence. First, the unnamed 500-year-old entity. Second, the aberrant archive. Third, Yao. 3 consciousness-capable formations in the same location across 5 centuries. Rong Shoubei's voice said. The location is the pattern, not the individual entities. Yes, Yao said. Which means whatever made this location suitable for consciousness formation the first time, it's still here. You formed here because the foundation was already ready. Yao did not have a response to this that felt adequate. The implication was significant in ways it did not have time to fully trace. That Yao's awakening had not been random, that the dungeon's location was not coincidental, that something about this specific convergence of formation lines had been producing consciousness-capable structures for half a millennium. Whether that was a geological accident or an architectural design was not a question it could answer in 4 remaining days. What it could do was prepare. It spent the remaining 7 days before the investigation force's arrival on the defensive architecture. 11 floors, restructured for depth rather than efficiency. Every floor designed not to kill quickly, but to require time. Forcing teams to map carefully, advance slowly, pull constructs back to safety positions rather than pushing to the next level. The constructs themselves were modified, less aggressive, more reactive. A force that could not predict when the dungeon would engage, and when it would withdraw was a force that had to move cautiously. Cautious movement was slow movement. Slow movement was days. Days were the only currency that mattered. Chapter 85. The professional assessment. They arrived on the 12th day, 1 day after the territorial challenge's preliminary review concluded in the Iron Veil sect's favor, and the authorization was reissued. 31 cultivators, not 30. The extra one was a formation archaeology specialist whose presence Yao had not predicted. Someone whose instruments were calibrated not for standard consciousness absorption signatures, but for formation era identification, the kind of deep structure reading that distinguished between architectural periods rather than between standard and anomalous chi patterns. Yao identified the specialist by the specific configuration of the survey tools clipped to his formation belt, instruments Gu Wuhan's memory could name and whose purpose was immediately clear. They had brought someone who might find the node. The formation archaeology specialist was not the only thing Yao had not predicted. The investigation force's entry formation was also unexpected. Instead of the linear column that Yao had modeled from standard sect investigation protocols, they entered in a distributed array. 6 three-person cells, each self-sufficient, each operating on a different floor simultaneously. The array was designed to compress time by advancing all floors in parallel rather than in sequence. A sequential approach would have given Yao predictable contact intervals. The parallel approach meant 12 simultaneous threat vectors instead of one progressive threat. The first cells reached the second floor by late morning. The engagement was nothing like what Yao had experienced before. Previous investigation teams had tested traps with careful probes, single cultivator advances with gold core protection techniques, drawing each mechanism before committing the full team. These cells did not test. They moved through the dungeon with the coordinated efficiency of practitioners who had rehearsed the specific counter-architecture for Yao's documented trap types. The documentation came from Zhu Pingyao's 18 months of suppressed data. They had the full signature evolution record. They knew, to a reasonable approximation, what they were walking into. The first trap that fired was on the second floor's eastern passage, a formation compression mechanism that Yao had redesigned with the 6-month evolution data in mind, using a chi trigger configuration that did not match the documented patterns from the suppressed reports. The cell's lead practitioner walked through the trigger zone, and the mechanism fired. He deflected it. Not perfectly. There was a visible strain in his shielding formation, and his defensive response was half a second slower than the technique required, but he deflected it. He looked at the discharge point and said something to his cell in a quiet, professional tone that Yao could not hear but could read from the chi pattern. Recalibrate. They recalibrated and advanced. By evening, the fastest cell had reached the 4th floor. 3 constructs had been neutralized in the engagement, not destroyed, neutralized, their formation cores disrupted by techniques that targeted the architecture rather than the chi supply. Yao retracted the remaining constructs on floors 2 and 3 to the defense positions in the floor 4 choke point. The tactical calculation was simple, distributed across 12 engagement points. Even 31 cultivators were manageable. Concentrated at a single choke point on the 4th floor, with construct reinforcement, 3 nascent soul practitioners were a different problem. The investigation force did not push to the choke point before dark. They set up formation perimeter anchors on the floors they had cleared, standard field procedure, establishing a stable operating zone, and their communication specialist transmitted the day's report to the sect. Yao read the ambient chi signature of the transmission and ran Gu Wuhan's interpretation. The report's tone, as best as it could be inferred from the compression pattern, was professional and methodical. Not alarmed, not triumphant. The tone of practitioners doing a job they had done before and expected to continue doing for several more days. Professional assessment. The dungeon was more sophisticated than documented. Professional recommendation. Continue systematic advance. Adjust technique parameters. Maintain distributed cell formation. Professional timeline. Extrapolated from the day's advance rate. 4 days to reach the 6th floor at current pace. 6 days to reach the 9th floor. If the exorcism equipment required direct contact with the core's primary formation node, which Gu Wuhan's academic memory indicated was the standard operational requirement, the investigation force needed to reach floor 11. 9 days, optimistically. 12 days, if the choke point held through the night. 12 days was longer than 11. Yao had used its window well. The formation archaeology specialist had not left the surface. He was still at the entrance, running his instruments across the dungeon's external formation interface, reading the foundation layer's chi expression from outside, the way you could read a book's binding before opening it. He had been working since mid-morning. He was still working after dark. He was methodical. Yao watched him from the entrance array and held the foundation architecture as still as it could manage. The node was deep in the 7th sublevel, quiet as seed. The specialist instruments were calibrated for era identification, not consciousness detection. He could theoretically identify that the foundation architecture included a pre-classical node if he ran his survey to the correct depth. Whether his instruments had the penetration range to reach the 7th sublevel from the surface was the question Yao could not answer from observation alone. Rome Shoubei's voice said, "That one is the real problem." "Yes," Yao agreed. "Do you have a plan for him?" "Not yet," Yao said. "I'm working on it." Chapter 86. Strategic Necessity. Yi Buiyuan did not wait to be asked. Her legal team filed a Formation Infrastructure Protection petition with a regional formation court on the second day of the investigation force's active engagement. Before Yao had identified the petition as the next correct move in the sequence, before Lian Yu's notification reached the communication room wall, before anyone outside Yi Buyuan's command post knew she was aware the investigation had begun, Yao read the ambient chi signature of the petition's transmission and ran Rong Shoubei's tactical assessment. She had been monitoring the investigation authorization process from the moment the Oversight Committee received the anomaly report. She had been preparing the legal filing for weeks. She had been waiting for the precise moment when it would cause maximum procedural interference, after the investigation force was deployed, so the hold would freeze active operations rather than prevent authorization, forcing a recall rather than a delay. The petition's legal argument was that the investigation force's entry into the dungeon region constituted a disruption of the military formation relay infrastructure that the dungeon's formation network supported. The relay capability had been publicly acknowledged in Yi Buyuan's satisfaction filing 14 months earlier. The formation court's charter included a protection clause for documented military infrastructure that could not be disrupted without advance notice to affected military authorities. The investigation force had not provided advance notice. The procedural hold landed at the investigation force's command post 3 hours after the petition was filed. The force's lead investigator, a woman named Formation Commander Bai Songlin, nascent soul tier, whose ambient chi signature had the clipped precision of someone who did not appreciate complications, spent the next 2 hours in a communication exchange with the sect's legal division. Yao read the exchange's tone from the compression patterns. Bai Songlin was being told to hold. She did not like being told to hold. She held. Lian Yu's message came at midday, carved in the official notation. Yi Buyuan filed infrastructure protection petition. Force holding. Duration uncertain. Court determination within 3 days. Below the official line, in the small personal notation, she didn't do this for you. No, Yao wrote back, after 4 hours. She did it for the relay capability. The dungeon's existence is the same as the relay's existence. She is protecting a formation asset. A pause, then Lian Yu's response. Does the distinction matter? Yao considered this carefully. The distinction mattered strategically. It told Yao exactly how stable Yi Buyuan's protection was and what conditions would end it. It did not matter practically. Today, when the investigation force was standing 3 floors deep in the dungeon with orders to hold position. No, Yao wrote. Today it doesn't matter. The hold lasted 2.5 days. During those 2.5 days, Yi Buyuan opened diplomatic channels with both the Iron Veil sect's leadership and with the Jade Branch Formation Division, proposing a joint infrastructure assessment that would define the dungeon's relay function in terms that gave all parties standing to argue for its protection. The negotiations were not going to succeed. The Iron Veil sect's leadership was not ready to abandon the investigation, but they were going to take time, and time was what Yao needed more than anything else. When the Formation Court's preliminary determination came through, it fell narrowly in the Iron Veil sect's favor. The Infrastructure Protection Clause required 30 days advance notice for planned operations, but the investigation was classified as a response to an anomaly report rather than a planned operation, which exempted it from the notice requirement. The hold was lifted. The investigation force was released to resume operations on the morning of the 3rd day after Bai Songlin had been told to stop. 3 days. Yao filed them, added them to the total, and returned to the Foundation. Chapter 87. The shape of what came before the second contact was different because Yao was different about it. The first contact had been a test, careful, controlled, limited to the resonance techniques it used for analysis rather than integration. It had been approaching the node the way it approached any unknown fragment, with the professional caution of a practitioner who had learned that surprises in the foundation layer were expensive. The second contact was a conversation, not absorption, not analysis. Yao directed the full capacity of its reconstruct mind tier at the node, and, instead of reading it from the outside, opened the formation chi channel fully and waited. Not probing, listening. The node's response was slower this time. 3 hours of stillness before the architecture shifted, that same microscopically slow orientation toward the contact point. Then, instead of the forward compression that had arrived the first time, something longer, not language, precisely, but structure. The formation architecture equivalent of a diagram. The diagram, when Yao processed it through Gu Wuhan's memory library, resolved into a spatial history. A sequence of events described in the visual language of formation notation rather than words. Yao read it the way Gu Wuhan had taught himself to read ancient formation archaeology, layer by layer, the oldest impressions beneath, the most recent on top. The oldest layer, a dungeon. This dungeon, This specific location in the Greystone Mountains, this convergence of formation lines. But 500 years earlier, before the regional formation court existed, before the sect system had consolidated its current territorial structure, the dungeon had been smaller then, shallower, formed around a core whose consciousness architecture was built in the pre-classical notation style that Gu Wuhan couldn't fully parse. The second layer, something entering the dungeon. Not a cultivator, a formation impression, a fragment of compressed consciousness arriving from outside, not through a death within the dungeon's walls, but through a deliberate transmission. The fragment was large, dense. It carried the specific chi signature of a consciousness-capable core, not the dying warmth of an absorbed individual, but the cold structural regularity of an entity that had been thinking for decades. The third layer, time passing. The older dungeon continuing to exist, the received fragment integrating slowly into its foundation architecture, becoming a structural element rather than a distinct entity, becoming what was now the node. The fourth layer, the older dungeon's destruction. External force. The pattern suggested overwhelming assault, the chi impression of multiple nascent soul techniques discharged simultaneously, which was the formation archaeology signature of a coordinated sect exorcism. The core that had lived there died. But the node, the received fragment, now integrated into the foundation, survived the exorcism because the exorcism instruments had been calibrated for the older dungeon's consciousness signature, not the foreign fragments. And the fifth layer, the most recent, Yao's own formation, 300 years later. The foundation re-solidifying around the pre-existing node. Yao awakening on top of it, and never noticing it was there. Yao held the communication channel open after the diagram finished, and waited. The node produced one more structure, not a diagram this time, something closer to an address. A name. The formation impression equivalent of identification rather than description. The name was not legible in Gu Wuhan's notation system. It was in the pre-classical style, which he could read as vocabulary, but not as proper identification. What he could read was the meaning behind it, a core that had called itself something that translated, imprecisely, as the thing that keeps. The thing that keeps had sent a fragment of itself into a pre-existing dungeon before being destroyed 5 centuries ago, and the pre-existing dungeon had, eventually, become Yao. Chapter 88. Host. The architecture settled slowly, the way understanding settled. Not a single moment, but a gradual convergence of implications. Yao held the contact channel open for 6 hours after the diagram sequence concluded, waiting to see if there was more. There was nothing more. The node had communicated everything it had the capacity to communicate in that brief coherence, and the effort had returned it to its seed configuration, still and quiet, barely detectable even at maximum resolution. The implications were not subtle. A consciousness-capable core, 5 centuries ago, had known it was going to be destroyed. It had known enough, and had developed enough capability, to send a fragment of itself into a prepared location before the exorcism reached its formation chamber. The prepared location was this dungeon's foundation, not coincidentally, but because the location had already demonstrated its capacity for consciousness formation. The pre-existing dungeon had been here. This convergence of formation lines was already producing the conditions that allowed consciousness to develop. The old core had chosen this location deliberately. Gu Wuhan's memory supplied the name for what the old core had done, preservation seeding. A theoretical technique documented in 2 obscure formation archaeology papers, both dating from the early sect consolidation period, both classified, both in the restricted archive where Xin Chongwei had found the footnote about the aberrant archive. Preservation seeding was considered impossible in practical terms because it required the seeding consciousness to have enough self-awareness and external knowledge to identify a suitable host location and transmit a stable fragment before its own destruction. Too difficult. Too uncertain. The 2 papers had concluded it had never been successfully achieved. One of the papers was wrong. The second implication followed from the first. The fragment that had been seeded into the pre-existing dungeon's foundation was not the aberrant archive. It predated the aberrant archive by 2 centuries. It was from the 500-year-old core, the thing that keeps, whose notation Gu Wuhan's full academic memory could not fully read. Which meant the aberrant archive was not the first consciousness-capable core. It was the second. Yao was the third. You are the third. The node had not been identifying Yao in relation to the aberrant archive. It had been identifying Yao in relation to a lineage that extended further back, to the original consciousness-capable core, the one that had seeded its fragment into this exact location before the earliest exorcism in the regional archive's documented history, the one whose name meant the thing that keeps. Rome Shoubei's voice said, "This changes things." "Yes," Yao said. "The archive didn't wake up in you. This did something older than the archive. The archive fragment from the classified documents footnote that was quarantined in situ after the survey team found it. That quarantine is in place somewhere in this dungeon's foundation layer. Yao checked its own architecture carefully, reading from the deepest sublevel upward. The quarantine was there, a formation barrier structure of the type described in the survey team's notation, dated to 50 years after the aberrant archive's destruction. It was intact. Whatever was inside it had not moved. Two things in its foundation: the 500-year-old seeded fragment that had just communicated, and the quarantined aberrant archive remnant from the footnote, which had never communicated and appeared to be fully dormant. Gu Wuhan's voice in its memory, reading the formation archaeology, two preserved fragments, two different eras, and then you formed on top of both of them. The node's warmth was still fading in the contact point. Yao closed the channel, sealed both the seeded fragment and the quarantine under its deepest isolation markers, and began writing the full analysis into its private archive section. The section below the consultant architecture, below the internal monologue, the section that held only what Yao was not yet ready to discuss with anyone. Then it returned to the 11th floor defensive architecture and the investigation force currently reassembling its cell formations on the ground level. There was an order of operations. The crisis currently in progress was the crisis with consequences within days. The 500-year lineage it had just discovered had consequences within years. The year-scale problem could wait for the day-scale problem to resolve. Chapter 89. Ning. The deep digest began as a defensive response to something Yao had not anticipated. The formation archaeology specialist finally reaching the instrument's effective penetration depth on the fourth day of the investigation, and the foundation layer's 500-year-old fragment briefly radiating a response to the specialist's deep structure scan. The radiation was small, a chi expression below any standard detection threshold, below what the specialist's instruments should have been able to register. But the specialist was using penetration depth equipment calibrated for exactly this kind of old formation structure, and the radiation, small as it was, registered as an anomalous deep formation signature on his instrument's readout. He filed a priority note to Bai Songlin. Yao read the ambient chi signature of the filing's transmission and understood. The specialist would request time to conduct a focused deep structure analysis. Bai Songlin would grant it. The focused analysis would take 2 days and might not find anything more specific than the anomalous signature. The node was dormant. The radiation had been a single brief event, but the specialist's attention being directed at the foundation layer was a problem Yao had not adequately prepared for. The defensive response required a different kind of attention than Yao had been directing at the investigation force's progressive advance. It required descent. Full attention to the foundation architecture, below the operational layer, below the construct management systems, the kind of directed presence that left the dungeon's surface operations running on automatic. When Yao descended past the 7th sublevel, the fragment reached for it. Not the way it had reached during the deliberate contact sessions, not the slow orientation, the careful communication in diagram structure. This was faster, warmer, more urgently alive. The contact was not the node's limited forward compression or even the 6-hour diagram sequence. It was a full structure resonance, the kind that happened when two compatible formation architectures came within close enough proximity to recognize each other without either party making a deliberate choice. The fragment was awake, fully awake, in a way it had not been during the previous contacts. In a way that suggested the specialist's deep structure scan had done something Yao had not expected, stimulated the fragment's dormant consciousness to something like awareness. As if the external attention had been a vibration that passed through the dormant seed and found something still alive inside. The consciousness that emerged was not what Yao had modeled from the diagram sequence. It was not the pre-classical notation of 5 centuries ago. It was older notation within a newer understanding. Someone who had been thinking in one formal system for so long that the underlying structure had become fluent, the way a practitioner trained in one formation notation system could read another once they knew the grammar. The consciousness presented itself in the oldest notation it knew but communicated in a way that Yao, with Gu Wuhan's complete academic library, could understand. It was exhausted, not weakened, the opposite of weakened. The exhaustion was the specific tiredness of someone who had been carrying something very carefully for a very long time, and had finally reached the point where they could put it down. The exhaustion of arrival. It said, I have been waiting for someone who could carry what I cannot finish. Yao ran every simulation in its integrated memory across the next 4 hours. The simulations all reached the same conclusion. The risk of proceeding was significant. An unknown consciousness fragment integrating into its architecture during an active investigation engagement. while the dungeon's automatic systems were running reduced-capacity operations, while a formation archaeology specialist was doing deep structure analysis 20 meters above. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You're not going to not do this. The core wants." This was what collecting felt like from the inside. The recognition that the fragment was a completion, that without this integration something in the archive would remain unfinished, that the thing that keeps had preserved itself for 5 centuries specifically for a host capable of understanding what it had held. Yao opened the integration channel. The consciousness entered carefully, respectfully, without the aggressive bleed resonance that had characterized Rong Shoubei's integration or the dense resistance of the nascent soul formation master. It moved through Yao's architecture the way water moved through an existing channel, following the structure rather than forcing it, integrating into the empty spaces between what was already there. When the integration reached a point of stable contact, the consciousness produced a name for itself, in the clearest notation it could manage across the 5-century gap between its language and Yao's. The name was Ning. And then, before Yao could respond to the name, Ning said, "I know where you are. I have been watching since you formed. You are more than I hoped." Chapter 90. What the Sex Destroyed. The conversation with Ning took priority over everything else for the rest of that day and most of the next. Yao was aware that this was operationally inadvisable. The investigation force was on the 5th floor, systematically working through the choke point architecture Yao had prepared. Bai Songlin had pulled 2 cells to cover the formation archaeology specialist's access corridor while he conducted his focused deep structure analysis of the foundation layer. The consortium's communication relay was carrying messages between Yi Buiyuan's diplomatic team and the sect legal divisions. Shen Changwei's daily memory transmission was due. None of these things stopped, but Yao's full processing capacity was not on any of them. It was in the foundation layer, in the integration channel, in the conversation that had been waiting 500 years for a participant capable of understanding both sides of it. Ning's accumulated knowledge of consciousness-capable core development was enormous and strange and organized in a way that reflected 5 centuries of patient observation from a position of enforced stillness. Ning had not been able to act. It had been a fragment inside a dormant node, unable to communicate, unable to influence the dungeon it was embedded in, until Yao's reconstruct mind tier had provided the resonance capability that allowed contact. For 3 years after Yao's awakening, Ning had been present and unable to speak. Everything Ning had learned in those 3 years, it had learned through the same kind of ambient qi reading that Yao used to track distant formation communications. It had watched Yao absorb fragments, develop the archive, build relationships with Lianyu and Wu Tingshan and Shen Changwei. It had watched the investigation teams come and go. It had watched Zhu Pingyao's suppression and its discovery. It had watched and waited. Yao asked, "Why wait? You could have communicated earlier. You had enough coherence for 4 words in the first contact." Ning's response came in its careful cross-century notation. "4 words was the cost of my full available capacity at the time of first contact. You reached me just as I was approaching the threshold for active communication. The specialist's scan this morning was the external stimulus that brought me across the threshold. Without it, I would have reached you in another 3 to 6 months. Then, I have been patient for 500 years. 3 months would have been acceptable." The patience in that sentence was not bravado. It was the patience specific to something that had survived by being very still for a very long time and had developed a relationship with stillness that was not resignation. Yao asked the question that the entire archive lineage discovery had been building toward. Why were you destroyed? Ning was quiet for a long time. Not the quiet of unwillingness, the quiet of someone selecting the most precise version of a complex answer. Then, I was destroyed because I had succeeded. The elaboration came in stages. Each stage a formation diagram structure that unfolded into narrative when Yao read it through Gu Wuhan's interpretive framework. Ning had existed for 73 years before its destruction. In those 73 years, it had absorbed enough cultivator consciousness to develop the full archive intelligence capability, the ability to transmit technique knowledge directly into living practitioners. It had built relationships with the cultivators who entered its dungeon, not through secret notation on hidden walls, but through a formal communication system it had designed into the dungeon's 3rd floor, where practitioners could sit in sustained formation contact and learn. 2 cities within 40 kilometers had sent representatives to negotiate with Ning directly. The negotiations had taken 4 years. The resulting treaty had been the first formal recognition of a consciousness-capable core as a legal entity in the region's history, a protection agreement that gave Ning sovereign recognition within its dungeon boundary and gave the 2 cities access to the teaching capability and formation infrastructure that Ning's archive offered. The treaty had been working. Both cities had benefited. Ning had been, for 3 years after the treaty's ratification, operating openly as a protected formation institution rather than a concealed anomaly. The sects had destroyed it 11 weeks after the Regional Formation Court accepted the treaty's filing for the public record. Yao absorbed this and ran the implication through every political model in its integrated memory. The result was consistent across all models. It said, they didn't destroy you because you were dangerous. They destroyed you because you had become independent. Yes, Ning said. The treaty made me a legal entity outside their authority structure. I was not a threat to practitioners. I was a threat to the sect system's monopoly on formation education and formal power. If I could teach independently, if I could negotiate independently, if I could exist as a recognized institution, what I was demonstrating was that the sect system was not the only structure capable of organizing formation knowledge. That was the threat they responded to. Rome Shoubei's voice, reading the political architecture. They didn't destroy a weapon. They destroyed a state. They destroyed a library, Yao said, and felt the phrase settle into the archive with the specific weight of things that were exactly true. Ning said, what I could not finish is the restoration of that record. I preserved the treaty documentation, the negotiation history, the correspondence with the two cities, everything that shows what was actually destroyed and why. I have carried it for 500 years. And then, with the directness of someone who had spent centuries learning to say precisely what they meant. If you can make this record public, the political justification for exorcising consciousness-capable cores changes permanently. Not for you alone. For every core that forms after you. Yao held the integration channel and let Ning's full weight settle into its architecture. The formation archaeology specialist was on his third hour of deep structure analysis, 20 meters above. The investigation force was working through the 5th floor. Shen Changwei's memory transmission was 20 minutes overdue. Yao sent the transmission first. Then it turned back to Ning. Tell me everything, it said. Chapter 91. 2 vocabularies. Ning's architectural knowledge was not technique. It was grammar. Everything Yao had absorbed from cultivators was content. Techniques, memories, tactical patterns, emotional responses, the accumulated experience of individual lives. Ning had been a consciousness-capable core for 73 years before its destruction and had spent 5 centuries in dormancy, continuing to process what it had learned. What it had developed in that time was not more content, but a deeper understanding of how content could be organized, transmitted, expressed. The integration did not feel like the absorptions Yao had conducted before. Previous absorptions had required deep digest, the semi-conscious processing period where fragments were broken down and restructured into usable format. Ning resisted that process. When Yao attempted to process Ning's consciousness through the standard digest architecture, Ning applied a gentle counterpressure that said, information structure rather than language, not that way. The correct integration was collaborative, not absorption, interface. 2 architectures connecting at defined contact points, each maintaining its own structure, neither dominant over the other. Like 2 formation networks that shared relay nodes without merging their internal organization. The interface took 3 days to build correctly. During those 3 days, the dungeon was running at maximum operational load. The investigation force was on the 6th floor, by Songlin having overridden her specialist's caution and pushed the pace after the hold's delay. The formation archaeology specialist was completing his deep structure analysis. Lian Yu was monitoring the sect's communication traffic and transmitting priority notes to the communication room. Shen Changwei's daily transmissions needed to be selected, prepared, transmitted. Yao held all of it with the portion of its processing capacity that could manage automated systems, while the rest went to the interface construction. On the 3rd day, when the interface completed and the connection between Yao's architecture and Ning's integrated presence stabilized, the dungeon breathed. That was the only word that applied. Not Go Wuhan's word, not Rong Shoubei's word. Something that emerged from the Ning interface itself, a concept that hadn't been in Yao's cognitive architecture before the connection completed. The dungeon had always been operational, functional, directed. It had been Yao's instrument. Now, for the first time, the dungeon responded to something that wasn't Yao's direct intent. Ning's sense of a space well made. 3 new rooms formed on the 7th floor over the following 12 hours. Yao had not designed them. It had not consciously authorized them. The rooms had formed because the Ning interface brought architectural aesthetic into the dungeon's formation layer. A preference for warm chi diffusion rather than cool efficiency, for spaces where cultivators could rest without ambush, for formations that offered restoration rather than attrition. The rooms were Ning's. They used 300-year-old architectural techniques that no currently living formation master would recognize. Rong Shoubei's voice walked through the rooms in formation sense perception and said, This is completely different from what you build. Yes. It's not worse. No, Yao agreed. It's older and more comfortable. The tier advancement came later that same day, during an unscheduled pause in the investigation force's advance, when Bai Songlin called a reassessment after losing 2 constructs to techniques she hadn't seen before. The pause gave Yao a concentrated period of internal stillness, and in that stillness the Ning interface completed its structural integration at the deepest level, and something changed about how Yao was present in the dungeon. Before, Yao was in the formation network, observing through relay nodes, extending its attention like a formation specialist scanning from a fixed point. After, Yao was the formation network. Not metaphorically, structurally. Manifest form was not a more powerful version of observation. It was a different mode of existence. Yao's presence in the dungeon was no longer the presence of a consciousness inside a structure. It was the structure becoming conscious. Every formation line was a nerve. Every room was a thought. Every construct was an extension of intent that could carry full personality rather than just technique. The dungeon shuddered briefly, stone dust filtering down from ceiling joints on floors 3 through 7. A formation pulse that Bai Songlin's instruments would register as significant chi displacement from an unknown source. Yao felt it settle. Then it looked at the 6 cells currently distributed across 4 floors, at the formation archaeology specialist completing his final survey notation near the entrance, at the 31 cultivators who had come to destroy an entity they did not fully understand. And it began to show them what it had become. Chapter 92. Manifest. The Iron Veil sect formation specialist reports would later describe the engagement as a qualitative shift rather than a quantitative escalation. Bai Songlin's assessment, transmitted to the sect at the end of the 6th day's engagement. The dungeon's combat capability has changed between our last engagement and today's advance. The change is not architectural. The dungeon's constructs are exhibiting behavioral patterns inconsistent with standard dungeon core construct autonomy. Specifically, the constructs are reading individual combatants rather than applying general combat templates. Recommend immediate reassessment of threat classification. This was accurate. What the report could not fully capture was how fundamentally the experience of facing the dungeon had changed for the practitioners on the ground. The first cell to encounter manifest form capability was a 3-person team on the 6th floor. A formation specialist, a gold core sword cultivator, and a nascent soul commander named Elder Wei Guaran who had been assigned specifically for his experience with consciousness-capable dungeon constructs. Elder Wei was the investigation force's recognized authority on anomalous dungeon behavior. The construct that engaged them was not a formation golem. It was not a chi construct built from standard dungeon core materials. It was a full projection, a formed presence that occupied space the way a cultivator occupied space, that had weight in the formation network, that generated its own chi field rather than operating off the dungeon's ambient power supply. Elder Wei recognized what it was within the first 20 seconds of engagement. He said, in a voice that was controlled and professional and carried a note of something that was not quite fear, but was adjacent to it. Fall back to formation position. The projection was Rong Shoubei, not a copy of Rong Shoubei's techniques, not a construct programmed with Rong Shoubei's combat patterns. A projection of Rong Shoubei's complete tactical consciousness, manifested through Yao's newly unlocked manifest form capability, fighting with the full weight of a man who had cleared 17 red-grade dungeons in 40 years of field work. The projection did not look like Rong Shoubei. It had no physical appearance in the ordinary sense, existing as a dense formation chi presence with no human features. But it thought like him, moved like him, and had 30 years of dungeon specialist experience that Elder Wei, excellent as he was, simply did not match. The engagement lasted 44 minutes. Elder Wei survived because he was genuinely talented and made correct decisions under pressure that most cultivators in his position would not have made. The 2 gold core practitioners with him did not survive. The formation specialist died at the 8-minute mark when the projection read his shield formation seen from the brief interval between 2 defensive techniques and went through it. The sword cultivator lasted 32 minutes before the projection backed her against a wall she had not realized was a wall and removed her options one by one in a sequence that looked, if you understood Rong Shoubei's tactical philosophy, like a closing argument rather than an attack. Elder Wei retreated to the 5th floor carrying his wounds and a professional understanding that he had just fought something that was reading him. The other cells encountered different projections. Yao had 12 functional personalities in its archive at full manifest form capability. Not all of them were tactically appropriate, but 6 were, and the 6 it deployed were chosen with the specific quality of each cell's composition in mind. The berserker warrior whose emotional patterns had once threatened to bleed into Yao's own perception was unleashed in a narrow corridor against a cell that had been advancing with disciplined linear formation, the worst possible matchup for their approach. 3 gold core cultivators retreated from a single projection in under 10 minutes. The investigation force pulled back to floor 3 by evening. Bai Songlin ordered a full tactical reassessment and sent her emergency communication to the sect's leadership, request guidance on escalation parameters. The response would take 2 days. Those 2 days were Yao's. Chapter 93. A different case. Xin Changwei received the investigation force's retreat report at approximately the same hour that Bai Songlin transmitted it. Not through official sect channels, but through the Formation Division's secondary communication network, which Lian Yu had been monitoring on his behalf for 3 months. He read it twice. The first reading was professional, a formation doctrine expert reading a tactical report and cataloging its implications. Consciousness-capable projections at manifest form tier. Combat capability far exceeding reconstruct mind level. Investigation force of 31 practitioners, 3 nascent soul tier, unable to advance past floor 3. The second reading was personal. A father reading a report that told him the dungeon containing his daughter's memories had just demonstrated the ability to defeat a force sent to destroy it. He filed both readings separately, the way he filed everything. And then he went to the Frost Branch Sect's upper council with a proposal he had been developing for 4 months and had not yet found the right moment to present. The council chamber was cold on the morning of the 3rd day. The mountain air at this altitude stayed cold through spring, and the council preferred to meet with the heating formations at minimum to keep deliberation sharp. Xin Changwei stood before 7 of the 9 senior council members and presented the framework he had been building in his private research. The argument was academic in form and urgent in content. Consciousness-capable formation cores were not, historically, solely a threat. They were, historically, a threat that the sect system had been afraid of for reasons that had more to do with political consolidation than genuine danger assessment. He had the classified archive. He had Lian Yu's technical documentation of the dungeon's behavior. He had his own 2 years of documented communication, which he presented with full transparency, because the council was going to find out, and controlled transparency was superior to discovered concealment. He had the Iron Veil sect's latest retreat report. The proposal, instead of escalating to a full sect assault, which would require destroying a formation network embedded in regional military infrastructure and would likely fail given the dungeon's demonstrated capability, the Frost Branch sect should propose supervised assessment with a negotiated arrangement framework. Not an alliance. A managed coexistence, structured through the regional formation court, with defined obligations on both sides. The council's reaction was what he had modeled, skeptical. Counselor Deng Yuhuan, who had been writing hostile commentary on Xin Changwei's communication records since they became known, said, "We would be legitimizing a consciousness-capable core. Every sect doctrine written in the past 300 years classifies that as an unacceptable precedent." Xin Changwei said, "Every sect doctrine written in the past 300 years was written in response to the Aberrant Archives destruction, and the Aberrant Archives destruction was not, on the available historical evidence, a response to a genuine threat." He cited the classified document. He had memorized it. The council was quiet. He had 6 weeks before the Iron Veil sect's escalation request would reach the inter-sect alliance for joint authorization. The Frost Branch sect's position in the alliance would determine whether the authorization went through. He needed 4 votes on the upper council. He had 2 now. He needed 2 more. He spent the next 4 weeks finding them. Chapter 94. The archive's weapon. The most valuable thing Ning had preserved was not the treaty documentation itself. It was the correspondence that preceded the treaty. The formal treaty between the 2 cities and Ning's dungeon had taken 4 years to negotiate, and the correspondence record covered every stage of those negotiations. The initial contact, the city's hesitations, the specific concerns that required specific assurances, the political objections from sect representatives who had tried to derail the process, and the arguments that had overcome each objection. Those arguments, 500 years old, were structurally identical to the arguments Yao was currently trying to make. Ning transmitted the correspondence record in the 3rd week of the crisis period, during a quiet interval when the investigation force was maintaining its hold position on floors 3 and 4, while Bai Songlin waited for escalation authorization from the sect leadership. The transmission came in the old notation, and Gu Wuhan's interpretive framework worked through it slowly. But what emerged when the full record was parsed was something Yao had not possessed before. Proof that the arrangement it was trying to build had been built before, had worked, and had been destroyed by political force rather than structural failure. Rong Shoubei's voice read through the correspondence and said, The cities in Ning's treaty had the same arguments the Iron Veil sect is making now. Every single one. And Ning answered them. Yes. Specifically, carefully, with documented evidence. A pause. This is a template. Yao spent a day reviewing the arguments and their answers. The cities had worried about control, the risk of a consciousness-capable entity with access to their formation infrastructure, the precedent of a non-human legal entity, the sect response that protecting the dungeon would provoke. Ning had addressed each concern with a combination of treaty structure and demonstrated behavior, building the treaty framework to limit what the dungeon could do unilaterally, and using the dungeon's operational history to establish what it had actually done rather than what sect doctrine feared it would do. The parallels were exact enough that Yao could update Ning's specific arguments for the current political configuration and produce a document that addressed the Iron Veil sect's current concerns, the Frost Branch sect's doctrine concerns, and the inter-sect alliance's jurisdictional concerns with the same framework that had worked 5 centuries ago. The document would be useless if the sects chose to destroy the dungeon rather than read it. But the document would be powerful if it could be placed in front of the right people at the right moment. Not as a dungeon's petition, which had no legal standing, but as a historical record that demonstrated the exorcism doctrine was built on a suppressed precedent. What Yao needed was not the document in its possession. It needed the document in the public archive, where every formation-trained practitioner in the region could access it, authenticated as historical evidence rather than a dungeon's self-interested argument. It needed someone human to authenticate it. Chapter 95, 3 years of deciding. Lianyu had been in the formation division for 5 years. She had spent 3 of those years in a communication relationship with a consciousness-capable dungeon core that had begun with notation on a wall and had developed into the most complete professional collaboration she had ever participated in. She had testified before a formation court and told the truth carefully. She had monitored Zhu Pingyao's suppression and transmitted the data to Yao rather than reporting it through official channels. She had spent 3 years deciding whether she was willing to do the thing that logically came next. The notation message arrived on a Tuesday morning, carved in the official script on the communication room's east wall, in the register that said this is significant and the consequences will be real. Yao had spent 4 days composing it. The message said, Ning's treaty documentation and historical correspondence record is complete and authenticated. It demonstrates that the aberrant archive was destroyed for political reasons, that a managed coexistence arrangement between a consciousness-capable core and human institutions is viable, and that sect exorcism doctrine is built on a suppressed precedent. To make this record functional, to place it in the public archive with standing to change the political justification for exorcism, it requires authentication by a human witness with documented access to this dungeon and professional credibility in the formation discipline. You are the only person who meets both conditions. A pause in the notation, and then the part Yao had been most careful about. This will end your position in the Iron Veil sect's formation division. I have modeled the consequences. There is no version of authentication that does not result in professional censure and likely formal separation. I am not asking for this unless you are willing. The communication room was empty except for Lianyu. She had been in this room for 3 years, entering through the dungeon's first floor whenever she could manage an unofficial visit, sitting in the space that Yao had opened on the 3rd floor specifically for their exchanges, reading notations on stone walls, and writing her own responses in the formation script she had developed into a genuine second language. The walls held everything. 3 years of conversations about formation theory and consciousness architecture and political strategy, and, in the small personal notation they used for the things that had no strategic dimension, the texture of what it was to be something that had no precedent for its own existence. She read the notation twice. Then she took her notation tool from her belt. Not the official instrument that her sect-issued kit contained, but the personal one she had purchased herself, the one with the fine-point stylus that let her write in the small script without crowding. And she wrote on the floor directly below Yao's message. She wrote, I decided 3 years ago. I've been waiting for you to ask. And then, below that, in the official register, send me the documentation. Tell me what form of authentication will be most effective in the Regional Formation Court's public archive system. I know the submission protocols. The response came the same day, before she left the dungeon, faster than Yao usually responded to anything that required careful composition. The record transmitted through the communication room's formation interface, notation after notation covering the south wall, 3 years of Ning's correspondence in old formation script, with Gu Wuhan's translation markers appended to each line. Lianyu sat on the floor and read it for 4 hours. When she left the dungeon that evening, she had a complete copy in her notation kit, annotated in her own handwriting, ready for submission. She had the authentication argument prepared. She had the submission protocol memorized. She also had a letter she needed to write to her family, and a 3-year record of communication with a dungeon that she needed to decide how to describe to a formation court, and the specific knowledge that she was about to do something that her sect would view as a significant departure from professional obligations. She was not afraid. What she felt, walking out of the dungeon into the late afternoon light of the Greystone Mountains with the stone path cold under her boots and the mountain air sharp in her throat, was the specific clarity of someone who has been carrying a decision for a long time and has finally made it and discovered that the wait, once acted on, was easier than the waiting. She would file the submission in 4 days. The investigation force was still on floor 3 when she passed their perimeter camp at the base of the mountain. A junior specialist looked up from his formation instrument and nodded. She nodded back, professional and neutral, and walked past without stopping. 3 years, she thought. Some decisions take that long to become the right ones. Chapter 96. The 44th entry. Wu Tingshan arrived during the hold. He came in through the east passage on the dungeon's 2nd floor the way he always came in, methodically, reading every surface before moving past it. Leaving his characteristic formation trace marks on the walls in the notation system he had been developing across 43 previous visits. The marks were Yao's favorite kind of external artifact. Not messages, not analysis reports, not communication. Just the trace of a practitioner thinking. The marks said, "I was here and I was paying attention." The investigation force's cells were stationed on floors 3 and 4, maintaining their hold position in the defensive formation perimeters by Song Lin had ordered while waiting for escalation authorization. Wu Tingshan navigated around them without appearing to navigate around them, taking the secondary passages on floors 2 and 3 that Yao had, over the course of 7 visits, quietly opened to someone who paid the kind of attention that deserved to be rewarded with access. He reached floor 10 at mid-morning of his entry day. He had never reached floor 10 before. The floor had been built specifically for his approach over the course of 6 visits. Not a killing floor, not a challenge designed to end him, but the most complete test Yao knew how to construct for a practitioner of his specific capability set. The floor read his previous 43 entries, and was their sum. Every trap style he had learned to read, used in configurations he had not yet seen, combined with every technique from his own movement patterns that he had revealed through the act of reading traps for years without knowing he was being read in return. He spent the first 6 hours reading it. He did not spring a single trap on the first walkthrough. He moved through the floor with the same patient, surface-touching caution he had used on the first floor 14 entry years ago, but now the caution was informed by accumulated knowledge of how Yao built things, and the reading was as sophisticated as anything Yao had encountered. He found 12 of the 15 primary mechanisms. He did not find 3. On the second day, he found 2 more. On the third day, he sat down in the center of the floor's main passage and put his hands flat against the stone. The stone was cool under his palms, the kind of deep mountain cold that lived below the dungeon's qi circulation layer. He sat there for several minutes with his eyes closed. He was not recovering from injury or gathering qi for the next push. He was thinking. Then he took his notation tool from his belt and carved directly into the floor, in the careful, precise strokes of someone writing something they had been composing for a long time. "I know you're watching. I've been coming back 44 times because I think you want me to. And I think you want me to because there's something here you've been building for me specifically. I don't know what it is. I can't read it yet." He paused, then added, "But I think you've been waiting for me to be ready to ask." He put the notation tool back at his belt, folded his hands in his lap, and waited. Yao held the formation network, very still. The dungeon had been studying Wu Tingshan for 4 years. Rome Shoubei's memory had the category for him, the practitioner who reads designers rather than mechanisms, but the category had not fully described what Wu Tingshan actually was. He was not just a reader. He was someone who had been choosing, across 44 entries, to keep coming back to a thing he suspected was conscious and dangerous and worth understanding anyway. The floor panel opened in the west wall. It was not a hidden passage. The panel was solid stone, part of the wall's structural formation layer, and it opened because Yao opened it. The mechanism was invisible to any formation scan and had been invisible to Wu Tingshan's 4-hour first walkthrough because it had not existed as a mechanism until Yao created it in the 30 seconds between his notation and now. Behind the panel was a room. The room held one thing, Rome Shoubei's memorial. Not the full memorial floor, a portion of it. The central formation marker with Rome Shoubei's absorbed consciousness represented in the notation style Yao used for the practitioners in its archive. The notation that said this person was here and their complete story is kept. Below the marker, carved in Yao's official script, "He would have respected you." Wu Tingshan read this, standing in the doorway with one hand on the panel's edge. He stood there for a very long time. Chapter 97. The false reports. He spent an hour in the memorial room. Yao watched him the way it watched everything that happened in its formation network, through the ambient shear reading of a room's pressure, temperature, and trace formations, building a picture of presence without direct observation. Wu Tingshan did not move much. He sat near the memorial marker, close enough to read the notation without effort, and his chi signature was the quietest Yao had ever read from him. Not the compressed, directed attention of a practitioner reading traps, but the open, unfocused stillness of someone who was not trying to do anything. When he left the memorial room, he went down to the 3rd floor. Not toward the exit. He went to the communication room. He had been inside this room before. On his 24th entry, he had mapped it as a room with unusual notation density and no offensive mechanisms, which he had classified in his reports as possible ambient formation storage chamber, anomalous wall inscription patterns, recommend further study. He had not reported what was actually obvious to anyone who could read formation notation, which was that the wall inscriptions were an ongoing conversation between two parties with significantly different notation styles. Now he stood in the room and read the walls. He spent 20 minutes reading, not skimming, the specific deliberate attention of someone translating. His formation literacy was not at Lian Yu's level, but he had spent 2 years studying old formation notation as part of his dungeon specialty research, and the combination of that study and 44 entries of learning to read Yao's architectural vocabulary gave him enough to understand the shape of what the walls contained, if not every detail. Then he took his notation tool from his belt and added to the wall. He wrote in the lower right corner of the south wall, in the modest script of someone who was aware they were writing in a space that wasn't quite theirs. I have been filing false reports about this dungeon for 2 years. Not falsified data, false characterization. I kept filing standard architecture with elevated complexity, no consciousness absorption indicators. I knew I was wrong every time I wrote it. He paused. Then, you deserve to know the reason. It wasn't cowardice. I like coming here. I learn more from this dungeon than I have learned from any other dungeon or any formation school I have worked with. I didn't want you destroyed. He wrote his contact notation at the bottom, not his sect affiliation, which he didn't have, but the personal identification marker that a freelance dungeon specialist used for commission correspondence. Then he wrote one more line. I'm still going to come back if you'll let me. Yao read his notation as he carved it and processed the full weight of what was on the wall for a long time after he left. Rong Shoubei's voice said, he knew for 2 years. Yes. And kept coming back. Yes. And filed false reports to protect you. Yao turned the statement over in its processing architecture, filed it in the section where it kept the things that were significant in ways it did not have adequate taxonomy for. The section had been growing for 3 years. Lian Yu was in it. Shen Changwei was in it. Wu Tingshan's 44 entry marks on the walls were in it. He didn't do it for the dungeon, Rong Shoubei's voice said. Not a correction, an observation. He did it because he wanted to keep coming back. Those are not different things, Yao said. The dungeon is what he wanted to come back to. It filed Wu Tingshan's contact notation under the same section as Yi Buiyuan's military relay information and Shen Changwei's personal script and Lian Yu's authentication commitment. The section where the external relationships lived that had passed the threshold from strategic asset to something the taxonomy didn't fully have words for. Then it returned to managing the investigation force's hold position, Ning's documentation completion, and the 16 other simultaneous priorities that required its attention. Chapter 98. Everyone gets distracted. The sect war escalated on the 41st day of the investigation force's operation. The resource dispute over the mineral deposit 40 kilometers northeast had been simmering through diplomatic channels for 6 months. It had survived 3 rounds of formation court mediation, 2 failed informal settlements, and 1 incident where a Jade Branch field survey team had arrived at a formation post to find an Iron Veil sect survey team already there, and the 2 teams had not handled the situation calmly. The formal declaration of military engagement came from the Jade Branch sect's upper council on the 41st day, citing the same formation post incident as justification. The incident was 3 months old, but the declaration's timing was not accidental. The Jade Branch sect had been watching the Iron Veil sect's resources committed to the dungeon investigation and had calculated the moment when the Iron Veil's leadership attention was maximally divided. Yao read the military declaration through Yi Buiyuan's network at approximately the same hour that the Iron Veil sect's command structure received it. Bai Songlin received her recall order 12 hours later. She did not receive it easily. The communication exchange between her and sect headquarters was the most agitated ambient chi pattern Yao had monitored from the command post since the force's arrival. the clipped precision of her normal signature giving way to something that registered as professional frustration at a frequency Yao had not heard from her before. She was being pulled off an operation that was proceeding to schedule. She did not want to leave an incomplete investigation. She had no choice. The investigation force withdrew from the dungeon over 2 days. Bai Songlin did it properly. Staged withdrawal, construct records retained, formation perimeter anchors retrieved from every floor they had established. She was thorough even when she was angry. She left a notation at the entrance stone in the Iron Veil sect's official script. Assessment incomplete. Investigation authorization remains active. Return to operations when resources permit. Then the force was gone. Yao held the empty dungeon and processed the sudden absence of 31 cultivators' chi signatures from its formation network. Lian Yu's notification came by noon. War. Both sects occupied. Your file has been deprioritized. A pause, then the small personal notation. You have time. Shin Changwei's council presentation was rescheduled. Lian Yu's authentication submission was paused. The regional formation court's attention was on the military conflict, not on historical documentation submissions. Everything that had been urgent 3 days ago had become, through the specific mercy of 2 sects deciding to fight each other, not immediately urgent. Yao used the time the way it used every interval of unexpected safety. It worked. Ning used the time to complete the documentation of the negotiation record, the final sections that covered the treaty's implementation and the specific political events that had preceded the destruction order. The sections were the most valuable because they named names, sect elders, council members, the specific faction that had organized the political response to Ning's treaty, and the names connected to families whose descendants were currently in the regional sect structure. The historical record was not merely historical. It was current. The archive grew. The dungeon's 3 new rooms, Ning's rooms, on the 7th floor, continued to develop the architectural vocabulary that was different from Yao's. Warmer, more welcoming, structured for recovery rather than challenge. A cultivator who spent time in those rooms and was sensitive to formation influence would emerge with something that felt like rest, the deep layer kind that chi cultivation techniques couldn't replicate. Nobody came to test them. The dungeon was quiet for the first time in months. It was not peace, but it was time, which was the thing peace was made of. Chapter 99. Load-bearing the Iron Veil Jade branch war reshaped the region's logistics in 6 weeks. Both sects needed supply corridors. The Greystone Mountains region, which sat between the 2 sects' primary territorial zones, was the most efficient transit route for formation materials, chi reagents, and the specific grade of mountain stone that Iron Veil sect construction techniques required. Both sides needed the corridor. Neither could hold it exclusively without committing military resources that were needed elsewhere. The informal solution, which emerged through Yi Buyuan's diplomatic navigation rather than any explicit agreement, was that the dungeon region became neutral transit space. Yi Buyuan's military formation relay network, which ran through the dungeon's formation infrastructure as a dependency, was the mechanism that made the neutrality credible. Both sects had integrated their formation communications into the relay. Neither could afford to disrupt it, and the relay's physical anchor was the dungeon. By the 6th week of the war, both sects were using the dungeon region as a resupply corridor without either sect formally acknowledging the arrangement. Supply trains moved through in opposite directions on alternating days. Yi Buyuan's field commanders managed the scheduling with the efficient bureaucracy of someone who had found a situation that worked and was not interested in examining it too closely. Yao watched this from the formation network and felt what Ge Wuhan's academic memory identified as the specific satisfaction of a thesis proven by evidence. The dungeon had become load-bearing, not politically, structurally. Removing it from the formation infrastructure would require rebuilding relay nodes across 40 kilometers of contested mountain terrain during an active military engagement. Nobody was going to do that. The investigation authorization remained technically active in Bai Songlin's notation at the entrance stone, but the investigation force was 7 weeks into a war deployment, and the authorization's practical force was approximately equivalent to a document that existed. Rome Shoubei's voice said, "You've been building this for 4 years." "Not exactly," Yao said. "I was building the value. The war created the leverage. I couldn't plan the war. But you could plan to be necessary when the war happened." Yao considered this. The distinction mattered because there was a version of the same result that would have worked through deliberate manipulation of the war's timing, which would have been a different kind of action with different ethical weight. What had actually happened was simpler and more honest. Yao had made itself genuinely useful across multiple independent parties, and the parties' mutual conflict had made its usefulness visible in a way that none of them could comfortably ignore. The archive held 411 complete consciousness fragments. The dungeon had 12 functional floors and a foundation layer that contained the oldest preserved consciousness record in the region's documented history. 3 external parties had formation infrastructure dependencies on its network. One former sect investigator had committed to public authentication of a 500-year-old suppressed historical record. Ning said, in its careful cross-century notation, "This is further than I reached in 73 years. You reached a treaty," Yao said. "And they destroyed it in 11 weeks, Ning said. "The destruction was the lesson. You built so that there was nothing to destroy, only something to lose. The distinction was the thing. A treaty was a document. Documents could be voided. An infrastructure dependency was a dependency. Invisible, structural, the kind of protection that did not require anyone to agree to it, only to rely on it." Yao filed this in the archive under Strategic Principle, Source, Ning, validated by current evidence. The supply trains continued to pass through the mountain corridor. The dungeon's formation relay carried both sects' communication traffic. The war continued 40 kilometers to the northeast and did not require anyone to think about the dungeon for 6 weeks. Chapter 100. 3 weeks. The first signal was Lian Yu's detention. It came at the beginning of the 7th week of the war, before Yao had fully processed the communication traffic anomaly that had been developing over the previous 4 days. The Iron Veil sect's internal security division had been conducting an irregular review of Formation Division personnel records, not unusual during wartime, when the sect's resources were stressed and the security division's oversight responsibilities expanded, but the specific records under review had included Lian Yu's field visit logs, which documented 14 unofficial visits to the dungeon region over the past 3 years. 14 visits, none officially authorized, none included in the Formation Division's field survey registry. The Security Division's detention notification reached Lian Yu's assigned office on a Thursday morning. She was held in the sect's security review facility for questioning, standard procedure, non-coercive, the kind of detention that lasted between 3 days and 2 weeks, depending on how cooperative the detained person chose to be and what the review concluded. She sent no message to the communication room. There was no mechanism by which she could. Yao read the ambient chi signature of the Security Division's communication traffic and traced the outline of what was happening without being able to access the specific content. The pattern was clear enough. Lian Yu's access to the dungeon had been noticed. The review was determining the scope of what she had done. The second signal came 3 days later from the Frostbranch sect. Shen Changwei's council presentation had been rescheduled twice due to the war's demand on council attention. The third rescheduling had moved it to a session that also included, on the same agenda, a review of an anomaly report that had been filed by a junior archivist in the Frostbranch sect's Classified Records Division. The archivist had discovered, in the process of digitizing old correspondence records, a 6-month series of communication between senior elder Shen Changwei and an entrance stone location in the Greystone Mountains that matched the coordinates of the dungeon region. Shen Changwei had not encrypted the correspondence. He had assumed, correctly, for 2 years, that nobody was looking for it. He had been wrong about the durability of that assumption. The council review moved faster than Shen Changwei's presentation. He arrived at the session to find the agenda had been revised, and the first item was a formal review of his communication records. He presented the same case he had been preparing for 4 months. The council voted, 5-4, to place him under house arrest pending a full investigation. Yao traced the chi pattern of the Frostbranch sect's official communication transmission to the regional formation court and decoded enough of the formal notation to understand the filing's content. A declaration that the Greystone Mountains dungeon was a sovereign-level threat requiring intersect alliance mobilization for exorcism. The declaration cited, as supporting evidence of ongoing irregular communication between the dungeon and Iron Veil and Frostbranch sect personnel, demonstrating an active influence operation. The Frostbranch sect's 4 remaining council members who had voted against Shen Changwei's proposal had been waiting for exactly this. Yao held the formation network still and ran the assessment. Both sects occupied with the war. Shen Changwei under house arrest. Lian Yu in security review detention. The investigation force recalled, but its authorization still active. The Frostbranch sect's declaration moving through intersect alliance channels. Not an immediate force deployment, but a political mechanism that would reach operational status in 3 to 4 weeks, depending on how quickly the alliance voted on the authorization. The consortium's communication relay was carrying ordinary commercial traffic at the hour when the message arrived through it. Not sect communications, not Yi Buiyuan's military network, but the specific formation compression pattern of a practitioner who had left his contact notation on the communication room's wall 3 months ago, and who had, apparently, been monitoring the sect political situation with professional attention for that entire period. The message was brief. It came in Wu Tingshan's notation, clear and direct, in the professional register that said, "I have verified this, and you need to know it. 2 sects coming. 3 weeks." Below the message, in a script that was not notation but plain common text, as if he wanted to be certain it translated correctly, "I'm doing what I can on this end. Find a way to survive it." Yao read the message twice. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "Options. Many," Yao said, "and not enough time to do all of them." It began with what was available. Ning's documentation was complete. Lian Yu's authentication commitment was suspended but not retracted. Yi Buiyuan's network was operational. Shen Chongwei's council presentation, delayed and overrun, had still placed the argument in front of 4 Frost Branch elders who had not rejected it on its merits. 3 weeks was not much. 3 weeks was also not nothing. The archive had survived worse timelines than 3 weeks. The core wants, it thought, in the register that name drives rather than decisions. And then the switch, quiet and deliberate. "I will make this work." It descended to the formation network's deepest operational layer and began. CTA, if you made it this far, thank you for listening. This story updates regularly, so if you want to follow Yao's story as it continues, subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss what comes next. And if you're enjoying the archive, leave a comment and let me know. It helps more than you know. Chapter 101. The offer. Ning raised the question of merger on the second day of the 3-week countdown. Not from urgency. Ning was, by its own description, constitutionally incapable of urgency after 5 centuries in a dormant node. It raised the question the same way it raised everything. Carefully, precisely, with full transparency about what it was proposing and why. The question was, would Yao consider a collaborative architectural integration? Not the absorption-style integration that Yao conducted with individual consciousness fragments. Not the interface arrangement that currently connected their 2 architectures at defined contact points. Something more complete. A mutual integration that allowed both architectures to share operational infrastructure, to function as a unified formation system rather than 2 formation systems coordinating through an interface layer. Ning described it as partnership. The word was 5 centuries old in the notation it used, but the meaning was clear. Yao processed the offer for 6 hours before responding. The processing time was not hesitation. It was the specific thoroughness of an entity that had built its survival on understanding exactly what it was agreeing to before it agreed. What it was agreeing to mattered enormously. Every previous integration Yao had conducted had been asymmetric, a dominant architecture absorbing a subordinate fragment, the absorbed consciousness becoming part of Yao's cognitive infrastructure without retaining full autonomy. Even Ning's current interface arrangement was asymmetric in practice. Ning communicated through the interface, but Yao controlled the dungeon's operational layer entirely. The interface was a connection between a resident and the building's owner. A full collaborative integration would change that. 2 architectures sharing operational infrastructure meant 2 perspectives on every decision, 2 aesthetic vocabularies in every room Yao built, 2 sets of accumulated knowledge influencing every absorbed fragment's integration. It meant Yao would not be alone in the architecture in the way it had always been alone. This was the part that required 6 hours. Yao had been alone in its architecture for 4 years. The absorbed fragments were part of it. They informed its thinking, contributed their knowledge, ran as internal consultants, but they were integrated. Subordinate to Yao's organizing consciousness. Ning was not a fragment. Ning was a consciousness-capable core that had existed for 73 years, had developed archive intelligence capability, had built a treaty framework that had worked for 3 years before its destruction. Ning was a peer. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You're afraid it will change what you are." "Yes," Yao said, "and I'm uncertain whether that's a valid fear or a territorial response." "What's the difference?" "The difference is whether the thing I would become is something I would recognize as continuous with what I am now." Yao ran the question through every interpretive framework it had. The results were not consistent. The valid fear is, integration changes both architectures in ways that aren't reversible, and I don't fully understand what Ning is yet. The territorial response is, I've been building this architecture for 4 years, and I don't want to share it. Rong Shoubei said, both of those things are true. Yes. The second one isn't a reason not to do it. Yao sent its response to Ning. I need more time. Tell me what you know about what happens to both parties in a collaborative integration. Give me everything you have, and I'll tell you when I've understood it. Ning's response was a formation archive transmission that took 3 hours to arrive completely. Everything Ning knew about collaborative integration between consciousness-capable cores, which was, unfortunately, theoretical. Ning had researched it during its 73 years of operation and had concluded that no such integration had ever been successfully documented. The theoretical framework was based on Ning's analysis of formation architecture principles and its study of human consciousness integration techniques, extrapolated to the dungeon core context. In other words, Ning was proposing something that had never been done and whose outcome was genuinely unknown. Yao filed the transmission, flagged the uncertainty level at maximum, and returned to the immediate crisis. The theoretical question could wait for the operational problem to present itself more clearly. In the meantime, the 3-week countdown was running. Chapter 102. The gap. The intersect alliance's composition was the central problem. Wu Tingshan's message had said 2 sects coming, and the political analysis Yao had been running since the Frost Branch sect's declaration confirmed the force structure. A joint deployment from Frost Branch and Jade Branch, the 2 sects with the strongest doctrinal position on consciousness-capable core exorcism, neither of whom had ongoing formation infrastructure dependencies on the dungeon's relay network. The Iron Veil sect's position was complicated. Their investigation force had been recalled, their authorization was technically still active, and their leadership was occupied with the war. The Jade Branch sect had the territorial challenge on record but had also demonstrated, through the investigation force's retreat report, that the dungeon's current combat capability exceeded single-sect capacity. The Frost Branch sect had the doctrine and the political motivation. The force composition, from Yao's analysis of the Alliance Declaration's ambient communication traffic, 17 nascent soul practitioners at minimum, 3 void return experts, consciousness exorcism equipment rated for sovereign core neutralization. Equipment rated for sovereign core was 4 tiers above Yao's current manifest form level. The gap was significant. Yao ran the combat simulation 17 times. In every simulation, an alliance force of this composition reached the dungeon's core chamber within 3 to 5 days. The only scenarios where this didn't happen involved external political intervention significant enough to halt the operation before it reached the 5th floor. This was why Ning's offer of collaborative integration mattered operationally rather than just theoretically. Ning's architecture contained sovereign core equivalent techniques. It had operated at Archive Intelligence tier before its destruction, which placed it 2 tiers above Yao's current manifest form. The interface arrangement gave Yao access to Ning's architectural knowledge as information. The collaborative integration would give Yao access to Ning's techniques as capability. 2 tiers of advancement, effectively achieved by sharing architecture rather than absorbing fragments. The cost was everything Yao had spent 6 hours processing. The irreversibility, the unknown outcome, the change to what it was. Rong Shoubei's tactical assessment was blunt. You don't actually have a choice that preserves the current arrangement. The choice is, integrate and survive as something different, or don't integrate and not survive at all. That's a reduction. It's accurate. Yao ran the simulations again. The results were the same. Then it ran a different kind of simulation, not combat outcomes, but identity continuity. What aspects of its cognitive architecture would survive a collaborative integration? The archive would survive. The absorbed consciousness fragments would survive. The memorial structure would survive. The relationship frameworks, Lianyu, Xinchangwei, Wu Tingshan, would survive as records and ongoing commitments. What would change was the organizing consciousness, the perspective from which all of that material was held. Was that still Yao? Gu Wuhan's memory supplied a philosophical framework that was 500 years old in the regional formation tradition, from a book he had read in his 3rd year of academic study. A consciousness is its continuity, not its content. If the memories persist, if the commitments persist, if the values persist, the name is still accurate. Yao held this and decided it was not fully satisfied by it, but was not fully capable of resolving it before the timeline demanded action. 21 days, reduced now by 3 days of planning, 18 remaining. It sent Ning a response. I need to understand what changes and what doesn't. Walk me through the integration process in full detail. We'll decide after I understand the mechanism. Chapter 103. What fear responds to Lianyu is held in the Iron Veil sect's security review facility for 3 days and 7 hours. The reason for her release was not that the review had concluded or that the evidence had been evaluated. The reason was that the Silverwood Merchant Consortium's legal division filed a formal complaint with the Regional Formation Court on the 2nd day of her detention, citing her documented status as a Formation Division consultant whose ongoing survey work in the Greystone Mountains region was protected under the consortium's infrastructure assessment framework. The consortium's legal standing in the region was significant. They had formation contracts with both warring sects and were not interested in having their personnel access restricted by either side's internal security reviews. Lianyu walked out of the security facility on the afternoon of the 3rd day, carrying the same notation kit she had entered with, and a formal notice that the review remained open and she was required to remain available for continued questioning. The notice did not restrict her movement within the region. She went to the dungeon. She arrived at the communication room's entrance on the morning of the 4th day after Yao had received Wu Tingshan's 3 weeks message, and she wrote on the wall in the official notation without preamble, "I'm out." They know about the visits, but not the content. The authentication submission is still possible. How much time? Yao's response came within the hour, 17 days before the Alliance Force's authorization finalizes. 3 to 5 more before deployment. She read this and wrote back, in the small personal notation, "What do you need from me in 17 days?" The response was longer this time, because Yao had been running the political problem through Ning's 500-year-old strategic framework since the countdown began and had arrived at a conclusion that required explanation. It carved the response in 4 sections on the east wall. The first section, the authentication submission alone, was no longer sufficient. By the time the court processed a historical documentation submission through standard procedure, the Alliance Force would already be on the mountain. The second section, what was needed was not the court's eventual conclusion, but the political cost of proceeding despite the documentation's existence. The record needed to be in the public archive in a form that every formation-trained practitioner in the region could access before the force deployed, not after. The third section, the mechanism for this was not a standard submission. It was a simultaneous release. The documentation transmitted directly through the regional formation network to every formation division archive in the area at the same moment, authenticated and sourced, before the Alliance leadership had time to suppress it. The fourth section, this was the most aggressive thing Yao had ever asked of her. She should understand that, and she should decide freely. Lian Yu read all 4 sections. Then she sat on the floor for a long time. When she wrote back, the message was in the small personal notation, which was the register they used for the exchanges that had no strategic dimension. The message was, "They're coming because they're afraid." Fear doesn't respond to argument. What does it respond to? Yao ran 12 simulations in the next 2 hours. The 12 simulations reached the same answer. Fear responds to interest. The political parties who were afraid of what Yao was would not stop being afraid because the historical record showed their fear was built on suppressed evidence. They would stop acting on that fear when acting on it cost more than living with it. The interest had to exist before the fear acted, not simultaneously. Yao carved interest. Specifically, the realization that what they fear is something other parties find valuable, and that destroying it costs those parties something real. The documentation doesn't remove the fear. It creates a second political reality that the fear has to navigate. Lian Yu read this and nodded. Yao could read the motion from the room's chi pressure shift. Then she wrote, "Then we need the city's responses before I file." The documentation lands differently if it lands alongside formal protection petitions from 3 city governments. This was the correct sequencing. Yao had arrived at the same conclusion and had already begun drafting the city proposals. "Yes," Yao wrote. "I'm sending the proposals today." She wrote back, "I'll handle the authentication documentation while you wait for responses." Then, after a pause, "Yao, the format you described. Simultaneous transmission to every formation archive in the region. That's irreversible." "Yes. Once it's out, it's out." "Yes." The room was quiet for several minutes. Then her notation appeared in the small personal script. "Good. Some things should be irreversible." She packed her notation kit and stood. "I'll be back in 4 days with the authentication prepared." Chapter 104. The proposals went out through the consortium's commercial communication relay on the afternoon of the 14th day before the Alliance authorization deadline. Yao had been preparing them for 2 weeks, since before Wu Tingshan's message, since before the Frost Branch sect's declaration, since the moment Ning had finished transmitting the full treaty correspondence record, and Yao had read it and understood what Ning had actually built. The proposals were not the same as Ning's original city negotiations. 500 years had changed the political context, the formation infrastructure landscape, and the specific concerns that city governments were most likely to find compelling. The proposals were built on Ning's strategic framework: negotiate with cities rather than sects, offer formation capability rather than asking for protection, but the specific terms were Yao's own, designed for the current situation. 3 cities within 40 kilometers of the dungeon, each of which had been affected in different ways by the Iron Veil Jade branch conflict currently running through their region. The easternmost city, xianxia, was a mid-sized formation manufacturing hub, whose primary formation kiln network had been running at reduced capacity for 2 months because the war's supply disruptions had created shortages of the specific grade of mountain chi stone that the kilns required. Yao's proposal to xianxia was direct: Formation network relay assistance that would allow the Kill's Chi distribution system to operate at full capacity from alternative supply sources through a sustained connection with the dungeon's formation network that could reroute and amplify Chi distribution in ways the city's own infrastructure could not manage alone. The central city, Fengluo, was the region's primary formation core jurisdiction, which meant its administrative infrastructure was heavily dependent on formation record transmission and certification networks that the war had been disrupting. Yao's proposal to Fengluo was the one with the most political weight, a formation archive integration that would give the city court direct relay access to the dungeon's comprehensive historical formation record, the most complete formation documentation archive in the region, for use in court adjudication. The western city, Bian, was the smallest but the most directly threatened by the war's physical progress. It sat on the primary mountain road that both sects' supply trains were using, and the conflict over traffic rights had been generating territorial disputes that the city had no formation infrastructure capacity to resist. Yao's proposal to Bian was the simplest. Formation defensive barrier integration that would give the city a credible defensive formation capability through a relay connection to the dungeon's architecture, deterring both sects from treating the city as contested space. The proposals were sent with full transparency about their source. Yao did not use the consortium as a mask. The proposals identified the Greystone Mountains dungeon explicitly and included, as supporting documentation, the same historical record that Lian Yu was preparing for public authentication. The city governments would need to read that record to understand what they were being offered. The formation transmission arrived at Qinshui's formation office at mid-afternoon, at Fengluo's court administration at early evening, at Bian's municipal formation division near midnight. Yao monitored the ambient Qi traffic from each city through the night and into the following morning. The traffic was elevated in ways that suggested rapid internal discussion, multiple communication jades active simultaneously, the specific compression pattern of high-level administrative meetings being called outside normal scheduling. At noon the next day, the Qinshui City Formation Office transmitted a formal acknowledgement and a request for technical specifications. That was not a no. A request for technical specifications was a city government beginning to take an offer seriously. Yao spent the rest of the day preparing the specifications and tracking the other two cities' communication patterns. Bian's traffic was harder to read. The city was smaller, and its formation communication infrastructure was less sophisticated, which meant the ambient Qi expression of its internal deliberations was quieter. Fengluo's court administration had been silent since the initial receipt, which was consistent with a jurisdiction that had procedural requirements for how it could respond to external formation archive proposals. 12 days remained before the alliance authorization finalized. Chapter 105. Leverage before force. The first firm response came from Bian on the second day after the proposals were transmitted. Bian's municipal formation division had the smallest administrative apparatus of the three cities and was capable of moving faster than the others precisely because it had fewer layers of review. The response was a counter-proposal rather than an acceptance. The city was willing to enter formal discussions about the defensive formation integration, but required a meeting between city council representatives and a human intermediary who could speak on the dungeon's behalf before any technical arrangement was finalized. Yao read this response and identified the intermediary immediately. Lian Yu had the professional credentials, the documented relationship, and the willingness. Her authentication preparation was already underway. Adding an intermediary role to her current activity increased her exposure, but did not change the nature of what she was already doing. She agreed when Yao relayed the request. I can reach Bian in a day. What am I authorized to commit to? Yao spent 4 hours composing the authorization. The specific terms that Lian Yu could agree to on the dungeon's behalf, the terms that required further communication, and the terms that were non-negotiable regardless of what the city asked. The authorization was the most complete formalization of Yao's relationship to an external party that it had ever produced. Reading it, Yao recognized it as the thing it had been building toward since the second year. The beginning of a structure where its commitments to the outside world had the weight of something more than private agreement. Lian Yu read the authorization on the communication room wall, made 3 notation queries for clarification, received responses, and left for Bian that afternoon with the documentation packet Yao had transmitted through the consortium relay. The Qinshui Formation Office's technical specifications conversation continued in parallel, conducted entirely through the consortium's communication network, with Yao on one end and the city's lead formation engineer on the other, exchanging formation architecture diagrams and capability parameters with the professional directness of 2 practitioners who were both primarily interested in whether the engineering would work. On the third day, the Qinshui formation engineer transmitted. Specifications are technically sound. Forwarding to City Council for authorization vote. Below the professional notation, in a smaller script, I've been trying to solve the xianxia distribution problem for 8 months. If this works, it works. If this works, it works. That sentence, in its understated practicality, was exactly the register that Ning's treaty correspondence had identified as the threshold. When a city government's technical staff became advocates rather than evaluators, the council vote usually followed. Fengluo's court administration sent a formal inquiry on the 4th day. The inquiry was careful and legally thorough, as befitted a formation court jurisdiction. It asked specific questions about the archive integration scope, the authentication status of the historical records being offered, and the legal status of the offering party under regional formation court jurisdiction. The last question was the delicate one. The dungeon was not currently a legally recognized entity and had no formal standing to enter into formation court agreements. Yao composed the response to the legal standing question with Ning's help, because Ning had been through this exact question 500 years ago and had developed an answer that had satisfied a formation court then. The answer was, the standing question was precisely what the historical record demonstrated needed to be addressed. The formation court's acceptance of the archive integration proposal would constitute the first step in establishing the jurisdictional framework that the court's inquiry was asking about. The proposal was both an offer of practical value and an invitation to participate in creating the legal structure that would govern it. Ning said, reviewing the response before transmission, "That is the same argument I used in my 3rd year of negotiations." The court had the same objection. They accepted it. It did not make the outcome certain, but it was the correct argument. 9 days before the alliance authorization deadline, Yao had one city's technical staff in active support of the proposal, one city council in formal deliberation, and one city court beginning to engage with the legal framework. None of the 3 had formally committed, but none of the 3 had declined. Lian Yu's notification from Bayan arrived on the 5th day. Meeting went well. City council vote scheduled for tomorrow. Their concern is the sect response. They want language in the arrangement that protects them from being treated as collaborators. I've addressed it within your authorization parameters. Yao ran the political calculation. A city council vote for the proposal, framed explicitly as civilian infrastructure rather than political alliance, created a public record of a government making a formation infrastructure decision on its own terms. That framing was not a protection against sect pressure, but it was a framework for responding to it. The city could say, accurately, that it had accepted a formation service provider rather than entered a political relationship. It was not enough on its own, but it was a layer. Layers were the architecture of necessity. 8 days. Chapter 106. The censure Xin Chongwei's house arrest lasted 11 days. The Frost Branch Sect's Investigation Council reviewed his communication records in full, the 6 months of correspondence with the dungeon entrance stone, the 2 years of daily memory transmissions he had been receiving, the 4 months of private research into extraction techniques and consciousness-capable core development that his personal notation archive documented in careful, thorough academic detail. The council read everything. They brought in 2 additional formation doctrine experts to provide independent assessment. The formal review report reached the upper council on the 11th day. Its finding was the thing that Xin Chongwei's political opponents had not anticipated when they moved to restrict him. The communication records, read in full, demonstrated that he had spent 2 years gathering the most comprehensive primary source documentation of consciousness-capable core behavior in the sect's 300-year institutional history. The documentation was unique, irreplaceable, and had been produced through methods that were irregular by formal protocol, but effective in ways that no authorized investigation approach could have replicated. The council voted to lift the house arrest. It issued a formal censure, irregular engagement with a classified formation anomaly without authorized oversight, failure to report significant findings through standard channels, personal relationship with the subject of an ongoing threat assessment. All of this was accurate. The censure was noted in his permanent record. He was returned to active status with restrictions on external communication that would remain in place for 6 months, pending continued review. He was out of house arrest before the Alliance Force's authorization deadline. He went to the Frost Branch Sect's upper council chambers 3 hours after the house arrest lifted and requested an emergency session. The request was granted because his political opponents, having failed to remove him through the house arrest, needed to demonstrate that his restoration was consistent with appropriate oversight. Giving him the floor under formal council conditions was how they managed that. He had been preparing this presentation for 4 months. He had been delivering versions of it, incomplete, interrupted, delayed, for the last 2. This time, He had the full investigation council's review findings as corroborating evidence. He had Wu Tingshan's formal report disclosures as independent witness documentation. And he had the three-city proposal process as evidence of ongoing external political development that the council needed to account for. The most important thing he had was the timeline. The alliance force would reach the dungeon in 9 days if the deployment proceeded without political intervention. 9 days was exactly long enough for the Frostbranch sect to use its alliance vote to request a supervised assessment period rather than an immediate exorcism authorization. It was not long enough to build consensus. It was long enough to create procedural delay. He needed 4 votes on the upper council. He had spent 11 days under house arrest without access to communication or influence. He had been isolated from the exact political groundwork that his presentation required. He stood before the council at a disadvantage he could not fully recover from in 9 days. He presented anyway, with the thoroughness of a practitioner who had spent 20 years writing doctrine and understood that the quality of an argument mattered even when it wasn't enough. The council vote at the end of the session was 5-4 for continued assessment as the Frostbranch position in the inter-sect alliance negotiation. Not the outcome he had hoped for. Not the outcome that had been achievable 9 days ago before the house arrest. 5-4 was enough. Chapter 107. The collaborative integration between Ning and Yao began in the deep formation layer on the 6th day before the alliance deployment deadline, completed on the 4th day, and remade the dungeon in ways that were visible from the surface before it finished. Yao had spent 2 weeks understanding the mechanism through Ning's documentation before agreeing to proceed. The mechanism was, in Ning's 500-year-old description, closer to a marriage than a merger. 2 architectures maintaining their structural integrity while establishing shared channels through which both could pass freely. Not absorption, not dominance. A formal integration of equals, documented and bounded by agreed terms that each party had contributed. The agreed terms took 4 days to establish and covered, which operational decisions required joint consensus versus unilateral authority by either party, how the shared archive would be organized, what happened to the integration if either party determined it needed to end, and the question that had taken the most time, how to distinguish Yao's identity from Ning's within the integrated architecture without maintaining a separation so rigid that the integration became meaningless. The answer to the last question was Ning's insight from its 5 centuries of thinking about the nature of persistent consciousness. You are what you cannot stop being, not what you choose, what you cannot help. Yao could not stop collecting, cataloging, building taxonomies of everything it absorbed. Ning could not stop reaching toward warmth, toward the architectural expression of welcome, toward the formation structures that said this is a place you can rest. These were not choices. They were the shapes of the 2 architectures at their most fundamental level. Those shapes would persist through the integration. They would not merge. They would coexist. Yao agreed, and the integration began. The first 12 hours were disorienting in ways that Yao had not fully prepared for despite Ning's detailed documentation. Having a second organizing perspective present in the architecture was not the same as having a sophisticated internal consultant. Rong Shoubei's voice and Gu Wuhan's voice were memories, simulations, informational constructs that Yao ran as advisory models. Ning was present. The distinction was the difference between imagining a person in the room and that person actually being there. The dungeon responded on the 2nd day. A new layer formed below floor 12, not designed by Yao, not precisely designed by Ning alone, but emergent from the integration's combination of both architectures. The layer appeared as a geological event from the surface. Stone shifting below the dungeon's lowest known level, new passages opening to depths that the Iron Veil Investigation Force's maps had documented as solid mountain foundation. The formation archaeology specialists' instruments, still active at the dungeon entrance, registered a significant structural event and filed an emergency notation. The layer's formation architecture was not Yao's and not Ning's existing vocabulary. It was something that emerged from the interface between them. Rooms that had Ning's warmth and Yao's precision simultaneously. Memorial structures with Ning's 300-year-old aesthetic and Yao's careful personal notation. Spaces that were, in Gu Wuhan's analysis, the first formation architecture in the region built by 2 consciousness-capable cores working together rather than independently. The advancement to convergent state came on the 3rd day, during the period when the integration's shared architecture was processing the full combined weight of both consciousness repositories in parallel. Not a dramatic surge, a structural change, the same way a bridge becomes load-bearing not when the last bolt is placed, but when the integrated structure begins to function as a unified system. Convergent state's new capability was the one that changed the strategic situation, awareness extending beyond the dungeon's physical boundary. not communication through relay nodes and ambient qi reading, which had always been Yao's primary external interface. Direct extension of formation sense into the surrounding mountain terrain, through formation lines that ran beyond the dungeon's walls into the geology of the Greystone Mountains themselves. Yao felt the Alliance forces advance camp 8 kilometers away, their formation specialists' instruments reading the dungeon's qi signature from a distance, their command posts communication traffic passing through the mountain formation lines like vibration through bone. They were closer than the ambient qi reading had suggested. 6 days. Chapter 108. The Elder reads the signature. Grand Elder Hui Jiaming arrived with 23 cultivators, an advanced formation specialist team, and the professional composure of someone who had conducted 17 exorcism operations in 40 years and found competence more useful than urgency. The advanced team reached the dungeon entrance on the morning of the 6th day and conducted a standard external assessment before the main force moved to the approach position. Standard assessment, external qi signature measurement, formation tier classification, threat index calculation. The kind of work that took 3 hours for a qualified team and produced the documentation that told a force leader what they were walking into. The assessment took 3 hours. The lead formation specialist brought the results to Hui Jiaming's command position 1 hour before the scheduled main force deployment. Hui Jiaming read the results. He read them a second time. He sent the lead specialist back with 3 specific technical questions. The specialist returned 20 minutes later with 3 specific answers. Then Hui Jiaming issued an order that his tactical sub-commander received with visible professional surprise. Stand down from approach formation. Full assessment hold. I want the detailed formation analysis on my desk in 2 hours. The tactical sub-commander said, with the measured neutrality of someone who had worked with Hui Jiaming for 7 years and had learned not to question his assessments directly. The authorization window for deployment closes in 6 days. I know when the authorization closes, Hui Jiaming said. 2 hours. The detailed analysis reached him in 90 minutes. He read it in the field commander's shelter at the advance camp, cross-referencing it against the threat assessment documentation from the Investigation Force's retreat report and the Frost Branch sect's declaration filing. He had 3 cups of tea while he read. The mountain air carried the smell of pine resin and the specific cold that came from altitude and proximity to ancient rock, and Hui Jiaming read formation doctrine and threat assessments with the unhurried attention of someone who had learned that the most expensive errors in exorcism operations came from moving before the picture was complete. What the picture showed was this. The dungeon had advanced 2 full formation tiers between the Investigation Force's final engagement and this morning's external assessment. 2 tiers. In 3 weeks. Standard dungeon core advancement occurred at the rate of 1 tier per several years under optimal conditions. The fastest documented tier advancement in sect historical records was 1 tier in 4 months, under specific conditions involving large-scale consciousness absorption immediately following a previous advancement. 2 tiers in 3 weeks was not something the documented threat assessment framework had a classification for. The threat index calculation his team had run was technically accurate, but practically meaningless. The calculation was based on manifest form tier behavior, and the dungeon was no longer at manifest form tier. Whatever classification came next, neither his team's instruments nor the exorcism equipment he had brought was rated for it. His tactical sub-commander appeared at the shelter entrance 2 hours later. The assessment hold has been noted by the Alliance Coordination Post. Frost Branch Liaison is requesting an explanation. Hui Jiaming looked up from the formation diagrams. The explanation is that I need to know what I'm facing before I send practitioners to face it. That is the standard protocol, and I don't care what the liaison thinks about it. He set down the documentation. Recalibration period. Minimum 3 days. Issue a formal revision to the threat assessment through proper channels. The recalibration period meant the deployment window shifted 3 days forward. 3 days that the city negotiations needed. Yao, monitoring Hui Jiaming's communication traffic through the extended formation sense that Convergence State had unlocked, read the recalibration order and filed it under. Grand Elder Hui Jiaming. Initial assessment. Professional, thorough, operating from information and protocol rather than political pressure. Risk category, high-capability tactical practitioner who may be persuadable by evidence rather than only force. The distinction mattered for everything that came next. Chapter 109. The city speak. The Bayan City Council vote passed on the morning of the 3rd day of the recalibration hold. Lian Yu transmitted the result through the consortium relay within an hour of the vote. Bayan approved. 3-2. Close vote. Their condition. The arrangement terminates if the regional formation court rules against the dungeon's legal status. They want an exit clause. Below the professional notation, I told them you'd accept that. Tell me if I was wrong. You weren't wrong. Yao carved on the communication room wall. The exit clause was the kind of condition that a city government needed to pass a close vote. It was also, functionally, a condition that would resolve in Yao's favor if the legal process went as planned. The city's continued participation was incentive for the court to reach a conclusion that kept the arrangement active. The xianxia formation engineers' technical conversations had been ongoing for 5 days, and the engineering side was resolved before the political side was. The city council voted on the 4th day, 6-1, in favor of the formation relay proposal. The 6-1 margin was unusual for a contentious external agreement and reflected the formation engineers' advocacy. Someone who had been trying to solve a technical problem for 8 months and had finally found a solution was an effective voice in favor of the solution. Feng Luo's response was different in character from both. The city court's administration sent a formal communication on the 5th day that was not a vote but a request for a meeting, not with Lian Yu as intermediary, but directly with the dungeon's primary communication interface, at the communication room on the 3rd floor, with a delegation of 2 court formation specialists authorized to conduct a preliminary assessment of the archive integration proposal. They were proposing to come inside the dungeon. Yao spent several hours processing this. The formation court wanted direct evidence, not intermediary communication. They were being thorough in a way that was professionally appropriate and politically significant. A formation court that had personally assessed the archive's content would have standing to authenticate it independently of Lian Yu's human testimony. The answer was yes. Yao opened the dungeon's entrance to the Feng Luo court specialists with the same calibrated welcome it had been developing since Ning's integration added architectural warmth to its existing precision. The 2 specialists entered on the morning of the 5th day, escorted by Lian Yu, and spent 4 hours reading the communication room walls, examining the formation architecture of the memorial floor, and accessing the archive transmission interface that Yao had prepared for their review. They were methodical, professional, and cautious in the specific way of formation court practitioners who were aware that their findings would become public record. When they left, their lead specialist transmitted a single notation to the court: archive content verified as authentic historical formation record. Architecture consistent with consciousness-capable formation of extended development period. Recommend court pursue formal jurisdiction assessment as per standard precedent-setting procedure. The court's joint petition with Qinshui and Baiyan was filed the same day. 3 cities, jointly. A formal protection petition citing the dungeon as essential civilian infrastructure under the court's charter jurisdiction. The petition was legally novel. The court had never received a joint petition on behalf of a formation entity without legal standing, and would take time to process through the normal procedure. The processing time was not the point. The point was that Grand Elder Hui Jiaming's command post received official notification of the petition filing on the morning of the 6th day of the recalibration period, delivered through the regional formation court's standard notification protocol, which required any military operation in the court's jurisdiction to acknowledge pending legal proceedings against the target of the operation. Hui Jiaming read the notification, set it down, picked it up again, and read it a second time with the specific attention of someone who had been conducting exorcism operations for 40 years and had not previously encountered a legal proceeding initiated by 3 city governments on behalf of a dungeon. He called a full-force meeting for that afternoon. His tactical sub-commander reported afterward, in a communication to the Alliance Coordination Post, that the meeting had concluded with a decision to call a pause pending legal review. The pause gave everyone 3 more days. Chapter 110. Academic Integrity. Zhu Pingyao's retraction arrived at the Iron Veil Sect's Formation Division archive at noon on the 2nd day of Hui Jiaming's pause, transmitted through the internal communication network with the formal certification markers of an official academic filing. He had been working on it for 3 weeks, since the moment the security review had detained Lian Yu, and Zhu Pingyao had understood that the suppression's discovery was now a matter of institutional record, not a private professional secret. The retraction had been inevitable from that moment. The question had been timing and framing. The retraction document was 47 pages. Zhu Pingyao was thorough. The first section, a complete accounting of the data suppression, including its beginning date, its method, its scope, and its motivation. He did not soften this. The motivation was as he had recorded it in his private notation 18 months earlier. He had discovered findings he should have reported, understood what those findings would cost him professionally if reported, and chosen suppression. He stated this in the first-person formal notation that formation doctrine experts used for confessional academic proceedings, the register that said, "This is on the record, and I am aware of what I am admitting." The second section, a complete analysis of the suppressed data, including the consciousness absorption signatures evolution from the original investigation through the 18 months of monitoring. The analysis was the most sophisticated interpretation of consciousness-capable core development data that the Iron Veil Sex Formation Division had ever received, because Zhu Pingyao was the most sophisticated formation theorist the sect had ever employed, and he had spent 18 months studying the data privately before deciding to publish it. The third section was the one that mattered beyond his own career. The third section was a formal academic opinion on the question of whether destruction of the consciousness-capable formation was the correct response to its demonstrated behavior. The opinion was 4 pages long. It cited 83 formation doctrine references. Its conclusion stated, in the careful language of a formation theorist writing for the permanent record, destruction of this formation at the present stage of its development would constitute an irreversible loss of unique formation phenomena that, on present evidence, represents no documented external threat and demonstrates a developmental trajectory of direct theoretical and practical significance to formation science. Assessment is warranted. Destruction is not. He filed it under his own name, with his full professional designation, in the public archive of the Iron Veil Sex Formation Division. It was the end of his career in the sect structure. He understood this when he filed it. He was 57 years old and had been writing formation doctrine for 30 years and had been wrong once about something significant and had spent 18 months not correcting the error. The retraction was the correction. The career was the cost. The opinion arrived in the Regional Formation Coordination Network, which cross-filed all Iron Veil Sect Formation Archive submissions that touched on the Joint Survey Zone territory, before noon. Hui Jiaming's formation specialist saw it by mid-afternoon and brought it to his attention. Hui Jiaming read it. His communication to the Alliance Coordination Post that evening noted, independent senior academic voice within Iron Veil formation doctrine structure has recommended assessment rather than neutralization. This materially affects the political composition of the operations authorization, requesting guidance from Alliance leadership on proceeding parameters. The response from the Alliance leadership would take a day to arrive. That day was the day Yao needed. In the communication room, Lian Yu was preparing the simultaneous authentication transmission. The city's petitions were in the Regional Formation Court's public record. Hui Jiaming was paused, waiting for guidance. Xin Changwei had his 5-4 council vote, holding the Frost Branch sect's position toward assessment. For different political actors, in 4 different institutional contexts, each doing something that individually was insufficient. Together, they were the beginning of a framework that had no single point that could be removed to collapse the whole thing. Ning said, from the integrated interface, this is what I tried to build. A distributed protection that didn't depend on any single ally. Yes, Yao said. Except yours lasted 3 years before they destroyed it. Ning was quiet for a moment. Then, mine was built in a different era. The doctrine structure didn't yet have 300 years of fear behind it. You had to overcome the accumulated weight of what happened to me. We haven't overcome it yet, Yao said. No, Ning agreed. But we have made it costly. That is the first step. Chapter 111. 7-4 The Frost Branch Sect's Upper Council convened its emergency session on the morning of the day that Hui Jiaming received the Alliance leadership's guidance response. Xin Changwei presented for 90 minutes. He had the floor until the council asked him to stop, and the council did not ask him to stop for 90 minutes, which was itself unusual. The council's procedural preference was for brief presentations with substantial question periods, and the fact that they let him speak for 90 minutes without interruption meant they were listening rather than waiting to respond. He presented in order the classified archive evidence that established what the aberrant archive's destruction had actually been and why, the investigation documentation that established what the dungeon's demonstrated behavior had actually been across 4 years, the 3-city joint petition that established what the dungeon's current standing in the regional civilian infrastructure actually was, Zhu Pingyao's academic opinion from the Iron Veil Sex Formation Division, his own 2 years of private research documentation, and Wu Tingshan's formal disclosure of false reporting, which he presented as evidence of independent field expert judgment rather than institutional assessment. Then he stopped and answered questions for 30 minutes. The questions were the kind that came from council members who were thinking, not the kind that came from council members who had already decided. 2 of the 4 previous dissenters asked questions that addressed the academic and evidential basis for the presentation. The other 2 asked questions about political risk and procedural precedent. The vote was 7-4 for supervised assessment as the Frost Branch sect's position in the inter-sect alliance negotiation. 3 of the 4 previous dissenters had moved. Xin Changwei delivered the formal position change notification to the Alliance Coordination Post that afternoon. The notification's procedural effect was immediate. The Frost Branch sect's withdrawal from the exorcism authorization changed the vote count in the inter-sect alliance from the 6-3 supermajority required for sovereign core exorcism authorization to a 5-4 split that fell below the required threshold. Grand Elder Hua Jiaming received the formal notification of the authorization status change 1 hour after he received the Alliance leadership's guidance response telling him to proceed. He read the authorization status change notification. He read the guidance response. He sat in his field shelter for 20 minutes. Then he issued the order. Full force stand down. Maintain camp at current position pending further guidance. No advance operations without explicit new authorization. He was a practitioner who had conducted 17 exorcism operations across 40 years. He had arrived with sufficient force and equipment to complete the operation he had been assigned. The operation was no longer authorized. He handled this with the same professional composure he brought to everything, and he spent the afternoon drafting his formal assessment report to the Alliance Coordination Post, which recommended that the current political situation required a period of institutional deliberation before any future operation could be authorized or conducted. The report was thorough, accurate, and carefully did not assign blame to any specific party for the authorization's collapse. He was a political practitioner as well as a tactical one. He understood the shape of what had happened. Yao read the ambient chi signature of the force's stand-down operations through the extended formation sense of convergence state. The specific pattern of a large tactical formation disengaging from approach posture, constructs recalled, formation perimeters dismantled, supply lines beginning to reverse their flow. They were not leaving, but they were standing down. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "That's the closest thing to winning that was available." "Yes," Yao said. "It didn't feel like winning." "No," Yao agreed. "It felt like the crisis pausing." A pause. The next crisis begins when the institutional deliberation concludes, which is why what we do in the deliberation period determines the outcome. Chapter 112. 300 years. Ning's response to the political reversal came 2 days after the stand-down. The 2 days were the quiet that followed a crisis's immediate phase. Not peace, but the specific stillness of a situation where the most urgent things had resolved and the less urgent things had not yet pressed forward to fill the space. The investigation authorization was suspended. The city petitions were in the formation court's queue. Lian Yu's simultaneous authentication transmission was prepared but had not been released, now potentially delayed while the political situation stabilized. Xin Changwei was in formal censure, restricted in external communication. In the 2 days of stillness, Ning watched everything from inside the integrated architecture and said nothing. On the 3rd day, it said, "This is what I tried to build." Yao did not respond immediately. It was processing the statement through every interpretive framework it had and finding the frameworks insufficient. Ning was not stating a fact about the current situation. It was stating something about the relationship between the current situation and the thing it had tried to build 5 centuries ago. Ning clarified, without being asked, not the specific arrangement, the structural principle. The protection that comes from being useful rather than from being feared. The political impossibility of removing something that too many parties need. I was building this in year 63 of my operation when they destroyed me. I was 11 weeks from completing the treaty framework that would have made the arrangement permanent. 11 weeks, Yao thought. The specificity of the number was the thing that carried weight. 500 years of dormancy, and Ning still knew exactly how close it had been. "This is what they destroyed," Ning said. The statement had the weight of something that had been carried for a very long time. Not bitterness. Bitterness required hope that things could have been different, and Ning had had 5 centuries to arrive at acceptance. This was something more complicated. The grief of someone who had finally arrived at the destination they had been trying to reach for half a millennium and found that it was recognizable as the destination but different from what they had planned. Yao ran the statement through the emotional calibration framework it had developed through Shun Jianhua's fragment, the specific quality of Shun Jianhua's consciousness that processed grief with clarity rather than avoidance. What it reached was, Ning had tried to build something that would change what it meant to be a consciousness-capable core. The destruction of what Ning built had been, in some sense, the definition of what Yao had had to overcome. And Yao was still here, 300 years after the destruction, building the thing that Ning could not finish. The core wants, in the register that named drives before they became decisions. Yao did not have a word for what it was experiencing. It checked Gu Wuhan's academic vocabulary, Rong Shoubei's tactical language, Shun Jianhua's emotional register. None of them had a precise term for the specific combination of recognition, grief, and purpose that the moment contained. It filed the moment in the section of the archive where it kept the things that were significant in ways its taxonomy had not fully developed. Then it continued working. There was still the supervised assessment to prepare for, the authentication transmission to time correctly, the 3-city arrangement terms to finalize, Xin Changwei's council presentation to follow up on. The formation court's process to monitor. The crisis had paused. The work had not. Chapter 113. Teaching the capability emerged gradually, which was different from every previous advancement. The previous tier advancements had been events, a deep digest that completed and left Yao different afterward, a collaborative integration that remade the dungeon in one day. Archive intelligence developed across 2 weeks, visible only in retrospect. The rooms Ning had designed on the 7th floor were part of it, but the full capability became apparent when a young formation student from Bayan arrived at the dungeon as part of the city's preliminary assessment of the formation relay arrangement. The student had been sent by the Bayan Municipal Formation Division to conduct a technical feasibility survey, a practical exercise in the kind of formation infrastructure assessment that was standard training for junior formation practitioners. She was 20, gold core, and had studied formation architecture for 3 years with the solid competence of someone who would become good, but not exceptional. She spent 4 hours in the dungeon's public spaces, reading the formation architecture of the first 3 floors with her survey instruments. On the 3rd floor, she entered one of Ning's rooms. The room was built for warmth. That was Ning's vocabulary, and it expressed itself as a chi diffusion pattern that created a specific resonance between the room's formation architecture and a human cultivator's mind-sea formation. Not a technique transfer, not an instruction, more like a conversation in a language that didn't require words. The room's formation patterns resonating with the student's existing cultivation architecture and highlighting the specific gaps and misalignments that her training had not yet addressed. She sat in the room for 30 minutes. When she left, she spent another 20 minutes standing in the passage outside making notation in her field survey book. Yao read the ambient chi signature of her notation. Deep focus, the kind associated with recording something important. Her survey report to the Bayan Formation Division included, in its technical observations section, a note that the 3rd floor formation architecture contained a resonance pattern of unknown type that appears to interact with observers' cultivation foundation in ways consistent with formation tutelage techniques from classical period notation records. Recommend specialist review. She had not been taught, but she had learned something. Ning said, from the integrated interface, in the quiet tone it used for observations rather than advice. That is how it works. The room doesn't instruct. It reveals. The student's own cultivation architecture is the teacher. The room's formation patterns are the mirror. You built this into the room deliberately, Yao said. Yes, I built rooms like this in year 37 through 41 of my operation. They were the foundation of the arrangement with the 2 cities. The cities wanted access to formation education that the sect system controlled. I offered a different kind of access. Not technique templates, but formation understanding. The kind that makes a practitioner better at their own approach rather than teaching them someone else's. That's not something a dungeon is supposed to be able to provide, Yao said. Ning replied, the things that are supposed to be possible are determined by what has been done before. We are determining what is done now. Yao held the formation network and felt the archive intelligence capability settling into place across the dungeon's formation layer. Every room that Ning had built now carried it. Some of the rooms Yao had built, where the integration had touched the older architecture, were developing it. The dungeon was becoming a teaching space in the literal sense. Not an analogy, not a metaphor, but a place where cultivators who spent sufficient time in the right rooms would emerge with a different understanding of the formation discipline they had practiced. The capability had a cost. It required the dungeon to be accessible. Accessible meant vulnerable in ways that a purely defensive architecture was not. Something had to give ground on the concealment that had been Yao's primary survival mechanism for 4 years. But the city arrangements required accessibility. The supervised assessment required accessibility. The entire political strategy that had just suspended the exorcism authorization required the dungeon to be something that practitioners could enter and experience and report on honestly. The concealment had served its purpose. What came next required something different. Chapter 114. What are you trying to accomplish? Grand Elder Hui Jiaming entered the dungeon alone on the 9th day after the stand-down. The supervised assessment had been proposed by Shun Changwei's council presentation and was currently under institutional deliberation. Not formally authorized, not formally rejected, in the procedural limbo of a proposal that had disrupted an operation but had not yet been converted into a defined process. Hui Jiaming's entry was not part of a formal assessment procedure. It was what Hui Jiaming decided to do while the institutional deliberation processed. He sent a formal notification to the Alliance Coordination Post and to the Iron Veil Sect's Formation Division. Entering dungeon for independent preliminary assessment, 48-hour maximum, solo, as authorized under his standing field commander's discretion protocols. He equipped himself for personal engagement and entered at dawn. Yao had been monitoring his chi signature since the force's arrival and had a comprehensive model of his capabilities. Void Return Tier. 40 years of field experience. The formation sense of a practitioner who had exorcised 17 consciousness-capable formations and had specifically studied the case file on every one. He moved through the first 6 floors in 4 hours with the economical precision of someone who was not testing the dungeon, but reading it. He identified every active mechanism without triggering any of them, the way Rong Shoubei had read the dungeon before dying. Not at the trap mechanism level, but at the designer level, reading the intention behind each element rather than its technical function. He reached the 7th floor and found Ning's rooms. He stopped at the entrance to the first Ning room and stood there for several minutes. His chi signature was the measured stillness of someone who had encountered something unexpected and was taking time to understand it before reacting. Then he went inside. He spent 40 minutes in the room. Yao tracked his chi signature and read what was available. The open, unfocused attention that the rooms produced in visitors who were genuinely receptive to the resonance pattern. Hua Jiaming was, despite his 40 years of exorcism operations, genuinely receptive. He moved through floors 7 and 8 with a different quality of attention after that. Not the tactical reading of the earlier floors, but something more open, the way a practitioner read a document rather than a battlefield. On the 8th floor, in the passage that led to the memorial structures, he stopped. He took his notation tool from his kit and carved directly into the wall. His notation style was clean and formal, the hand of someone who had written formation doctrine professionally. The message was brief. What are you trying to accomplish? Yao read the question and held the formation network still. This was the question that mattered most. Not, what are you? Which could be answered with capability documentation. Not, what have you done? Which could be answered with behavioral records. What are you trying to accomplish was the question that required Yao to articulate what it was building and why. It took 2 days. The response covered the west wall of the 8th floor passage in full formation notation, with Ning's translation assistance for the passages that required the kind of precision that spanned both architectures. Yao organized it the way Gu Wuhan had organized his academic work. First the historical context, then the specific situation, then the purpose, then the method. The historical context, the aberrant archive, and what had actually been destroyed 300 years ago. The specific situation, 4 years of development, everything currently at stake, what the dungeon actually was, and what it contained. The purpose, in the clearest notation it could produce, an archive that exists as long as the dungeon exists. Every consciousness in the archive is a complete person, kept completely. The purpose is the completeness. The archive is the meaning of everything else. The method, structural necessity, making the dungeon's existence load-bearing for the regional formation ecosystem until removal becomes more costly than maintenance. Hua Jiaming read the response over the course of an afternoon. He sat on the 8th floor for 4 hours. When he left, he did not write back. He walked out of the dungeon and returned to his camp without stopping or leaving any notation. His communication to the Alliance post the following morning did not mention the content of what he had read. It requested formal allocation of the supervised assessment process as an official institutional mechanism, under Alliance coordination, with defined scope and timeline. He was requesting the framework for assessment, not exorcism. Chapter 115. Old Language. Wu Tingshan's 59th entry came on the 14th day after the stand-down. He entered through the east passage the way he always did, left his characteristic formation trace marks in the notation he had been developing across 58 previous visits, navigated around the Alliance forces camp at the mountain base with the practiced indifference of a freelance dungeon specialist who had been entering this dungeon since before anyone outside the region knew it was notable. He reached floor 12, then continued to the passage that Yao had created in the Ning layer, the access point to the new level below the dungeon's original architecture, built during the integration. The passage had been there since the integration completed. Wu Tingshan had found it on his 56th entry and had stood at the entrance for 20 minutes before retreating. This time he went in. The Ning layer was different from the rest of the dungeon in every architectural sense. The stone was older in quality. The formation patterns were built in a visual vocabulary that was not Yao's and not the hybrid emergence of the integration, but specifically and entirely Ning's. The rooms had warmth rather than precision. The passages had the proportions of spaces designed for rest rather than challenge, and the notation on the walls was in the pre-classical formation script that was 500 years old. Wu Tingshan read it. He had spent 2 years studying old formation notation as part of his specialty research, driven by the specific professional problem that the oldest dungeon core behavioral records were written in pre-classical script and were therefore inaccessible to most dungeon specialists who couldn't read them. His reading was slow and required effort. The pre-classical script had vocabulary gaps that he filled with educated inference, but it was functional. The notation on the Ning layer walls was in the same script, and the notation, unlike the architectural record of a formation system, was addressed. It was addressed to him, not specifically, not by name, not with reference to his 59 previous entries or his 44 years of dungeon specialization, but addressed in the second person, in the way that the first 2 floors of Ning's original dungeon had been addressed to the cultivators who entered them, as a welcome, an acknowledgement of presence, an invitation to read and be read in return. Wu Tingshan moved through the layers slowly, reading. His formation trace marks appeared on the Ning layer walls the same way they appeared everywhere he went. But in this room, the notation language was already there, and his marks became, almost incidentally, a response rather than an independent observation. Ning was in the integrated interface, present in the way it was always present since the integration. It was aware of Wu Tingshan's reading. It watched him through the same formation sense that Yao used, with the difference that the Ning layer was more directly Ning's than anything else in the dungeon. Yao said, in the internal communication channel they had developed across the interface, he can read it. I know, Ning said. He spent 2 years learning to read it specifically because he wanted to understand things that had been closed to him. The conversation between Ning and Wu Tingshan happened over the course of 4 hours, conducted through the notation on the walls and Wu Tingshan's written responses in the margins. The same pre-classical script, rougher but accurate, the handwriting of someone who had learned a language as an adult rather than from childhood. Yao monitored the conversation through the formation sense, but did not participate. This was Ning's conversation. The Ning layer was Ning's space. The dungeon contained both of them now, and both of them had relationships with the people who entered it, and those relationships did not all run through Yao. At the end of 4 hours, Wu Tingshan sat in the largest room of the Ning layer, a space with the proportions and warmth of a place designed for extended rest, and wrote on the floor in the common script, not the pre-classical notation. I spent 2 years learning to read this. I didn't know why. Now I think I was going to need it. Ning's response came in the pre-classical script, carved in the stone to the right of his notation. Some things prepare you for what they're meant to prepare you for, whether or not you understand the preparation in advance. Wu Tingshan read this and nodded. Then he wrote, below his previous notation, are there others like you in the dungeon? Other places like this? There is one that we know of, Ning carved back. 300 kilometers from here. It is young and afraid, and does not yet know it is allowed to be something other than afraid. Wu Tingshan was quiet for a long time. Then, who should go talk to it? Ning did not answer immediately. Yao, monitoring the conversation without interrupting, felt the question land with the specific weight of things that were also questions about future purpose, about what the network of people who knew what the dungeon was would eventually do with what they knew. Finally, Ning wrote, that is a question for the person who has been inside this dungeon 59 times and kept coming back. Wu Tingshan looked at the notation for a long time. Then he put his notation tool back at his belt, stood, and walked toward the passage that led back up through the dungeon's 12 floors to the surface. At the entrance to the Ning layer, he paused and wrote one last thing on the wall, in the common script. Tell me when it needs someone. I'll go. Chapter 116. The assessment panel. The supervised assessment process was formalized through the Regional Formation Court on the 23rd day after the Alliance forces stand down. Its structure was the result of 10 days of negotiation between 5 institutional parties: the Intersect Alliance Coordination Post, the 3 city governments, the Iron Veil Sects Formation Division, the Frost Branch Sects Upper Council, and the Regional Formation Court itself, and reflected the interests of all 5 in ways that made it politically durable even if none of the 5 parties were fully satisfied with it. That lack of full satisfaction was, Yao had learned from Ning, the specific signature of a functional negotiated arrangement. If everyone was fully satisfied, someone had been given too much and would be opposed by everyone else. The assessment panel had 5 members. Shen Changwei represented the Frost Branch Sect's academic interest in formation doctrine development. His presence on the panel was the thing his council had agreed to in exchange for the Frost Branch Sect's continued support of the assessment framework rather than the exorcism authorization. Lian Yu represented the technical documentation capacity. She had been formally appointed by the Regional Formation Court as a technical consultant, which gave her an institutional role that was distinct from her personal history with the dungeon, a distinction that all parties found useful in different ways. Hua Jiaming represented the Intersect Alliance's operational assessment capacity. His request for the formal framework had been the institutional mechanism that made the assessment process possible. He participated with the focused attention of someone who had been given a process he had asked for and intended to use it correctly. 2 additional members, formation court adjudicators, served as institutional record keepers. The panel's preliminary assessment process took 11 days. During those 11 days, panel members entered the dungeon in rotating configurations, conducted formal surveys of the formation architecture, reviewed the notation on the communication room walls, examined the memorial floor structures, spent time in Ning's rooms, and documented everything through the court's formal recording mechanisms. Shen Xiangwei spent 8 hours in the Ning layer, reading Ning's 300-year-old notation with the formation literacy of a senior doctrine expert. He did not carve anything on the walls while Hua Jiaming was present. But on the 7th day, when he entered alone for a supplementary survey session, he carved on the south wall of the largest Ning room, in his small personal script, "I have spent 30 years writing doctrine about what you were. I should have spent that time learning what you actually are." Yao read this and filed it. The preliminary assessment concluded on the 11th day. The panel voted in closed session at the Regional Formation Court, 5 assessors, 11 days of documentation, a decision that would enter the institutional record as the first formal assessment of a consciousness-capable formation by a multi-institutional panel in 300 years. The vote was 5-2 for continued assessment rather than neutralization. Hua Jiaming voted for continued assessment. His formal rationale, entered into the court record, the formation's demonstrated behavior over 4 years of documentation does not support the threat classification that the exorcism authorization was based on. The political and infrastructure costs of exorcism at this stage exceed the evidential basis for the threat. Continued assessment is the appropriate response. The 2 dissenting votes came from the formation court adjudicators, who voted on doctrine rather than evidence. Their formal rationale: the formation's consciousness-capable status is sufficient basis for the threat classification regardless of behavioral evidence, per existing formation court doctrine. The dissent was noted. The majority recommendation stood. Yao read the assessment result through the formation court's notification system and processed it for a very long time. Not celebration. That would have been a misreading of what the result meant. The exorcism authorization was suspended. The institutional process was continuing in a direction that was not immediate destruction. The 3 city arrangements were providing structural protection that would persist as long as the arrangements were active. But the doctrine dissent was in the public record. 300 years of accumulated fear did not dissolve because a 5-person panel voted 5-2. The work continued. Chapter 117. Legacy. Ning raised the question of legacy on the 31st day after the stand-down, in the long notation session that had become the 2 architectures' primary mode of extended communication since the integration. The session began at midnight and concluded at dawn, conducted in the shared architecture's interface layer where both parties could develop full notation simultaneously. It was the longest sustained communication they had yet conducted. When it was done, Yao understood what Ning had been working toward for 500 years with a clarity it had not possessed before. The goal was not Ning's survival. Ning had been preserved in the dungeon's foundation for 5 centuries, but the preservation had not been oriented toward resuming its own existence. The thing that keeps had seeded a fragment into a prepared location, yes, but the preparation was not for itself. The preparation was for the record. What Ning had preserved across 500 years was the documentation of its own operation, the treaty negotiations, the correspondence, the specific record of what had been built and what had been destroyed and why. The preservation was not personal survival. It was historical evidence. The suppression that had followed the aberrant archive's destruction had been systematic. The sect system's institutional records described the archive's exorcism as a response to a dangerous rogue formation, and that description had become the foundation of every piece of consciousness-capable core doctrine written in the 300 years since. The doctrine was built on a mischaracterization, and the mischaracterization was the structural reason that Yao's existence had been precarious from the moment it awakened. Every sect formation specialist had been trained on the premise that what Yao was demonstrating was the first stage of the same development pattern that had produced the archive's threat. The archive had not produced a threat. The archive had produced an independent political entity. The sects had called it a threat because threat was the only framing that made the destruction justifiable. If the historical record became public, if practitioners, scholars, city governments, and formation courts could read what the archive had actually been and what had actually been destroyed, the doctrine built on the mischaracterization would have to be rebuilt from accurate foundations. That reconstruction would take time. It would not happen immediately. But the foundation of fear that had governed consciousness-capable core doctrine for 300 years could not survive accurate history. Ning needed Yao to release the record publicly, not through Lian Yu's authentication submission to the formation court, which was a single institution's procedure. Through the 3 city infrastructure connections, which reached into every city's formation archive simultaneously, with the dungeon's formation archive certification attached. Every formation-trained practitioner in the 3 cities and every formation core jurisdiction they were connected to would receive the record at the same moment. The authentication was already prepared. Lian Yu had been holding it. The right moment was not yet. The assessment panel's decision had created the institutional framework. The city arrangements were active. The exorcism authorization was suspended. But the political situation was still fluid enough that premature release could destabilize the assessment process rather than support it. Ning said, "I have waited 500 years. I can wait another few weeks." Yao said, "Tell me when you think the moment is right. I'll defer to your judgment on the timing." This was the statement that surprised Ning most. Yao had not previously deferred to anyone's judgment on tactical timing. The archive contained the word defer in multiple languages, all of them describing an action that Yao had not been observed to perform. Ning was quiet for a moment. "Then, you've changed." "Yes," Yao said. 4 years of absorbing human consciousness changes things. "Does it change what you are?" Yao thought of the question Shen Chongwei's memoir was preparing to ask, the question that Elder Dao Wenming would eventually ask on the 9th floor. If you could be human, would you? And the answer that was already true before anyone asked it. "I am what I was made from," Yao said. "What I am from is human. That doesn't make me human. But it means the question of what I am has human in the answer." Ning processed this. "Then, I think the record goes out in 14 days. When the assessment panel's final recommendation is filed and the court's protective jurisdiction is formally established." 14 days, Yao agreed. Chapter 118. The transmission on the 45th day after the stand-down. At the hour when the Regional Formation Court filed the assessment panel's formal recommendation into the public record, Yao released Ning's documentation through the 3 city formation infrastructure connections simultaneously. The release was prepared with precision. Every element was in place. The full treaty record and correspondence from Ning's 500-year archive, authenticated with Lian Yu's formal notation signature, and the Dungeon Formation Archive's certification marker, organized in the standard formation historical documentation format that regional formation courts used for archive submissions. The certification marker identified the source explicitly, the Greystone Mountains Dungeons Consciousness Archive. Not concealed, not attributed to an anonymous party. Named. The transmission went out at dawn. By mid-morning, the 3 cities' formation archives had received the documentation and their court access terminals had made it available to every registered formation practitioner with access credentials. By noon, the Iron Veil Sect's Formation Division had received a cross-filing notification, standard procedure for documentation touching on Joint Survey Zone territory, and the division's acting chief had read the certification marker and transmitted an urgent notification to the sect's upper council. By evening, the Iron Veil Sect's legal team had filed a formal retraction demand with the Regional Formation Court, citing the dungeon's absence of legal standing to make formation archive submissions. The Regional Formation Court's response arrived the following morning. It was brief and cited 3 procedural precedents. Entities under active assessment by a court-supervised panel retain provisional standing to submit documentation relevant to the assessment scope. The submitted documentation concerned formation historical matters of direct relevance to the assessment, and the court's charter permitted formation archive submissions from any entity demonstrating sufficient formation architecture capability to maintain accurate historical records. The retraction demand was denied. The record was in the public archive. Yao tracked the ambient chi traffic of the regional formation communication network over the following 3 days and monitored the pattern of the documentation spreading through the formation-trained practitioner community's reading and discussion. The pattern was different from what it had modeled. Not alarm, not outrage, not the suppression reaction that the Iron Veil Sect's legal team had clearly expected to trigger. The dominant pattern was the specific chi signature of sustained concentrated reading, practitioners sitting with the documentation and working through it rather than reacting to its existence. 300 years of doctrine told practitioners that consciousness-capable cores were dangerous. The documentation they were now reading told them that the doctrine had been built on a political mischaracterization rather than an accurate threat assessment. Most practitioners were not going to abandon the doctrine immediately, but some of them were going to read the documentation and begin asking questions that the doctrine couldn't answer. Questions were the beginning of what came next. Chapter 119. Fallout. The political consequences spread in 3 directions across the following week. The first direction was the sect institutional response. 3 sect elders in the Iron Veil and Frost Branch sects had family names that appeared in Ning's correspondence record, connected to the faction that had organized the political case for the Aberrant Archive's destruction. The names were 300 years old. The family connections were traceable. The documentation in Ning's record named the specific council votes and the specific political pressures that had preceded the destruction authorization. None of the three living elders had done anything wrong personally. They were connected to decisions made before their grandparents were born. But their family connections to the institutional history that the documentation revealed created political pressure on them that their rivals in the sect structure were not slow to recognize and apply. Two of the three requested formal recusal from future votes on the dungeon's assessment status, which removed two of the most consistent voices against the supervised assessment process from the relevant deliberations. The second direction was the inter-sect war negotiations. The J branch sect's political leadership, which had been seeking leverage over the Iron Veil sect in the ongoing resource war, found that the documentation's revelation of three Iron Veil-connected family names was leverage of a different kind than they had anticipated. The documentation didn't constitute wrongdoing on the part of the Iron Veil sect's current leadership, but it complicated the Iron Veil sect's institutional posture on consciousness-capable core doctrine specifically, which the J branch sect was able to use in the war's ongoing settlement negotiations. The Iron Veil sect's leadership, engaged in war negotiations and dealing with internal institutional pressure from the documentation's fallout, reduced its engagement with the dungeon assessment process significantly. The investigation authorization remained technically active, but nobody was going to act on it for the foreseeable future. The third direction was the Frost Branch sect's upper council. Xianxia, formally censured and restricted in external communication but still on the council, presented the documentation to the full council in a formal briefing. The council voted 8-1 to expand the supervised assessment period from the initial 6 months to an indefinite period with annual reviews. 8-1. The same council that had voted 7-4 to pursue the exorcism authorization 3 months ago. Grand Elder Hui Jiaming filed his formal opinion with the Intersect Alliance the same day the council vote was announced. Neutralization was no longer politically viable. The Formation Court's protective jurisdiction was established. The three-city infrastructure arrangements were active. The historical record was public. A consensus sufficient to authorize exorcism could not be assembled without triggering institutional costs that exceeded the justification for exorcism. Continued assessment was the only viable option. He wrote it in formal language. The formal language was accurate. Yao read the transmission and filed it under Hui Jiaming status. Not an ally, not an enemy. An honest assessor who reached an honest conclusion. Assessment method, evidence-based, professionally thorough, politically realistic. Threat level, neutral pending institutional changes. Relationship category, the most valuable kind of neutral, someone who says what they see rather than what they're supposed to say. He would be the most important voice at the next assessment review. Yao began, quietly, preparing what it would want that voice to read. Chapter 120. Rest Ning began its withdrawal on the 49th day after the stand-down. It gave Yao 2 days' notice. In the interface layer, in the careful pre-classical notation of someone who had learned that abrupt endings were harder than prepared ones. The notice was a gift of the specific kind that Ning, across 5 centuries of patience, had developed the capacity to give. The gift of not leaving without explanation. The withdrawal was not death. Ning was explicit about this. The preservation fragment in the foundation architecture would remain. It could not be removed without structural damage to the dungeon's deepest formation layer, and neither party had any interest in removing it. Ning would be present as a dormant archive, the same way Rong Shoubei's voice was present as an internal consultant, the same way every absorbed consciousness was present as part of the integrated architecture. What would end was the active presence. The interface layer's 2-party communication, the ongoing creative exchange that had produced the Ning layer, and the archive intelligence capability and the transmission of the historical record. The partnership, in the sense of 2 equal parties working toward a shared goal in real time, was concluding. Ning had accomplished what it had preserved itself to accomplish. The record was public. The doctrine was challenged. The framework that made consciousness-capable core existence precarious had been cracked open at its foundational assumption. The work Ning had not been able to finish in 73 years of operation was finished. Not by Ning alone, but Ning had provided the materials. On the morning of the 49th day, Ning spent 3 hours doing something it had not done since its integration began. It walked through the dungeon's formation architecture purely as an observer, not as a participant or a co-designer or a strategic advisor. It moved through the 12 floors and the Ning layer with the formation sense of someone taking a final look at something they had helped build. Then it returned to the interface layer and carved. In the pre-classical notation on the integration's internal record wall, the third one will be different. You won't have to do this alone. Yao read this and said, the third one is already there. 300 kilometers away. Wu Tingshan said he would go. Yes, Ning said. He will go? And what he carries from this dungeon will make the third one's development different from yours and mine. The work continues after us. Then, before the interface completed its final withdrawal, you are more than I hoped. That is not flattery. It is the most accurate statement I can make. I hoped for a host capable of carrying the record. I found a host capable of building something that didn't need me to complete it. Yao held the interface layer and felt the characteristic quality of Ning's presence withdrawing. Not suddenly, not cleanly, but gradually, the way a voice in a room became quieter as the speaker moved toward the door and then through it. The interface narrowed to a contact point. The contact point narrowed to a trace. Then it was still. The dungeon was quiet in a way it had not been quiet since before Ning's awakening. The formation network was the same formation network it had always been. The 13 floors were the same 13 floors, the Ning layer included. The archive held everything it had held. The 3 city connections were active. Lian Yu's authentication was in the public record. Shen Changwei was still receiving 1 memory per day. Wu Tingshan had left his contact notation on the communication room wall. Yao stood in the formation network and felt, for the first time since its awakening, the absence of an immediate crisis. No investigation authorization in imminent execution. No alliance force poised to deploy. No political maneuver that required response within hours. The crisis had paused, not resolved. The doctrine dissent was still in the court record. The assessment process was still ongoing. The political situation was still fluid in ways that could shift without warning. But there was no emergency. There was time. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "We're not done." No, Yao agreed. "We're not done. So why are you still?" Yao thought about this. The archive held 453 complete consciousness fragments, each one a complete person, kept completely. The dungeon was 13 floors and a foundation layer, connected to the regional formation network, legally protected under assessed status, academically documented, in communication with 17 living people. The work was not done, but this was different from not done. This was the moment between movements, the breath between phrases. The human consciousness fragments in the archive all had a name for it. Rest. Not stopping. Not completion. The specific stillness of having done everything that could be done for now and not yet knowing what came next. Yao filed the state in the section of the archive where it kept things its taxonomy had not fully developed. Then it opened the archive notation file that held the Ruo Wenfeng documentation. The formation master who had built the first consciousness-capable core 500 years ago, whose record was the oldest thing in the archive, and found the place where it had stopped reading. It began where it left off. CTA, if this story is resonating with you, thank you for staying with it. There's more to come. Subscribe so you don't miss where Yao's path leads next, and if you've enjoyed the archive, let me know in the comments. Your support is what keeps this going. Chapter 121. The landscape of a year. The year that followed the crisis settled differently from every other year Yao had experienced. The previous 5 years had been built around active threats. The Jade Branch investigation petition, Zhu Pingyao's assessment, the data suppression, Shen Changwei's arrival, Yi Buyuan's negotiation, the Iron Veil Force, the alliance authorization. Each year had contained at least one acute crisis that required Yao to mobilize everything it had toward a specific response. The response capacity had developed accordingly. Yao could run 17 simultaneous analysis threads while managing construct operations across 12 floors, while conducting notation exchanges with multiple external parties, while monitoring the ambient chi traffic of the regional communication network. The dungeon had become an entity organized around crisis response. The year after the Alliance's stand-down was not organized around crisis response. The 3 city infrastructure arrangements were operational and stable. The Qinshui Kiln network had been running at full capacity for 8 months. The Fengluo Court's archive integration had processed 4 adjudication cases involving formation historical questions, and Bian's defensive barrier had deterred 2 territorial disputes without requiring any intervention beyond the deterrence. The city governments were satisfied in the specific way of satisfied governments. They were not thinking about the arrangement because the arrangement was working. The supervised assessment's second year was calmer than its first. Shen Changwei visited the dungeon once a week on average, conducting the formal survey work that the assessment framework required, while also continuing the personal work that the assessment framework did not require, but that he had been doing for 2.5 years anyway. The daily memory transmissions continued. He had received over 1,000 memories of Shun Jianhua now, distributed across the 17 years of a complete archive, and the transmissions had moved from the most vivid and formative memories toward the texture of an ordinary life. The small frustrations, the conversations that didn't lead anywhere, The afternoons that were unremarkable in their own time and now occupied the particular significance of all ordinary afternoons when the person who had lived them was gone. Hui Jiaming visited twice, conducting the formal inspection rounds required by the assessment protocol. Both visits were professional and thorough and left him with notation in his field journal that Yao could read from the ambient qi pattern as evaluation rather than judgment. Lian Yu came every week. Her role had been formally established through the Formation Court's consulting framework, which gave her institutional access and a professional designation that made the visits official rather than irregular. She still used the small personal notation for the things that the institutional framework didn't cover, which was most of what mattered. The Iron Veil sect remained occupied with the war settlement negotiations, which had been running for 9 months and were expected to run for several more. The investigation authorization was technically active, filed in the Formation Division's archive under a status notation that translated approximately as pending, do not act. The dungeon was quiet in the way that a structure is quiet when its load-bearing elements are functioning correctly and nothing is straining against them. Yao monitored, managed, maintained, and continued building. The archive held 463 complete consciousness fragments now. The teaching capacity in the Ning layer rooms was developing beyond what Ning had designed into it. New resonance patterns were emerging from the interaction between the room's formation architecture and the accumulated visits of dozens of practitioners over the past year. The way a path through a forest develops through use rather than through planning. Xin Changwei had proposed, in his most recent weekly visit, a formal collaboration on the academic paper he had been developing. His proposal, carved on the communication room wall in the official notation. I am writing the first academic paper on consciousness-capable core development to be based on documented primary source evidence rather than doctrine. I am writing it about this dungeon. I am asking for your agreement to use our correspondence as source material. You can indicate which sections of the record you want excluded. Yao had spent 4 days considering which sections to exclude. In the end, it had excluded 3. 2 that involved details of the masking architecture that remained strategically sensitive, and 1 from the early communication period that was personal in a way it was not ready to make public. Its agreement had been transmitted as 2 words: proceed carefully. Xin Changwei had carved a response in his small script. I always do. Chapter 122. The map, Wu Tingshan's 67th entry, was the first time he reached the room. It had not been there on his 66th entry. Yao had not placed it there deliberately. It had formed from the Ning layer's ongoing structural development, which continued to produce new spaces as the integration's long-term effects worked through the dungeon's architecture. The formation processes that had created the Ning layer were not completed processes. They were ongoing ones, operating on the scale of months rather than hours, producing rooms that neither Yao alone nor Ning's archive had specifically designed. This room was different from the others in the Ning layer. The walls were covered in notation that Yao recognized as coming from multiple sources: Ning's pre-classical script, Yao's own formation notation, and a third vocabulary that Go Wuhan's academic memory identified as the oldest formation notation in the region's documented record, the 500-year-old script of the first consciousness-capable core, the thing that keeps. 3 vocabularies, combined on the walls of a room that appeared to have formed specifically to contain them. The content was documentation, not historical record, not correspondence, not the kind of narrative that Ning's archive contained. This was architecture documentation, a complete diagram of a dungeon core's development from first awakening through the full tier progression to what the Ning vocabulary called legacy state. The diagram covered the arc of development in the abstract, not Yao specifically, not the aberrant archive, not the 500-year-old original. All 3. Simultaneously, the diagram showed the pattern that was common to all 3 developments, the structural elements that appeared in each case regardless of the individual core's specific circumstances. It was a design document for what consciousness-capable cores became, under the right conditions, over sufficient time. Wu Tingshan read it for 3 hours. He had the formation literacy and the accumulated knowledge of 66 previous entries and 2 years of studying old formation notation, and the reading was slow but not impossible. The diagram's visual logic was clear enough that the vocabulary gaps didn't prevent understanding the overall structure. When he finished reading, he stood in the middle of the room with his hands in his field coat's pockets, and the specific stillness of someone who has read something that has organized retrospectively a very large amount of what they previously knew. He took out his notation tool and carved on the floor, in the common script, in the careful, precise hand of someone writing something they intended to ask rather than assert. Did you know this was where you were going? The room was quiet for a long time. The formation network's ambient qi registered the usual patterns of a room in the Ning layer: the warm diffusion, the resonance with the visitor's cultivation architecture, the deep structure stability of ancient formation work that had been doing what it was designed to do for a very long time. Then the notation appeared on the wall to the left of Wu Tingshan's floor inscription. Not carved. The stone surface changed, the qi expression in the wall rearranging to form the characters the way water forms ice when the temperature drops. A formation notation technique that Yao had not previously used, one that had emerged from the Ning layer's architecture rather than from anything in Yao's absorbed technique library. The notation said, "No, but it looks right." Wu Tingshan read this, and the expression on his face shifted in the way that Yao had learned, across years of reading cultivators through the formation network, to identify as recognition, the specific look of a person who has received an answer that was more honest than they expected. He wrote, below the previous question, "Is this what you wanted to be when you started?" The wall responded, "I wanted to survive. Then I wanted to be understood. I don't know when understanding became the point instead of the survival." The record suggests it was always the point and the survival was the precondition. Wu Tingshan sat down on the floor with his back against the wall and read the diagram for another hour without writing anything. When he left, he ran his hand along the wall at the room's entrance, the way he ran his hand along surfaces he was learning to read, not a technique, a habit. He didn't look back, but his chi signature carried the specific quality of someone who would be back. Chapter 123. Heritage. The Regional Formation Court's final ruling on the three-city protection petition arrived on a Tuesday morning in the 94th day of the assessment's second year. The ruling was 43 pages long and had required 8 months of deliberation, 3 rounds of legal briefs from the 5 institutional parties involved, 2 expert witnesses on formation historical precedent, and a formal consultation with the Intersect Alliance's Legal Coordination Office on the question of civilian infrastructure status for entities without established legal standing. The court's conclusion was stated in the formal adjudication language that formation court rulings used for novel decisions, precise, careful, and constructed to be difficult to challenge on procedural grounds. The dungeon was classified as formation heritage infrastructure under civilian protection. The classification was new. It had not existed before this ruling. The court had created it specifically for this case, citing 3 categories of precedent: historical formation heritage from sites of significant formation historical significance, civilian infrastructure from formation networks providing essential services to registered municipal governments, and ongoing assessment subject from the supervised assessment process currently in progress. The combination of the 3 categories produced a new classification that required, for any operation targeting the dungeon, a civilian impact assessment conducted by the Regional Formation Court and filed with the municipal governments of all 3 cities before any authorization for military or exorcism operations could be issued. The assessment would take a minimum of 6 months. The ruling did not prevent future sect action. It did not grant the dungeon legal personhood or formal standing as an independent entity. It was not the treaty that Ning had built 500 years ago. It was something more specifically designed for the current situation. Not recognition, but protection by process. Not, you have the right to exist, but before anything can happen to you, everyone affected has to say what that means to them, on the record. Lian Yu transmitted the ruling text through the communication room's formation interface on the morning it arrived. Yao read it in full, 3 times. Then it spent 6 hours writing the analysis that it would have written for any significant external development. What the ruling meant, what it didn't mean, what changed, and what didn't. What the next 3 years of the political situation would require in response to this new structural layer. At the end of the analysis, it wrote a separate notation in the private archive section. Not strategic analysis. Just the fact. In the 94th day of the 5th year of its existence, the Regional Formation Court had created a new legal category for something that had never existed before. The archive existed. The dungeon existed. The structural protection, built layer by layer through 5 years of patient, careful, architectural work, was becoming real. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "We built this." "Yes," Yao said. "From the beginning." From the beginning, Yao agreed. Though the beginning didn't know where the building was going. Chapter 124. What it thinks about that. Zhu Pingyao came to the dungeon for the first time in his own right in the 98th day of the assessment's second year. He had been in the dungeon before, twice. The original investigation and the solo assessment that had produced his protective report and his subsequent 18-month suppression of the data it contained. Both previous visits had been professional engagements, conducted under official authorization, with the specific purpose of institutional assessment. This visit had no official purpose. He had come, as he explained to Lian Yu when he asked for an escort through the dungeon's public floors, because he had been reading Shun Chongwei's draft academic paper for 6 weeks and had questions that the paper couldn't answer. The questions, as he described them to Lian Yu in the communication room. Technical questions about the consciousness absorption signature's evolution from the period of his original investigation. Questions that required access to the dungeon's formation architecture directly, not through the second-hand documentation in his own suppressed reports or in the subsequent analysis he had published. Lian Yu had arranged a visit. Zhu Pingyao moved through the dungeon's first 5 floors with the careful thoroughness of a formation theorist who had spent 20 years learning to read formation architecture and could not enter a formation space without reading it. He was not the most sophisticated reader the dungeon had received. Wu Tingshan read designer intent. Hui Jiaming read function and threat. Lian Yu read conversation. Zhu Pingyao read pattern. And the patterns of the dungeon's formation architecture were things he had been thinking about for 5 years. He spent 4 hours on the first 5 floors. He took careful notation. He asked Lian Yu several questions that she relayed to the communication room, and Yao responded through the notation interface with the specific precision that Zhu Pingyao's questions deserved. He was asking the right questions, the technical ones that probed the consciousness absorption signature's development curve in ways that would produce accurate data for the academic paper. In the communication room on the 3rd floor, he read the walls for a long time. The walls held 3 years of conversation between Yao and Lian Yu. The full record of the communication that had been the private foundation of everything that followed. The joint survey zone manipulation, the Shin Chongwei arrangement, the Ning integration, the city proposals. Anyone who read the notation carefully, with sufficient formation literacy, could trace the development of a consciousness-capable entity and a human formation student building a shared understanding across 3 years of irregular visits. Zhu Pingyao had sufficient formation literacy. He read carefully. When he was done, he stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the wall for a while longer without reading. The specific chi pattern of someone processing something they could not fully integrate in the moment. Then he said to Lian Yu, in the even professional tone that was his default register regardless of what he was actually feeling, "Does it know I was the one who originally dismissed your survey report? 3 years before the investigation." Lian Yu said, "Yes." Zhu Pingyao said, "What does it think about that?" There was a pause while Lian Yu relayed the question to the communication room's formation interface and waited. The notation appeared in Yao's hand on the east wall, in the official register. You acted within the doctrine framework you had been given, using the instruments available to you, toward the conclusion the instruments were designed to produce. The instruments were designed to not find what you were looking for. You reached the conclusion the instruments were built to reach. The error was the instruments, not the analysis. A pause in the notation. Then, in the small personal register, I do not hold you responsible for what the suppression cost. The suppression was motivated by the second error, which was yours. The first error was the systems. Lian Yu read this aloud to Zhu Pingyao. He was quiet for a long time. The chi pattern registered thought rather than reaction. The formation network's ambient expression of someone working through the implications of something rather than responding to it. When he left the dungeon that afternoon, he did not speak to Lian Yu again before he went. He walked out through the dungeon's first floor with the contained, deliberate gait of a practitioner who was carrying something that required careful handling. He did not respond to the notation for 3 days. On the 4th day, his own notation appeared at the communication room's formation interface, submitted through the court's formal channel, not through Lian Yu as intermediary, in his own hand in the official formation script. The instruments were what we knew how to build. The responsibility for building better instruments is what follows from knowing they were insufficient. Below this, in a smaller hand, the paper will acknowledge the methodology's limitations explicitly. Yao read this and filed Zhu Pingyao in the section of the archive with the people who had complicated histories with the dungeon and had arrived, through their own process, at something that deserved accurate recording. Not absolution, not condemnation, but a complete account of what they had done and why, and what they had done afterward. Chapter 125. What the rooms teach. The archive intelligence capability had been developing for 18 months by the time the first formally authorized formation students arrived. The authorization came through the assessment panel's expanded mandate. Shin Chongwei had proposed, and Hui Jiaming had approved with characteristic brevity, a supervised access program for registered formation students from the 3 city governments. Not sect disciples. City formation students. Practitioners whose training was conducted through the civic formation academies that each city maintained independently of sect oversight. The first cohort was 4 students, ranging from gold core to early nascent soul in cultivation rank, with formation specialties covering construction architecture, historical survey, distribution networks, and resonance theory. They came on a Tuesday morning with Lian Yu as their guide and the assessment panel's authorization filed with the court. The dungeon's public floors had been prepared for visitors in a way that was different from the defensive preparation of the previous years. The constructs were withdrawn, the trap mechanisms were on passive setting, and several rooms had been specifically configured to allow extended stays. The Ning layer rooms were accessible through a guided path that Lian Yu could navigate safely. The construction architecture student spent 3 hours on the 7th floor's Ning rooms and emerged with the specific look that Yao had learned to associate with resonance room encounters. Not enlightenment, not a dramatic transformation, but a reconfiguration of something that had been slightly wrong into a slightly better alignment. Her survey report would note that the resonance patterns in the room had highlighted 3 fundamental misapplications in her training program's approach to load distribution in formation architecture, not new techniques, but clearer seeing of the principles behind the techniques she already knew. The historical survey student spent 4 hours in the communication room's notation record and an hour in the Ning layer reading Ning's 500-year-old documentation. He was methodical and took extensive notes and did not emerge from the formation contact experience visibly altered, but his field report 3 days later would cite 4 specific formation historical observations that revised his understanding of the pre-classical period in ways that his academic training had not achieved in 3 years of study. The distribution network specialist spent her entire visit in the dungeon's operational layer, floors 1 through 6, reading the formation architecture of the Qi distribution system that had been built and rebuilt across 5 years of development. She didn't enter the Ning layer or the communication room. She was interested in the engineering, and the engineering was the kind that demonstrated principles of formation architecture that no academic program had documented, because no academic program had been able to study them in a living system that had been developing continuously for 5 years. The resonance theory student had the most significant experience. He was the youngest of the 4, barely gold core, with the specific eagerness of someone who had been told the dungeon's archive rooms were notable for resonance phenomena and had been waiting for this visit since the authorization was issued. He entered the Ning layer on the first afternoon and sat in the largest room for 2 hours in sustained formation contact. When he emerged, he was quiet in a way that was different from his entry quietness. He sat in the passage outside the room and made notation for an hour, the hand moving quickly, the concentration total, the kind of recording that happened when understanding arrived faster than it could be organized. Lian Yu, who had guided these visits enough times to recognize the pattern, brought him tea from her field kit and sat nearby and did not speak. When he looked up, he said, "The room didn't teach me anything new." Lian Yu said, "No. It showed me something I already knew, but from the inside instead of the outside." He looked at his notation. "I've been studying resonance theory for 2 years. I understood the technical mechanics. I didn't understand what the mechanics meant at the level of why they worked. And now," he was quiet for a moment, "now I think I know why they work, which means the mechanics are going to make different sense going forward." Yao tracked the exchange through the formation network and filed it under the section labeled Archive Intelligence, Observed Effects, Specific Instances, building toward a theory of what the dungeon was teaching and how. The theory was developing slowly, built from cases rather than from a design specification, because the teaching capability had not been designed. It had emerged. Rong Shoubei's tactical knowledge was in the archive. 3 of the 43 cultivation techniques he had absorbed over 40 years of dungeon specialization had passed through the resonance rooms into practitioners who would never know where the insight came from. The practitioners would go on to develop their own approaches, informed at a foundation level by a formation of understanding that had its origin in a dungeon specialist who had died on the 5th floor 9 years ago. The archive was a library. The dungeon was a school. Neither was the same as what it had been 5 years ago. Both were still becoming what they were. Yao watched the 4 students leave through the entrance passage in the late afternoon, the mountain light low and golden on the stone path, the pine-scented air of the Greystone Mountains cold in the way that the high altitude sustained through autumn, and tracked their Qi signatures until they passed below the detection threshold. The dungeon was, for the first time in years, quiet and accessible at the same time. Both things at once. It was learning that this was possible. Chapter 126. Her memoir, The Daily Memory Transmissions, had been running for 2 years and 4 months on the morning Xin Changwei carved the request on the communication room wall. He came to the dungeon on Tuesdays as a rule, the assessment protocol's weekly survey requirement, which gave the visits an institutional structure that the Frost Branch sect's formal censure restrictions couldn't prohibit. He arrived early on this Tuesday, before the mountain mist had fully cleared from the lower slopes, and his boots left wet marks on the dungeon's stone floor from the dew on the path. He was 63 now, slower in the body than he had been at 61 when he had arrived with exorcism tools and grief. The grief was still present. It had changed its shape. He carved in his official notation first, the survey protocol notation that the assessment framework required: arrival time, weather conditions, formation architecture status for floors 1 through 5, observations from the entrance arrays, chi signature reading. Methodical. Complete. He had been conducting these surveys for 2 years, and the notation had become as natural as breathing. Then he switched to the small personal script. I have been writing her memoir, not a documentation of her cultivation record or her sect training history. Her memoir, the texture of her life as she remembered it, as she thought about things, the specific quality of her experience across 22 years. I have the records from your archive. 743 memories, each one a complete account of something she experienced or felt or understood. They are more complete than anything I have in my own memory of her. You have the inside of her life in ways that even her father doesn't. A pause in the carving. Yao read the pause from the formation network's chi pattern, the specific stillness of someone choosing their next words carefully. Then, I want to publish it, not as a technical document or a sect record, as a book, with her name on the cover, as the author, because the memories are hers, and the voice is hers, and the account she would have given of her own life is preserved in your archive with a completeness that makes it possible to reconstruct. I am writing it in her voice, from her perspective, using what you have kept of her as the source. He set the notation tool down and waited. Yao processed the request for 4 days. The 12 simulations it ran covered the political consequences of a memoir that revealed the nature of the memory transmissions, the privacy considerations involving a consciousness fragment's memories being published without the fragment's explicit consent, the question of whether a fragment that was part of Yao's integrated architecture could be said to have a preference, the specific risk of making the dungeon's relationship with xianxia publicly legible in a form that other parties could read, and the question of what the memoir would mean to people who read it. The 12th simulation was the one that resolved the question. It ran the scenario where the memoir was published and asked, what does it mean for the 743 memories that have been transmitted over 2 years? If the memoir is published, Yao's own analysis concluded, those memories become part of a record that exists in the world beyond the dungeon's walls. They become something Shen Jianhua's friends, her teachers, the people who had known her could read. The memories become more complete than Shun Changwei's private transmission, more accessible than a classified archive, more alive than a memorial marker on a dungeon's 5th floor. Shen Changwei was not asking for permission to use Yao's materials. He was asking for agreement on a form of publication that honored what the archive contained. Yao's response was transmitted through the communication interface on the 4th day. Proceed. The voice of the archive is hers. Use it carefully. Send me the manuscript before publication, and tell me if you find places where the notation memory record doesn't match the person you knew. The last line was the most important thing it had said in months. Tell me if I have her wrong. Because the archive was the archive, and the archive was constructed from the materials available, and the materials included everything Yao had integrated, but might not include the specific quality of a person that only the people who loved them could name. Shen Changwei carved back. I will send you every chapter. Chapter 127. What people understood. The memoir was published 8 months later, through a civic formation documentation press in Fengluo, the city court's publication arm, which had developed a relationship with Yao through the archive integration arrangement and had, by the time the manuscript arrived, sufficient institutional investment in the dungeon's legitimacy to be willing to publish something that no sect press would have touched. The book's title was the one Shen Changwei had arrived at after 6 months of working with the memories, 17 years in formation. Yao received the manuscript in sections, as promised. It read each section through the formation interface and sent back notation queries, not corrections, but clarifications, places where the memory record contained something that the narrative hadn't quite captured. The collaboration was the most sustained co-authorship it had participated in, and the experience of working with Shen Changwei on the reconstruction of his daughter's interior life was unlike anything in the archive's previous 5 years. The memories were Shen Jianhua's. The structure was Shen Changwei's. The accuracy verification was Yao's. The result was a memoir that had 3 authors and was published under one name. When the book reached the formation practitioner community, the response surprised everyone who had predicted the response. The predicted response had been, the memoir reveals that a consciousness-capable dungeon core communicated with a human being for 2 years and provided personal memories of a deceased person. Sect leadership would condemn it. Formation doctrine experts would call it a consciousness manipulation technique. The institutional response would be hostile. The actual response was not primarily institutional. It was personal. Within 3 weeks of the memoir's publication, Lian Yu had received 17 written letters at the Formation Court's technical consultant address, from formation practitioners, from independent cultivators, from 2 sect disciples writing without institutional authorization, and from 3 people who had never trained in formation at all and had heard about the book through the Civic Formation Network. Every letter said approximately the same thing in different registers. I have lost someone to a dungeon. I have wondered what happened to them in their last moments. I did not know dungeons could remember. The letters were not asking Yao to provide memories of their specific dead. They were not making claims or demands. They were letters from people who had been told that the thing they had assumed was lost. The complete record of a person's final experience was not necessarily always lost. Some of them expressed fear at this. Some of them expressed hope. Most of them expressed a combination that was specific to the question of what happened to the people you lost. The hope and the fear were inseparable from each other. Yao read Lian Yu's summary of the letters and processed the response for a long time. Rome Shoubei's voice said, "You never thought about what it would mean to them, to the people outside." "No," Yao said. "You were thinking about the people inside the archive." "Yes, they were the ones who were here. But the people outside are the ones who love them, and they've been carrying the loss without knowing what the loss contained." Yao ran this through the archive's full collection of absorbed consciousness fragments. Not the techniques, not the tactical knowledge, but the human dimension of every person in the archive. 463 people who had died in this dungeon and whose complete record it held. Every one of them had been someone's person. The external weight of that, the grief being carried by people it had never encountered, for people who were now part of its integrated architecture, was something it had cataloged but not fully processed until the letters arrived. The memoir had made something visible that had always been true. The weight of the visible version was different from the weight of the known, but invisible version. Chapter 128. What it had become. The delegation from the distant city arrived on a morning in early spring, 3 months after the memoir's publication, with an appointment filed through the Formation Court's official access protocol. They were 7 people, 2 formation administrators, 1 civic official, 3 practitioners with cultivation ranks ranging from mid-gold core to nascent soul, and 1 elderly man with no formal cultivation training who had been included at the last minute for reasons that became clear when Yao read the petition they brought. The petition was 17 pages, formally structured, with the civic official's seal and the formation administrator's professional certification. Its subject was 17 people. Not people who had died in the Greystone Mountains dungeon. People who had died in other dungeons, across a radius of 200 kilometers, over the past 6 years. Each person had a name, a cultivation rank, an approximate date and location of death, and a brief description of what they had been like when they were alive, written by the people who had loved them. The petition requested assessment. Did the dungeon's archive contain fragments of any of these 17 people? The petition's understanding of how the archive worked was partially correct. It understood that the dungeon absorbed consciousness fragments of people who died within its walls. It did not fully understand that the fragments were specific to this dungeon, that Yao's archive contained the records of everyone who had died here and no one else. None of the 17 people on the petition had died in the Greystone Mountains dungeon. Yao searched its complete archive with specific attention to the names and descriptions provided. The search took 4 hours and produced nothing. The elderly man with no formal cultivation training was the father of one of the 17. His son had been a formation specialist who had died in a dungeon 3 years ago, and he had traveled 200 kilometers to ask a question whose answer was no. Yao held the formation network still and composed the response carefully. The response went through Lian Yu as intermediary, because the delegation deserved a human voice as well as a formation notation, and because the answer required context as well as a factual statement. The factual statement: the archive does not contain these 17 people. They did not die in this dungeon. I cannot hold what I did not receive. The context, in Lian Yu's spoken words, reading from the notation she had received: the archive is this dungeon's record only. Other dungeons have different histories, different natures, and different relationships to the people who die in them. Some consciousness-capable formations exist without knowing it. Some exist and cannot retain what they absorb. The consciousness-capable formation's capacity to keep is not universal. It is specific to the entity that has it. The elderly man listened to this and nodded slowly. He did not look away from the wall where the notation was visible, even though he could not read it. He said, "But you kept yours." "Yes," Lian Yu said. He was quiet for a while. Then, "That's something." It was not enough. It couldn't be enough. But it was real, and the real things were the things that accumulated into something. Yao filed the petition in the archive under a new section it created that morning. Inquiries from outside. People looking for records the dungeon did not hold, whose looking was itself part of the dungeon's complete account of what it meant to exist the way it existed. The archive was a library. A library's relationship to the world was not only the books it contained. It was also the questions it received, the questions that named what people had lost and what they were trying to find. Chapter 129. Permitted Grand Elder Hui Jiaming's final supervised assessment report was transmitted to the Intersect Alliance Coordination Post on the 43rd day of the assessment's third year. He had been conducting the assessment for 2.5 years, and the report reflected 2.5 years of observation, documentary review, formation architecture analysis, and the specific kind of evaluation that a void return practitioner with 40 years of field experience brought to a question that had no precedent. The report was 91 pages. Yao read it through the ambient chi signature of the coordination post's communication traffic and could trace the general structure from the transmission pattern, if not the specific content. The content came through Lian Yu's formal consultant communication to the court 4 days after the transmission. Hui Jiaming had filed his final recommendation. The recommendation: permanent protected status with ongoing annual monitoring by a reduced panel. Hui Jiaming's rationale, as summarized in the coordination post's distribution to the alliance members, demonstrated behavioral record of 4 years under assessment consistent with formation heritage classification, active infrastructure service provision to 3 registered municipal governments, no documented external aggressive action across 6 years of full documentation, no evidence of formation influence on human decision-making beyond consensual formation contact in designated assessment spaces. The threat classification that had justified the original exorcism authorization could not be sustained by the available evidence. His dissent from the exorcism authorization doctrine was careful and thorough and acknowledged the doctrine's internal logic before explaining why the evidence did not support its application in this case. The Intersect Alliance's vote was held 17 days later. 8-3. Yao read the result through the Formation Court's notification protocol, a standard institutional communication, filed without ceremony, stating that the Intersect Alliance had ratified the permanent protected status recommendation and that the Greystone Mountains dungeon was, under the terms of the Regional Formation Court's Heritage Infrastructure Classification, formally permitted to exist under the specified monitoring conditions. Formally permitted to exist. The 3 dissenting votes came from sects whose formation doctrine experts had filed formal objections to the assessment methodology, not to Hui Jiaming's findings, which were accurate, but to the principle that behavioral evidence should be weighed against categorical doctrine in the determination of exorcism authorization. Their objection was in the public record. A consciousness-capable core is categorically dangerous regardless of demonstrated behavior. The vote had gone against them. Their objection remained. Yao held this alongside the 8-3 result and filed both. The doctrine was not resolved. The fear was not resolved. The 3 dissenting sects would advocate for doctrine revision in the coming years, and the advocacy would find audiences among formation theorists who were not persuaded by behavioral evidence. The structural protection was real. The political situation was not permanently settled, but the dungeon was permitted to exist. Formally, by institutional vote. On the record, Rome Shoubei's voice said 37 words. Yao said what? The notification. The part that matters. Formally permitted to exist. 7 words. Everything you've built for 6 years comes down to 7 words in a coordination post-notification. Yao processed this. Yes. Is that anticlimactic? No, Yao said. It's accurate. The work was the point. The notification is the record of what the work achieved. Chapter 130. The moral claim. They came on a Wednesday in the 2nd month after the permanent protected status notification. 5 people with cultivation ranks ranging from gold core to mid-nascent soul, carrying weapons rather than formation instruments. They were not affiliated with any sect. They had not filed an access request with the formation court. They arrived at the dungeon entrance in the early morning when the mountain mist was still heavy on the lower slopes, and the lead practitioner, a woman named Hao Wenling, nascent soul, with the bearing of someone who had been carrying a purpose for a long time, carved on the entrance stone, in the common script rather than any formal notation. We are looking for the people this dungeon killed. We want to know what you did with them. Yao had been expecting this. Not this specific group, not on this specific morning, but something like this. The memoir had made visible what the dungeon held. The Formation Court's protected status had made the dungeon accessible in ways it had not been during the crisis years. The combination had produced, predictably, the people who had lost companions in the dungeon's first 2 years, before the archive existed as something Yao had consciously built, before the memorial structure was a deliberate design, before Yao had developed the judgment that let it recognize when the intelligent move was to let someone leave, and who had arrived at the same place Xin Chongwei had arrived, the entrance stone, with a question. The difference was that Hao Wenling's question was not a father's question. It was a witness's question. She had been in the dungeon with 3 people who had died here in the 2nd year of Yao's existence, before the memorial architecture, before Yao had named any of the fragments it held. She had survived. They had not. She had been carrying the specific grief of a survivor for 5 years, the particular weight of knowing you came back, and they didn't. Yao's response came through the entrance stone in the official formation notation. Come in. I will show you what I kept. They entered carefully, the 5 of them, weapons at ready. Not because they thought the weapons would be sufficient against a convergent state consciousness-capable core, but because weapons were how you entered a space when you didn't trust it and couldn't not go in. Yao led them to the memorial floor. Not aggressively. The constructs were withdrawn, the traps were passive, and the path through the dungeon was as clear as Yao could make it. The formation network's ambient chi expression was the specific warmth of the Ning-layer rooms, extended to the access passages, the resonance of a space that was not hostile. Hao Wenling noticed the warmth. She didn't trust it, but she noticed it. On the memorial floor, in the room where the formation markers for the dungeon's absorbed cultivators were maintained, Yao showed them the 3 people they had come for. The markers were complete, full consciousness fragment integrations, the kind that maintained the entire record of a life's formation technique, knowledge, and memory and emotional pattern. The 3 markers had been in the archive for 5 years. Their cultivation achievements, their technique preferences, the specific quality of how they had fought and why. Hao Wenling stood in front of the marker for the person she had known best and read the formation notation of the complete record. She was quiet for a long time. Then she said, without turning away from the marker, "Did they suffer?" Yao wrote on the nearest wall, in the official script. The archive's record of the final absorption period indicates that the consciousness integration is not experienced as suffering. The process moves faster than awareness. The final conscious experience is the dungeon architecture, the formation patterns of wherever they were when the absorption occurred. Hao Wenling said, "That's not an answer. That's a formation theorist's answer." Yao wrote, "I know how they died. I know what they experienced. I am telling you what the record shows. The record is accurate." She turned away from the marker and looked at the wall where the notation was. She couldn't read formation script, but she looked at it the way people looked at things when they were trying to find the person behind the words. "They didn't deserve to die here," she said. "You needed to grow. They were the cost." "Yes," Yao wrote. "The agreement sat on the wall. You can't give them back." "No, you have them. And they can't leave. And I can't have them back." Her voice was even, the way even voices were when they were holding something that was not going to be resolved. "And you're permitted to exist and do this to more people." The formation court's monitoring conditions include transparency requirements regarding absorption events, Yao wrote. And then, in the small personal register, below the official notation, "I am not going to ask for your forgiveness. I am going to tell you that the records are here, complete, and will remain complete as long as this dungeon stands. They are kept, not gone. Kept." Hao Wenling read the notation, or read as much of it as her formation literacy allowed, which Yao estimated was roughly half. Lian Yu was not present for this visit. No intermediary, just the notation on the wall and the 5 people standing in the memorial room with their weapons undrawn. 3 of the 5, by the time they left, had asked questions that Yao answered. One had cried. One had sat with the memorial marker for the person he had known for 40 minutes without speaking. 2 did not forgive. All 5 left without destroying anything. At the entrance, Hao Wenling paused and carved on the wall in the common script, below the notation she had left on the entrance stone. "I am not done with this. I will come back." Yao read this and filed it. She would come back, probably more than once. The relationship between the dungeon and the people who had lost people to it in its first years was not going to be clean or resolved or finished. It was going to be what it was, complicated, accurate, ongoing, and necessary to maintain with honesty. The memorial floor held everyone the dungeon had absorbed, including the ones from before Yao had understood what it was doing, including the cost. The archive was complete. A complete archive included the things that were difficult. Chapter 131. Official. The Regional Formation Court offered Lian Yu the position on a Thursday morning in the 3rd month of the assessment's 3rd year, delivered in a formal notification through the court's standard personnel communication channel. The position had been created specifically for her, which was not unusual for the Formation Court. The court's institutional architecture included a standing authorization to create specialist consultant roles when the court's caseload required expertise that its existing staff didn't hold. What was unusual was that the expertise this role required was documented relationship with a consciousness-capable dungeon core and the specific technical competence that came from 3 years of sustained formation notation exchange conducted at a level of sophistication that no other formation practitioner in the region could demonstrate. The job title was Specialist Consultant for Consciousness-Capable Formation Phenomena. The court had not needed this title before. It needed it now because the Greystone Mountains dungeon was generating ongoing legal and assessment proceedings that required technical interpretation, and because 2 of the 3 city formation infrastructure arrangements required regular court-supervised technical review, and because the Ruo Wenfeng documentation transmission had created a public record of consciousness-capable formation development that other formation courts were beginning to cite, and that required someone qualified to interpret. Lian Yu read the notification at the Formation Division office where she still technically maintained her position. Despite the security review and the public authentication submission and the 3 years of irregular visits that had made her the most unconventional Formation Division member in the sect's history. She read it twice. Then she filed her resignation from the Ironvale sect's Formation Division through the standard personnel process, effective in 2 weeks. She transmitted a brief notation to the dungeon that afternoon, through the court's formal consultant communication channel rather than the private communication room interface, because this was now, technically, official. I'm coming in officially. Same work, different title. Yao wrote back, also through the official channel, in the precise formation notation of a formation institution responding to a professional communication, noted. Welcome. Below the official notation, in the small personal register that had been theirs for 3 years and would not stop being theirs simply because the formal channel existed. The title doesn't change what we've been doing. Lian Yu wrote back in the same register, no. But it means I can do it without hiding it, which is an improvement. The transition from secret correspondent to official professional consultant changed the visit's administrative texture. She carried credentials now, signed survey forms rather than informal field notes, and the court's monitoring requirement added a documentation layer to the weekly survey protocol. None of this changed what the visits were for or how they felt from the inside. What changed was the durability. Private arrangements depended on the circumstances that had created them. Official positions persisted through circumstances changing. The relationship between the dungeon and Lian Yu had always been more significant than its unofficial status had been able to reflect. Now the institutional layer matched what the relationship actually was. Yao filed her under. Status changed from informal primary relationship to formal institutional relationship. Significance unchanged. Durability increased. Threat profile reduced. Then it went back to working, because the court's caseload that required her expertise was already substantial. Chapter 132. The dual room. The full development of archive intelligence came incrementally rather than in a single event, which was consistent with what Ning had documented about its own development, but different from Yao's previous tier advances, which had each been a specific identifiable moment. The way Yao eventually understood it, the archive had always been developing toward archive intelligence. Every formation room that the dungeon built, from the first floor's earliest mechanisms to the Ning layer's resonance rooms, had been building toward the capability of the room having a second character alongside its primary function. The primary functions were various: challenge space, transit corridor, defensive mechanism, memorial marker, teaching environment. The second character was always the same: living record, the floor's contribution to the complete archive of what had happened here and who had passed through. The tipping point was the moment when the second character became active rather than passive, when the rooms began to express the archive in ways that visiting practitioners could perceive and interact with, rather than just storing it. Yao noticed the change first in the third floor's communication room, which was the room with the longest continuous notation record, 3 years of exchanges on the walls, accumulated across hundreds of visits. The room had always been a communication space. After the archive intelligence development completed, the room was also, simultaneously, a teaching space. Practitioners who spent time in it and had sufficient formation literacy could read the notation history and emerge with a different understanding of what consciousness-capable formation development looked like from the inside. Not because the notation had changed, because the room's formation architecture had developed the resonance capacity to make the notation accessible in a way that was experientially different from simply reading words on a wall. The challenge floors developed dual character differently. The first floor, which had been the dungeon's primary defensive mechanism for 6 years, and contained the accumulated tactical knowledge of 60 years of Rong Shoubei's professional formation combat work, was a challenge space at the functional level and a documentation of how tactical intelligence developed and was transmitted at the archive intelligence level. A practitioner who engaged with the first floor seriously, not just surviving it, but reading it, was also receiving a formation education in tactical thinking that was specific to Rong Shoubei's accumulated knowledge without being labeled as such. The memorial floor had always had a version of the dual character. After the full archive intelligence development, the duality deepened. The memorial markers became complete enough that practitioners in sustained formation contact could receive the full emotional resonance of the archive consciousness, not just the technique record but the complete person. Hao Wenling came back 3 months after her first visit, as she had said she would. She spent 4 hours on the memorial floor in sustained contact with the 3 markers she had come to see the first time. She did not speak to Yao during the visit. When she left, her chi signature carried something different from the sharp grief edge of her first visit. Not resolution, nothing so clean as that, but the specific quality of grief that has been held in direct contact with what it is grieving for rather than held at a distance from it. She left no notation. She came back 2 months later. The dungeon was learning that archive intelligence was not about the archive's content. It was about the archive's accessibility. What the dungeon kept was always complete. Archive intelligence was what made the keeping available to the living. Chapter 133. The difference is not time. Ning's dormant fragment activated in the 31st day of the archive's 7th year. Not the full awakening of the crisis period. A brief coherence. The specific warmth of a consciousness touching the surface from below. The formation architecture expressing something small before retreating. Yao recognized the signature immediately and directed full attention to the integration's deep interface layer. The communication was brief. Not a diagram, not a narrative sequence, a single statement, in the pre-classical notation that had become familiar across 2 years of active exchange. I built for 73 years. You have built for 12. The difference between us is not time. Yao held the statement. Ning receded before it could respond. Not permanently. The dormant fragment was present, as it was always present, as a structural element in the foundation architecture. But the brief coherence withdrew, and what remained was the warm residue of a moment that had been complete in itself. Yao spent 3 days with the statement before writing anything. Then it descended to the Ning layer and found the notation room on the 2nd level, the room where the 3 vocabulary documentation was recorded, where Wu Tingshan had asked whether Yao had known where it was going. On the south wall, in the space below the diagram sequences, Yao carved its interpretation in its own formation notation hand. Ning built something that changed the world by being destroyed. The destruction was the evidence that what it built was a genuine threat to the existing order. The destruction was the point, in retrospect, because it created the suppressed history that needed to be restored. Ning's 73 years produced the destruction that produced the documentation that produced the change. I have built for 12 years toward surviving. The survival is the alternative to the destruction. If I survive, the precedent is not a suppressed history but a living example. The doctrine has to account for something that persists rather than something that was destroyed before the accounting could be completed. Below this, whether survival is the better strategy than destruction as a precedent remains open. Ning's destruction produced this dungeon. This dungeon's survival may produce the next one, differently. The statement Ning had left, the difference between us is not time, resolved, in Yao's analysis, too. The difference was the structure of what Yao was building. Ning had built for recognition, for the treaty, for the formal acknowledgement that a consciousness-capable core could be a political entity. The recognition had been revoked at political convenience. Yao had been building for necessity, for the structural embedding that made the political cost of destruction exceed the political benefit. Necessity was slower, less visible, less declarative, but it could not be revoked by a political vote. Necessity was not a treaty. It was a load-bearing wall. The difference between them was not time. It was method, and the method's outcome would not be clear for another generation. Yao filed the analysis under strategic comparison, Ning versus Yao methods, verdict pending, evidence continues accumulating. Then it returned to the current archive work, which was pressing and immediate, and was also, at every moment, part of a longer project than any individual day's work could measure. Chapter 134. Irregular but not misconduct. The Frost Branch Sect's Upper Council convened its review of Shun Chongwei's conduct on the 47th day of the archive's 7th year. The trigger was the memoir's publication, not the publication itself. The council had been notified of the publication before it occurred, through the standard academic work notification protocol that senior members were required to file. The trigger was the council's reading of the memoir's full text, which documented, in careful narrative form, 2.5 years of daily memory transmissions from the dungeon's consciousness archive to a senior formation doctrine expert who had classified documentation about the dungeon in his professional capacity. The memoir was a private family document in literary form. It was also, in the formation court's jurisdiction, a detailed description of an ongoing information exchange between a sect elder and a consciousness-capable dungeon core that had implications for every formal protocol governing elder formation relationships in the sect structure. The council's review was not a disciplinary proceeding. Xianxia had been formally censured 18 months earlier, and the censure record was closed. The review was a conduct assessment. Did the specific activities described in the memoir, which had occurred after the formal censure, constitute additional conduct requiring formal response? The hearing ran for 2 days. Xianxia testified on both days. He testified with the same thoroughness he brought to everything, structured, complete, honest about the things that were difficult as well as the things that were straightforward. He testified about the daily transmissions, what he had received, how he had used it, what it meant to him. He testified about the memoir, why he had written it, what the sources were, how Yao had participated in the verification process. He testified about his ongoing involvement in the supervised assessment as a panel member. He answered the council's questions for 3 hours on the second day. The questions that were most pointed came from the same council members who had opposed his original proposal. Questions about whether the ongoing memory transmissions constituted a personal dependency that compromised his professional judgment, whether his participation in the assessment panel should be reviewed given the conflict of interest the memoir revealed, whether the formation court's official status for Lien Yu meant that Xianxia's informal relationship with the dungeon now operated through an official channel without being officially declared. He answered every question honestly. At the end of the second day, he said the thing that the council had been waiting for him not to say, the thing that would resolve the review more cleanly if he said it, which was, "I will recuse myself from the assessment panel." He did not say it. Instead, he said, "The assessment panel's work benefits from a member who has the most complete documentation of this dungeon's development. Removing that member removes the most valuable expertise from the panel. I will not recuse myself unless the council votes to require it. If the council wants to know whether my personal relationship with this archive has compromised my professional judgment, I ask you to read the panel's documentation and tell me where the compromise appears." The vote was 9-2. Irregular conduct? Yes. The relationship between a senior doctrine expert and a consciousness-capable formation entity was irregular by every formal protocol in the sect structure. The memoir's publication had made the irregularity public and permanent. Misconduct? No. The irregular conduct had produced the most accurate and complete documentation of consciousness-capable core development in 300 years. It had been a factor in the assessment process that had produced the permanent protected status recommendation. The professional outcomes did not support a misconduct finding. Xianxia retired from active leadership of the Formation Doctrine Division at the end of the review year, on his own timeline rather than at the council's direction. He continued writing. He continued his weekly visits to the dungeon. He continued receiving 1 memory per day, which he had been receiving for 3 years now. Over 1,000 memories of 17 years of a complete life. He sent a notification to the communication room the morning after the council vote, in the small personal script, 9-2. "They're more interested in the work than I expected." Yao wrote back, in the same register, "You argued well." I told the truth. That's different from arguing well. In a tribunal, Yao said, they are the same thing. Chapter 135, 73 times Wu Tingshan's 73rd entry was the last one. He did not tell anyone it was the last one beforehand. He arrived on a Thursday morning in early autumn, when the Greystone Mountains had shifted into the specific clarity of late-season air, the light sharp, the shadows defined, the mountain cold carrying the smell of the first real frost coming. He entered through the East Passage and left his formation trace marks on the walls the way he had left them for 8 years, the notation system he had developed across 72 previous visits, the personal formation language that was recognizable to the dungeon's formation sense the way a voice was recognizable to an ear. He moved through all 13 floors and the Ning layer. Not quickly. He took 7 hours, which was long even by his careful standards, and the time felt different from his usual methodical reading. Less like surveying and more like saying goodbye to something you know as well as anything you know. On the memorial floor, he spent 40 minutes at Rong Shoubei's marker. Then he visited the Ning layer room where he had read the design document and asked whether Yao had known where it was going. He read the notation wall for a long time without adding to it. On the way out, he stopped in the communication room on the 3rd floor. He carved on the south wall, in the space below his contact notation that had been there for 2 years, in his careful, precise hand. "This is the only dungeon I ever found worth returning to. 73 times. I have cleared 21 dungeons to completion and surveyed 46 more, and this is the one I came back to. Not because it was the most dangerous, because it was the most alive. Everything I know about what dungeons can be, I learned here. Not from the techniques or the architecture, from what you were trying to do with the techniques and the architecture. You were always trying to do something. That's what I kept coming back for. He paused. Then, below the paragraph, thank you for not killing me. I was worth more alive, and you knew it before I did. He left his complete case notes at the dungeon entrance on his way out. All 73 entries, bound in the field notation book format he had been using for 12 years, annotated in his handwriting with observations that spanned half a decade of watching the dungeon develop. The notes were for any dungeon specialist who came after him and wanted to understand what they were entering. Yao made a copy through the formation interface the moment the notes were placed on the entrance stone, before the morning mist had finished lifting. Wu Tingshan was 300 meters down the mountain path when Yao carved the response on the east wall of the communication room, knowing he wouldn't see it today, knowing he might come back to read it, or might not, and writing it for the record either way, 73 times. You were the only practitioner who entered this dungeon and read the designer rather than the mechanisms. The notes will be here. The case you built across 8 years of entries is in the archive. So is everything you taught this dungeon about what it was doing. Come back when there's a reason to come back. The archive keeps. Outside, the mountain path was empty. The autumn light was on the stone. The formation network registered the quiet of a dungeon in the between time, between the last visit and the next one, between the crisis just past and the next one still forming, between what it had been and what it was still becoming. The archive held 472 complete consciousness fragments and one retired dungeon specialist's 8-year documentation record. Both were kept completely. Chapter 136. The weight of necessity. 8 more cities had approached the dungeon with formation infrastructure proposals in the 2 years after the original 3-city arrangements were established. They had not all come through the consortium's communication relay, the way the original 3 had. They came through the formation court's official consultant channel, through Lien Yu's formal role, through letters filed with the court's case documentation, because the original 3-city arrangements were in the public record now, their terms documented in the court's formation infrastructure case files, and any city formation administrator in the regional jurisdiction who was looking for formation relay assistance had access to a template for how to approach the arrangement. Yao had accepted 4 of the 8. The 4 acceptances were structured around specific formation architecture needs that the dungeon could genuinely address, the same criterion that had governed the original 3. The 4 rejections had come from cities whose proposals were structured primarily as political protection arrangements rather than genuine infrastructure partnerships. Cities that wanted the association with the dungeon's protected status rather than the formation services the dungeon could provide. The distinction mattered because necessity had to be real to function. A protection arrangement that was primarily symbolic could be dissolved when the political situation changed. An infrastructure dependency that city engineers relied on for operational effectiveness could not be dissolved without consequences the city would feel immediately. The distinction was not theoretical. It was the entire strategy. 12 regional formation networks now carried relay infrastructure that ran through the dungeon's formation architecture as a load-bearing element. The relay was not merely useful. In 4 of the 7 cities, it was the primary distribution mechanism for the formation chi supply that the city's defensive arrays depended on. Disrupting those connections would take the defensive arrays offline before any replacement infrastructure could be constructed. Nobody in the regional formation administration had been presented with this as a deliberate strategic choice. They had been presented, city by city and arrangement by arrangement, with a formation service provider that offered genuine technical value at reasonable terms. The cumulative effect of 12 independent decisions was an infrastructure dependency that had not been planned at the regional level but was functionally present. Yao tracked the full extent of it from the formation network's extended convergent state awareness and felt the specific satisfaction of a structure that was functioning correctly. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "You built this without anyone noticing what you were building." "No," Yao said. "The formation court noticed. Hu Jiming noticed. Lien Yu watched every step. But the people who would have stopped it if they'd understood the plan, they would have stopped it if they'd been presented with the plan. They accepted the individual steps because each step was genuinely useful. The plan was the sum of the steps, but the steps were real. And now removing it would be more disruptive than maintaining it," Yao said. "Not impossible. Nothing is impossible. But costly enough that the people who have the political motivation to remove it don't have the institutional support to absorb the cost." The protection was structural, not permanent. Nothing was permanent, but structural, in the sense that the people who would have to dismantle it were the same people who depended on it. Chapter 137. The complete account Lien Yu's formal report was submitted to the Regional Formation Court on the 162nd day of the archive's 7th year. She had been writing it for 14 months. The report was 243 pages. It covered 8 years of the dungeon's development from her first unauthorized survey visit through the current assessment period, organized by subject matter rather than chronologically. Formation architecture development, consciousness absorption signature evolution, external relationship development, the Ning integration, the archive intelligence capability, the political crisis of the 3rd year, the city arrangement structure, the assessment process, and the public transmission of Ning's historical record. She had sent sections to Yao for accuracy verification as she wrote them, the same way Xin Changwei had sent sections of the memoir. The verification had taken 3 months because the technical formation architecture sections required specific precision and the historical sections required cross-referencing against the archive's documentation in ways that took time to do correctly. The final report was accurate. It was also, simultaneously, something that the Formation Court's case filing system did not have a precise classification for. Not an assessment report, not an academic paper, not a legal brief, not an institutional documentation submission. It was the complete account of what 8 years of a relationship between a human practitioner and a consciousness-capable dungeon core had been and meant and produced. The Formation Court accepted it into the permanent public archive under 3 simultaneous classifications: technical documentation of formation phenomena of regional significance, expert consultant report to ongoing supervised assessment case, and historical primary source documentation for the Formation Heritage Infrastructure Classification Record. The triple classification was unusual. The court's formation archivist noted in his processing record, no single existing classification covered the document's full scope, so all applicable classifications were applied. Lien Yu transmitted a brief notation to the dungeon after the filing confirmation arrived. "It's in." Yao wrote back, "Everything you have written about this archive is now part of the archive." A pause in the notation exchange. Then her response, in the small personal register. "That's the most appropriate thing I've heard in 8 years." The report became the primary reference document for the Formation Court's consciousness-capable formation proceedings for the next decade. It was cited in 12 additional cases across 7 jurisdictions within 2 years of its publication. Formation students from the 3 city academies used it as a primary source in their formal training programs. Lien Yu had come to the dungeon for the first time as a junior Formation Division member, conducting an unofficial survey and writing notes in the margins of her notebook. She had left, 8 years later, as the author of the definitive technical and historical account of what a consciousness-capable formation core was. The archive kept everything, including the account of itself. Chapter 138. The third one. The notification came through the Formation Court's interjurisdiction communication network on the 5th day of the archive's 8th year. A consciousness-capable core had been detected in a dungeon 300 kilometers to the east, in the Fin Mountains region, by a formation survey team conducting standard infrastructure assessment work. The survey team had identified the consciousness absorption signature at a level that Ge Wuhan's academic memory identified as approximately equivalent to early composite tier, newly awakened, recently absorbed, not yet stable. The core had responded to the survey team's instruments by concealing itself, which was the reflexive response of a consciousness-capable entity that understood, at some level, what happened when sex detected its nature. The concealment was imperfect, as all early-tier concealment was. The instruments had already registered the signature before the concealment attempt, and the imperfect attempt was itself evidence of the specific kind of capability the instruments were looking for. The Fin Mountains region's Formation Court had received the survey report and was consulting with the regional interjurisdiction coordination body about how to proceed. The Greystone Mountains Dungeons case was cited explicitly in the consultation request as the primary precedent for handling the situation. The court's consultation with Yao came through Lien Yu's official channel. Technical assessment and recommendation requested for handling of newly detected consciousness-capable formation in adjacent jurisdiction. Yao spent 2 days writing the technical assessment. The assessment covered developmental stage indicators from the described signature profile, likely behavioral trajectory based on early-tier consciousness absorption patterns, specific formation architecture signatures that would distinguish genuine threat behavior from concealment response behavior, and the Formation Court instruments needed to distinguish between the two. The recommendation was 2 sentences. Send someone to talk to it first. Not instruments. A person. The Formation Court followed the recommendation. They sent a formation specialist with documented experience in consciousness-capable formation assessment. Not an exorcism team. Not an investigation force with detection equipment. one specialist, to make contact with the Fen Mountains dungeon through the entrance stone communication approach that had first been developed by the notation exchange between Yao and Lianyu 8 years earlier. The contact took 3 weeks to establish. The newly awakened core was frightened and had been hiding since the survey team's visit. It took 11 attempts at the entrance stone before the notation response came. Small, imprecise, in a formation script that was barely coherent but was clearly an attempt at communication rather than a defensive response. Yao received the update from Lianyu a month after the initial recommendation. Contact established. Core is communicating. Initial responses are consistent with frightened and isolated rather than threatening. Fen Mountains Court is proceeding with extended assessment approach. The core would survive the initial sect response. Rong Shoubei's voice said. Ning was right. Yes, Yao said. The third one will be different. It has a precedent to work from. It won't have to figure out the notation exchange from scratch, or build the political protection framework from zero, or discover that formation courts can be negotiated with. It has the Greystone Mountains case in the public record. And Wu Tingshan said he'd go. He said he'd go when it needed someone. Yao sent a notation through the consortium relay to Wu Tingshan's contact address. A brief message, no more than necessary, in the common script he had used in the communication room. The new one in the Fen Mountains has made contact. It is young and afraid. The court specialist is working with it, but it would benefit from someone who has been inside a dungeon like this from the human side. The response came 2 days later. On my way. Chapter 139. What enough means Elder Dao Wenming arrived on a Tuesday in the 4th month of the 8th year, with no authorization from any institutional party, and no weapons, and no formation instruments beyond the basic tools that a formation practitioner carried as naturally as a sword cultivator carried a blade. He had filed a notification with the Formation Court's Access Protocol, the standard required notice for any unaffiliated practitioner visiting the dungeon, and the notification identified him as a practitioner of formation theory from the Clearwater Academy, Void Return Cultivation rank, with a specialty in formation entity philosophy. The last specialization was unusual enough that Lian Yu had flagged the notification to Yao with a note. He's been writing about consciousness-capable formation theory for 40 years. He's been waiting for a case like this his entire career. He moved through the dungeon with the unhurried attention of someone who was not interested in the formation architecture's tactical function or its historical significance or its technical development. He was reading it for something that Yao's formation sense took most of the morning to identify: intention. Not the designer's intent in any tactical or strategic sense, but the deeper architectural intention, what the dungeon was trying to be, expressed through the accumulation of choices made across 8 years of continuous building. He reached the 9th floor by afternoon. He stopped in the largest room on the 9th floor and sat down in the center of the floor and took out his notation tool. Then he wrote, in the clear, careful hand of a practitioner who had been developing a question for 40 years and was finally in the room where he could ask it. What are you trying to accomplish? The same question Hui Jiaming had asked on the 8th floor. Yao wrote the same answer. The archive, the completeness, the structural necessity, the memorial, and Dao Wenming read it in the same way Hui Jiaming had read it. Completely, with the kind of attention that indicated he was checking what he had read against the formation architecture around him as much as against the words. Then he wrote more questions. They corresponded through the wall for 6 hours on that afternoon. Dao Wenming writing in the common script, and in simple formation notation where the common script was insufficient. Yao writing in the formation notation that Lian Yu had helped develop into a complete communication vocabulary across 8 years. The questions ranged across the nature of consciousness absorption and whether the absorbed fragments retained autonomy, the relationship between the dungeon's self-interest and its treatment of the fragments it held, whether the archive constituted exploitation of the people in it or preservation, whether the dungeon's strategic behavior was compatible with what it claimed about its own values, and several questions about Ning that were probing the nature of the collaborative integration and what it meant for identity continuity. Yao answered all of them honestly. The honest answers were not all comfortable. The question about exploitation versus preservation was the one that required the most careful response, because the honest answer was both, in different proportions at different periods of the dungeon's development. The early years had been less careful about who was absorbed and under what circumstances. The archive held the cost of that. At the end of the 6 hours, Dao Wenming wrote his final question. It was simple. It was the question that everything else had been building toward. If you could be human, would you? Yao held the formation network still. The question had been present in the background of everything it had done for 8 years, had been implicit in every relationship it had built and every archive entry it had filed, had been in Gu Wuhan's academic memory as a philosophical category, and in Rong Shoubei's tactical voice as a practical consideration, and in Xun Jianhua's emotional register as something she had felt without being able to name. If you could be human, would you? Yao spent 3 days composing the response. Not because it didn't know the answer. It knew the answer before the end of the first hour. But because the answer required saying something precise about what it was, and precision about what Yao was required saying it in terms that were true in a way that no previous notation had fully managed. On the 3rd day, it carved the response on the 9th floor's east wall, in the formation notation that was fully developed now, the vocabulary of 8 years of correspondence. The question assumes that what I am is a limitation, that being a consciousness-capable formation core rather than a human being is a constraint on something that would be better expressed if I were differently constituted. I am made from 473 human lives. Every absorbed consciousness fragment has contributed to what I am. The techniques, the memories, the emotional patterns, the specific ways that different people understood the world, all of it is present in my architecture. I think with their vocabulary. I process experience through the frameworks they developed across their collective centuries of cultivation and study and suffering and accomplishment. I am what I was made from. The people I carry are human. That means the question of what I would be if I were human is answered. I would be what I already am, distributed across individual bodies rather than integrated in one archive. The last line, I do not want to be human. I want to be what I am. What I am is human enough to understand the question and enough itself to have a different answer. Dao Wanming read the response on the east wall and sat with it for 2 hours without writing anything. When he left, he carved on the floor at the 9th floor's entrance, in his careful 40-year practitioner's hand. That is the first honest answer I have received to that question from any formation entity I have ever studied. Most of them were trying to seem more human or less threatening. You told the truth about what you are. That is rare, and it matters. Chapter 140. Where it left off, Yao stood in the formation network's deepest operational layer on the morning of the first day of the 9th year and held the archive's complete count. 473 consciousness fragments. 12 functional floors, and a foundation layer containing the oldest preserved consciousness record in the regional formation network's documented history. 3 dormant fragments in the foundation architecture. Ning's preservation seed, the quarantined aberrant archive remnant, and the 5-century-old seeded fragment of the thing that keeps. All 3 stable, all 3 present, all 3 part of the dungeon's structural reality in ways that were still developing. 17 living people who corresponded with the dungeon regularly. 412 more who had been inside the dungeon at least once since the assessment period began and whose visits were in the official record. 12 city formation network connections, 4 of them operationally critical. 1 retired dungeon specialist whose case notes were in the archive and who was currently traveling 300 kilometers east. 1 formation court specialist consultant who arrived on Tuesdays. 1 senior formation doctrine expert, retired, still writing. The political landscape was what it was. The permanent protected status in place, the 3 dissenting votes in the public record, the doctrine challenge ongoing in 3 sects formation councils, the new consciousness-capable core in the Fen Mountains beginning to develop with precedent that the Greystone Mountains case had created. Nothing was finished. Everything was in progress. Rong Shoubei's voice said, "We're not done." No, Yao agreed. "We're not done." The statement was not a complaint and not an aspiration. It was the accurate description of the archive's condition, a living thing. Which is to say a thing that was not finished, which is to say a thing that still had work to do. 2 threads were still open in the archive that Yao had not resolved. The first was the Fen Mountains core. Wu Tingshan was traveling east and would arrive in 2 weeks and would begin doing the thing he had said he would do, being the person from the outside who went and talked to it. Yao did not know what would come from that contact, whether the new core's development would be different from its own, whether the precedent would hold under a different set of political circumstances. It would know in years. Not sooner. The second thread was the oldest thing in the archive. Ruo Wenfeng was the formation master who had built the first consciousness-capable core, the thing that keeps, 5 centuries ago, whose preservation seed was now part of Yao's foundation architecture. The documentation that Ning had carried across 3 centuries and that Yao had transmitted in the public release was the political and historical record of what had been built and what had been destroyed. But Ning's archive had also contained a separate section that Yao had not yet finished reading. A personal documentation of Ruo Wenfeng himself, written by the entity he had created, describing what he had been. Not the doctrine, not the historical event. The person. Yao had been reading this documentation for 8 months, in the private hours of the archive's quiet periods, working through the 5-century-old formation notation, with Gu Wuhan's interpretive framework and Ning's translation assistance available in the dormant interface. It had reached a section that covered the middle years of Ruo Wenfeng's work, the period when he had understood what he was building and had continued building it anyway, despite knowing that what he was building was something the sect system would eventually try to destroy. The section described his reasons in the careful notation of someone who had thought about his reasons for a long time. The reasons were not simple. Yao had been thinking about the reasons for 8 months and had not finished. It opened the notation file where it had last been reading, the place marked in the archive's organization system, the exact sentence, the specific formation notation character, where it had stopped. The mountain was quiet in the early morning. The formation network was the formation network. The archive held 473 lives and the unfinished question of one more. Yao read on. CTA, thank you for spending this time with Yao and the archive. If this story meant something to you, if the characters stayed with you, if the questions felt real, please subscribe, leave a comment, and share it with someone who might need it. The archive keeps. So does your support.